A few months ago, a blood-red moon appeared in the sky. Thunder shook the world, and everything changed. Strange, terrible things showed up everywhere. My city, Yun, fell apart in 3 days. Out of over 2 million people, almost everyone was gone. I got lucky. My neighbor, a kindergarten teacher, had awakened special powers. She helped me escape. After that, I just kept running. That was the only way to stay alive. Now I follow a convoy. I ride a tricycle I found in a small town. The people in cars up front have fuel, I don't. I lost my car a long time ago when the gas ran out. But the tricycle is fine. It's better than walking. Our leader, Lu Liang, told us to stop for the night. The next supply point was close. We'd reach it by morning. People dropped to the muddy ground, exhausted. But I didn't rest right away. I set up my tent, changed out of my wet clothes, and took 2 cold medicine pills. Getting sick out here with no medicine could kill you. I pulled out a box of self-heating braised pork rice. I even added a sausage and an egg. Tomorrow I could restock, so tonight I allowed myself a small luxury. Food was my only comfort in this broken world. Then I heard footsteps in the mud. An old woman came to my tent asking for food. She said it was for her grandson. I refused. She kept pushing, stepping closer, eyeing my supplies. I raised my knife and pointed it at her. She backed off, muttering about young people having no respect. I said nothing. I don't share. I learned that lesson the hard way. My kindergarten teacher, the one who saved me, she helped so many people. But one day, a rumor spread that eating the flesh of someone with powers could give you abilities too. The people she rescued turned on her. They killed her. I watched it happen. I couldn't do anything. After that, I understood something simple and cruel. Kindness can get you killed. That night, I slept lightly with my knife in my hand, like always. I had a thin thread tied from my wrist to my tricycle so no one could steal it while I slept. The thread snapped. I saw a shadow on the tent wall. I didn't wait. I drove my knife through the fabric. There was a cry. I slashed the tent open and stepped out. It was the old woman. She had come back to steal my tricycle. My blade found her throat before she could react. She looked at me, confused, like she couldn't understand why I would go so far. But in this world, hesitation means death. I chose to live. After I killed the old woman, a glowing screen appeared in front of my eyes. It said I had earned 100 kill points and asked if I wanted to upgrade my dagger. I thought about it for a moment, then said yes. My dagger had been dull and chipped after months of use. But after the upgrade, it flashed with white light and became sharp and new again, even better than before. All 100 points were spent instantly. I didn't like the thought that these points came from killing people. I pushed it out of my mind. I dragged the old woman's body to a pile of rocks nearby. When I came back, people were already watching. Some looked calm, some shocked. No one said a word. I just gave them a shy smile. A few of them shivered. I wasn't hiding the body to cover anything up. I just didn't want a corpse lying next to where people slept. I still had that much decency. For a moment, I thought about the old woman's grandson. Without her, the boy probably wouldn't last long. I considered ending his suffering, not for points, but because I thought it might be kinder. But then I looked at the cars in the center of camp where the awakened ones stayed. They hadn't stopped me before because I didn't break any rules. The convoy had 2 main rules: no fighting during migration and no killing without reason. If I hurt the boy, they might step in. So I let it go. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, the convoy moved again. The old woman's grandson stood alone on the muddy road, crying. Their tent was gone. Only 2 torn pieces of clothing lay on the ground. I rode past him without looking back. Around 10 in the morning, we reached a small town, the next supply point. Lu Liang, our leader, stopped the convoy. He had an awakened ability called divination. He could sense danger ahead of time. He warned everyone that this place felt strange. The old man Zhang Fan handed out 2 healing berries and told people to be careful. The bald guy, Yin Shan, was confident. He said he and the quiet girl could handle even a second-tier monster together. He strapped her 3 knives to her waist, put a berry in her mouth, and walked into the town. Yin Shan followed. The other survivors rushed in after them. Most people like to follow the awakened ones because monsters always attack them first. Their strong life energy drew the creatures in. But I didn't follow. I waited. I knew something the others didn't think about. If a monster found that an awakened person was too strong to kill, it would turn and attack the ordinary people nearby instead. Letting others go in first would draw out the dangers. Then I could move safely. That was my way. Always careful. Always last. I rode my tricycle into the town, dagger in hand, eyes scanning everything around me. I found a small supermarket that had been broken into. Most shelves were empty, but one still had food on it. 3 people were already there, picking through the goods. I jumped off my tricycle and started grabbing everything. Pickled vegetables, noodles, instant food, self-heating meals, even seasonings. I didn't bother choosing. I stuffed it all into woven bags and tossed them onto my cart. The 3 others watched me with envy. I moved faster than all of them combined. On the 3rd shelf, I found cigarettes and alcohol. Good for trading. I took it all. But as I cleared the top shelf, I froze. A toad with dark purple markings was sitting in the corner, its throat pulsing with a strange energy. I carefully put down the bottle in my hand, drew my dagger, and climbed down slowly. I whispered to the others to back away quietly. Then I heard it, a croak from behind me. Another frog was sitting above the shutter door, its red eyes locked on us. We were trapped between the 2 creatures. I crouched low and told the 3 people I'd cover them. I said I'd count to 3 and distract the frog while they ran. They thanked me. But before I even started counting, another croak came from behind. The toad on the shelf had woken up too. The 3 panicked and bolted for the door. That was exactly what I wanted. The 2 frogs moved at the same time. Their tongues shot out like black spears, punching through the chests of 2 people, ripping out their hearts. Blood went everywhere. The 3rd man fell to the ground, shaking. While the frogs were busy, I slipped out of the supermarket, jumped on my tricycle, and pedaled as hard as I could. Frogs hunt things that move. Whoever runs first dies first. That's why I had stayed still and let them go first. The sound of croaking filled the streets. Something worse was coming. In 4 months of this broken world, I'd learned that mutated animals rarely appeared alone. These frogs probably had a leader somewhere, just like the swarm of mutant rats I'd once faced. Then a black dog jumped down from a rooftop and blocked my path. Its red eyes glowed. Dark energy swirled around its body. Every step it took made my heart tighten. I didn't run. Running from a dog, even a normal one, was never smart. And this thing was evolved. It would catch me before I got 10 steps. Frogs behind me. Dog in front. No way out. So I stopped thinking about escape. I might fear death, but I'm no coward. My hand trembled as I gripped the dagger. I spread my legs, leaned forward, and watched. The dog charged. It leapt at my throat. I twisted my foot and swung the dagger upward. It caught the dog across its front leg and neck. The creature whimpered, twisted in the air, and landed a few steps away. A deep wound ran along its body, and it wasn't healing. My heart raced with excitement. Before the upgrade, my old dagger couldn't hurt these creatures at all. I'd once stabbed a ghostly boar, and the wound closed instantly. But now, with the upgraded blade, I could actually do damage. A message appeared, 100 kill points for injuring the ghost dog. My fear melted away. If I could hurt it, I could kill it. The dog lunged again, this time swinging its claws. I swung the dagger hard. A flash of light, and one of its claws flew through the air. 300 points. I spent them immediately to upgrade the dagger again. 3 flowing patterns appeared on the blade. The dog stumbled when it landed, off balance from the missing claw. I charged in and slashed its rear. It howled. Then it tried to run. I couldn't let that happen. I chased it down, panting, stabbing wildly. 1 hit. Another. 100 points each time. The dog collapsed, 3 remaining legs twitching. It couldn't move anymore, but its red eyes still glared at me. I wiped the sweat from my face and grinned. This was the happiest I'd felt since the world ended. For months, these things had hunted me. Today, I finally fought back. Still glaring at me, I muttered and drove the dagger into its neck until it stopped moving. 300 more points for the kill. The dog's body turned into dark gray particles and faded away, leaving behind a piece of skin and 4 fangs that gave off a faint, eerie glow. I hid at the end of an alley on my tricycle and watched the fight. A giant toad, tall as a small hill, was battling a huge man. The man grabbed its tongue with one hand and punched its head with the other. It looked like something out of a monster movie. Just as I had guessed, these strange frogs had a king. Nearby, a young girl with twin blades was fighting a ghostly woman in a red wedding dress. Their clashes rang out like metal hitting metal. I couldn't help but admire them. That's the power of the awakened. The ghost woman was even stronger than the Frog King. The girl holding her own against that thing was incredible. Meanwhile, the big guy was losing. Half his body was already in the Frog King's mouth. The girl noticed too. She struck the ghost woman away with one slash, then leapt at the Frog King. She swung her blade down on its belly, and the whole creature lifted off the ground before crashing back down. The big man got spat out. I gasped. She looked so slender, but her power was unreal. But I wasn't here to watch. While the dust settled and the ghost woman went down, I saw my chance. I turned my tricycle around and pedaled as hard as I could toward the convoy. 2 or 3 minutes later, I saw the others in the distance. Over 2 hours had passed. Captain Lu Liang was standing by the road, looking worried. Old Zhang was leaning on a rock, drinking. Lu Liang rushed toward me when he saw me. He fired off 3 questions. What happened inside? Where were Yun Shan and Wen Yi? What about the other survivors? I took the water bottle he offered and caught my breath. Then I told him everything. 2 powerful creatures inside. The last time I saw the 2 awakened ones, they were still alive and fighting. Old Zhang figured the creatures were second tier, strong, but not impossible for those 2 to handle. Lu Liang relaxed a little. Then I asked him something that had been on my mind. Was there any way to awaken abilities faster? He shook his head. He said even before the world changed, authorities had studied it. Awakening only happens naturally. If it could be forced, the government would have done it long ago. I nodded. Even though I could now hurt strange creatures with my upgraded dagger, when I thought about that massive Frog King and the ghost woman in red, I knew I wasn't ready for anything like that. A small knife wouldn't be enough. And those things were only second tier. Lu Liang patted my shoulder and said not to overthink it. Maybe I'd awaken while eating or sleeping someday. After that, a crowd rushed toward me. Families asking about their sons, daughters, friends. My head started pounding. I told them to stop shouting or I wouldn't say a word. They backed off, and I explained what I'd seen. The strange frogs. The danger inside. Many faces went pale. Some started crying. Most of the people left behind were elderly, women, and children. If the ones who went inside didn't come back, no one would protect them. Honestly, they were the burdens of the convoy. But I liked having them around. Without them, I'd be the last one in line. With them behind me, if something attacked from the rear, they'd slow it down and give me time to escape. Lu Liang gave the order to prepare to leave. 3 hours was the limit. After that, the convoy moved on no matter what. People ran to him crying and begging, but that wasn't my problem. I sat on my tricycle and looked at my kill points. The black dog fight had earned me 1,000 points total. After 2 upgrades to my dagger, I had 900 left. I also had the dog's hide and 4 fangs, but I'd deal with those later. I looked at my tricycle, and a screen appeared. Upgrading it would cost 500 points. Wider tires, bigger frame, power assist. I thought about it and said no. The tricycle still wasn't fast or big enough to be worth that much. Better to save the points for when I found fuel and a real car. Then I checked my dagger. Upgrading it again would cost 300 points. Tempting. A better weapon is always useful. But I kept thinking, real strength comes from inside. A weapon is just a tool. What good is the sharpest blade in the hands of someone too weak to swing it? I started to wonder if I could use these points to improve myself instead. I didn't hesitate. I spent 600 kill points to upgrade my bloodline from ordinary human to infected blood, tier 1. And then it happened. I awakened. My ability was called basic telekinesis. At level 1, I could control objects up to 1 kilogram within 5 meters for about 5 minutes. It wasn't much, but when I opened my eyes and saw my dagger floating unsteadily in the air, I couldn't stop smiling. This power was perfect for surprise attacks. If I'd had it back in that town, I could have controlled my dagger from a distance and struck those second-tier monsters without getting close. The system also showed me what I could unlock next. Upgrading telekinesis to level 2 would let me control heavier things at longer range and even hit enemies with a mental strike. There were also body upgrades, faster healing, doubled strength, quicker movement. Each cost 100 points. The path to getting stronger was finally open. As long as I was careful, I could carve out a place for myself in this broken world. I looked at the 4 dog fangs and the hide I'd kept from the black dog fight. I had plans for those. Meanwhile, Yun Shan and Wen Yi made it out of the town alive. From what I heard later, they'd barely escaped the Frog King and the Ghost Bride. When he had cut off the ghost's arm and grabbed a golden bracelet from it, Yunshan complained that they barely got any supplies, but when he kept fighting to protect the survivors behind them. The convoy moved fast after that. Lu Liang's jeep led the way, and I pedaled right alongside it. Old Zhang called out to me from his vehicle, said it was good that I was careful. Lu Liang muttered something about me being more afraid of dying than him. I didn't care. Being afraid of dying was the reason I was still alive. After about 30 kilometers, the convoy finally stopped. Lu Liang checked one of his divination cards and told everyone we'd rest here for a couple of days. I found a hidden spot where two big rocks leaned together, just enough space to fit half a tent. I set up camp and crawled inside. The dagger floated in front of me, shaky, but it floated. My new power at work. I picked up one of the dog fangs and started experimenting. I'd figured out that the system could merge materials into my gear to lower the upgrade cost. For example, upgrading the dagger a third time normally cost 300 points, but by fusing a fang into it, the price dropped to just 100. I focused my thoughts. My points dropped from 300 to 200. The fang and the dagger wrapped together in bright white light. When the light faded, the dagger looked completely different. It was white like jade, with 3 silver wave patterns along the blade. The handle curved at the end, shaped like a dog's fang. The system called it a fang dagger, ranked 12,581 among all strange items in the world. It was sharper, tougher, and dealt double damage to dog-type creatures. But there was a warning. Strange items came with a cost for using them. The higher the rank, the bigger the price. If the dagger was ever lost, the owner could suffer a dangerous infection. But the last line made me relax. If you are Guiyang, there is no cost. My system removed the price. That was a relief. Still, I only had 200 kill points left. Not even enough for one upgrade to my telekinesis. I rolled up the dog hide and put it away. I didn't know what to do with it yet, and it didn't seem like a good match for the dagger. Merging the wrong materials could lower the weapon's rank. I stepped outside and found a rock the size of a human head. I wanted to test the blade. One light stab. The dagger slid into the stone like it was nothing. Your dagger is so sharp. It must be a cursed weapon, right? I turned around. It was when one of the awakened fighters in the convoy. I nodded. Yes, it's a cursed weapon. I hadn't tried to hide my test. Several people nearby had already seen. I wanted people to know. To survive in this world, I needed influence within the convoy. Did you awaken some kind of ability to make cursed weapons? When he asked, her eyes bright with hope. I nodded again. Her guess fit perfectly with my plan. If everyone believed my power was crafting strange tools, I could gain authority while keeping my real ability, telekinesis, hidden. The survivors around us stared at me with burning eyes. Yesterday, I was just an ordinary person like them. Now I was awakened. Great. Our team has another awakened member, when he said. She grabbed my hand and dragged me over to meet the others. Lu Liang, Old Zhang, the bald man Yunshan, and a quiet girl with an oval face were sitting together, dividing supplies. When he announced I was a new awakened, everyone reacted with surprise. The oval-faced girl stood up and quietly left. She understood. The awakened had their own circle, and there were things to discuss privately. Well done, kid, Lu Liang said, looking at me like he'd found treasure. Old Zhang laughed and said he couldn't believe it. Just that morning he'd joked about me awakening soon. I sat down by the campfire and explained my ability. I told them I could create strange tools, upgrade them, and improve them. Before I could even finish, Yunshan's eyes went wide. He grabbed my hand and begged me to make him one. He cut in, saying she found me first, so she should get one before him. Lu Liang told them both to settle down. Then Lu Liang introduced the team properly. His ability was card-based divination. He predicted luck, probability, and routes. Old Zhang, whose real name was Zhang Fan, had plant-related powers. He could grow special fruits. Yunshan had awakened the Titan Ape, massive strength and defense. When he was a blade master, fast and deadly. I was the 5th awakened person in the convoy. Lu Liang looked at me seriously and explained their rules. The convoy valued fairness. No slaves. No forced tributes. Whatever supplies ordinary people found belonged to them. No one was allowed to bully the weak. I nodded. I already knew all this. It was the reason I'd chosen to stay. I'd been in convoys before that demanded 30% of everything you found. Here, what you gathered was yours. I had no intention of mistreating anyone just because I'd awakened. That wasn't who I was. Lu Liang explained how the awakened share supplies. Ordinary people keep what they find, but among the awakened, everything gets split equally. Since I was new, I could watch but wouldn't get a share, unless I added my own supplies to the pile. Old Zhang jumped in right away, saying I could join if I brought what I found today. I saw through it instantly. My haul made up at least half of everything there. If I threw it in and split it 5 ways, I'd lose big. I wouldn't feel right taking advantage of everyone, I said. A polite refusal. Old Zhang looked disappointed. He wasn't after the food. He'd noticed the cigarettes and alcohol in my bag. Lu Liang went on with the usual split. 30% for him as captain and guide, 10% for Old Zhang who handled logistics, and 30% each for Wen Yi and Yun Shan who risked their lives collecting supplies. I thought it was fair. Without Lu Liang's divination, the whole group would have been dead long ago. The pile of supplies beside them was as tall as a small hill. Nearby, ordinary people stared with envy. More than 200 people had been lost today, some in the town, others left behind on the road because they couldn't keep up. Being left behind meant death. After the division, Old Zhang turned to me with a burning look. He wanted to trade for cigarettes and alcohol. I didn't smoke, and drinking in this world was too dangerous. One drunk night could get you killed. So I traded him 3 bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes for 2 40-liter barrels of gasoline and 2 bags of noodles. I didn't need fuel right now, but if I found a car before finding a gas station, I'd be glad to have it. When I got back to my tent, a group of survivors was waiting for me. They wanted to know how I'd awakened. I told them it happened naturally and walked past them into my tent. Behind me, I heard someone mutter that I was selfish, that all the awakened knew the secret but wouldn't share it. I ignored them. Then a young man with glasses came up to my tent. He stopped about a meter away, smart enough to notice I didn't like people getting too close. My name is Zhao Qing, he said. He set down a pack of 6 compressed biscuits and asked me the same question. How did I awaken, and what had I been doing before it happened? I told him straight. If I gave the same answer as everyone else got, his biscuits would be wasted. He smiled and said he didn't think someone with powers would bother lying to an ordinary person. So I told him a version of the truth. I described running into the ghost frogs in town, the people around me dying, the strange black dog blocking my escape. I told him I fought with everything I had, right on the edge between life and death, and that's when it happened. I left out the parts about tricking 3 people and the kill point system. Even if I told the full truth, nobody would believe it. So I shaped it into something that made sense. I believed what I told him too. If awakening was something hidden inside the human body, then maybe only a real life or death fight could bring it out, like a rush of adrenaline pushing past every limit. And honestly, I wanted Zhao Qing to test whether my theory was right. Zhao Qing thanked me and left. I didn't care whether he'd try my method or not. The next morning, Wen Yi was standing outside my tent holding 3 long blades. She wanted me to make her a strange weapon. Among the awakened, help is never free. You always ask for something in return. I thought about what I needed. Food wasn't a problem. I'd already traded for gasoline. So I told her, give me a strange item in exchange. She agreed and laid 4 items on the ground. A pair of cat eyes, bull horns, boar tusks, and a golden bracelet with blood-red patterns. The cat eyes would be my payment. The rest she wanted fused into her blades. I stopped her right there. Do you think I'm a factory? 1 strange weapon for 1 strange item. And I can only make 1 at a time. My ability needs to recover. She looked at her 3 knives, torn about which one to choose. I asked why she carried 3 when she only had 2 hands. She said she needed a spare in case one broke mid-fight. I didn't argue. She picked a Tang-style sword with a white handle. Then she asked which strange item would work best for the fusion. I studied the 4 items. The cat eyes didn't match a blade. The horns and tusks might add toughness, but the golden bracelet with the blood-red patterns caught my eye. Metal fusing with metal, that should work best. This one, I said, pointing at the bracelet. She asked if there was any chance of failure. I told her it was 100% success. She sighed with relief. I focused my mind. 100 kill points spent. The blade and the bracelet turned into beams of white light and merged together. A crowd of survivors gathered to watch. The light was bright even in daylight. When the glow faded, the new weapon appeared. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, covered in golden and blood-red patterns that wound like veins and glowed faintly. When Yi's eyes lit up, she grabbed the handle, and the weapon's information flowed into her mind. It was called blood-gilded gold, ranked 9,884, higher than my own dagger. The blade was extremely sharp, unbreakable, and could repair itself if damaged. When swung, it left a red trail, and its golden lines could affect an enemy's mind, filling them with guilt and sadness. She was thrilled until she read the rest. Every strange weapon has a cost. The higher the rank, the worse the side effect. Hers would force her to feel fragments of the ghost bride's memories, joy before marriage, despair after being abandoned. It could cause sudden waves of sadness or mental confusion. Wiping the blade with fresh blood could reduce the effect. There was one more line she couldn't see, a hidden attribute. If the weapon belonged to me, there would be no cost at all. I watched when Yi's smile fade. She'd never been in love, and now she was stuck carrying the heartbreak of a dead woman. Meanwhile, Lu Liang, Yin Shan, and old Zhang had been watching from a distance. They'd come to ask me for weapons too, but held back when they saw one Yi was already there. Old Zhang figured from how happy she looked at first that my creations must not rank very high. Then he noticed she stopped smiling. He knew what that meant. Strange weapons always came with a price. I secretly felt a sting of regret. My dagger, after 2 upgrades and fusing 4 fangs, was only ranked 12,581. When Yi's blade, with no upgrades at all, jumped straight to 9,884 just from that one bracelet. Almost 3,000 ranks higher than mine. That bracelet was something special. If I'd used the horns or tusks for her weapon instead, maybe the bracelet could have been mine. When he asked if the side effects could be removed, I told her no. All strange weapons have side effects. I suggested using a little blood to suppress it. Something about that seemed to cheer her up. She told me to pick one of the 3 remaining items as my payment. I thought about it and told her to keep them in her car for now. My tricycle was too small. The bullhorns alone were massive, and I still had 2 barrels of gasoline strapped on. I needed to find a real car soon. Having my things in someone else's vehicle made me uncomfortable. Also, honestly, riding a tricycle as an awakened person looked a bit embarrassing. I still cared about that sometimes. After when he left, Lu Liang, Yin Shan, and old Zhang all came over wanting strange weapons too. I shook my head and made up an excuse. My ability needed 3 days to recover between uses. The truth was I wanted to save my resources. One weapon was enough to prove what I could do. Lu Liang asked if my crafting could ever fail. I said no, 100% success. His eyes narrowed, and he muttered that it was beyond normal. He didn't push further, but I could tell he understood more than the others about how rare strange weapons really were. Old Zhang smiled and said our convoy's survival chances had gone way up. After they left, Yin Shan stayed behind. He put his arm around my shoulder and asked something I didn't expect. Had I felt like I lost something after awakening? He explained that awakening was a kind of curse. Everyone who awakened lost or changed in some way. He said he'd lost some of his intelligence, though he insisted he used to be really smart. I told him I hadn't noticed anything different about myself. My awakening came through the system, so maybe I didn't have the same price to pay. Then I asked what the others had lost. Yin Shan said it was supposed to be a team secret, but he told me anyway. When Yi's body had changed after awakening. She used to be very thin, but her physique shifted. She hid it well under loose clothes. And Lu Liang, Yin Shan's voice got heavy. He pointed below the belt and said the captain had lost something down there. I shivered. For only the second time since the world ended, I felt sorry for someone. The first was the kindergarten teacher who saved me and was killed by the people she rescued. After that, I'd closed my heart completely. But Lu Liang's situation hit different. Some things in life are optional, but you still don't want to be without them. 2 days passed. The convoy started moving again. I packed my tent and got back on my tricycle. Every awakened member invited me to ride with them. They wanted to share supplies, build a connection. I turned them all down. It wasn't that I didn't want the help. I just thought it was safer alone. If someone betrayed me, I'd be trapped. Zhao Qing offered me a ride too. He said it was just him and his sister, and I could leave whenever I found a better vehicle. I smiled and told him I preferred a vehicle with a 360-degree panoramic sunroof, meaning my tricycle. I pedaled past his car, past the other vehicles, and stopped right alongside Lu Liang's Jeep at the front. I knew Zhao Qing's offer was just him trying to build a relationship. He was smart. He understood I'd eventually get my own car. He wasn't trying to make me dependent on him, and I respected that. But I preferred to stay on my own. For now, the tricycle would do. Old Zhang kept pestering me to trade him all my remaining cigarettes and alcohol. He'd been drinking the good stuff I traded him and wanted more. I refused. Not because I needed them. I don't drink or smoke. I was waiting for his supply to run out so I could raise the price. Normally, a pack of cigarettes cost 10 kilograms of rice. When he got desperate, I'd charge 20. What I really wanted were his special plants. And that's when it hit me. I finally realized what I'd lost from awakening. My conscience. Every awakened person loses something. Yun Shan lost some intelligence. Lu Liang lost something more personal. I lost my ability to feel guilty about being ruthless. The convoy kept moving for 2 days, winding through mountain roads and tunnels. Along the way, we picked up survivors on foot. Then Lu Liang told us there was a stretch of road about 2 kilometers ahead, full of abandoned cars. He gave us half an hour. I asked him to spot a good car for me. In exchange, I'd make him a strange weapon for free. I'd been wanting a car for a while. The whole trip, I hadn't seen a single one on the road. When I didn't need a car, they were everywhere. When I needed one, nothing. Lu Liang offered me a ride. I asked if it was free. He said talking about free rides hurts feelings. I said goodbye and walked away. Instead, I found Yun Shan. He drove me to the spot in his off-road vehicle. The road was packed with cars, like a frozen traffic jam. Dark bloodstains and broken bones were scattered everywhere. I skipped the small, low cars and picked a high-clearance off-road vehicle stuck behind other cars. Yun Shan transformed into a 6-meter giant, wrapped his arms around the chassis, and lifted it right out. That's why I'd brought him. Anyone else couldn't have moved the blocked cars. I smashed the driver's window with my dagger, cut open the ignition, found the wires, and hot-wired it. The engine turned over. I finally had a real vehicle. The convoy moved another 20 kilometers before stopping. Uncle Wang came to my window and said Lu Liang wanted all the awakened to gather. Lu Liang was leaning against his car when we arrived. He told us there was a small village ahead, about 10 households. Something strange was inside. If the convoy passed through without dealing with it first, ordinary people might get hurt. He said there weren't many survivors left, and he didn't want to lose more. He looked at 1E and Yun Shan. The creature wasn't very strong, but we still needed to be careful of a surprise attack. Old Zhang handed out cherry tomatoes, his special healing fruits, 1 to 1E and 1 to Yun Shan. When I reached out my hand, he slapped it away. He said I wasn't going. Who said I'm not going? I shot back. Everyone stared at me. Lu Liang's eyes narrowed. Old Zhang looked shocked. He told Lu Liang to do a divination to check if I was possessed. Even when E reached for her sword, Lu Liang calmed them down. I wasn't possessed. I just needed kill points. Without fighting, I couldn't upgrade. But I didn't explain that part. Old Zhang sighed, pulled out another cherry tomato, and gave it to me. Be careful. Don't die. Why does a support need to rush ahead? The 3 of us entered the village. I walked between Yun Shan and 1E, holding my Fong dagger, ready to dodge at any moment. We followed a small path to an old house. In the corner, a figure was curled up beside a pile of straw. When it stood up, I saw dull yellow armor covering its body. Its face was pale and bruised, with torn flesh and 4 sharp fangs sticking out from its lips. A deep growl rumbled from its throat as grayish energy poured out. A bronze-armored zombie. I stepped back immediately, scanning my surroundings. Where there's one, there might be more. Old Zhang kept begging me to trade him all my remaining cigarettes and alcohol. I refused. I was waiting for his supply to dry up so I could raise the price. What I really wanted were his special plants. We entered the village together, me, 1E, and Yun Shan. The bronze-armored zombie roared and charged at us. Yun Shan punched it so hard it flew backward. When it got up 2 seconds later, they both hit it at the same time. Yun Shan smashed its head into the ground. 1E swung her new blade and sliced off its arm like cutting butter. I stopped Yun Shan before he could finish it off. I needed the kill points. I stepped forward and started stabbing the zombie, thigh, arm, over and over. 100 points per hit. Yun Shan pinned its head down while 1E held its remaining hand. By the 21st stab, the zombie stopped moving. I was confused. I hadn't hit anything vital. 1E explained that my cursed weapon released dark energy with every strike, draining the creature's life force. When they asked why I was torturing the thing, I made up a story. I told them my ability needed me to cause pain to strange creatures to recover my power. It sounded crazy, but they bought it, and it gave me a useful excuse. If my power hasn't recovered, I could refuse to make weapons without anyone complaining. I earned 2,000 points from the zombie. Plus my leftover 100, I had 2,100 total. The zombie left behind 4 teeth and 10 fingernail fragments. We also found cured meat and potatoes in the houses, more than expected for such a poor village. Back at camp, Lu Liang divided the supplies fairly as always. That night, Old Zhang hosted a little feast with cured meat and wine. Everyone got drunk except me and Lu Liang. Old Zhang rambled about all the disasters he'd survived: famine, floods, disease, earthquakes, and now the apocalypse. When he raised her glass and told him he'd survived everything so far, and he'd survive this too, she said we'd build a safe place for humans and call it the City of Miracles. Yinshan passed out. Then when Yi hit the table face first, Lu Liang told me another convoy was heading our way. We'd meet them tomorrow afternoon. He wanted to discuss whether to make contact or avoid them, but everyone was drunk, so it would wait until morning. That night, alone in my tent, I spent my points. I upgraded my telekinesis to level 2. Now I could control objects up to 5 kilograms at 15 meters, and I unlocked a new skill: telekinetic impact, a mental shock that could stun an enemy like a hard blow to the head. I practiced with the dagger, spinning it through the air. My mental energy drained fast, and my face went pale, but I was grinning. Then I upgraded agility, strength, and cell enhancement, 100 points each. My speed hit 15 meters per second. My punch force reached 200 kilograms. My healing speed increased by 50%. The next morning, 5 of us sat around a table in Lu Liang's tent. He explained the situation. Another convoy was approaching, 3 awakened members. Their leader was an old man who slept during the day, abilities unknown. The second was a scarred man with incredible strength. The third was a girl about Wen Yi's age who could control strange creatures. That last one caught my attention. A person who could control strange creatures? My eyes must have flickered, because everyone noticed. Lu Liang asked us to vote. I said no contact at first. Most convoys are dangerous, and people are scarier than monsters. But after hearing the details, I changed my mind. I laid out a plan. If things went bad, Yinshan could handle the scarred man. When Yi, now at 2nd level after the zombie fight, could deal with the girl, and Lu Liang could face the old leader. I'd stay back and protect Old Zhang. Old Zhang laughed and voted to make contact. Yinshan agreed he needed food. When Yi agreed too, the vote passed. Lu Liang looked a bit helpless, but accepted it. He reminded everyone, peaceful contact only. No bad intentions. We're all human. Our real enemy is the strange creatures. Then all 3 of them, Lu Liang, Wen Yi, and Old Zhang, turned and stared at me. What? I said, annoyed. You think I have bad intentions? But I knew why they looked at me. The moment I heard about the girl who could control strange creatures, something lit up inside me. I tried to hide it, but they all saw. They knew I wanted something from that creature. After the meeting, I went to fix the car window and ignition panel I'd broken. Lu Liang followed me. Guillaume, he said, you owe me a strange weapon. How about making it now? Lu Liang led me to his car and opened the trunk. Inside a metal box was a pistol and a collection of strange items. A large bone stick, a flesh-covered honeycomb, a bone spike, a diamond-shaped stone, and 10 pieces of zombie armor. I was surprised. These people were richer than I thought. But Lu Liang reminded me it had been nearly 5 months since the apocalypse. Of course, he'd collected things along the way. He wanted to fuse everything except the bone stick into the pistol. I told him the deal was for 1 item. Each extra item would cost him half a strange material. For fusing everything, he'd owe me 1.5 items. He studied me carefully, but I held firm. He decided to keep the diamond-shaped stone and offered me the large bone stick as payment. I asked for the stone instead. It felt special, but he refused. I didn't push it. I knew his personality. Everyone in this convoy was selfish when it came to deals. I spent 100 kill points and merged 3 items into the gun: the honeycomb, the bone spike, and the zombie fingernails. The system only charged based on the host object, so fusing multiple items at once cost the same as one. When the light faded, the gun looked nothing like before. dark red bone material with pulsating patterns. The handle was wrapped in rough black tissue that felt like skin, with a faint heartbeat. The barrel was slightly twisted, embedded with zombie fingernails that glowed faint green. It was called the Painful Gun, ranked 9,999. It had unlimited bullets from the flesh honeycomb. The bee stingers gave the bullets venom and toughness. The zombie nails added deadly toxin. Every shot carried mental pain, physical penetration, and dual poison. But the cost was brutal. Over time, the user would hear the wails of souls at midnight and develop a pain addiction, cutting their own skin for pleasure. And like always, the hidden line at the bottom. If you are Guyong, there is no cost. I noticed the Painful Gun ranked lower than Wen Yi's blade, even though it had 3 items fused in. That confirmed what I'd been thinking: quality matters more than quantity. Second-tier items were far stronger than first-tier ones. Compatibility with the host object mattered too. I watched Lu Liang's face change as he read the side effects. But honestly, I thought the cost wasn't so bad for him. Given what he'd already lost from awakening, he'd never feel that kind of pleasure anyway. The side effect almost made up for it. I grabbed the large bone from the metal box and walked back to my car. The survivors nearby had been watching. The bright white light and the bone I carried drew a lot of attention. People whispered and asked questions. Zhao Qing went to Lu Liang and asked what we'd been doing. Lu Liang told him about cursed objects, weapons that let ordinary people hurt and even kill strange creatures. Zhao Qing's eyes lit up. But then Lu Liang explained, to make a cursed weapon, you need strange items. And strange items only drop when a creature dies. Ordinary people can't kill strange creatures without a weapon, and they can't get a weapon without killing one first. A perfect circle with no way in. Zhao Qing's hope faded fast. But before he left, Lu Liang told him something useful. This afternoon, we'd meet another convoy. They'd probably have strange items. He could try to trade for some. And since items without someone like me to fuse them aren't very valuable on their own, the price might be fair. Zhao Qing understood immediately. He could trade for 2 items. Bring them to me. I'd take one as payment and fuse the other into a weapon for him. His face lit up again. There was still a way forward. Repairing my car wasn't cheap. Fixing the central control panel cost 100 kill points. The broken window would cost 200. I only fixed the panel and decided to find a piece of glass later to cut the cost. I was too poor for this. I went to collect what Wen Yi owed me. She pointed to the corner of her car, bore tusks, cow horns, and cat eyes. I grabbed the biggest cow horn and left. Back at my car, I made a decision. Fusing 1 item costs 100 points, but fusing 3 costs the same. So I merged everything, the cow horn, the dog skin, and the large bone, all into my off-road vehicle at once. White light covered the entire car. When it faded, the vehicle had transformed. It was bigger, the surface rough like the skin of a lava beast. A pair of bronze-like cow horns grew from the bottom of the chassis, wild and menacing. The system called it the Raging War Chariot, ranked 9,552. The chassis was nearly indestructible. The seat had automatic temperature control and improved sleep quality. And the horns could charge forward with terrifying force, smashing anything in the way. The side effects were nasty: stiff arms from long driving, growing dependent on the seat for sleep, and the horns humming, making the driver more aggressive over time. But as always, if you are Guyong, no cost. The dogskin seat worried me though. Better sleep sounds nice, but sleeping too deeply in the apocalypse could get me killed. I decided to keep sleeping in my tent. Yun Shan and Old Zhang came to look at the car. Yun Shan was jealous of the horns on the bumper. He said he had no strange items left. He traded them all for food back when nobody knew items could be useful. Old Zhang didn't have any either. His car was full of potted plants. But he wasn't worried. His special fruits made trading easy. That afternoon, we met the other convoy. Their engines were still running, and they were clearly on guard. Nearly 5 months into the apocalypse, only careful people were still alive. Lu Liang stepped out first with his gentle smile. Yun Shan followed a step behind. Old Zhang stayed in his car. When he was sitting in mine, I watched the other group carefully. I didn't look at the awakened ones up front. I looked at their ordinary survivors. The condition of the weakest people tells you everything about a convoy's character. While I was studying them, my right hand rested on the center console, tapping my fingers. Then I felt something wet. I turned around. Wen Yi had fallen asleep. Her mouth was slightly open, and a bit of drool had pooled on the console, right where my fingers were. My face darkened. No tissues in the car. I carefully reached toward her sweatshirt to wipe my hand. The second I touched the fabric, her eyes snapped open. She looked at my hand, then at my face, and her eyebrows furrowed. She pulled away, staring at me like I was some kind of creep. "You think I was trying to touch you?" I said calmly. I pointed at the console. "It's all over my hand. I just needed to wipe it. I, Guyong, am a well-educated, good young man." She stared at me in silence. "By the way," I added, "you don't have bad breath, right?" Her face turned bright red. She wiped the console furiously with her sleeve and snapped, "You're the one with bad breath. Your whole family has bad breath." She got out of the car and slammed the door. I could tell she was furious. After she left, I did something I immediately regretted. I brought my fingertip to my nose and sniffed. "Not bad at all," I muttered. Then I shivered. What was wrong with me? Lu Liang walked over to the other convoy first. 3 people stepped out. An old man with a pipe named Wang Yun, a scarred man with bandaged fists named Li Feng, and a gloomy girl in a hoodie named Miao Jing, with a strange pale human skin covered in stitches behind her. Lu Liang smiled and introduced himself. The old man relaxed a little. The scarred man complained that our other awakened members didn't come out to greet them. Old Zhang made an excuse about being asleep. Lu Liang suggested a trading fair that night. Both sides agreed. What I didn't know at the time was that Wang Yun had a dream ability. He could see future dangers while sleeping, and he dreamed that the scarred man was killed. By me, the shy-looking guy from our convoy. Meanwhile, Lu Liang was frustrated. His divination couldn't read awakened people at his current level. He needed to break through to second tier for that. That evening, the trading fair began. I brought some seasonings and lowered my old tricycle from the car roof. I couldn't abandon it. We'd been through too much together. Zhao Qing had gotten there early. He'd brought 80% of his food, hoping to trade for strange items. He made a deal with Wang Yun before we even arrived. 18 compressed biscuits, a box of water, and 2 packs of instant noodles for 2 strange items. A skull and a bag of black scales. He was thrilled. The price was way lower than he expected. When our group walked up to the trading area, I noticed all 3 of the other convoy's awakened members were staring at me. Not at Lu Liang. Not at Wen Yi. At me. "Did you do something?" Lu Liang asked. "I'm not sure yet," I said honestly. I hadn't done anything. The others spread out, and the hostile stares stayed on me. Even Yun Shan stepped away. Now I was sure. They were watching me specifically. I frowned. I felt offended. I hadn't done anything wrong. I rode my tricycle toward Miao Jing. She was the one I was interested in, the girl who could control strange creatures. The scarred man was sitting nearby, arms crossed. As I passed him, I felt something behind me. A massive gust of wind. My scalp went numb. He'd attacked me from behind. No warning. No reason. My mental energy fired out instantly, hitting his mind. His eyes went cloudy. His body froze, 1 step away from me. Even so, the wind from his punch stung my skin. If that fist had connected, I'd have been shattered. My face went cold. I didn't understand why he tried to kill me when I hadn't done anything yet. But my hand was already moving. I drew my dagger and slashed at his neck. The blade cut his skin but didn't go all the way through. His body was incredibly tough. His eyes cleared just in time for him to dodge the killing blow. I stepped back immediately, keeping distance. The noise was loud enough for everyone to hear. Things exploded into chaos. Lu Liang pulled out his painful gun and fired at Wang Yun without hesitation. Wen Yi and Yun Shan both charged toward the scarred man at the same time. I hadn't even started anything, and the other side had attacked first. Wang Yun looked stunned. He'd changed his dream's future by sending Li Feng to the fair instead of letting him fight me. But the scarred man had gone crazy on his own. Yun Shan transformed into a 5-meter giant and leapt at Li Feng. A flash of red light. Wen Yi's blade. And I heard the crisp click of her sheathing the sword. Li Feng's head rolled off his body. Then Yun Shan's massive foot crushed what was left. The scarred man was dead before he even understood what happened. In his last moment, he finally realized he couldn't have beaten even half of us. Wang Yun took a bone spike through the shoulder from Lu Liang's gun. The corpse poison and bee venom were eating through his skin, turning it purple-black. He wasn't going anywhere. Miao Jing's strange human skin creature charged at Wen Yi and Yun Shan, but Yun Shan punched it 10 meters across the ground. Wen Yi pressed her blade against Miao Jing's throat. Wait, I said. Don't kill her. When he looked at me, curious. What did you do that made everyone want to kill you? I sighed. I had no answer for that. I turned to Miao Jing and asked calmly if any of them knew me before the apocalypse. She said no. None of them did. I haven't spoken a single word to you people, I said. And you tried to kill me. If my telekinesis hadn't stunned the scarred man for that 1 second, I'd be dead right now. I was furious. But Miao Jing still had value to me, so I held back. Lu Liang dragged Wang Yun over and dropped him at Miao Jing's feet. He figured the attack was connected to the old man's ability. Wang Yun broke down crying, begging us not to kill him. I told him to explain why Li Feng attacked me. If I liked the answer, I'd save him. Lu Liang immediately said he couldn't save anyone and told me not to drag him into it. I was annoyed. Just agree first and change your mind later if needed. So I told the old man myself. I will save you. I won't let you suffer. He confessed. His ability let him see the future in dreams. He'd dreamed that Li Feng bumped into me at the trading fair, and because of that, I killed him. Wang Yun had tried to change the future by telling Li Feng to just sit and trade instead of wandering around. But Li Feng decided to attack me first instead. Lu Liang looked at me. So you really plan to cause trouble? Nonsense, I shot back. I hadn't done anything yet. Whatever future me might have done had nothing to do with present me. And honestly, if someone just bumped into me, I wouldn't kill them over that. The old man was hiding details. I stepped forward and drove my dagger into Wang Yun's chest. You said you'd save me, he gasped, spitting black blood. I said I wouldn't let you suffer. Feeling dizzy is normal. It'll stop hurting soon. 100 kill points appeared. A fair trade. I ended his pain. He gave me points. Yin Shan was still fighting the strange human skin nearby. The thing kept getting back up no matter how many times he knocked it down. I told Miao Jing to make her creature stop. My voice was cold. This creature was too important for my plans. Miao Jing trembled and nodded. She begged to join our convoy. She said she'd obey, that she had nothing to do with Li Feng's attack. Old Zhang spoke up for her. Another awakened member would be useful. But I disagreed. We'd just killed her 2 companions. If she betrayed us later, we'd never see it coming. When he agreed with me, Lu Liang also refused. Miao Jing collapsed to the ground, hopeless. That was exactly what I wanted. Let me handle her, I said. Each of you gives me a strange item, and you provide the materials for your weapons. Everyone agreed instantly. I turned to Miao Jing and asked how many creatures she could control and whether injured ones could recover. She said 1 at a time, and yes, injuries could heal. My face lit up. I had Yin Shan bring the human skin creature over. Then I stabbed my dagger into its thigh. 100 kill points. Heal it, I told Miao Jing. She touched the wound, and it closed instantly. The creature's pale face turned even whiter. My eyes burned. I stabbed all 4 of its limbs. Heal. I can't right now, she said. I'm not negotiating. If you can't heal it, I'll kill you. Her eyes went wide. I can heal, but I need to eat first. Fine, I said quickly. That seemed reasonable enough. No, Lu Liang cut in. I frowned and looked up at him, annoyed. I'd paid the price. The team agreed to let me handle her. No one should be interfering. Lu Liang sighed. I can't help it either. Have you asked her what she eats? I stared at him. What could she possibly eat? Lu Liang told me the truth about Miao Jing. She eats humans, or more specifically, she feeds on anger. That's the cost of her ability. She can't eat normal food at all. I didn't argue. Under her watch, I stabbed the strange human skin creature over and over. Each had earned me kill points. When the creature finally died, Miao Jing coughed up blood and fainted. The death of her contracted creature hurt her too. To recover, she'd need to absorb anger. But honestly, killing things myself was better. At least I got points out of it. In total, I earned 1,200 kill points from that session. The next morning, we gathered in Lu Liang's tent. He brought up the topic of flaws, the thing every awakened person loses. He asked if I knew what his flaw was. I said yes. Yin Shan had told me. Yin Shan's face went blank. Lu Liang frowned. Then when he jumped in, demanding to know too, annoyed that Yin Shan had told me, but not her. Yin Shan leaned close to her ear and whispered. Wen Yi's face twisted into a mess of worry, pity, and confusion. Lu Liang's expression turned dark. Do you think I can't hear you from this close? He was furious. He said the rumor Yin Shan had been spreading, that he'd lost something below the belt, was completely false. He was a normal person and hadn't lost any organs. I stayed quiet. Yun Shan shot me a look, clearly regretting ever gossiping with me. Old Zhang, sitting calmly to the side, said Lu Liang's real flaw was probably that he couldn't lie. Lu Liang corrected him. His flaw wasn't about lying. It was that he couldn't betray his conscience. He physically couldn't act against what he believed was right. In the end times, there aren't that many good people, he said. I'm not a saint. I'm forced into it. That explained a lot about how he ran the convoy. Then we divided the spoils from the fight. 5 strange items total. Old Zhang passed. He said he was just watching and didn't lift a finger. Lu Liang suggested I pick 2 since I was the one who got attacked. The other 3 would each take 1. When he grabbed a still-beating heart. Yun Shan took a roll of burial cloth. Lu Liang took a coin. I got a piece of human skin and an oil lamp. Next came the bigger question. What to do with the survivors from the other convoy? Their team ran on a tribute system, and many had already run out of food. Lu Liang suggested we take them in. We'd lost so many of our own survivors at the last supply point that we needed more people. Everyone agreed. We all understood the unspoken truth. In dangerous moments, having more people behind you gives you a better chance. Lu Liang offered to give up his share of the captured supplies to feed the new survivors. That meant I got 40%, when Yi and Yun Shan each got 30%, and Lu Liang took nothing. He used his own portion to keep the newcomers alive. He really was a good person, even if it wasn't by choice. Uncle Wang counted the new survivors. 164 people. Combined with our original 112, the convoy grew to 276. Lu Liang separated the new survivors into 2 groups, those with supplies and those without. He told the ones without food that they'd be given supplies until the next collection point. The hungry ones were overwhelmed with gratitude. But a middle-aged woman from the group that still had supplies stepped forward, angry. She said it wasn't fair. They'd been careful and rationed their food. The others had eaten through everything carelessly, and now they were being rewarded with free supplies. She had a point. In their old convoy, everyone survived on tributes. Here, this kind of fairness felt broken. Lu Liang glanced at Guyang. Guyang turned around and walked away without hesitation. It's none of his business. The captain should handle his responsibilities. Lu Liang felt a bit speechless. He looked at the middle-aged woman, still wearing a gentle smile. Fairness is for those who are prepared. If you want fairness, you can hand over all your supplies for everyone to share. In this convoy, I will follow my rules. I don't want your opinions, I want my way. That's how I handle fairness. Understand? The middle-aged woman swallowed and stepped back into the crowd. She knew about the convoy's fairness and that the awakened ones were good people, so she dared to speak up. What if she actually received some supplies? Lu Liang finished explaining the 2 rules of the convoy, and then left directly. A woman with small eyes rolled her eyes and patted the middle-aged woman on the shoulder. Hey, I think we're almost there. If you say a few more words, that captain will definitely share some supplies with us. Look at him, always smiling. He's probably easy to talk to. The woman with small eyes looked a bit regretful. Really? The middle-aged woman asked uncertainly. Most people had already left by then. Only a few moved closer to the woman with small eyes. Seeing this, she secretly felt proud. The outstanding people are always the backbone wherever they go. Of course it's true. We women need to be a little more assertive to fight for our rights. Among the awakened, only 1 out of 5 is a woman, so our voice isn't strong enough. We've already lost on that front. So, we ordinary folks need to stand up, get some say in things, or else men will always dominate us. The woman with small eyes spoke confidently, then looked back at the middle-aged woman. Go talk to the captain again. I'll find that awakened person in the convoy and try to bring her over. Only then will life in this convoy be better for us. The middle-aged woman hesitated but nodded. The woman with small eyes looked satisfied and turned toward Wen Yi's vehicle. The middle-aged woman also headed toward Lu Liang's tent, planning to speak with the captain again. Based on the woman with small eyes analysis, she thought it was worth a try. Don't go. At this moment, a hand pressed on her shoulder. Lily is just playing you, using you as a pawn. The speaker was a woman with messy hair, a face covered in dust, and clothes that were dirty. No matter how good the awakened are, they are still dangerous if they get angry. You know the consequences. The middle-aged woman seemed to remember something, shivered, and ultimately didn't dare to go. She said thank you and left. Luohua, I've told you many times, don't interfere in other people's affairs. A similarly dirty woman stepped forward, grabbing Luohua's ear. Big sister, don't pull, my ear will fall off, Luohua begged repeatedly. How many times do I have to tell you to stay low-key? Luo Yuzhu said irritably. Lily is the one on the last team ranking, the Scar-faced awakened. She's been bossy in the team. Now that the Scar-face is dead, she probably thinks her days will be tough, and she's starting to cause trouble again. Shameless. I can't stand her. She wants to stir up trouble and drag others into it. If you can't stand it, then prove you have the strength. Do you? You only have your mouth. Anyway, just stay low-key and don't interfere. Luo Yuzhu gave her sister a slap on the head. Did she not understand Li Li's intentions? She just wanted to gather a group of people, represent their interests, and challenge the awakened. But she needed to see if she could persuade the women in the team. Guyang was sitting on the roof, holding a bowl of preserved meat porridge, shaking his head. He was a bit disappointed that those women didn't go find Lu Liang. He really wanted to see how Lu Liang, the kind-hearted guy, would handle the situation. After finishing his meal, Zhao Qing came over, eyes slightly red and swollen. Last night, Zhao Qing had obtained 2 strange objects and was eager to craft a mysterious device. Later, when he learned about the battle among the awakened, he started to worry about Gu Yang's safety. He kept watching Gu Yang's vehicle until late, when Gu Yang finally returned. His restless heart finally calmed down. Last night, he wisely didn't look for Gu Yang. Thinking about the mysterious device made him restless again. He started to overthink. Although Lu Liang promised to mention it to Gu Yang, he worried Lu Liang might forget, or that Gu Yang wouldn't help him. What should he do? So he stayed awake all night. Last night, I thought about it all night. When I arrived this morning, he didn't have his hands free either. Mr. Gu, Zhao Qing was so confused he didn't know how to address Gu Yang. Should I call him older brother Gu? But I am older than him, so that might seem like trying to get close. What's the matter? Gu Yang finished tidying up his dishes. I want to ask for your help to make a strange device, Zhao Qing said, handing over 2 large packs of instant noodles. Gu Yang looked at them but didn't take them. Lu Liang had mentioned this to him before. Making a strange device needs a strange object. 2 packs of noodles are not enough. I know. This is an extra gift for you, Zhao Qing smiled. Oh, I see. If I don't want it, I won't take it. But Gu Yang accepted it. Zhao Qing always made him feel comfortable when working on things. Thinking of this, Gu Yang's gentle expression deepened. Bring out the items, Zhao Qing finally relaxed. If Gu Yang wouldn't help, all his plans would just be guesses. He took out 2 strange objects from last night, a skull and a bag of black scales. This bag of black scales is for you. Gu Yang took the black scales. Seeing Zhao Qing had nothing else in his hands, he knew he hadn't asked Lu Liang everything. Making a strange device needs a carrier object. A prototype, preferably a weapon. I understand. Please wait a moment, Zhao Qing said, running to his car. He pulled out a watermelon knife from the back seat. This watermelon knife was bought a long time ago, about a month after the apocalypse started, from a store. Later, since it couldn't hurt strange creatures, he threw it in the car. Ordinary people use a baseball bat to fight strange creatures. It can even push back smaller ones. Gu Yang took the watermelon knife and looked at the skull on the ground. It was probably a bird-type strange creature's skull. He had never seen a bird-type strange before. As Gu Yang thought, 2,500 killing points turned into 2,400 points. The skull and the watermelon knife were wrapped in a white light. This was the first time Zhao Qing saw it up close. Inside the light, he couldn't see anything. After a moment, the white light disappeared. In front of him was a matte black long sword. The sword was long and narrow, no longer as wide as the watermelon knife. The end of the handle had a tiny, lifelike, strange, spear-headed skull. Gu Yang handed the long sword to Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing was a bit excited as he took it, and suddenly, information flooded into his mind. Shadow Blade, Eerie Device Ranking, 12,500, Shadow Blade, Eerie Device Ranking, 12,500, Ability, merges with a strange object, an eerie spear hawk skull. When holding this sword, the user's dynamic vision, sense of distance, speed, and ability to detect weaknesses will improve. The blade fused with the hawk's beak will be extremely sharp, able to cut through iron easily. Eerie Device. a forbidden item fused with strange objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and higher-ranked items have greater costs. Cost. Hawk's Eye Burning Heart, visual cost. The user's eyesight will become blurry over time until it disappears. Hidden attribute. If you are Guyang, you can use it without any cost. Information about the Shadow Blade kept flooding Zhao Qing's mind. Guyang quietly thought to himself that the Dagger of Fangs ranks 81 places higher than the Shadow Blade. In some ways, the Shadow Blade is stronger than the Dagger of Fangs. It has improved dynamic vision, sense of distance, speed, weakness detection, and attribute enhancement. How much it is enhanced doesn't matter now. At least, it is improved. The Dagger of Fangs doesn't have much enhancement, only double damage against dog-like strange creatures. Guyang concluded that a lower-ranked eerie device isn't necessarily weaker. Zhao Qing, who had absorbed the information, couldn't fully process it. He forced a small smile. Mr. Gu, does this cost? Mean something like a failed enhancement or a flaw? If it's about failed enhancements, he can accept it for now. Just use it and find materials later. Eerie devices always come with a cost. Since you're carrying those 2 big packs of instant noodles, I'll explain a bit. Here, there's no such thing as failed enhancement. Every eerie device has a cost, and the higher the rank, the greater the cost. Zhao Qing fell silent. At rank 12,500, he might go blind. Further back, he could lose limbs or even his life. He decided not to think about it anymore. When his eyes go blind, he'll deal with it then. Anyway, eerie devices are unavoidable. He wasn't holding an eerie device. He was holding hope for the future. His life would surely get better because of this eerie device. The white glow of the eerie device still attracted many eyes. The original survivors of the convoy only glanced at it and then looked away. The survivors who had just joined the group began to discuss intensely. Many asked about the original team members, but all they received were guesses. The white light faded, revealing a weapon inside. Anyone with a bit of sense knew this was not an ordinary weapon. Strangely, Zhao Qing returned holding the weapon. Many who had previously looked away with indifference now looked at it eagerly. These special weapons were usually in the hands of awakeners, and they didn't usually share information. But now, things were different. Suddenly, many people moved toward Zhao Qing. When asked about the weapon, Zhao Qing simply said calmly, "A strange device, capable of killing strange creatures." Immediately, the survivors started to talk excitedly. Ordinary people couldn't kill strange creatures. Only awakeners could. If they could also kill these creatures, maybe they could be called awakeners too. The Luo sisters nearby widened their eyes in surprise. "Sis, that weapon can kill strange creatures." Luo Yuzhu nodded seriously. Being able to kill strange creatures was a sign of strength. Meanwhile, Guyang sat inside the car, holding Zhao Qing's scale fragments. On the front seat, there was a piece of human skin and an oil lamp. He thought the scales suited the car, but the oil lamp and human skin seemed out of place. Guyang got out of the car. With a thought, the scales and oil lamp disappeared, and the entire vehicle was wrapped in white light. Following the principle of not wasting, since merging a few items cost only 100 killing points, and he couldn't figure out how to use them, he decided to merge them anyway. It wouldn't affect his ranking. Now, the off-road vehicle's durability was almost perfect, except for the body and tires. The scales should reinforce the car's frame. As for the lamp, the bright white light from the off-road vehicle once again drew everyone's attention. "You upgraded the car again? Didn't you just upgrade it? You really have a lot of resources." One walked over, holding a box, her eyes full of envy. Guyang really had a lot of strange materials. "What are you holding in your arms?" "Materials. Seeing your car makes me feel jealous. I want to upgrade my car too." Guyang asked, "How many materials do you have? Why are you using a box to carry them?" "Wen, I suspect you are mocking me in Versailles. My heart keeps pounding, and I feel a bit uneasy. Is there a problem if I put it in a box?" She suspects Guyang is teasing her about being poor, but she has no clear evidence. "No problem, not at all. I'll help you fix it in a moment. Didn't you say that after helping me for a long time, you can't help others merge? Your white light flickers on and off." Playing tricks with the captain isn't appropriate. Lu Yang's voice sounds from behind Guyang. Guyang and Wen both turn around. Not only Lu Liang, but also Old Man Zhang and Yun Shan are there. Guyang chuckles awkwardly. "It's just that I killed that strange human skin, and it's recovered a bit. Your ability is a bit too powerful. Lu Liang knows Gu Yang is joking, but he doesn't argue. He just sighs. Powerful is good. Maybe I can finally fulfill my wish to die peacefully, without being torn apart by strange things, dying without a complete body. Old man Zhang laughs happily. At this moment, the white light on the surface of the furious war chariot fades away, and everyone's gaze shifts to it. From the outside, the original deep brown muscle and bone armor layer is now covered with a tight, heavy, tile-like black scale armor. The base of the buffalo horn is also wrapped in black scales. Black armor furious war chariot, strange device rank. 8942, abilities, rockbone. The chassis and structure are indestructible, resistant to physical impacts, explosions, and corrosion. Dogskin seat. The seat has automatic temperature control, improving sleep quality and providing a strong sense of security, as if guarded by loyal, fierce dogs. Bull charge. The bull's horns hum and glow with dark red and bronze light. The vehicle will perform a straight, destructive charge, with increased speed and power. Enemies and obstacles in its path will be smashed and crushed. The impact is terrifying. Ghostly oil lamp. When lit, it emits a faint yellowish glow that barely illuminates the inside of the cockpit. However, the glow completely masks all biological signals inside the vehicle, such as breath, heat, and mental waves. Strange armored pangolin scales provide unmatched physical defense, highly resistant to piercing, cutting, blunt force, high temperatures, and strong acids. The scales can adaptively adjust their angles to deflect or bounce off most energetic attacks. Broken scales recover slowly. Cursed device. A forbidden object fused with strange items. Using it always comes with a cost, which increases with its rank. Usage cost causes limb stiffness. After long use, the driver's arms become stiff and heavy, reducing flexibility, as if wearing an invisible bone armor. Dependence on seat. Users become increasingly reliant on the comfort and safety of the dogskin seat. Leaving the seat for too long causes mental fatigue, anxiety, and sharply reduced recovery. It may even trigger withdrawal like irritability and panic. Ordinary beds can no longer satisfy. Long exposure to the bull hum causes users to become more irritable, impulsive, and aggressive. They may act violently without reason. Iron prisoner. The scales provide incredible defense, but also create a physical sense of heavy restraint, as if carrying invisible shackles. Body flexibility and reaction speed are permanently slightly reduced. Essence of existence. The oil consumes the user's vital energy. When the oil runs out, the flame flickers violently. The user has a 50% chance of dying immediately and a 50% chance of turning into a strange being. But if you are Gu Yang, using it is without cost. As information floods in, Gu Yang shows a satisfied expression. This vehicle is no longer just a car, it's a weapon of the end times. From now on, if he encounters something strange, he can just create one. No more upgrades. I won't write about those I've already covered, or the words will become too bloated for me to handle. Gu Yang, congratulations on your fortune. How many strange items have you fused with this? Cloud Mountain was holding a cow horn, drooling with envy. When he glanced at the box in her arms, wondering how many strange items her car still needed to be fully modified, she felt envious and jealous. Gu Yang's abilities were truly extraordinary. Old man Zhang hunched over, touching and inspecting his car, occasionally tapping it, with a look of increasing satisfaction on his face. Lu Liang looked at the car, a faint sparkle in his eyes. Near Gu Yang's vehicle, a small-eyed woman watched the armored, wild beast with flickering eyes. Zhao Qing and his sister sat on top of a jeep. Brother, will we also have a car like that someday? Zhao Qing sat cross-legged, looking at the shadowy dagger on his lap with a gentle smile. Yes, everyone should have dreams. What if one day they come true? The Luo sisters chewed on compressed biscuits, their shocked expressions lingering. Sis, this is the first time I've seen such a powerful awakener. His ability is too crazy. I don't even know what it is, but it's way better than controlling weird things and fighting. Just looking at that car makes me feel safe. I wish I could sit in it. Luo Hua sighed happily. Daydreaming was her favorite, and her sister was her hope to survive in this end of the world. You don't deserve it. A sharp, mocking voice sounded behind them. You're so dark and dirty. You think you can sit in that car? Luo Hua was furious, turning around with even more anger. I thought it was someone important, a fatty who snuck into the team to get supplies and got kicked out? Little girl, you don't understand. I call myself full-figured, the kind men like most. Li Li's face turned red. In the past, no one dared to talk back when she cursed. Now she hated the Awakeners and the team even more. If it weren't for them, she wouldn't be in this state. That's not called full-figured. It's called fat, understand? Fatty, Luo Hua said, puffing out her full chest. You black ghost. Fatty, Luo Yuju looked helplessly at her sister and Li Li arguing, and this time she didn't try to stop them. Previously, when I was in the last team, Li Li was involved with that scar-faced Awakener. They were too powerful to offend, and Li Li was a fierce leader, so my sister often suffered. Now, based on what I know, this team is completely fair. Awakens do not interfere with ordinary people, and whatever resources they find belong to them. Since Awakens won't interfere, it's okay for my sister to speak up. Surely, the two sisters together can't fight against Li Li. Soon, Li Li couldn't argue anymore. Her face turned red as she glared at Luo Hua and angrily left. Feeling better, Luo Yuju raised an eyebrow. Yes, I would have felt better if I had met this team earlier. Luo Hua hesitated and whispered, Sis, can we be a bit cleaner in the future? Li Li, that ugly girl, looks down on me. No, not now. In the end of the world, being pretty isn't always a good thing. Guyong looked at the beating heart and wild boar tusks inside the box. It's over the limit. I agreed to a strange item, but you have too. Let's owe it for now. No way, no credit, Guyong refused firmly. Wen Yi's eyes flickered, and her two fair fingers tugged at Gu Yang's sleeve. Ah, Guyong, brother. I promise I won't forget to pay later, okay? Wen Yi's voice was sweet and charming, making Guyong instantly get goosebumps. Next to them, Lu Liang turned away, and old Zhang smiled happily, his face blooming like a sunflower. Captain, look, has it been possessed by a strange spirit? Yin Shan looked terrified. Lu Liang just rolled his eyes at Yin Shan and said nothing. Hey, don't be nosy. If it's not allowed, then it's not allowed. Guyong shook off Wen Yi's hand and took a few steps back. Wen Yi's face stiffened, and she angrily crawled into the trunk of the car. Guyong, old Zhang called out, giving a thumbs up, and whispered, Back in my youth, I refused many delicate young girls. With the courage of a young master, I believe in you. Is that true? Yin Shan questioned. Of course. Do you think I would lie to you? Old Zhang looked proud. Awesome. Yin Shan was about to say something when Wen Yi, with a cold face, climbed out of the trunk and threw a cat's eye to Guyong. Isn't a pair of cat's eyes supposed to be one's set? Guyong asked suspiciously. Isn't that a strange item? I don't have any prepayment here. The other one will have to wait until next time. Wen Yi secretly vowed in her heart that she would never bring out the other cat's eye. She wanted Guyong to hold just one, making it useless for him. This is the consequence of offending her. She's a beautiful woman, and even when she acts cute and asks to buy on credit, he's unwilling. She's not planning to cheat him, but does she have no pride? Her charm isn't enough to earn her even half a strange item. She feels sad and angry. Guyong didn't understand Wen Yi's complex feelings. He put away one of the cat's eyes in his hand, since the other one would eventually be his anyway. With a thought, his killing points dropped from 2,300 to 2,200. His beating heart and wild boar tusks merged into the car, which was then covered in a white light. Old Zhang, Yin Shan, and Lu Liang stared fixedly. They also wanted a strange vehicle, but Guyang's car was too far ahead, probably fused with many strange items. The car Wen Yi had, fused with two strange items, was the best option they could consider now. Before the white light fully dispersed, they heard a heavy, wild, primal rhythm pounding. Bang. 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 Guyong frowned. The fusion was complete, so why was his heart still beating? As the white light faded, the car's surface showed no obvious change. At the very front of the vehicle, instead of a bumper, two curved, bone-like tusks extended from the chassis, flickering with cold, sharp light. Vascular-like veins stretched from the engine hood along the body. As Wen Yi touched the car, its information began to transfer. At the same time, Guyong also received the data, and his face changed. Endless War Vehicle, Strange Item Rank, 9452. Abilities, the strange heart replaced the car's engine, providing a continuous, nearly endless, terrifying power. The vehicle no longer needs traditional fuel like gasoline. Wild boar tusks. Tusks symbolize pure physical destruction. Driven by the violent power supplied by the heart, the tusks can easily tear, pierce, and knock aside obstacles in the way. Strange device. A forbidden item that merges mysterious objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and the higher its rank, the greater the price. Eternal power. The power lasts forever, but after the heart beats continuously for 48 hours, it will feel tired. It then begins to draw the user's life force as a supplement. The amount drawn depends on the speed. The faster the movement, the quicker it reaches the tired state, and the more life force is taken. Wild boar fangs. When used to charge forward forcefully, they produce a strong shockwave. This shockwave bounces back onto the vehicle, damaging its structure and causing minor injuries to the passengers, such as internal organ jostling or bone soreness. If the vehicle is shattered, the fused wild boar fangs and the heart of eternity will break free. The wreckage of the broken vehicle will automatically merge to form a new, destructive, steel-like creature called the Iron Fang Heart. Hidden attribute. If you are Guiyang, using this comes at no cost. Guiyang remained silent, realizing that the endless power didn't need gasoline. No wonder the fused heart was still beating. After the apocalypse, fuel became even scarcer than food. Without proper extraction, gasoline reserves at gas stations would run out in less than a year or two. Guiyang had originally planned to upgrade with solar panels, but unexpectedly, the fused heart inside the vehicle could replace the engine. Lu Liang looked at Guiyang, who was silent, and at Wen Yi, who looked like an infatuated girl. He realized this vehicle was extraordinary. Endless power. Endless power. That's amazing. Wen Yi's murmuring voice echoed Lu Liang's thoughts. All four fell silent. Old Man Zhang and Lu Liang's smiles shifted to Wen Yi's face. The pounding of the strange heart kept resonating, striking everyone's nerves. Damn, I want one. I want it. I want a vehicle with endless power. Yinshan stared at Guiyang with fiery eyes. I have a burial shroud and zombie teeth. Can I make endless power too, Guiyang? Endless power probably has big side effects, Old Man Zhang asked instinctively, then suddenly realized something. Sorry, secrets exist among awakeners. Asking directly like that is considered rude. You can guess, but not ask. When he sat in the car, smiling as she spoke. There is a cost. The vehicle cannot run continuously for more than 48 hours. If the speed is too high, the driving time will decrease, and exceeding the time limit will drain the user's life force. Usually, the convoy moves slowly, resting every 3 or 4 hours. At night, they sleep for a few hours as long as there is a break. As long as there is rest, the driving time can be restored. The convoy rarely drives more than 48 hours straight. If it does, it means they are in a life or death crisis. Losing some life force is nothing. If they can't escape, they will only die. Everyone clearly understands this and shows envy on their faces. Yinshan asks, Guiyang, can we really not have unlimited energy? No, Guiyang replies with some frustration. Maybe wrapping cloth and zombie teeth could make a pair of gloves. I think you need a weapon, Yinshan suggests. Yinshan always fights barehanded. If he had a weapon, his strength would improve a lot. Yinshan frowns. I've thought about that, but my subconscious tells me I don't need a weapon. Plus, I don't like gloves. I still want a vehicle, he adds. Well, it depends on fate. I really can't imagine what would happen if you fused those materials into a car, Guiyang says. Then he suddenly suggests, why not give it a try? Forget it. I've finally saved up 2 items. Yinshan shakes his head like a rattle. What about you guys? Guiyang asked Zhang Lao and Lu Liang. Just keep it for now, Lu Liang says calmly. Zhang Lao responds, same here. He doesn't even have strange items, so he can't fuse anything. He wonders if the plants he's researching can be fused. Thinking of this, Zhang Lao begins to ponder. Guiyang nods. After a few casual words, everyone returns to their own vehicles. Guiyang lies on the back seat, recalling the moment he was ambushed by the scar-faced man. His thoughts start to change. If he had raised his mental power to level 3 back then, he wouldn't have been in danger and could have easily killed the scar-faced man. He wouldn't have looked so helpless. Guiyang closes his eyes. Proficient level mental power LV2 has upgraded to master level mental power LV3, requires 900 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, Guyang says. As he thinks, 900 killing points are deducted. Guyang bloodline, infection blood level 1, cannot be upgraded for now. Superpower awakening, proficient mental power level 3, can control objects up to 20 kilograms. Maximum effective range 50 meters, can maintain for 15 minutes with continuous mental energy consumption. Unlocks skill mind barrier, forms an invisible shield in front of the user that can block physical attacks. Weaker against penetrating attacks, can block pistol shots to the greatest extent. Mind perception, even with eyes closed, can sense the shape and movement of surrounding objects through an invisible mental energy field. Level 4, requires 1,800 killing points, can control objects up to 100 kilograms. Maximum effective range 100 meters. Mental power undergoes a transformation, beginning to carry the user's will. Unlock skill telekinetic flight, can lift oneself with mental power to fly at speeds not exceeding 30 kilometers per hour. Mind barrier, upgraded from a curved shield to a full surround barrier, providing all-around protection with higher strength. With a transformation of mental power, telekinetic flight, and a full-range mental barrier. Although very tempting, upgrading to level 3 mental power costs 900 points. With only 1,300 killing points remaining, there are not enough points to upgrade again. Guyang decided to strengthen all other attributes first. Agility enhancement costs 300 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade. Agility level 2, instant speed 27 meters/second. Level 3, requires 600 killing points. Instant speed 40 meters/second. Strength enhancement costs 300 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade. Strength level 2, punch force 580 kilograms. Level 3, requires 600 killing points. Punch force 1,280 kilograms. Cell enhancement costs 300 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade. Cell level 2, healing speed increased by 100%. Level 3, requires 600 killing points. Healing speed increased by 150%. Guyang opened his eyes, feeling the surge of heat within his body, his eyes shining with excitement. He felt like he lacked nothing. He stepped out of the tent to find Yinshan. Is it starting? Yinshan looked serious. Guyang nodded seriously, his eyes burning with fire. Suddenly, he felt a strong force hit him, accompanied by a loud cracking sound from his bones. Guyang's hand made close contact with the rough stone, and the rough surface hurt his hand. The fire in Guyang's eyes went out. Yinshan frowned. You said you were ready? Are you okay? Guyang still heard the sound of his bones cracking. They probably didn't break, right? Looking at Yinshan's arm, which was thicker than his thigh, Guyang suddenly felt he had chosen the wrong person. It's nothing, just a broken bone. It's not a big deal. Guyang spoke casually, as if it was just a little hardship. He should have gone to find Lu Liang. The two of them are the real opponents. As for Old Man Zhang, Guyang didn't even consider him. His old arms and legs would probably take 10 days or half a month to heal. Yinshan watched Guyang's back as he walked away. He rubbed his shiny head, feeling confused. Just now, Guyang had happily come over to challenge him to arm wrestling. Why was he happy then, but now unhappy? When Guyang reached Lu Liang's tent, he heard Lu Liang sneeze twice. Lu Liang rubbed his sore nose and saw Guyang push aside the curtain and come in. Is there something? Lu Liang looked surprised. This was the first time Guyang had taken the initiative to come into his tent. Yinshan, and when he often came to borrow tea. I want to arm wrestle you. Guyang made his reason clear. He needed to see the value of the 300 killing points today. You can come to the captain. The captain is happy. But are you sure you want to arm wrestle me? Yes, I want to. I'm your excellent captain. Lu Liang stroked his chin. He was indeed excellent, but he was also a person with cultural awareness. Arm wrestling. While Lu Liang was thinking, Guyang had already cleared the cards on the table. Why not use your right hand? Are you left-handed? Lu Liang asked curiously, looking at Guyang's left hand resting on the table. Don't most people start with their left hand in arm wrestling? Don't ask. Asking is just to avoid bullying you. He couldn't say his hand was broken and not healed yet. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Yinshan, that fool, was so strong even before turning into a giant. He thought he could hold out for a while, but he was instantly defeated with a broken hand. If it had been before the end of the world, Guyang would have tried to cheat someone out of some medicine money. Who looks down on whom? We're all support types. Who's stronger or weaker isn't certain. Lu Liang reached out his left hand and placed it on the table, gripping Gu Yang's hand. Is it starting? Lu Liang asked. It's already over. Gu Yang clenched his teeth and shouted loudly, showing his powerful spirit. His left arm's strength burst out, and the two wooden legs of the folding table broke directly. You're damn. Gu Yang. Gu Yang pushed aside the curtain and stepped out of the tent. No matter what Lu Liang was shouting, he didn't care at all. Gu Yang had never felt so refreshed. He originally just wanted to see how different his pure physical strength was from that of a battle awakener. So he went to Yunshan, thinking that without transforming into a giant, his strength wouldn't be much. It wasn't really to show off. He just wanted to test his strength against Yunshan, holding back some anger. He could only find Lu Liang. As for Wen-Yi, he didn't even consider her. When she was at level 1, she struck the monster Frog King's belly with her blade, knocking the giant Frog King about half a meter off the ground. Now she's at level 2. He couldn't tell whether she used her abilities when arm wrestling, and it would be embarrassing if she did. The road to strengthening is long and difficult. Fortunately, he could see his experience points. Other awakeners could only level up by using their abilities more, going with the flow. Night fell, and the red moon hung high. The Luo sisters each nibbled on half a compressed biscuit. Resources in the end times were hard to find, so they had to save every bit of what they found, eating a little more when they were traveling. When they weren't traveling, it didn't matter whether they ate or not. Lily carried a small bag of supplies past the two women. Big sister, what is that bad woman going to do now? Who cares? She hasn't had a moment of rest all day, Luo Yuzhu said calmly, her tone indifferent, but her eyes kept watching the other person. If she really managed to cause trouble successfully, their sisters would be in big trouble. Lily's target was Zhao Qing. Hello, brother Zhao, what's the matter? Zhao Qing glanced faintly at the woman in front of him. She had been queuing to claim supplies today and was chased away. He argued with this person again and again and tried to find Wen-Yi 3 times, but was blocked by Jiang Chai each time. The whole group was quite noticeable. Probably, besides the few awakened people in the convoy, most knew who this person was. This is for your sister. She's still young and growing, so she needs to eat well, Lily said, leaning forward to hand something to Zhao Shuang, while subtly showing off her figure. Thank you. Zhao Shuang took the item politely. Lily smiled. You're welcome, Zhao Qing frowned. Even if Lily hadn't caused trouble today, he wouldn't believe that someone would voluntarily give supplies in the end times. Moreover, this woman was quite flashy. Even if he were an idiot, he wouldn't think she was a good person. Besides, he's not an idiot. Thanks. Since his sister accepted the item, he still politely said thank you. We're all survivors. Helping each other is what we should do, Zhao Qing said. He felt like his brain had a glitch, and he was a bit stunned. I won't bother you to eat. I'll go now. Lily straightened her waist, showing off her figure. Zhao Shuang watched Lily leave. Do you men like women like that? She asked. Why would you accept someone else's things? Zhao Qing didn't answer, but looked at Zhao Shuang with a cold face. Brother, didn't you say we should be flexible in the end times? Not to be a fool and miss opportunities. Our taking her stuff doesn't mean we're helping her. Zhao Shuang looked proud, like she was asking for praise. She knew the other person had bad intentions, but what did it matter? This bag of supplies was enough for her and her brother to eat for a day. Good job. Zhao Qing still praised her generously. The sister should learn more. If something happens to him one day, she can still live well. Oh, brother, you haven't answered me. Do you like women like that? Zhao Shuang remembered her earlier question. Zhao Qing looked speechless. Lily, who used to put on makeup before the end times, was barely a beauty. If her eyes were a little bigger, she might score higher, but he really wasn't interested. They were starving and didn't have enough to eat. Why think about this? I don't like her, he said. Zhao Shuang nodded lightly and took a bread from her bag. Brother, I want some extra food today. Zhao Qing smiled as he took it. Luo Yuzhu, who had been watching Lily closely, frowned. She saw Lily give Zhao Qing and another person a bag of food, and they accepted it. Lily even smiled as she walked back. Seeing Luo Yuzhu watching her, Lily smirked confidently. Just wait and see. In her mind, she had already made a good impression on Zhao Qing. To deal with men, you need to target their weaknesses. Zhao Qing's weakness is his sister, Zhao Shuang. If she can win over Zhao Shuang, She can slowly find a way to make Zhao Qing unable to resist her, obeying her every command. In this team, she would be second only to 5 people and above 100. Luo Yuzhu looked away and lowered her head. Zhao Qing had a mysterious item in his hand. If Lily really managed to get close to Zhao Qing, it could become complicated. Big sister, I need to go to the bathroom, Luo Huai greeted her. Luo Yuzhu was still thinking, and she nodded silently. Luo Huai walked around the edge of the team to make sure no one was watching her. She slipped between 2 vehicles and went outside Lu Liang's tent. She knew her sister's worries. If Lily really managed to get close to Zhao Qing and target them, she would have to learn from Lily. She would directly try to win over the team leader. It's not her fault for being lowly, but because life hasn't been fair. A good woman aims to be the team leader's wife. As she approached the tent, she heard a sound. Ugh. Oh. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she quickly covered her mouth, carefully backing away. She didn't want to be silenced if she was caught. She didn't want to die. When she returned, Luo Yuzhu was already inside the tent. Luo Huai's forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. She lifted the tent flap and slipped inside. Big sister, do you know what I found? A huge secret. Can you close the flap first? There are mosquitoes outside, don't you know? Luo Yuzhu looked a bit helpless. Even in the end times, the damn mosquitoes were still alive. Luo Huai closed the flap and whispered, our team leader might be a pervert. She had wanted to become the team leader's wife before, but now she didn't want that at all. I tell you, when I passed by his tent, I heard. Cough, cough. Wait a moment, I need to clear my throat. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. No, just had trouble sleeping. All members of the convoy, prepare to depart in 10 minutes. Lu Liang's strong voice echoed loudly. Guyang hurriedly started packing up his tent, while Yun Shan yawned and stood still. I said, you could find a driver. Usually, someone helps with chores, and in urgent situations like this, someone can pack for you. He couldn't quite understand Gu Yang's stubborn independence. Guyang set up his tent because his car was small and couldn't stretch his legs, but his car is so big. Why does he still need a tent? Forget it, I prefer to do it myself. Guyang quickly folded the tent and threw it into the trunk. Finding someone trustworthy is important. Otherwise, you never know when they might betray you. Trustworthy is the key word. How can I prove it? All right, I'm going back to sleep, Yin Shan said, turning to walk toward his own car. By then, his driver had already packed everything and was sitting in the driver's seat, ready to go at any moment. Yin Shan nodded with satisfaction. He realized one advantage of his car. It's something Guyang and Wen Yi can't match. Wen Yi also has a driver, but her driver is her close friend, so she only counts as half a driver. Sometimes, Wen Yi has to drive herself and even lend a hand with work. None of that compares to how comfortable he is. He doesn't have to do anything. As the convoy was about to leave, Lily hesitantly approached Zhao Qing's car, where the engine's roar echoed. Brother Zhao, can you give me a ride? I twisted my ankle a few days ago, and it still hurts. I probably can't walk properly. After speaking, Lily exaggeratedly bent down to rub her ankle, her curvy hips and deep cleavage exposed in front of Zhao Qing. With a buzzing sound, the window rolled up, leaving Lily unsteady and staggering. She stared in disbelief. Shouldn't Zhao Qing be happy? She took the initiative to get into his car. Shouldn't he be excited, get out to open the door for her? In the past, Li Feng did the same. When she leaned in, Li Feng would immediately get out and open the door for her. He was an awakener, after all. Why shouldn't Zhao Qing, an ordinary person, be eager to please her? At this moment, the convoy started moving. The Luo sisters rode a tricycle past her. Luo Hua made a mischievous face, which made Lily furious. Haha, that made me laugh. It seems Zhao Qing didn't pay attention to that woman, Luo Hua said lazily, leaning against a bag of rice inside the car. It's better if she didn't. Luo Yuzhu also smiled. This way, they wouldn't have to face extra danger. Then, as if remembering something, Luo Yuzhu sighed. Our gasoline is running low. I hope this trip doesn't take too long. Luo Hua thought for a moment. There's still a barrel in the car. We'll see who's more reasonable when we exchange it. We might just swap barrels. At worst, we'll lose some supplies, but it's unavoidable. Usually, they save and ration everything to prepare for emergencies, like money before the end of the world, knowing they might need a large sum suddenly, so they have to be careful. Behind the convoy, a small-built, middle-aged man rode a tricycle past Li. His eyes were full of greed as he looked at her. "Beautiful girl, want to ride in my car? Your vehicle is too hard," Li said, crossing her arms and glancing at the battered tricycle with disdain. "What kind of level is that? I have a thick cotton coat. I can put it under you, and it won't be hard anymore." The small, middle-aged man got off his tricycle, rummaged through his bag, and pulled out a thick coat, folding it neatly on the seat. He patted it and said, "See? Not hard now, right?" Lily looked behind her. There weren't many other vehicles. "All right, I guess I can sit for a bit, but only because I'm feeling generous." Li, proud like a peacock, climbed onto the tricycle, feeling superior. The man liked her confident attitude. He, a small middle-aged man, was happy inside. Before the end of the world, he worked in a factory, but they fired him because he was too old. He struggled to find another job, but then the disaster happened. Now he's barely survived. Someone like Li, a beautiful woman, wouldn't have paid attention to him before the chaos. The small man smiled politely, then pedaled to catch up with the main group. "Beautiful girl, what's your name?" Li, do you think my tricycle is fast?" Lily was a bit speechless. "Compared to those four-wheeled vehicles up front? Do you think it's fast?" Hi. The thin middle-aged man coughed twice. "The drivers are all important people. I can't compare to them. Look at your potential. You'll probably spend your whole life riding a tricycle and not trying to improve," Lily said bluntly, teasing him. "Miss, don't look down on tricycles. The boss of our team started out with a tricycle. Maybe one day, I'll wake up and become something more." The thin middle-aged man looked hopeful. "Who used to wake up from riding a tricycle?" Lily was a bit doubtful. "Boss Guyang. Of course, the team traveled for 4 hours and then stopped. Lu Liang was the first to get off the vehicle, followed by Guyang, Old Zhang, Yunshan, and 1E. They gathered together, and 1E spoke first. "Captain, which way should we go from here?" "We'll pass a gas station this afternoon. Just enough to refill the gas," Lu Liang said with a smile. Everyone except 1E looked bored, but the others had smiles on their faces. Especially Guyang. He was almost out of gas and had to swap some with Lu Liang, who tried to cheat him. Luckily, Old Zhang traded him cigarettes and alcohol, and Guyang got double the value back. They were all pretty sneaky. Guyang had many empty bottles and 3 40-liter fuel cans on his vehicle. Filling them all should last a while. As the team continued, they reached a bend in the road. The red outline of the gas station appeared in sight. The gas station hadn't been maintained for over 4 months. The ground was covered in thick dust, with dry leaves and twigs everywhere. In some hidden corners, you could see dark brown scabs and dusty bones. It was a medium-sized gas station with 8 fuel pumps. Everyone, line up to refuel in an orderly way. No pushing or fighting. The team will stay here for an hour, enough for everyone to fill up. Lu Liang's voice came to the back of the team. "Great. Sister, when you're sleepy, someone will send a pillow," Luo Hua said happily, carrying a fuel can and walking toward the station with the others. The 2 sisters found a less crowded line and queued up. 5 awakened people each took a fuel pump. The places where awakened people stood weren't crowded, but the other 3 pumps had long lines. No matter if gasoline is needed or not, as long as your hands are free, you will choose to add a little gasoline. If you don't need it yourself, you can exchange it with someone who does. "Li, do we really need to carry so much gasoline on that tricycle?" Zhao Kuan, "I told you, can't you be more ambitious? Riding the tricycle is just temporary. Soon, I'll get a 4-wheeled vehicle to drive." Zhao Kuan is the name of a thin, middle-aged man. Lily thought for a while. She initially just wanted to use Zhao Kuan temporarily, but now she felt she needed someone who would listen completely. Chasing after Zhao Qing was too time-consuming and not worth it. She thought Zhao Kuan was a good choice, an honest person. "Where can we find a 4-wheeled vehicle? I haven't seen many around here. Without keys, and after all this time, the battery might be dead. It would take a lot of time to break into one." "Enough, stop talking," Lily said impatiently. "Just wait and listen to me." If she had better options, she wouldn't have chosen this coward. He lacked ambition and had no desire to improve himself. Zhao Kuan hesitated for a moment and then nodded. After loading the gasoline onto the vehicle, Lily looked around and leaned close to Zhao Kuan's ear. "Later, you go over there, and then..." "Got it. This might not be good. What if you get caught?" Zhao Kuan's face changed. "I'm helping you. As long as you listen, this convoy will have a say for you in the future. If you don't want to climb higher, forget I said anything. I'll leave right now. Don't. Zhao Kun quickly grabbed Li Li's hand. The soft touch strengthened his resolve. I'll do it. His tone was firm and confident. Good. Don't mess up. Li Li nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Kun took a wrench from the vehicle and headed toward the dense woods, as Li Li instructed. Li Li pulled her collar down slightly and walked to a black pickup truck. Sitting in the truck was a short, fat man, currently smoking and blowing clouds. There were two women in the truck, which Li Li had observed earlier. Big brother, I've been walking all day, my feet hurt so much. Can I sit in your car? Li Li's voice was full of grievance. She also bent down to rub her ankle, giving the short, fat man a good view. The short, chubby man swallowed hard, feeling this was much better than the luxury items on his car. Are you willing to do something special with me? He asked directly. Big brother knows why my sister came to see you instead of others, Li Li said shyly, her cheeks blushing. Before the apocalypse, she could act shy, cry, and pretend to be innocent, easily slipping into the role. Why? The man asked, eyes full of desire. Li Li kept her gaze steady, and he stared at her intently. Of course, because I like you. What else could it be? Li Li spoke softly, her shyness exaggerated. Then get in the car, and we can talk more. Here? There are so many people. Let's be a little wild and go over there. Li Li pointed to the dense forest where Zhao Kun was hiding. Okay, I like wild things, the chubby man said happily, getting out of the car and pulling Li Li quickly toward the woods. He was already overwhelmed by desire. Big brother, don't be in such a hurry. My foot hurts, Li Li said, pretending to be hurt. No way. I want more time. Later, I'll give you a good massage, the chubby man said with a sly smile. Li Li was pulled into the forest, a mocking smile on her lips. Once inside, her expression changed to look innocent and pitiful. Big brother, don't rush, she whispered. The chubby man couldn't wait and reached out. Li Li felt a bit anxious. She didn't think such a person was worth her time. She looked around, and Zhao Kun circled around from the side. He slammed down his wrench hard, causing the chubby man to stiffen and fall straight down. Good job. Li Li adjusted her clothes, showing her proud, confident attitude. Fix him up a bit, she said, then turned to walk out of the forest. Zhao Kun also threw away the bloodied wrench and quickly followed Li Li. Are you sure we won't be caught? Zhao Kun asked worriedly. No, Li Li replied calmly. The convoy was about to leave. The chubby man was in the car with only two women. They could scare him later when they returned. The awakened ones wouldn't care if someone was missing behind them. Go move the stuff from the tricycle to the pickup truck, Li Li ordered, then sat in the passenger seat of the pickup. After a short while, the two women struggled to carry 2 buckets of gasoline, with several water bottles hanging around their necks. Who are you? One woman asked. From now on, I decide everything about this car, Li Li said proudly. The two women pursed their lips, but said nothing. They just thought the woman was new to the bossy, chubby man. She looked prettier than them, and was probably more favored. They weren't fools, so they didn't dare to argue. Carrying the gasoline, they headed toward the vehicle. A thin middle-aged man was putting things into the trunk. The two women were full of questions, but saw the man kindly reaching out his hand to help them with the gasoline. Still unsure, they handed it over. After placing the gasoline, they returned to the back seat of the pickup truck. They squeezed to one side, leaving an empty space in the back. Zhao Kun finished loading supplies and sat in the driver's seat. The two women behind looked even more confused. One asked, "Where's Brother Sue?" They wondered why the driver had changed. From now on, there's no Brother Sue. You just follow us and behave, Li Li said with a proud smile, her eyes full of confidence. It was clear that talented people are always impressive wherever they go. The two women in the back understood what no Brother Sue meant. They looked at each other silently. Brother Sue was gone. In this post-apocalyptic world, if someone suddenly disappeared alone, everyone knew what it meant. They just needed to obey and listen. The man driving now seemed much kinder than Brother Sue, so they thought he must be good. They could only comfort themselves this way. Guyong and the others each moved gasoline into the car, ready to leave when suddenly, ugh, a long, ethereal low moan echoed in the sky. Its deep, somber tone made everyone feel lonely and sad. Then, the sky quickly darkened. Strong winds blew, and the trees on both sides rustled loudly. Wow, what is that? Is a whale flying in the sky? Yinshan stood on the roof of the car, eyes wide like bells. When everyone looked up, the whole world seemed to lose its light. A cold chill ran down their spines, and an indescribable sense of pressure filled the air. My life is over. Old Zhang's eyes trembled violently. One held two knives, her pupils swirling with red mist. Guyang narrowed his eyes, holding a dog-toothed dagger, staring fixedly at the sky. His steps unconsciously moved backward, away from Wen. This creature's size is quite strange. Is it a 7th or 8th level? Guyang doesn't even know the highest level of these creatures. He just feels that this whale must be the highest level. He has no intention of running. He knows he can't escape. Everyone stay calm. That's not a strange creature. Lu Liang's voice sounds a bit excited. Not a strange creature. Old man Zhang reacts first, feeling relieved. That's a divine device. Its serial number is 001. Someone mentioned this serial number before, but we're not sure if it's true. Some people have seen it before. Lu Liang tilts his head up, and his lowered eyelids even open slightly, because he's excited. I didn't expect it to be real, Lu Liang mutters to himself. Captain, this thing should have a name, right? Yinshan jumps down from the roof of the vehicle. Look at its back. Earlier, the whale was directly above them, and they could only see its pale blue belly. Now that the whale is farther away, everyone can see dense green spikes on its back. Is it called the Jia whale? Jia whale? A few people twitch their mouths. The name is quite good. Next time, don't choose such a name. It's called the Heavenly King, Lu Liang says somewhat speechlessly. Why give it such a cool name? Wen mutters. She thinks the name Jia whale is fine. Such a big divine device, we don't know what it does. If it backfires, it could kill you in a second. Lu Liang, I don't know either. I've been looking for it, just to confirm if it really exists. Why are you looking for this thing? Guyang is a bit curious. Lu Liang wouldn't be so bored just for fun. He's simply trying to confirm its existence. People who saw the Heavenly King before said there's a city behind it. It's a city where an awakened person with 1,000-mile eyes can see everything. They saw not only a city above, but also people inside the city. I want to go up there. That might be a place where humans can survive. Running around all the time isn't a good idea. There's a city up there. Old man Zhang's eyes light up. That means they might be able to grow crops there. But how do we get up there? Guyang stroked his chin. Even if his mental power increased by 1 level to control the air, his speed limit would only be 30 kilometers per hour. This device looked very fast, but it couldn't actually go that fast. I don't know, Lu Liang shrugged. But at least there's hope now. We'll find a way to get up there someday. Yes, there will always be a chance in the future, old Zhang said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. These days were starting to look more hopeful. The group each got back into their cars, and the convoy continued moving. After about 2 hours, they stopped in an open field with a river nearby. Guyang got out of the car and went to stand beside Lu Liang. Lu Liang had a floating card in front of him, apparently doing a divination. Guyang didn't disturb him. Yinshan, and old Zhang also gathered around. It wasn't until Lu Liang put away the card that Guyang asked, "Didn't you say we still have to travel for more than 10 hours? Why did we suddenly stop?" "There's no choice. Uncle Wang said the supplies given to the survivors won't last more than a few days." Lu Liang paused, his face becoming serious. "If we keep going along the original route, we'll pass through an area affected by the stretching zone, which is covered in fog and very strange. If we don't resupply now, we won't know when we can resupply again." Stretching zone? Guyang looked confused. "You joined late and didn't see the notes. Let me explain. After the disaster, the entire blue star expanded outward from different points, causing the planet to stretch. These stretched areas are covered in fog, and no one knows what's inside. In short, it's extremely dangerous. This is also information I got from a convoy I traded with." Lu Liang took out a small notebook. "Here, take a look. These are some of the details I collected. Others have seen it too." Guyang nodded and took the notebook. "So, what do you plan to do now?" "There's a small town in the northeast. I plan to take a detour there to resupply. Not just for the ordinary survivors. We also need some food reserves. We can't estimate when the next resupply will be, so we must stock up now," Yinshan said firmly. No one was more eager to resupply than him. After all, he ate a lot. More than 2 months ago, they ran out of supplies, but he didn't go hungry. After all, he was a fighting-type awakener, and his teammates wouldn't let him starve. Although he didn't starve, he still owed a lot of high-interest loans, which took a long time to pay off. He still remembers the ugly faces of 1E, Old Man Zhang, and Lu Liang. The convoy was good everywhere, but everyone was very selfish. Whenever they saw an opportunity, they would take advantage of it. Can we find a way to go around the foggy area directly? Just avoid it completely, he asked. Old Man Zhang's right eyelid kept twitching. I agree, when he raised her hand. There's no way around it. No path to bypass. I plan to follow the edge of the fog, but I don't know how long it will take. It depends on how big the fog area is, Lu Liang shrugged, indicating he also wanted to go around but couldn't. Captain, I think you're getting more unstable. Are you slacking off? Guyang looked at Lu Liang with a disappointed expression, rubbing his chin. If you lead us for half a year, we might either be eaten by something strange or starve to death. Guyang felt very insecure about how long they might have to travel. This is no joke, people could die. I agree. Old Man Zhang raised his hand. I'll learn some of your young people's words. Lu Liang raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing on his face. Whom can I resign? He asked. Captain, you're getting petty. Guyang looked very serious. Fine, I'll listen to you. I won't say anything else. Lu Liang nodded happily, then looked at Old Man Zhang. At this moment, Old Man Zhang didn't know when he had turned around and was humming a tune softly. Uncle Wang, notify everyone. We leave in 10 minutes. Those who need to resupply, get ready. The convoy continued for another 2 hours. After crossing a small hill, a row of houses came into view. The style of the buildings suggested it was a small village. Although there was a supermarket in the village, supplies wouldn't be abundant. Also, the rural roads were complex and narrow, so going in would be a waste of time. The convoy didn't stop and kept moving for another half hour. Tall buildings appeared in everyone's sight. The survivors at the back started to become restless, especially those who joined the convoy later. Since the convoy didn't need to hand over supplies, everyone's dream of eating well each day was brewing in their minds. The convoy stopped at a fork in the road. Lu Liang got out of the vehicle to explain how long they would stay. A few survivors chose to leave immediately, but most decided to wait and follow the awakened ones. You and Zhao Kuan go find supplies. I'll stay here and watch the vehicle, Lili said, turning to the two women in the back seat. The women didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. Zhao Kuan smiled in a friendly way. Lili, wait until the awakened ones start moving. Then we'll follow. I mean, we should leave now and go over there. Lili pointed to the right road. That area has taller buildings and more supplies. If you follow the awakened ones, you might get some benefits. Look how many people want to follow them. Lili kept talking. That side definitely has more supplies. Just find a supermarket, and you'll have enough. Just be careful and avoid the strange things. Okay, we'll do as you say, Zhao Kuan said with a flattering smile. He then got out with the two women, unloaded the tricycle from the vehicle, and rode toward the right road Lili mentioned. Lili saw Zhao Kuan still knew how to unload the tricycle and smiled with satisfaction. The tricycle was good. It could carry a lot of supplies. Meanwhile, Luo Yuzhu looked at Guyang unloading supplies from the vehicle, her brow slightly furrowed. She was also waiting for the awakened ones to leave first, planning to follow behind and pick up leftovers. No more. I have to go now. They probably plan to drive in, and following them isn't safe, Luo Yuzhu said. Really? They probably know that the noise will attract the strange creatures. The engine is so loud. Luo Huai looked worried as she watched Luo Yuzhu carry her bag. Not following the awakened ones was quite dangerous. Big sister, maybe I should go? It's too risky, Zhao Qing said nervously. Stop messing around. Watch the supplies, Luo Yuzhu said calmly and headed toward the right road herself. Zhao Qing also noticed Guyang unloading supplies and decided not to wait anymore. Brother, Zhao Shuang looked worried. Don't worry, this time it's safer than before. The awakened one's driving and will definitely scare away the strange creatures. Plus, I have a special device on me, so there's no real danger, Zhao Qing said with a smile to comfort everyone. It does seem that way, Zhao Shuang's eyes lit up. So, brains are a good thing. I hope you have one too, Zhao Qing said, tapping Zhao Shuang's forehead, then turned to walk down the left road. Annoying brother, Zhao Shuang pouted as she watched Zhao Qing's back until he disappeared from sight. 1-star fruit each, 1E, Yunshan, and Guyang took the star fruits and drove the black armored battle vehicle straight into the city. Is it really okay to drive in like this? Old Zhang watched the black armored pickup. If Guyang dares to drive, it must be safe. His vehicle has fused many strange items. It's not an ordinary car, someone said. Come, have some tea. Lu Liang had already set up a small table. What's wrong with these table legs? Old Zhang immediately noticed that 2 broken legs of the wooden table were tied with iron bars. It looked terrible, almost unbearable. Old Zhang shook his head, and the table wobbled, making a clack-clack sound on the cement floor. The vehicle entered the town, and a dim yellow oil lamp flickered on. Yunshan sat in the back seat, looked up, and complained, "Your lamp isn't bright either. Why turn on the lights in broad daylight? This is a ghostly oil lamp." Its halo perfectly blocks all biological sense inside the battle vehicle, so no matter how loud the engine is, the strange creatures can't detect us. The whole vehicle is a strange device. They can only see the outside and think it's a fellow. Wow, awesome. This is basically a magic tool. We can just drive back and forth a few more times. Yinshan knew exactly what that meant. Walk sideways. But what about the survivors behind us? The engine noise is so loud, it will definitely attract the strange creatures. Won't they become easy targets? When he looked in the rearview mirror, seeing a large crowd following behind. Not my problem. I didn't tell them to follow, Guyang said indifferently, as if it didn't matter if they died. He rolled down the window and shouted back, "Don't follow us. The noise from the car might attract strange creatures, and it's very dangerous. Hey, don't stick your head out. If the strange creatures see you, it will be trouble. The car can block the smell, but if they see us, even if the smell is hidden, the creatures will know there are people inside." After he finished speaking, Guyang silently rolled up the window. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw only a few people had left. Most of them were still following. Damn those stubborn ghosts, he thought silently. She then seemed to remember something and looked up at Guyang. "Speed up and shake them off. Let's go straight to the city center." Guyang didn't reply. The car shot forward like an arrow. At the top of a tall building in the city center, there was a huge golden mushroom-shaped sign. It was a movie theater. Guyang kept heading toward the golden mushroom. The theater was very large, so the area around it must be busy and lively. "Guyang, there's a row of fruit shops over there. Do you think there are any good fruits left, like durian?" He swallowed nervously. "What do you think?" Guyang looked at her as if she was silly. "Dream on." Actually, the durian might still be good, but Guyang didn't like its smell. He definitely wouldn't stop, so he could go look for some. "There's a snack shop over there. To the right, Guyang." Yinshan pointed in a direction. Guyang turned the steering wheel sharply, smashing through the barrier in the middle. He looked excited. He had wanted to do that for a while, to do whatever he pleased. The tires screeched as they climbed onto the curb and stopped in front of the snack shop. The 3 of them got out of the car. He drew her knife and easily cut through the chain lock, then pushed open the glass door. Inside, the shelves of snacks were still neatly arranged. It seemed the shop owner hadn't opened the store on the day of the apocalypse, or the shelves wouldn't be so tidy. Yes, when Yi's eyes lit up. Although she didn't get the durian, she was free to take snacks. Guyang looked around to make sure no strange creatures were hiding and started moving small bread items. Yinshan stood on the roof, stacking boxes of food. The loose items were placed inside the car trunk. One box after another, dried tofu, drinks, bread, and even some boxed chips. The bagged chips took up too much space, so they didn't fill many boxes. "Yinshan, be careful with the boxes, don't let them all fall." Yi threw a box of bottled water up. "Don't worry, I've packed goods before. I know how to do it. I'll fix it with a rope later, so it'll be secure." Yinshan put down the water and patted his chest to reassure. "Almost done. We still need to leave some space. We can't carry a whole truck of snacks back, so we should look for a supermarket to buy rice and flour." Guyang spoke, looking at the crowded goods inside the shop with a worried expression. This snack shop was medium-sized. Even a truck might not be enough to fill it. The 2 helped Yinshan secure the boxes on the shelves, then got into the car, which continued heading toward the place with the golden mushroom. There must be a large supermarket there. Strange, the car is making so much noise, but no strange creatures have appeared. Guyang was a bit surprised. "Isn't that good?" Yinshan smiled. "No, it's not." Guyang shook his head, and the car suddenly jolted. When he asked, "Did we run over something?" "It should be a speed bump," Guyang said casually. "Crushed a strange black cat and gained 200 kill points, huh?" Guyang was stunned. He hit the brakes sharply. "Damn, I ran over a strange creature." He turned around and saw a flattened object in the middle of the road. The flat thing twitched twice, then stood up, with red eyes glaring at the group. Meow. The sound was angry. It didn't understand why its kind was being hurt. While confused, the creature in front of it charged straight at them. The black cat's fur bristled, and it leapt to the side. "This isn't fun." Guyang stepped on the brake. "Good news. Hitting a strange creature gives kill points. Bad news. The cat is too fast to hit." Meow. The strange black cat leaned forward, warning. Guyang's face lit up with joy. He knew this posture meant the black cat was about to attack. "Hold on tight," Guyang warned, then shifted into reverse gear, pushing the back of the car forward. Meow. The strange black cat roared angrily and leapt at the armored, furious vehicle. Its claws scraped the surface, sparking on the black scales. In the next moment, the cat let out a scream and was thrown to the side, crashing onto a round stone pillar. Struck by a mysterious black cat, gaining 400 kill points, Guyang kept his eyes on the black cat. He turned the steering wheel, and the engine roared. A stone block flew into the air. It hit the bronze statue in the middle of the square like a cannonball. The strange black cat staggered and ran into the bushes in the greenery, then disappeared. Guyang didn't plan to chase after it. It was too late to get out of the car now. Such a pity, Yun Shan muttered, watching the black cat disappear into the bushes. He felt a little sad. He needed strange materials. The car kept moving to the area with the golden mushroom. It was a shopping mall. Guyang followed the signs to a big supermarket entrance. The supermarket looked huge, at least 2,000 square meters. It had so many supplies it was unbelievable. The three of them went inside and split up. Guyang headed to the snack section, grabbing chocolates and candies, high in sugar and calories, and carried them outside. Yun Shan carried a big tray filled with rice and flour. Wonyi was covered in bags, dried mushrooms, dried black fungus, dried shrimp, squid, salted duck eggs, sausages, and ham. Rich now. They worked for a little while, and the car quickly filled up. Many survivors had also found this place, carrying lots of bags. Such a waste. "If we took everything, we could eat for years," Yun Shan said, looking regretful. Guyang nodded. "Almost. There's a warehouse behind here. If only they had some kind of space storage, it would be amazing." Before the apocalypse, Guyang had stored billions of supplies. He had seen such things before. Yun Shan asked, "Where's Wonyi?" "She's still moving things, and the car is full." Guyang replied, "When I came over, she said she found a warehouse and went to check it out." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the supermarket. Oh. A skinny, yellow-faced young man ran over, looking terrified. Yun Shan grabbed his collar and frowned. "What's wrong? Why are you panicking? Did you see something strange?" "I didn't see anything strange. I was collecting supplies when a wall suddenly collapsed. I ran away," the young man said, still shaken. Guyang pointed in a direction. "It's near the warehouse. Let's go see." Yun Shan nodded and hurried over. Guyang followed closely behind. The two of them walked toward the source of the noise. They saw a collapsed gypsum wall with a clean cut, and dust was still settling. "Wow, that scared me. I thought something strange was happening," said Wonyi, pulling a large flat cart out of the opening in the gypsum wall. "Look at this. It's my modified cart. Later, I can tie him to the back of Guyang's car and take him away," Wonyi said, patting the box. "It's wrapped in cling film, so it's secure." Wonyi looked proud. Yun Shan asked, "What is this big cart?" Wonyi replied, "It's a Snickers bar. I just checked. Actually, it's better to move faster." If there's nothing strange, Guyang hadn't finished speaking when loud exclamations came from outside the supermarket. "Jinxed," Wonyi said, a bit speechless. Guyang wanted to say that without anything strange, they could go faster and make more trips. The three of them stepped outside the supermarket. The bluestone street was already crowded with survivors. Some survivors sat on the ground, others bent over, hands on their knees, all gasping heavily. Seeing the three awakened people at the supermarket entrance looking happy, the survivors gathered around them. "What's going on?" Guyang asked calmly. "There's a rat. The rat is chasing us," Zhao Qing said, walking out of the crowd with a shadow blade in hand, beads of sweat on his forehead. And what about the rat? Yinshan looked at both ends of the street. Zhao Qing frowned. The rat chased us here, but then stopped. Are all of you in the same situation? Guyang looked over each survivor. All survivors nodded. At the fork in the street below, people kept appearing, panting and gathering toward the crowd. What do you think? When he looked at Guyang, serious. Anyone who saw this situation would think it was unusual. Guyang fell into thought, looking toward the cinema above the street. Below, the three streets were densely filled with rats, but there was no sign of the strange rat king. 90% of the rats were just ordinary strange creatures, with only a few reaching the first level. The group of mindless strange creatures moved in unison, which could only mean a powerful strange creature was controlling the rat swarm. This powerful strange creature is probably not the king of mice. Why do the mice need to be driven away when they are hunting humans? Why not just rush forward together? Listen to me. Guyang stood on a stone pillar by the roadside and shouted loudly. The mice are coming. Run upwards. The three of us will hold off the mice. We don't have much time, so whether you can escape depends on your skill. The crowd immediately became restless, many people shedding tears of excitement. Great, we're saved. The awakened ones in this convoy are amazing. 90% of the survivors hurried toward the cinema. There are entrances on both sides of the cinema, and by turning left, they could avoid the mice and return to the convoy. Yun Shan looked expressionless, while Wen Yi showed a flicker of compassion, then quickly calmed down. The three of them quietly watched the survivors running toward the cinema. Guyang looked back. The mice at the three-way intersection below had already flooded onto the cobblestone road. This scene confirmed his suspicion. The mice were trying to force them upward. Thinking and guessing was one thing, but Guyang wouldn't risk his life. Although the mice moved slowly, he still got into the vehicle. Yin Shan helped Wen Yi secure the small car to the back of the vehicle, and both of them got in as well. Whether these supplies could be saved depended on luck. Zhao Qing glanced at the dense mice below, swallowed hard, and hesitated to go up. He knew the awakened ones wouldn't be so kind. Why would they sacrifice themselves to protect a group of ordinary people? Staying here would make it impossible to escape once the mice got too close. He forced himself to walk to Guyang. Mr. Gu, can I hitch a ride? I just need to hold on outside the car, not get in. Sure, Guyang paused. Go to the roof and help me carry some supplies. Thank you. Thank you. After thanking him, Zhao Qing climbed onto the roof along the car's edge. Nearby, 3 men and 1 woman, including Luo Yuzhu, also decided not to head toward the cinema. They realized Zhao Qing's plan. After all, they had survived so far without blindly rushing into danger. They all thought carefully. Luo Yuzhu took the lead, gritting her teeth as she took some supplies from a small bag. Most of their supplies had been lost to avoid the mice. The small bag she kept contained only what she could carry without hindering movement. Lu Yuzhu handed the supplies to Guyang. After getting into the car, the remaining 3 men, who had no supplies and didn't want to die, gritted their teeth and got in. Zhao Qing made space for them and smiled kindly as a greeting. Guyang didn't say anything and had no objections. At this moment, the crowd reached a fork in the road near the cinema. Under the golden mushroom-shaped umbrella, 7 green vines hung down, and a dark, eerie aura flowed along the veins of the stems and leaves. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded like a whoosh, and the hanging branches like venomous snakes shot toward the crowd below. The vines pierced through the 7 people's heads, lifting them up. The survivors below panicked and scattered, running in different directions. But they all aimed for the same place, the left turn. The 7 people hanging from the vines shriveled visibly as their life force was drained. After the vines absorbed their energy, they stabbed into the crowd again, causing screams to echo. 7 more heads were pierced through. At this moment, Pika moved. Its engine roared, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow. Be careful, Liu Zhu, who was weaker, almost fell out. At a critical moment, Zhao Qing reached out and pulled her back. Liu Zhu was still shaken, her heart pounding like a drum. Thank you, she said gratefully. Zhao Qing just smiled and kept her eyes fixed straight ahead. The 7 people pierced through the heads were just lifted up when the car reached the corner. Guyang didn't slow down. The car tilted slightly as he turned. The wheels screeched loudly as they spun and rubbed against the ground. The scene shifted. On the same stone-paved road, at the end of a T-junction, Guyang was supposed to turn left according to the direction, following the concrete road to bypass the rat swarm. As the car approached the intersection, Guyang's alarm sounded loudly. Yinshan, there's something underground. Guyang's mental awareness was constantly active, especially since he had been sensing the rat swarm pushing people forward. He hadn't noticed the vines under the golden mushroom umbrella because they remained static under his mental influence. All of this felt very strange to him. The rat swarm was forcing people forward, so there should be something powerful and strange above. But under his perception, everything was still too strange. He didn't expect it to be plants causing the strange phenomena. This was his first time seeing such a plant-based anomaly. At this moment, under the influence of his mental perception, Guyang clearly sensed something moving underground. Cloud Mountain and asked nothing. As teammates, they should trust each other unconditionally, but the ground was shaking. Guyang stepped on the brake. If they kept going, that strange creature climbing up from below might cause the entire car to be lifted off the ground. At the end of the intersection, the blue stone bricks cracked, and dirt, sand, and small stones splashed everywhere. A furry hand reached out from underground. Thank you 2, come have kanji for the update charm, and 2, love steamed beans with sauce for the 3 love-powered donations. If anyone has good ideas for strange devices, please leave a comment here. Thanks everyone. 3 hours have passed, and not a single person has returned. Lu Liang looked down at the town with a calm expression, holding his teacup lightly. Although he was nervous, he had to stay calm. If he panicked, what would happen to the survivors behind him? Hey, you should change the tea leaves. It's all tasteless now. We need to save supplies. We didn't replenish the tea last time, so I have to be careful. Oh, I forgot to tell them to bring some cigarettes and alcohol, Old Zhang said, patting his head. But with Guyang around, it should be fine. Guyang probably wouldn't let him down, Old Zhang thought. Lu Liang shook his head secretly. Old Zhang was too naive. The more you care about something, the easier it is for others to take advantage of you. He, on the other hand, liked tea but didn't show it. When dividing supplies, he didn't mind if others took more. He'd rather let the tea go to waste in their hands. Over time, no one wanted the tea anymore. But cigarettes and alcohol, and Cloud Mountain always fought over them. It was just to kill pigs, after all, and they kept killing pigs, which made them more and more addicted over time. More than 3 hours had passed, and no one had returned. Many in the convoy started to worry. Stop looking. Your sister is probably dead inside, Lily teased. Luo Yao turned around, clenched her fists. She tried to hold back her worries, but couldn't help feeling anxious and angry. Before the apocalypse, there were many disgusting people who trampled on feelings. After the apocalypse, such people should be the first to die. Why was Lily living so well? Why don't you care about your lover? If you don't, you'll just find another one. They're all worn out, Luo Huai sneered coldly. Little brat, what did you say? Li's eyes widened in anger. She hated it when others used words like worn out or similar. Who's the idiot here? You dare to say that? At least we are clean and pure, huh? Basically, it just means no one wants us. We're dirty and dark, and when we're presented to men, they won't even look at us. It's disgusting. If you were like me, you'd be eager to get close, Lily sneered. Acting so high and mighty, she then twisted her waist and walked away. Luo Huai turned to look at the town, silently praying in her heart. Inside the town, creak, a shrill scream sounded as a furry giant creature emerged from underground. King of the strange rats, Guyang narrowed his eyes. No wonder it hadn't appeared earlier. It was hiding below. In the world of strange creatures, there is competition. The king of the strange rats is a second-tier creature. If it could surrender its energy and blood, that means the vine is more powerful than the king. What tier is it? Third tier? Attack with all your might. Guyang's face was serious. Behind him, the vines had already thrown down 7 mummified corpses. One vine even aimed at Guyang and instantly pierced through a man's head. Blood and brain matter splattered out. Yunshan and exchanged a glance, and both attacked with full force. Just as the king of the strange rats was about to raise its hand to fight back, Guyang's mental energy surged like a tide. The king of the strange rats fell into a daze, losing control of its body, like a machine that hadn't been turned on. Wen, also a second tier, fought with all her strength. Her eyes glowed red with mist, and a fiery red tail of golden blood streaked like flames. In a flash, it shot out from behind the king of the strange rat's neck. A giant fist followed, and the head, with its neck cut open, tilted to one side. The flesh and blood were torn apart, and the head hung by a small patch of skin and fur at the waist. The huge body fell straight down, and the flesh and blood turned into blackish-gray particles that dissipated. The second-tier king of the strange rats was instantly killed. Dealt mental damage to the king of the strange rats. Gained 500 kill points. The king of the strange rats was dead, leaving 3 items on the ground. A piece of gray-black fur. A small, pulsating purple-black sack about the size of a walnut. A jet-black, oily-looking vertebral tailbone. The 2 people quickly picked up the 3 items that had fallen on the ground and immediately jumped into the car. The vehicle roared loudly, and the sound of tires squealing and spinning could be heard. Guyong looked in the rearview mirror. He saw a bright green vine wrapped around the back wheel, stretching straight. "Your way of fighting looks so ugly. Do you want to keep all of us here?" he said. Clearly, the strange rat king had fallen to the ground, and the weird vine was getting anxious. Guyong clenched his teeth and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vine snapped loudly, and Guyang's mouth curled into a slight smile. Did I really fuse so many strange items for nothing? Just one vine trying to hold us back? The vehicle turned along a small, undamaged part of the road and sped down the cement path. The strange vine could only hold 7 people at once. It couldn't keep everyone, so some survivors managed to escape. Some of the survivors who ran out climbed onto the back of the small car. "Why do you think the Rat King didn't run away? Why stand there and let us fight? Is he not afraid?" Yinshan asked, finally voicing his thoughts. This was their first time killing a second-level strange creature, and they did it so quickly, so satisfying. Maybe it's not that second-level creatures are weak, but that they are too strong. Under the pressure of his kingly aura, the Rat King couldn't move and was quickly defeated. Yinshan was already imagining things in his mind. When he looked at Guyong, feeling a faint suspicion, but she still said she didn't know. Guyong probably had a mysterious strange device that kept the second-level creature still. It must have caused some backlash. In her understanding, Guyong was ruthless and greedy for life, so she didn't expect him to be serious about this. She had mostly misunderstood him before. It was mainly because he said she had bad breath, and later he refused to let her borrow money when she was acting cute. She had been holding a grudge, when he couldn't help but start to daydream. Suddenly, the car became quiet. When he lowered her head, lost in thought, Guyong looked in the rearview mirror, and Yinshan was also lost in his own thoughts, grinning foolishly. Maybe some people are happy and others are worried, but it's not like you're happy or worried about anything. Guyong poked Wen Yi's arm. "Why are you doing that?" she asked softly. Guyong shivered. "Was this the ovulation period? Can you speak normally?" Guyong suggested. "But I've always spoken like this," she replied. When he was a bit confused, she hadn't intentionally made any noise. "No, your voice definitely isn't." "Ugh, we're off topic. Look behind us." The death of the evil Mouse King caused a flood of mice to chase after them, driven by strange vines. The front few first-level evil mice bit tightly onto the vehicle, following closely. The most troublesome were the mice behind, because if the vehicle stopped, they would be overwhelmed in an instant. High-level awakened ones like Guyong hadn't seen or understood this before. For people like them, just stopping would cause the mice to pile up and crush them. The survivors on the small vehicle at the back looked at the dark gray flood behind them, their faces pale. A few first-level evil mice were just a step away from them. They clenched their fingers tightly into the wrapping around the boxes to avoid being thrown off. Not only did they fail to gather supplies this time, but many people also died. Swish! A crescent-shaped blade flashed like moonlight pouring down, slicing into the flood of mice. The flood was torn open, and the mice in front tripped over those ahead. But in just a moment, the mice behind caught up again. This is the terrifying part of the mouse tide. When he moved her hands quickly, her blade light continuous. The mouse army slowed down visibly. The survivors on the vehicle looked at her with admiration. This was their first time seeing an awakened person fight so close. Before, they could only watch from afar, worried about being caught in the crossfire. Zhao Qing's eyes lit up as he looked at his shadow blade. It seemed that just having a strange weapon wasn't enough. when he kept attacking the mice behind her. She was cautious of the few first-level evil mice biting tightly, but she didn't pay much attention to them. As long as she suppressed the mouse tide, those first-level mice wouldn't be a big problem. Outside the city, Lu Liang sat in the car, eyes closed, tapping lightly on the window frame. The uneven rhythm of his taps showed his unease. Uncle Wang, as soon as you see people, just drive away. Understood. Uncle Wang nodded softly, his gaze fixed on the town ahead. The atmosphere in the convoy was very heavy. The roar of the engine touched everyone's nerves. Husband, why haven't you come out yet? I asked my grandfather to go in and find supplies. He still hasn't come out. I am the same. My grandmother didn't come out either. Usually, I can quickly grab discounted potatoes at the supermarket, so I believe I could bring supplies out. Lily sat in the driver's seat, looking unhappy. I wonder if Zhao Cohen, this useless man, is really dead. He's a grown man, and he can't handle such a small challenge. He's really pathetic and useless. Fortunately, the food in the car can last for a while, and the fuel is still enough. Thinking of this, her expression softened a bit. She looked out the window, and Luo Hua was still standing there like a waiting stone, waiting for her sister. She sneered at this. Men go inside and die, so women are even more likely to die. It's their fate. They should all die. Because the Luo sisters always target her, anyone who targets her deserves to die. Not far from the convoy, the roar of engines broke the silence in the air. Lu Liang's car was the first to move, followed by old Zhang's car. Yunshan looked in the direction of the convoy and shouted, "It's almost time." Coming, Yunshan jumped out of the car and leapt toward a strange rat, soaring up to 5 meters in the air. The strange rat chosen by Yunshan only felt shadowed, as a large foot stepped on it, followed by a continuous barrage of fists. After dealing with one rat, Yunshan lunged at another. When he held 2 knives, constantly fighting off attacking rats, she calmly swung her knives, sometimes leaning forward, sometimes turning sideways, tearing the rats' bodies like a meat grinder. Die? Die. Yunshan also went crazy with killing, grabbing a rat, and then unleashing a series of punches. Violence, bloodshed. In contrast, Wen Yi's fighting style made sure the rats died without much pain. Yunshan, that's enough. Let's retreat. At this moment, Guyang had returned to the convoy, and Lu Liang had already taken most of the people away. Sis. Sob. Sob. What are you crying for? If I really die, then you can cry, Luo Yuzhua said as she walked around the side of the car. Aren't you dead? Luo Hua choked up, wiped her tears, and stood up from the ground. Luo Yuzhua. Are you hoping I die so much? Let's hurry and go. The car is waiting. Luo Yuzhu glanced toward the city. Okay, sister, you rest here. I'll ride the bike. The 2 sisters hopped onto the tricycle and chased after the convoy. Survivors who had been saved by riding in Gu Yang's car began to look for their loved ones. On Zhao Qing's car, his sister Zhao Shuang lowered her head, tears silently falling. Zhao Qing reached out and gently tapped her on the head. I told you, there's no danger. His voice was calm and friendly. Brother, Zhao Shuang wiped her red eyes, looking surprised. Zhao Qing got into the car, started the engine, and drove after the convoy. They had barely survived, so this was no place for talking. Just as Li Li was about to leave, she waited for Zhao Cohen. Her happy expression lasted less than 3 seconds when she noticed Zhao Cohen had nothing with him. Where's the tricycle? It's gone. I barely escaped, Zhao Cohen said with a pleading smile. He didn't expect Li Li to still be waiting for him, caring about him. You didn't bring any supplies? Did you go inside just for sightseeing? I can't believe it. Li Li angrily got out of the car and sat in the passenger seat. Zhao Cohen was happy. Did that mean she forgave him? He quickly got into the driver's seat and followed the main group. Many people, not having found their loved ones, vented their emotions freely, crying, shouting, and arguing. Some refused to accept reality, pulling survivors back and asking endless questions. The scene was chaotic. Old Wang, have you seen my husband? Your husband is dead. Before he died, he asked me to take care of you. From now on, you should stay with me. The man called Old Wang put his hand on the woman's shoulder to comfort her. Brother Wang, what about my husband? He's also dead. Those who didn't come back are gone. Old Wang answered all questions at once. Did my husband ask you to take care of me? Old Wang looked at the woman and said calmly, no, he didn't. The scene was a mess. Guyang looked toward the survivor's direction. This group was wiped out in one go. Everyone was empty-handed this time. This is the cruelty of the end of the world. Guiyang checked the small cart behind him and looked at the securely fixed luggage rack. After confirming it was stable, he slowly got into the car and caught up with the convoy. The sun was setting, and a faint red moon hung in the sky. The convoy traveled for over 6 hours and stopped on a patch of grass in the early morning. A gentle breeze brought a cool feeling, and many people lit campfires and gathered around. What's going on with those awakened ones? Why did so many people die? Someone looked at the flickering fire and said angrily, "My son went inside to find supplies and never came out. Now only my wife and poor grandson are left. We're almost out of supplies. How can we survive?" Another person said. The awakened ones came out unharmed, and the supplies they brought back piled up like a mountain. I thought that with a convoy that doesn't offer sacrifices, life would be easier. But I didn't expect them to take people to such dangerous places. Exactly. Our previous convoy did offer sacrifices, but we never saw so many people die. Haha. If we don't offer sacrifices, why would they protect us? I think they're just forcing us to offer sacrifices willingly. Next time I meet another convoy, I will definitely withdraw. Many people in the convoy were discussing this topic. Inside Lu Liang's tent, Old Zhang and Lu Liang listened to the story from the town and frowned. According to Gu Yang and the others, if they didn't drive the black armor berserk battle vehicle inside, 3 of them wouldn't survive, and they might even lose their skin. There were not only rat swarms, but also a 2nd-level strange rat king and at least 3rd-level strange vines. Fortunately, this high-level strange creature was a plant and couldn't move on its own. If it had been a mobile high-level strange creature, Gu Yang and the others probably wouldn't have made it out. Losing 3 awakened people, only 2 support awakened people remained in the team, and the outcome was predictable. Lu Liang could feel that Gu Yang and the others were in great danger inside. He hadn't expected it to be so dangerous. What made him even more worried was that the survivors were badly injured, and none of the living came out with any supplies. Surviving afterwards seemed impossible. This trip was basically delivering food to the strange creatures. "Let's distribute the supplies first," Lu Liang said, pinching the corner of his eye, his voice tired. This time, we were able to escape thanks to Gu Yang's car. Additionally, Gu Yang paid a heavy price for killing the 2nd-level trickster Mouse King. I suggest he gets the majority of the supplies this time. When he shared her idea, Gu Yang looked at Winnie. "I didn't expect you to be so kind." Forget about the heavy price he paid. His contribution is indeed significant. Suddenly, Gu Yang felt that since joining this team, he had been unlucky, especially when searching for supplies. The first time was normal. The second time was more dangerous, fighting the Trickster Frog King and the Bride Trickster, all 2nd level. The third time involved a mouse swarm, with the 2nd-level Trickster Mouse King and at least 3rd-level Strange Vines. The difficulty shot up sharply. In the past, searching for supplies was risky, with about a 40% chance of death. But these last 2 times, the death rate reached 90%. If he could find the way, he would have left the team already. This team seems unlucky. Everyone's strength isn't great, yet they still compete at the peak level. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from Come Drink Kanji, I wish everyone smooth days in the coming months. This time, we owe a lot to Gu Yang. He deserves the main share. So, Gu Yang gets 30%, when Yin Shan, and I each get 20%, and Old Zhang gets 10%. Lu Liang suggested this distribution. "I have no objections," Old Zhang said with a smile. Gu Yang brought back a lot of supplies. Even 10% is a good share. Yin Shan nodded. Gu Yang's contribution was the biggest this time. "All right, it's settled. Uncle Wang is sorting the supplies outside. First, let's divide the strange items. Later, we can go out and distribute the supplies." When and Yun Shan placed their strange items on the table. There are 9 items in total. 3 from the 2nd-level Trickster Mouse King, a tailbone, a mouse hide, and a venom sac. 6 items from the 6 1st-level Trickster Mice they killed, 3 mouse hides, and 3 pairs of teeth. All 9 strange items are laid out on the table. Lu Liang said, "Each item from the 2nd-level Trickster Mouse King counts as 2 units. Gu Yang chooses first, then when and Yun Shan. I and Old Zhang pick last. The remaining 2 items will go to whoever offers to exchange supplies. Everyone else, do you agree with this plan?" Everyone nodded. Guyang took the tail vertebra of the evil mouse king and a pair of first-level evil mouse teeth. 1E was the second to take, directly taking the remaining 2 pairs of first-level evil mouse teeth. Yin Shan had no choice and took the skin of the second-level evil mouse king. Lu Liang looked at Old Man Zhang, raised an eyebrow, and signaled him to choose first. Old Man Zhang glanced at the poison sack, helplessly picked up a piece of mouse skin. Although he wanted the poison sack, his share wasn't enough. Lu Liang took the evil mouse king's poison sack under Old Man Zhang's gaze. On the table, there were 2 rolls of mouse skin. Who wants this mouse skin? Later, you can exchange it for other supplies that everyone is satisfied with. Guyang felt Lu Liang's gaze and shook his head. Currently, strange items are very precious. If someone wanted them, they would definitely be taken advantage of by others. Every time someone asked him to make strange devices, he would get a strange item in return. He wasn't short of strange items, so there was no need to be the fool who gives everything away. We are about to pass through the mist zone, and supplies are very valuable. I don't want it. When he shook her head, she had the second most supplies among the girls. Since they were 2 girls and 8 little, exchanging some supplies for a strange item was fine, but the mouse skin wasn't what she needed. She felt she had no use for it, and could only give it to Guyang as a reward. I don't want it anymore. Yin Shan, like a deflated balloon, was about to take the mouse skin but thought that he had the least supplies and ate the most. He didn't deserve to take it. Old man, I don't want it either, Old Man Zhang said with a smile, shaking his head. Then I'll keep it for now. When the next strange item distribution happens, I'll take it out. Besides Yin Shan, no one else wanted to be the fool who took everything. After distributing the strange items, everyone left the tent. Guyang's car was surrounded by piles of supplies on the ground. Uncle Wang had already sorted all the supplies. The 5 of them ignored the eager looks of the survivors around and walked over to the supplies. Old Man Zhang glanced around. Guyang, you guys didn't bring out any cigarettes or alcohol. How is that possible? Guyang replied. Old Man Zhang immediately relaxed. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. You understand me. Don't get too happy yet, Guyang said calmly. Uncle Wang, I remember there was half a cigarette in the supplies. The cigarette was taken from the snack shop counter, probably by the shop owner. The remaining half was casually taken by him. He remembered it very clearly. Here, Uncle Wang handed half a cigarette to Guyang. Just half? Old Man Zhang felt like the sky was falling. What about the alcohol? Old Man Zhang looked hopeful. I didn't bring alcohol. I was cleaning the candy area, Guyang explained, taking responsibility. When they set out, Old Man Zhang specifically reminded him, and he agreed. Now, he only had half a cigarette, so his honesty was barely maintained. I was cleaning the rice and flour area. I took quite a bit of rice and flour, Yin Shan said proudly. Old Man Zhang looked at Wen Yi. Wen Yi recalled. I went to the dried goods section. I took a lot of dried mushrooms and similar items to add fiber to our diet. That's all. Wen Yi awkwardly scratched his cheek. Dried mushrooms are great. I love eating dried mushrooms. Mushroom and cured meat stew rice. Lu Liang cheered, stepping forward and patting Old Man Zhang's shoulder. Old Zhang, quitting smoking and drinking is good for your health. Maybe you'll live longer than me. Well, that's hard to say. Before the end of the world, my neighbor was just like you. Like tea and health, didn't smoke or drink. He died at 38. They say he was a health expert. I even helped with his family's banquet once. Old Man Zhang squinted and looked at Lu Liang. Quitting smoking and drinking? He'd rather just die. His health depended entirely on cigarettes and alcohol. I'm still young. Lu Liang smiled and lowered his hand from Old Man Zhang's shoulder. So, you probably don't need this cigarette, Old Man Zhang said, slipping half a cigarette into his pocket. That's not okay. Old Man Zhang glared at Guyang. You don't smoke. Why do you want cigarettes? I don't smoke, but I like the smell. Putting it near my pillow at night helps me sleep, Guyang said seriously. Hey, me too. I didn't expect we have a shared hobby. When he gave a thumbs up and nodded at Guyang. No wonder every time you give me cigarettes, they're already opened and moldy. You know that ruins the taste, right? Old Man Zhang looked annoyed. Guyang glanced at Wen Yi. He was just pretending, but Wen Yi really enjoyed the smell. Old Man Zhang saw everyone was determined to take his cigarettes, so he reluctantly divided 2 packs among each of them. As supplies were gradually divided, it was soon the turn for the tea leaves. Old Zhang's cloudy eyes flashed with a glimmer of sharpness. Yesterday's actions led to today's consequences. He remembered that Lu Liang had said yesterday that the tea was almost gone and that they shouldn't be the only ones exploited. He also wanted to fight back. Gu Yang and the others all said they didn't want to take part. Lu Liang was about to take everything for himself, but old Zhang stepped forward, his aged hand pressing down on the tea cake. Wait a moment. The old man has recently developed a tea addiction. He can't sleep without drinking 7 or 8 pots a day. They don't want it. Let's split it between us. We each get half of the supplies as compensation. Lu Liang was surprised. You say you rely on tea to sleep, and you drink 7 or 8 pots a day? That's none of your business. Everyone has their own way of sleeping. Old Zhang suddenly appeared and took half of the tea leaves, a proud smile on his face. He already knew that when Lu Liang asked for his share, he would either be exploited or be harshly taken advantage of. Lu Liang remained expressionless. Old Zhang was still too young to realize how much tea he had stored. Thinking about exploiting him was just wishful thinking. This supermarket was quite large, with many types of supplies, including some uncommon items like palm oil, milk powder, energy bars, and multivitamins. The supplies behind Gu Yang and the others were piled up like small mountains. The surrounding survivors' greed was obvious. If the others weren't awakened, they would have already rushed to grab the supplies. How long could they possibly eat all this? It's unfair. Everyone's mind was filled with this thought. Look at you, you're such a waste. Why is it that they, who are awakened, carry so many supplies, while you didn't even bring a single cookie? Lily looked at the pile of supplies belonging to the awakened, her heart burning with anger. Does she, Lily, not deserve anything? Zhao Kuan flattered Lily, patting her shoulder. They are awakened, they are the big shots. How can we compare ourselves to them? Besides, just escaping from there is already quite an achievement. Zhao Kuan looked worried. You don't know how dangerous it was inside. How dangerous? I think you're just making excuses, Lily interrupted impatiently. Pathetic. Not having the ability is one thing, but you still lack spirit. What big shot are they? Are they even human? Everyone is human. Why is there such a big difference? Lily became angrier the more she thought about it. She hadn't brought any supplies with her. Luckily, the 2 women in the car had died inside, so there were 2 fewer mouths to feed, and the supplies could last longer. Seeing so many supplies, Lily felt a strong urge to take some for herself. Although she didn't dare to steal the supplies openly, she also wouldn't let others have them easily. After Gu Yang and the others finished dividing the supplies, each person organized their own belongings. Once Gu Yang finished, he went into the tent to rest. Lu Liang planned to leave early the next morning. It was already late at night, just a few hours before dawn. Early the next morning, a loud argument broke out among the team. Why aren't you giving out supplies? Everyone else is empty-handed. But you, the awakened ones, have so much. Exactly. Last time, you promised to give us supplies until the next gathering point. But what happened? No supplies found, and so many people died. Our supplies are also gone. We demand to get some now. Many survivors gathered at Lu Liang's tent door. If Uncle Wang hadn't stopped them, they would have rushed inside. Uncle Wang was sweating heavily, looking very anxious. But he wasn't the only one worried. Inside the tent, Lu Liang was tossing and turning in his sleeping bag. He had expected this kind of situation. He didn't think that even a peaceful day would be so short before chaos broke out. Right now, those 4 guys were probably just watching the scene. Although he was the team leader, he had no right to force others to share supplies with the survivors. He himself didn't want to give out supplies either. Outside the tent, the 4 men watched the chaos for a while before walking toward Lu Liang's tent. The scheduled departure time was almost here. Lu Liang was still hiding inside. Watching the commotion was fine, but safety was more important. If they were surrounded by strange creatures, no one would know how they died. Seeing Gu Yang and the others approaching, Uncle Wang's tense face relaxed a little. The survivors blocking the doors saw the group, and, seeing Lu Liang wasn't there, directed their anger at them. Give us supplies. They had traveled a long way last night and hadn't rested well. Now the team was leaving early, and they were exhausted and hungry. Without supplies, they might die on the road. They decided to take a risk. Move aside. Gu Yang raised his dog-toothed dagger, ready to act without wasting words. The shiny, white blade reflected a faint light. Several people close to Gu Yang swallowed hard, afraid to shout, and all stepped back. Not far away, the surviving people who weren't involved in their commotion all smiled at the same time. A group of cowards, yet they still dare to ask for supplies. They're too timid. If they all work together and fight hard, they probably can't kill everyone, said Luo Hua, excitedly. You just have a mouth. Luo Yuju said calmly. Big sister, why do you always pick on me? Am I wrong? Luo Hua said, unhappy. If they fight back, that man might really kill them all, Luo Yuju replied in a flat voice. The scenes at the supermarket entrance kept flashing in her mind, very clear. No way. Luo Hua couldn't believe it. After all, so many people. Luo Yuju shook her head, a bit speechless. This is the end of the world. You keep chattering every day. Your theory about encouraging your company's employees to strike doesn't work here. Your boss can't afford to lose you all, so you succeeded. And what harm is there if these people die to the awakened ones? At this moment, the survivors blocking the tent's entrance made way, and Gu Yang and the others entered without obstacle. Have you waited long? Have you enjoyed the show? Lu Liang sat on the bed, hands clasped under his chin, elbows on his knees, looking in control. Gu Yang looked annoyed. If you're good at pretending, then solve the problem instead of just showing off. You all know about this, and the importance of the tale. We and the survivors are mutual. Protecting their safety also gives us the final guarantee, he said. Right now, we can't do without the tale. I'm the leader, but you can't just take without giving, right? I can't just give out supplies, Gu Yang said directly, making his stance clear. You're right. The tail can't be broken, but we're about to enter the fog zone. You're not sure about the timing. With so many mouths to feed, how much supplies do we need? I don't agree either, Yun Shan said in a low voice. Gu Yang agreed strongly, saying he wasn't sure how long they could stay around the fog. He himself was already hungry. I can share some supplies, Wen Yi said clearly. Gu Yang and Yun Shan looked at Wen Yi without saying anything. They didn't feel guilty. They were already struggling to take care of themselves, so they didn't worry about their conscience. Still, one, you have a kind heart. In the end of the world, there aren't many humans left. If one day everyone dies, and only a few of us are left, what's the point? Are you just here to complain and not want to share supplies? Gu Yang crossed his arms and sat on a chair with a teasing tone. He talked about kindness, but didn't mention supplies at all. That's so petty. Who cares about supplies? I have a way to solve everyone's food problem and make sure they eat enough. Old Zhang looked at Gu Yang and snorted, feeling proud. In this end-of-the-world setting, the words, all survivors, and eat enough, are now connected. Are you serious? Lu Liang stood up excitedly. In this world, everyone can eat enough, so they don't need to risk going out for supplies. Their attitude toward survival can shift toward enjoying life. Going out for supplies is like knowingly walking into danger. Yes, I am serious. Great. Tell me more. Lu Liang quickly stepped forward and excitedly shook Old Zhang's rough hand. They looked at each other, and Old Zhang felt that Lu Liang's eager eyes were a bit too intense. Gu Yang, Wen Yi, and Yun Shan also looked seriously at Old Zhang. Old Zhang pulled his hand back from Lu Liang and understood what they were thinking. I've developed a type of grain, he said, then took out a handful of grains from his pocket. The grains looked like short, dark gray rice, with uneven sizes and a light purple powder on top. The grains emitted a strange smell, sweet and greasy mixed with a muddy scent, very different from the usual fresh grain smell. It didn't smell very good. Everyone leaned in to look at the grains in Old Zhang's hand. Gu Yang wondered if it smelled bad but tasted good. Seeing their curiosity, Old Zhang continued to explain. Just half a bowl of this can keep an adult man working hard all day and feeling full for up to 24 hours. A sharp intake of breath sounded inside the tent, and everyone looked surprised. This one feature alone was priceless in a world short on food. Why didn't you bring this out earlier? Yinshan was the most excited. How does it taste? As long as it filled them up, Yinshan started caring about the flavor. Have you ever had bubble tea? Old Zhang asked. Yinshan. Yes, I have, Old Zhang. It's the texture of the tapioca pearls inside. Wen Yi, it's wonderful. Too bad there's no milk, or I could make my own tea. You're getting too excited too early. This thing is still experimental and toxic. If it weren't, I would have brought it out sooner. Toxic? Yes, toxic. The enthusiasm in their eyes immediately dimmed by half. Can you focus on the main point next time? Were you a marketer before the apocalypse? You only talk about the good side, never the bad, Guyang said, feeling speechless. The bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. Let me finish. Eating this grain for a long time can affect bone density. At first, it might cause weak bones, and later, it could make you easily tired. Even a small bump might cause a bone fracture. Although it's probably toxic, reducing how much you eat and only consuming it for a month or so shouldn't be a problem. Once you stop, it will recover naturally. Everyone just needs to contribute some rice and flour, add a little grain when cooking, and the food problem for survivors will be solved. We can save supplies. That's a good idea. Lu Liang nodded. Guyang also nodded. If it weren't for necessity, he wouldn't want to give up these people, especially when traveling through dangerous, unknown places like the mist. He would be afraid if there were too few people. Seeing Guyang agree, Yinshan nodded too. Since everyone agreed, he couldn't refuse. Anyway, they wouldn't get much supplies. Ahem, since everyone has no objections, let's do it that way. But, old Zhang sighed after saying this. Lu Liang, is there a problem? Yes, it's a bit difficult. Growing this grain consumes a lot of resources, old Zhang said seriously. Lu Liang felt this sounded familiar and looked at Guyang. Suddenly, it felt even more familiar. It's about needing supplies. The survivors no longer shouted and stood outside the tent feeling helpless. Lily, is this okay? Of course, we just need to make sure they give back some of the supplies. Lily sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed. We ordinary survivors don't have much power, but we have many people. With so many resisting, even the awakened ones have to be careful, but these people are very scared. When that guy, Guyang, took out his dagger, they all backed off. They lost their confidence. Zhao Kuan twitched his mouth. Lily was good at everything, but she was too naive. Under Lily's watch, Uncle Wang, the driver of Luliang, was called inside. After a while, he came out and said a few words. The survivors outside dispersed. Why did they all leave? Lily was anxious. What about the supplies? Was it all for nothing? She got out of the car and grabbed someone, asking, why did you all leave? The awakened ones promised to supply us with food, so we left. We should thank you. If it weren't for your idea, we would be dead. Lily is really amazing. She even convinced those 5 awakened ones. Zhao Kuan praised her beside him. Of course. Lily released the person, clapped her hands, and said, from now on, just listen to me. Ordinary people can also have a say. Everything was under control. The convoy led by Luliang started moving, and news about the awakened providing food spread among the vehicles. Brother, I didn't expect that woman to really pull this off. Thanks to her, we can eat for free now. We can save some supplies. Yes, it's really thanks to her. Zhao Qing temporarily stopped thinking and responded to his sister with a smile. Zhao Shuang nodded with a smile. With the food supply secured, her brother wouldn't go hungry. She knew her brother was upset about not bringing supplies this time. He hadn't brought anything out, which was the first time Zhao Qing returned empty-handed. She couldn't do much, only pretending to be happy and naive, so her brother wouldn't feel guilty. That was all she could do for now. The convoy rested every 4 hours and kept driving until nightfall before stopping. Unmatched hunger was the state of most survivors. Most of them hadn't eaten much for 2 days. Old Zhang, does your grain have any special properties? Jiang Cha asked as she approached Old Zhang. A few awakened individuals discussed, and the position of head chef was given to her. Besides Guyang, the other 3 awakened drivers followed Jiang Cha's orders. Guyang didn't have a driver, which drew some teasing about not being tough enough. There's a batch just grown. Wait for me to pick it. Do you need help? Jiang Cha asked sweetly. No need. Old Zhang waved his hand and went into the carriage. On a pile of miscellaneous items, there was a feed bag. He patted the dust off it. Who would have thought that even the rejected experimental products could be exchanged for supplies? Old Zhang carried the feed bag and got off the vehicle. If it's not enough, come find me. Just a little, split in half. Boil enough for each survivor to have half a bowl. Old Zhang reminded them of some details. After he finished, Yunshan's driver stepped forward wisely and carried the bag. Such feed bags could hold 50 kilograms. Half a bag was about 30 kilograms. Wang Shu, nearby, had already boiled a large bucket of water. Jiang Cha took a big bowl, one with rice and one with grains, measured carefully. The white rice and gray-purple grains floated and sank in the boiling water, releasing a fragrant aroma. The originally sweet, earthy smell of the grains gradually faded as they boiled, replaced by a unique scent, somewhat like sheep's milk. Jiang Cha tasted a small spoonful. It was not bad, a bit like chewy candy, but almost flavorless. Ingyi had already told her she could try it, but not to eat it as a meal. This only showed one thing: it wasn't healthy. Wang Shu and the others had also been told by their awakened companions, but out of curiosity, they took a small taste. Once the porridge was ready, Jiang Cha and the others organized the survivors into lines and maintained order. Wang Shu held a large iron spoon, responsible for serving the porridge. The first survivor happily carried a big basin and came forward. Next time, just use a small bowl. Wang Shu, with a professional smile, scooped a spoonful of porridge and poured it into the iron basin. Next, that's all. Ancient court disaster relief often gave more than this. Is this enough for anyone? The man shook the bowl of porridge, looking very surprised. He had guessed that the free food wouldn't be much, but this was too little. He had expected this situation. Captain Lu Liang told him to handle this matter, and he didn't have to worry about it. This isn't ordinary food. It's extraordinary food. This small amount is enough to fill you. Extraordinary food. Really? The man looked suspicious. He picked up the bowl and drank all the porridge in one sip. That amount was truly just a sip. The man chewed the grains in his mouth and surprisingly realized he was no longer hungry. His whole body felt full of energy. Wow, amazing. I'm really full. I never thought I'd eat extraordinary food one day. It's so incredible. Will eating this make me wake up faster? Before he finished speaking, a strong man behind him pushed him aside. There are still so many people waiting in line behind. The strong man also carried a bowl. Uncle Wang scooped some porridge for him. The man didn't care if it was hot and hurriedly drank it. Are you not hungry anymore? Someone behind asked impatiently. I'm really not hungry. I feel full of strength, like I could punch a cow to death. The strong man smiled excitedly, then left the line. His bowl still had some porridge on it, and he planned to rinse it with mineral water and finish it. Everyone behind looked happy. At first, they still doubted, but after two people spoke positively, most of them believed it. Now, everyone was excited inside. The porridge was served quickly. In less than 10 minutes, everyone received a spoonful. Some people tried to sneak another serving, but Jiang Cha and others caught them and sent them away from the line. They really threatened to give out another portion of food, and it's extraordinary food. Wait, let me try first. Luo Yuzhu held her bowl and muttered softly. Luo Huai followed behind, listening to her mumbling but not hearing clearly, so she asked, Sister, what did you say? I said, wait for me. Luo Yuzhu turned around. Luo Huai was licking rice grains from her lips and stopped her words. I asked, is it tasty? It's tasty, and the flavor is pretty good. After drinking it, I feel full of strength. Luo Hua showed off her non-existent muscles. Are you full? If not, you can have this bowl too, Luo Yuzhu said helplessly. Her younger sister was a typical foodie who never left a single bite. Since the world had fallen into chaos, she hadn't had a proper meal until now. I'm full. This food is really filling. I even feel a bit stuffed, Luo Hua said seriously, pushing Luo Yuzhu's bowl toward her, signaling her to finish it. Luo Yuzhu drank the porridge. A warm feeling spread through her body, and even her fatigue disappeared completely. This food truly deserved to be called extraordinary. It was the first time since the apocalypse that they had eaten their fill. Night had completely fallen. A crimson moon hung high in the sky. Guyang lay on top of the car, looking a bit helpless. He had reduced the range of his mental perception so he wouldn't see unpleasant scenes anymore. However, he could still clearly hear the sounds of people laughing and talking cheerfully from the tents and the swaying cars nearby. People always relax when they're full, Guyang sighed. In the end of the world, everyone lived under great pressure, never knowing if they would survive the next day. Over time, the stress became unbearable, and there were only a few ways to release it. Cigarettes and alcohol were rare and expensive. Human desires, however, cost the least. In this world, even a piece of bread could buy a moment of comfort. It was boring. After hearing it so often, Guyang lost interest. He decided to listen to something else and extended his mental sense toward old Zhang's car. Nothing. Next was Lu Liang's tent. As soon as his perception reached it, he heard muffled sounds of frustration mixed with laughter. Guyang chuckled. If he could record this, He wondered how the usually calm captain would react. He kept listening for a while, then switched targets again. In Yunshan's tent, loud snores echoed. Finally, he turned his attention to Wen Yi's tent. "Don't come over. Stop." That was Jiang Cha's voice. Gu Yang's ears twitched. What was going on? Then came Wen Yi's mischievous voice. Hee, Cha-cha, don't worry, I'll help you. No, it's fine. I can do it myself. A moment later, there was a startled gasp, followed by silence. Hiss, Gu Yang withdrew his mental power. I can't go on. If I listen any longer, I might want to see it. He is a person with a strong personality. The sky brightened, and Gu Yang slowly brushed his teeth. Lu Liang said there was nothing strange following them, and the convoy would rest here for 2 days. Oral health is very important. Ah, gulp gulp. Gu Yang tilted his head and rinsed his mouth. Gu Yang, combine some materials, Lu Liang approached. Combine the Sacred Mother? Gu Yang said unclearly. Lu Liang took out a purple-black pouch. You still owe me a chance to fuse once, right? Gu Yang nodded, gargled twice more, then spat out the water. Give it to me. Gu Yang took the painful spear and the poison pouch of the cunning Mouse King handed over by Lu Liang. He thought, and 1,500 killing points turned into 1,400. A white light wrapped around the painful spear and the poison pouch. They chatted for a few words, and the white light disappeared. The deep, dark red bone-like spear body, with its pulsating veins, became more dense and twisted. Poison Plague Spear, Cunning Device Rank. 9723. Abilities, Unlimited Ammunition. The Howling Nest, Fleshly Nest, as the core, provides endless bullets, calamity armor-piercing rounds. Bullets fused with 4 kinds of cunning powers, causing intense mental pain through the Howling Nest, with bone spurs that pierce and tear, triple toxicity. Cunning Bee Venom amplifies pain nerves. Corpse Poison erodes vitality, and plague toxins cause decay, high fever, and weakness. Effect Stack. 4 effects cause extreme physical and mental torment inside the target, leading to death within 7 days. Cunning Device. Forbidden items fused with cunning objects, used with a cost. Higher rank means greater cost. User's perception of pain is infinitely amplified. Cutting skin with a knife no longer satisfies. The whispers of the howling nest combined with the squeaking of the swarm make the user seek more extreme, slower, ritualistic self-harm, deliberately keeping wounds. In a state of decay, perception of pain is infinitely amplified. A morbid obsession with decayed wounds, believing healthy skin is pale, hidden attribute. If you were Gu Yang, using it costs nothing. This damn thing. Lu Liang's face darkened. He could hardly bear this cost. If the wound decayed badly, he might die. There was no doctor in the convoy, so he couldn't use anti-inflammatory medicine. I suggest not putting so many strange items together. The higher the rank, the greater the risk. If you add more strange items, I think the next step might be to cut off a hand for fun. It's better to use a few lower-ranked items instead. Gu Yang was honest. Do you dare to use a cursed item if it ranks first? He didn't want Lu Liang to die. If he accidentally passed away, the few of them would be like headless flies wandering in the end times. Pointing randomly in any direction could easily lead them into a strange nest. They decided to start the peak competition. Lu Liang fell silent. Part of his actions was misunderstood by Gu Yang. The idea that higher-ranked cursed items cost more is something others spread. But those people hadn't seen many cursed items. If it were true, what would be the point of high-ranked cursed items? Who would dare to use them? He guessed that once cursed items reach a certain rank, they might not have any cost. The cost only exists with lower-ranked cursed items. Like Gu Yang's car, which is fused with many strange items, more than his toxic plague gun. He hadn't seen Gu Yang change at all. Could it be that the cost isn't physical? Lu Liang left with a serious face, staring at his toxic plague gun in confusion. Should he keep adding materials to test his theory, or stop here? Just like Gu Yang said, maybe use a few low-level cursed items. The convoy rested for 2 days. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Uncle Wang, the driver, spoke. Mr. Gu, the team leader says we're ready to leave. Got it. Gu Yang rolled out of bed, packed up his tent, and then sat in the driver's seat of the vehicle. When he let a strange woman past him, the woman sat in the driver's seat of the endless war chariot. She was probably the driver when he found. This time, After passing through the misty area, Lu Liang planned that besides sleeping and taking breaks, the convoy would keep moving constantly to pass through the misty zone as soon as possible. The endless war chariot could only run for 48 hours. Beyond that, it would drain life force. The best way was to find someone to drive. Not everyone was willing to ignore the cost like him. Leading the convoy, Lu Liang drove for 5 hours. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by a thin layer of fog. At first, the fog was light, making distant objects look blurry. But as time went on, the fog grew thicker, like a huge veil wrapping the whole world. The convoy was in this hazy world, looking straight ahead at a white, foggy area that made it hard to see what was inside. They were now on the edge of the fog. "Warmy, this place feels a bit scary. It seems colder too." Jiang Cha, sitting in the back seat, rubbed her arms nervously. "Don't worry, it's nothing to be afraid of," Warmy said calmly. Seeing Warm so composed, her driver relaxed and loosened his grip on the steering wheel. He was glad he was chosen to drive for the Awakener. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to comfort himself in this environment. No one would believe there was no danger here. The survivors behind the convoy were also nervous, feeling a deep, hard-to-explain fear. It was a world without sunlight, where strange things could appear at any moment. Guiyang turned on a dim oil lamp, filling the car with a soft glow. If danger appeared, he planned to drive away quickly. Better to leave than risk being caught. Right now, Guiyang was calm and steady, like an old dog. He took out a box of potato chips, tore open the package, and placed it on the center console. The crunching sound of chewing filled the quiet car. Through the window, Guiyang saw Lu Liang walking toward him, so he rolled down the window. "That place ahead looks a bit thick with fog. I can't see the road clearly inside. I want you to take me in for a look," Lu Liang explained. After his divination, he sensed no strange presence nearby, not even the weird things that usually follow them. They had stopped far away and dared not come closer. There must be something very frightening inside that fog. Driving his ordinary car into the fog felt risky. Even at the edge, he felt uneasy. Guiyang's vehicle was a special device, so it was safer to ride in. "Captain, you know, this device consumes a lot of energy," Lu Liang said with a dark face. "I'll give you a barrel of gasoline." The attitude of the team is very bad. They always want benefits and don't care about friendship. "Also, driving the strange device costs me a lot," Guiyang said with a troubled look. Lu Liang, he drives every day but never mentions the cost. "Our current direction is north. If I die while scouting later, remember, don't go northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest, east, south, or west. As the team leader, even if I die, I will plan a route for you to escape." Lu Liang's words had no sense of camaraderie, only full of resentment. This made Guiyang speechless. Lu Liang's meaning was clear. He's saying, even if I die, you won't survive. All other directions are off limits. Only the foggy area to the north remains, and no one knows what's inside. Even with a glow lamp, Guiyang wouldn't dare to go in. Too many unpredictable factors. "Get in the car." Guiyang had no choice but to agree. Just as Lu Liang fastened his seatbelt, Old Zhang opened the door and sat in the back seat. "What are you doing up here?" Lu Liang asked. "I don't have much to do, just want to see if I can help you guys." "We're all in the same team. Helping each other is what we should do," Old Zhang replied. He saw the two talking from afar. Based on Lu Liang's expression, it's possible they planned to run away. He had to follow. "That's fine. We're exploring the fog, and I need some help." Lu Liang looked at Guiyang. "Let's go." Exploring the fog. Old Zhang's face stiffened. "Is it still possible to get out now?" Guiyang was about to leave when the car door was suddenly pulled open, and Yunshan got in. Lu Liang got into Guiyang's car, and even Old Zhang did. No matter how slow-witted he was, he could tell something was wrong. "There's a trick." Old Zhang saw Yunshan get in, and took the opportunity to open the door. "Since Yunshan is protecting you, I feel more at ease. I'll take care of the team here, so you can go ahead without worry." Old Zhang smoothly got out and closed the door. "Yunshan, isn't this about running away?" "Everyone's so sneaky," Guiyang muttered, and the car left the team, heading toward the edge of the fog. Thick fog blocked the view, and everything around was very quiet. Besides the roar of the engine, there was no other sound, as if they were inside a dark, enclosed space. However, this space was endless. "Captain, Why are you so nervous? Yinshan sat casually in the back, arms crossed. What do you think? Lu Liang shot Yinshan a quick look, showing he didn't want to talk to a fool. Don't worry, it's completely safe inside the car. Yinshan pointed to the oil lamp above and explained its purpose. Last time, when they returned from the small town, he didn't explain this in detail, so Lu Liang and old Zhang didn't know about it. Lu Liang's eyes widened. There's such a magic tool? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Come closer. Why are we so far apart? There's no need to fear strange dangers. With the breath cut off, they could do anything inside the car without being noticed by the strange presence. He didn't know about this before. If he had known, he could have eaten 2 more pieces of compressed biscuits during the meal. He decided to keep a close eye on Guyang. From what he knew about this guy, if there was danger, he would definitely run away immediately. Or, it might be safer to stick directly to his car. If he didn't get out, could Guyang really leave him behind? Lu Liang found the road and drove around the fog edge for a kilometer. Nothing dangerous was found, so the 3 of them turned back the way they came. At that moment, the fog started to churn. Through the car window, everything was completely obscured and visibility was blocked. Guyang's eyes widened. He raised a finger to make a shushing gesture. The swirling air currents tore open a large gap in the fog, and suddenly 2 huge red lanterns appeared in Lu Liang and Yunshan's line of sight. As the fog spread to the sides, they finally saw clearly. It was a giant snake. Its eyes were fixed tightly on the windshield. All 3 held their breath, afraid that the next moment the giant snake would open its mouth and swallow the car whole. Fortunately, the giant snake only looked for a moment before swinging its massive body and slipping into the fog. The car remained stationary for several minutes. After no other strange events occurred, Guyang started driving away. Another day survived. Lu Liang patted his chest. You said you'd rely on the car. Now you're scared? Guyang said with a look of disdain. Lu Liang did not argue. This time, he finally understood how powerful the blocking aura really was. After returning to the convoy, Lu Liang told everyone to rest there for the night and set out again the next day. The group went into the tent for another meeting. Lu Liang mentioned the encounter with the giant snake to Wen Yi and old Zhang. Old Zhang glared and immediately cursed. The meeting didn't last long. When they all came out of the tent, everyone looked serious. The expressions of the awakened people made many survivors feel uneasy. Those walking, riding bikes, or tricycles abandoned their vehicles and paid the price to get into the cars for safety. Many people, scared at first, grew braver and approached the awakened to get on the cars, even just lying on the shelves, which offered some safety. Except for Guyang, everyone else took in some survivors and let them lie on the shelves. Guyang obviously wouldn't bother with them. If he took in survivors to lie on the shelves, his ghostly oil lamp would be useless. Most people spent the night in fear. The next morning, the sun was still not visible. The convoy started moving along the planned route. Leading the way was Guyang's black armor berserk war chariot. Guyang drove, Lu Liang sat in the front passenger seat, and Yunshan and old Zhang sat in the back. All 3 had abandoned their vehicles. They brought the most important strange materials onto Guyang's car. Behind the black armor war chariot was Wen Yi's vehicle. On the shelves, 4 or 5 people were lying, men and women. The driver was inside, and Wen Yi sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Cha and Wen Yi, to ensure her safety, placed her inside Guyang's vehicle with the supplies. If her own vehicle hadn't been a strange device she was reluctant to part with, she would have followed Guyang. The convoy moved straight along the riverbank. On the other side was dense fog, thicker and more intense. The survivors behind felt like they were looking into a deep abyss just by glancing at the fog. The fear of gazing into the abyss grew naturally. Don't drive so fast, Lu Liang said, looking at Guyang's odometer. The speed reached 80 kilometers per hour. On this side of the river, the fog was lighter, but even with the awakened's eyesight, visibility was less than 3 meters. Guyang drove so fast that he was worried about reacting in time and falling into the river. The river here was about 8 meters wide. Indeed, 9 out of 10 accidents happen at high speed. Don't race with death. Old man Zhang said a slogan from before the end of the world. Yunshan crossed his arms and looked indifferent. Anyway, Guyang wouldn't fall even if he was driving at 280 kilometers per hour. This is dangerous this time. Guyang looked nervous. He felt strange, dark energy moving on the other side of the fog, as if something sinister was watching them. LV Liang lowered his eyelids slightly, squinted, and took out a black card with a scarecrow pattern. He put the card into his chest pocket and buttoned up his coat. Old man Zhang in the back seat looked serious, with many wrinkles on his face. His hand seemed to be holding something. Yinshan lowered his hands from his chest and rested them on his knees. His eyes fixed tightly on one side of the river. Suddenly, fog on that side of the river moved. A huge snake appeared, aiming at the car behind Guyang. In just a moment, the snake's head broke through the fragile barrier and bit toward Wen Yi's car. Then, loud croaking sounds came from the riverside, loud and chaotic. Bang! There was a crash, the sound of metal tearing, screams, and the noise of tires skidding on the ground by the river. Wen Yi's endless battle car was hit and flipped into the farmland below. Guyang's car was also affected. The snake hit the back of the car, almost causing it to roll into the field. From the fog, black spear-like tongues shot out rapidly. Strange frogs. Who knows how many there were? Guyang didn't hesitate. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped up suddenly. The giant snake chased after the flipped battle car. The other cars behind had no obstacles, and the drivers, terrified, turned pale and pressed the gas pedal. People hanging on the car or on the roof screamed as the snake's tongues kept taking their lives. Feeling the strong life energy, strange roars sounded from the fog. All the creatures rushed toward Guyang's convoy, ignoring him and his friends as if they couldn't see them. Bang! Gained 400 kill points for hitting the strange frog. The enemies tried to block the road ahead, but it was too narrow. Guyang couldn't avoid them, so he crashed into the strange creatures, knocking them away. Bang! Gained 300 kill points for hitting the strange wolf. Bang! Ramming the copper armor zombie grants 300 kill points. Bang! Ramming the strange mantis grants 400 kill points. One after another, the strange creatures are knocked away. In the fog, some of the strange creatures notice the vehicle ahead. Although they emit similar signals, why are they attacking? Croak. A deep, strong frog call sounds. The vehicle stalls, and under the powerful force, it nearly tips into the river. Guyang looks in the rearview mirror. A tongue extends from the fog, wrapping around the left rear wheel. The ground trembles. The fog swirls at the tongue's origin, revealing a large, mountain-like figure emerging from the mist. Roar. At this moment, a hoarse roar echoes. A golden figure rushes out of the fog and lands in front of Guyang's car. It is a zombie wearing golden armor, with a shriveled mouth exhaling dark gray mist. Guyang's face darkens. He no longer hides. He draws a dog-toothed dagger from the center armrest. In front of everyone's shock, he swiftly cuts off the strange frog king's tongue. Guyang steps on the accelerator. If you want to block me, I'll just crash through. The rear wheel screeches loudly as the bull's horns glow with dark red and bronze light. The bull charges. The golden-armored zombie roars in anger, its voice full of fury. It raises its sharp claws to meet the vehicle's horns. Let's see who's tougher. The car just accelerates, and the impact isn't very strong yet. The car barely holds, with white smoke billowing from the wheels. Guyang senses the golden-armored zombie's legs begin to retreat. Behind, Zhao Qing drives his car, seeing the scene ahead. He grits his teeth and forces himself to rush past Guyang's right side. As long as he gets through, with Guyang and others holding them back, he and his sister will be safe. In the fog again, a figure shoots out with even greater speed than the golden-armored zombie. Under Guyang's telekinesis, he sees clearly. It's a strange mantis, bright green with black patterns. It wields two golden knives, flying past Guyang's car glass, leaving a trail of gray-black mist behind. As Zhao Qing's car just sped forward, a strange mantis suddenly appeared right in front of him, shocking both siblings. The strange mantis swung its blade, a flash of golden light, and the car split in two during the move, bursting into bright flames in front of Guyang. Damn it! Guyang's face darkened. The speed of his armored battle vehicle had just increased, but it suddenly stalled again. He looked in the rearview mirror. Damn, that tongue was wrapped around again. Why does it keep licking? We can't escape. If you have real skills, show them now. Let's do it. Yinshan was the first to get out of the car. The armored zombie, smelling trouble, roared and charged at Yinshan. The strange mantis also rushed out at the same time. Seeing these two dangerous enemies distracted, Gu Yang seized the moment. He climbed out of the car window. Both of you, if you don't fight, just stay inside and wait to be turned into meat pies. Gu Yang ran a few steps along the back of the car, then leapt down into the farmland below, heading toward Wen. The strange creatures here, at the first level, were not very scary. The real threats were the armored zombie and the strange mantis. But these two were obviously powerful, fast, and hard to fight. The giant frog king was slow but easier to handle. However, half of its body was hidden in the fog, which was too dangerous. Who knew if there were stronger fighters behind the fog? The best plan was to stay away from the fog. There was a giant snake in the field, and Wen was nearby, very strong. Attacking from the side would be safer. Just in case. Upgrade to expert level mental power LV4 requires 1800 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade. If the situation got out of control, he would just fly away and come back when it was safe. The two inside the car kept watching nervously. They didn't know how tough the car was. Staying inside might just turn them into meat pies. Old Zhang, stop pretending. Fight now, or we'll all die. I'm not good at fighting. Lu Liang was anxious. This isn't the time to hide. Bang. Yun Shan, who was 5 meters tall, was knocked back hard and sat down heavily on the car. The two old men quickly got out. As soon as they stepped out, Lu Liang hid behind old Zhang. This young man, old man Zhang, was speechless. He scattered some seeds into the river, and dozens of green vines with small white flowers shot out of the water, accompanied by a rushing wind sound. Lu Liang looked as expected, as if everyone was just a little bit too confident. Especially Gu Yang. He was controlling a dagger from a distance. Was this a special tool ability or his own power? But I've never heard of someone having two abilities. Meanwhile, when he was fighting a giant python, she stepped back slightly, and the python's tail swung down with a gust of wind, causing dirt and debris to fly everywhere. When he heard footsteps, she kept her eyes on the python, but from the corner of her eye, she saw Gu Yang running over from the side. Seeing Gu Yang's urgent face, when he felt a warm feeling rise in her heart. She thought the others had already driven away, but Gu Yang came to save her. Gu Yang took a few quick steps behind the python, but didn't get too close. When he saw the many fierce wounds on its body, he smiled happily. The python looked at Gu Yang from a distance, then suddenly lunged at Wen, who was closer. Gu Yang controlled a dagger to stab the python. Under the influence of level 4 mental power, the dagger pierced through the snake's scales and sank into its body. Injured the strange giant python, gained 300 killing points. The python, in pain, turned and bit at Gu Yang. Seeing this, Wen quickly charged forward with her twin knives. The python was prepared and swung its tail to push her back. Gu Yang took the chance to stab again. Injured the strange giant python, gained 300 killing points. The python chased Wen, and Gu Yang controlled the dagger to strike it again. The python chased Gu Yang, and Wen ran up to cut it with her knives. After being stabbed 5 times by Gu Yang, the python finally calmed down. The two formed a triangle with their positions. Gu Yang earned 1,500 killing points. The python's eyes, glowing like red lanterns, flickered with red light, and it let out a loud roar to the sky. Something's wrong. Is it calling for help? Wenyi's face changed, and she tightened her grip on her twin knives. Attack, Gu Yang said with a focused look. Wen held her twin knives, glowing with a red and gold light. Suddenly, she disappeared from the spot, leaving a red streak in the dark field. Gu Yang's eyes sharpened. He seized the moment and launched a mental attack. He had never used this before, but he was waiting for this moment. Dealt 600 points of mental damage to the strange giant python, earning killing points. The giant python, with its mouth wide open, froze for a moment, and the part of its body that was raised fell downward. Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. As expected from the transformed mental power, using mental force against the strange giant python only used about 1/10 of his mental strength. If he used all his strength, he might be able to directly crush the python's consciousness. But the situation is too dangerous now. It's best not to use mental force unless necessary. In an instant, Wen had already reached the front of the python. She swung her long sword, creating a fan-shaped ripple of red in the air. The ripple passed through the snake's body. The giant snake's body and head separated. Just when everyone thought it was over, the snake's head, falling, suddenly opened its mouth wide and bit at Wen-yi. By the riverbank, old Zhang controlled vines, wrapping them around the strange frog king's body, especially its mouth. The vines were very tough, and the strange frog king couldn't break free for a while. Lu Liang was not idle either. Hiding behind old Zhang, he kept firing the plague gun, making the huge body of the strange frog king look almost like a pincushion. Under the continuous corrosion of toxins, the strange frog king collapsed with a loud crash. Its belly was still rising and falling, indicating it was not dead yet. Old Zhang sent half of the vines to support Yunshan. At this moment, Yunshan was fighting alone against the golden-armored zombie and the strange mantis. He had injuries on his arms, legs, and even his head, some of which had already scabbed over. All of this was thanks to the Titan gorilla's strong defense and healing ability, allowing him to barely withstand the attack. If it were an ordinary awakened person, they would have been cut into 8 pieces by now. Roar! A roar came from nearby. The golden-armored zombie's body surged with strange energy, and its aura suddenly intensified. The originally resilient Yunshan was knocked flying by a punch from the golden-armored zombie and spat out blood near Lu Liang. This guy must be on some kind of stimulant. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Yunshan was startled. Wow, it turns out it was just teasing me earlier. Lu Liang's face was serious as he raised his gun and fired 2 rounds of disaster armor-piercing bullets at the golden-armored zombie and the strange mantis. The golden-armored zombie allowed the armor-piercing bullets to hit it, then turned and charged into the nearby field. The strange mantis swung its golden knife, knocking away the bullet that was aimed at it, then kicked off with both legs and disappeared instantly. As Lu Liang's 3rd bullet just shot out of the gun, the strange mantis's golden blade appeared in his eyes. Under his shocked gaze, it cut through his body. Then, he looked blankly at his own body, wondering when he had come in front of Old Man Zhang. Lu Liang, Old Man Zhang, and Yunshan shouted at the same time. At this moment, the strange mantis raised its arm again, but found it couldn't move. Old Man Zhang had already seized the mantis's hands and feet during the brief moment, and the remaining vines wove into a cage in midair. Yunshan, Old Man Zhang's face turned red. The strange mantis struggled fiercely. If the vines hadn't been so tough, they would have torn apart by now. Yunshan roared angrily. In the next moment, his 5-meter-tall body grew to 8 meters, then broke through 10 meters, with eyes burning red like fire. Old Man Zhang was pleased. Had he broken through? With Yunshan throwing a punch, Old Man Zhang released the vine cage, leaving only the vines binding his hands and feet. The mantis couldn't dodge and was smashed into the ground. Half of the concrete road cracked and disappeared into the river. Yunshan kept punching without holding back. The surrounding air surged, stones and dust flew everywhere, and the mist was blown away by the rushing air. Old Man Zhang exhaled heavily, his face darkening. If he had broken through earlier, Lu Liang wouldn't have died. Without Lu Liang leading the way, their future would be a life-and-death struggle. Yunshan, I leave this to you. I'll go help Gu Yang and the others. Old Man Zhang shouted loudly and headed toward the fields. Right now, the king of strange frogs was almost defeated. After Yunshan had hit the mantis dozens of times, it probably wasn't doing well either. But the danger was on Gu Yang's side. The golden-armored zombie's rising momentum seemed to have surpassed the 2nd stage. The team couldn't afford to lose more people. He had thought about driving Gu Yang's car away, but where could they run to? Humans are a very mysterious species. When there is no way to retreat, a kind of courage, engraved in their genes, to fight to the death, will be unleashed. At this moment, the surviving vehicles were linked along the riverbank. Many survivors leaned against the cars, holding various weapons. The vehicles could effectively resist the sudden attack of the black spear emerging from the fog. The vehicle could only block the strange frogs. They also had to face more than 20 bizarre praying mantises, white wolves, and zombies. Luahua, Lu Yuzhu, Zhao Qing, and others hid in the grass in the field. From time to time, they heard screams and the cracking sounds of bones being bitten. Brother Zhao, maybe we should just give up. Let's hide here. Luahua stopped Zhao Qing from going out. Zhao Qing held a swift blade. Under the thick fog, his arms were covered with blackened burned scars. He looked at Zhao Shuang on the ground. At this moment, Zhao Shuang's left arm was gone. The strange praying mantis's attack not only split the vehicle in half, but also cut off Zhao Shuang's left hand. Waiting here will only lead to death. We need to find a car to have a chance to escape. Zhao Qing looked determined as he pushed aside the grass, ready to go out. He paused and turned back. If I die, please take care of my sister. Zhao Qing seemed to think it was too much to ask. He looked at the strange weapon in his hand. This sword belongs to you all. It seems you really plan to go out and die. Lu Yuzhu pushed the swift blade back. Take care of your sister yourself. If you die, we'll leave your sister behind. Zhao Qing said nothing and turned to leave with his blade. Big sister, do you like him? Luohua asked with a bright smile. Stop talking if you can't say anything nice. I really hate your mouth. Always chattering. So annoying. Lu Yuzhu's voice was cold and dry. Why bother saving them if you don't like them? You're so cold-hearted. How can you save others? I'm cold-hearted. Lu Yuzhu pointed at herself, surprised that her sister saw her as cold-hearted. Last time when we gathered supplies, Zhao Qing pulled me back, so I saved him. Do you understand? Luohua said. See? I told you good people get good rewards. When I help others, they help me too. Lu Yuzhu didn't want to listen and interrupted her sister. It's not the same. In the end of the world, helping others voluntarily is foolish. Being helped by others and returning the favor is also foolish. Anyway, don't copy me. She knew her actions were foolish, but she just acted on impulse and saved someone. Luo Huai. If he dies, where should we throw her sister? Shut up. Luo Yuzhu's voice is full of helplessness, a deep sense of frustration. Zhao Qing holds a shadow-stealing knife and hides in the grass beside the curb. The whole area is now filled with life energy, but it's strange and hard to pinpoint his exact location just by sensing the energy. Zhao Qing takes a deep breath. He has found his target. Using the vision granted by the shadow-stealing knife, and because the fog from the recent fight isn't thick here, he can clearly see a jeep about 10 meters away. Next to the jeep are two strange white wolves, glaring fiercely at 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 people are standing in a circle, holding weapons and barely pushing back the white wolves. Without special tools, they can't hurt the strange creatures, so death is only a matter of time. I'm not outside. The 3 of you men should stand in a circle and protect me. Li Li's hand is torn open by the claws of a white wolf, blood flowing freely. Man A, why should we? We're not your boyfriends. Man B, exactly, I haven't even played with you. Why should I protect you? It's okay, Lily. I'll protect you. Zhao Kuan grips a steel pipe tightly, watching the white wolf carefully. The white wolf exhales dark, eerie energy, its crimson eyes glowing more fiercely, and suddenly lunges at the group. Ah! Lily screams and quickly grabs the man next to her, shielding herself. The white wolf bites Man A's hand, but with slight force, Man A's bones break, and he screams painfully. You bastard! The formation is broken, and another white wolf rushes forward. The white wolf bites Zhao Kuan's arm. Seeing this, Man B turns and runs. Aiming for the jeep, Zhao Qing has his eyes on. At the same time, Zhao Qing emerges from the grass, faster than Man B, and runs to the jeep. He kicks Man B away with 1 foot. Zhao Qing, Li Li's eyes light up. He had even fed her sister before. Zhao Qing, take me with you. Li Li runs excitedly toward Zhao Qing. Behind her, Zhao Kuan, in great pain, turns red in the face. Li Li, help me. Li Li instinctively looked back, only to see Zhao Kuan's arm gone. The white wolf had devoured more than half of his body from the shoulder down, spilling his internal organs everywhere. Li Li's face was cold and expressionless. When she turned around, she put on a sweet smile, but was immediately met with a harsh kick to her chest from Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing got into the car, closed the door, started the engine, and sped off into the fields below. The frontmost awakened individuals were fighting high-level monsters, with occasional loud roars heard. Only those below had a chance to escape. Deep in the fields, the giant monster serpent was dying and fighting back. Wen Yi's body was mostly covered by its bloody mouth. Wen Yi leapt into the air and twisted her body midair, but it was too late. She watched helplessly as the bloody jaws bit down, but the pain she imagined did not come. The serpent seemed to bite something invisible, its sharp teeth unable to penetrate further. Its crimson eyes went out, and its huge head fell straight to the ground. Wen Yi also fell at the same time. Thank you. It's nothing. Guiyang was stunned. Why did this woman change her voice again? You. When he opened her mouth, but before she could speak, a scream sounded. Guyang quickly caught her around the waist and flew into the sky. Oh, I said I'd think about it. Why are you in such a hurry? Think about what? Guyang was confused. Suddenly, a hoarse roar sounded as a golden-armored zombie burst out of the ground. Wen Yi's face stiffened. She finally understood what was happening. Her eyes widened as she realized she was flying in the sky, her expression full of shock. No, why are you flying? In the apocalypse, being able to fly was a big deal. Most monsters seen so far were on the ground. Plant-based monsters could barely reach the sky with their branches, but only to a limited extent. Flying was a huge safety advantage. Using the power of a monster artifact to float temporarily, Guyang casually lied. The abilities of monster artifacts were unpredictable, and no one could easily see through his lie. When he nodded, then let's go down quickly. After all, the side effects of the monster artifact must be severe. Guyang had already used its power several times to save her. Wait a moment. Under Guyang's telepathic perception, Old Zhang was approaching from this direction. The golden armor zombie looked at the two people flying in the air. It jumped a few times in place, almost reaching them, and Guyang would also lift slightly whenever they moved upward. This made the golden armor zombie roar in frustration on the ground. Old Man Zhang came close to Guyang and saw him holding Wen Yi as they flew in the sky. He also widened his eyes in surprise. Guyang is really good at hiding. Unlike Lu Liang, who was very sneaky and skilled, I thought Lu Liang was the best at hiding, but he ended up dying unexpectedly. Now, I feel quite regretful when I think about it. Roar, the golden armor zombie, unable to reach Guyang and Wen Yi, turned its fiery eyes toward Old Man Zhang. Wow, Old Man Zhang shivered. Guyang, come down and take me up too. Old Man Zhang waved his hand, and vines surged like waves toward the golden armor zombie. Wen Yi and Guyang were also shocked by this scene. The golden armor zombie swung its claws non-stop. Each time, 10 or 20 vines were torn apart. But because there were so many vines, soon the zombie's feet were tied up. Vines also wrapped around its shoulders and neck, trapping it for a short time. Are you ready? Wen Yi nodded. Guyang immediately threw Wen Yi down from the sky. Wen Yi held a blood-engraved golden dagger and fell rapidly. Her messy hair floated behind her, and her eyes were filled with red mist. The golden armor zombie spread its arms wide and let out a violent roar. A strange energy burst out from its body, and the vines within 3 zhang, about 15 meters, were shattered and thrown into the air. The ground beneath the zombie sank into a deep, curved pit. A sharp, buzzing sound echoed in Wen Yi's ears. After just 2 or 3 seconds, blood flowed from her ears. The blood-engraved golden dagger slashed toward her, but its blade stopped just a centimeter from the zombie's forehead. The violent sound waves continued to sweep outward. Guyang was surprised. He didn't expect the golden armor zombie to have a mental attack move. Wen Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. The golden armor zombie stopped roaring. It pointed its toes and, like an arrow released from a bow, charged straight at Wen Yi, who was flying backward. Guyang quickly created a full protective barrier around Wen Yi. At that moment, the roar of an engine suddenly sounded. A black armored battle vehicle soared into the air and directly hit the golden armor zombie, knocking it away. You gain 800 kill points for defeating the golden armor zombie. Before the car lands, Yinshan jumps out of the driver's seat, stepping on the window frame. He shoots out like a cannonball, growing larger in midair, 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters. Yinshan throws a punch in midair, creating a wave of energy that clears the fog around him. The golden armor zombie dives into the ground and disappears from sight. Too noisy. What kind of ghost is that? Yinshan, now 10 meters tall, speaks like a thunderclap. At this moment, Old Man Zhang is affected by a mental attack, kneeling on the ground and gasping for air. Wen Yi, facing the roar, faints. Just because it's not your car, you treat it like this? Guyang floats in front of Yinshan, pointing at the car on the ground, which is upside down. If it were an ordinary car, it would have been shattered into pieces by now. Sorry, I'll help you lift it. It's my first time driving a flying car in the apocalypse, so I'm a bit excited. Yinshan gently taps with a finger. Roar. The golden armor zombie leaps out of the ground and rushes straight at Yinshan. Yinshan quickly slaps it away. The zombie, acting crazy, keeps charging at him. Yinshan shrinks his size and starts fighting the zombie hand-to-hand. No matter how much the zombie gets knocked down, it gets up and charges again. Yinshan is having a lot of fun fighting. Although he can't keep up with the zombie's speed, he just needs to punch when he's close enough. His skin is thick, so he can afford to make many mistakes. Even a third rank isn't a match for me, a second rank. Yinshan thinks proudly, but he can't dodge if the zombie circles around him. Guiyang places one E in the passenger seat, then looks at Old Man Zhang with a puzzled expression. Where's Lu Liang? Old Man Zhang's expression darkens. You don't know? He's dead. He explains how Lu Liang was cut in half by a strange mantis. Guiyang frowns. First, deal with the golden armor zombie. The noise here is too loud, he says. Since the zombie is a third rank, Yinshan probably can't kill it with a few hundred punches. This place is near the fog, and if more strange creatures come out, it will be trouble. Guiyang is already thinking about splitting up. Lu Liang is dead, so they've probably decided to part ways and share the supplies. Old Man Zhang used vines to bind the golden-armored zombie. With Yinshan's help, Guiyang used Wen Yi's blood-engraved gold to cut the zombie into 7 or 8 pieces before killing him. The group followed the direction planned by Lu Liang, but they did not stay on the main road. Instead, they chose to go through the fields, only using the road when there was no other way. They traveled a bit on the road, then turned back into the fields. Although it was bumpy, it was still safe. They traveled for more than 10 hours before stopping at the foot of a mountain. Guiyang got out of the car, followed by 5 other vehicles, including Wen Yi's endless war chariot. Old Man Zhang's car also came out. When he saw Xiao Li, he was overwhelmed with emotion and quickly opened the trunk to check his treasures. The remaining 3 cars belonged to survivors. Their bodies were battered, covered with dried blood and torn flesh. Only 9 people survived in the 5 vehicles, which was almost like total loss. Guiyang thought these 9 probably wouldn't last long. Without Lu Liang leading the way, they didn't know how many strange dangers they would face ahead. When Yi was still unconscious, Guiyang, Old Man Zhang, and Yinshan went to a nearby signal tower and dismantled the door of the machine room to get inside. They needed to discuss what to do next. Zhao Qin got out of his car, ready to light a fire for warmth. Sensing something, he turned around and saw Lili coming down from the 3rd car behind him, looking at him with resentment. He thought, they didn't die? Zhao Qing frowned. Luo Ruo also got out of her car and looked in Zhao Qing's direction. At this moment, Lili looked extremely miserable. She had lost one arm, and half of her face was torn by a claw mark. Her blood had dried into a scab. Lili walked up to them, her face full of hatred. She made a gesture as if she was cutting her throat, then headed toward the signal tower where the awakened was. Wow, I just felt sorry for her. What does her action mean? Luo Ruo was angry and a little regretful for not mocking her earlier. Zhao Qing watched her go into the machine room, but didn't come out. His brow furrowed so deeply it seemed he could crush a fly. Why are you here? Guiyang looked at Li Li at the door with a cold attitude. He was annoyed. I've awakened, Li Li said straightforwardly. Guiyang, you say you've awakened. What have you awakened? Cloud Mountain and Old Man Zhang also looked curious, but their annoyance at being interrupted quickly disappeared. I've awakened a goal, Li Li said. It's like I can identify a direction. If it's supplies, my mind will show me a path to find them. This direction is a bit vague. It can also be safety. Then my mind will point me toward a safe place. Isn't that like a natural guide? Old Man Zhang's eyes lit up. Cloud Mountain nodded happily. Guiyang stroked his chin. Since someone named Lu Liang just died, he needed a new awakened person to lead the way. His words sounded convincing, so it was probably true. Sit down. Guiyang's expression softened. Cloud Mountain moved closer to Old Man Zhang, making space for Li Li. They discussed again. Li Li's ability was good for leading, and the team leader is usually someone with a guiding ability. So, they decided to let Li Li take the leader's role. Guiyang had no objections. As long as she listened, she could be the leader. If she didn't, it would be hard to say. The leader had little real power, and there were many worries. No one would want that job. Outside the control room, Zhao Qing watched the flickering flames, glancing constantly at the room. The Luo sisters sat across from him. and Luo Shuang was still unconscious in the vehicle. Zhao Qing recounted how he had kicked Li Li. We also had a conflict, but it was just a few words, Luo Yuzhu said. They chatted for a while. Luo Hua patted her chest. We're all healthy and able-bodied, so we're not afraid of her even if she's missing a hand. About 10 minutes later, Li Li came out of the room feeling refreshed. She walked close to Zhao Qing and the others. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Li, the new team leader. We'll leave at 9 tomorrow morning. After saying that, Li Li strolled over to them, kicked the campfire between the three of them, causing sparks to fly and burn Luo Hua's hand. Are you crazy? Tonight, no fires allowed. We might attract strange creatures, Li Li said calmly. But we used to be able to make fires. Why can't we today? Luo Hua looked annoyed and challenged her directly. Zhao Qing and Luo Yuzhu looked grim. No matter how they calculated, they didn't expect Li Li to suddenly become the team leader. How the former captain did things is none of my business. Now I am the captain, and my rules are the rules. Li Li spoke clearly, her voice full of pride. You. Luo Hua hesitated but ultimately said nothing. Very good. A few annoying people gathered together. Watch me crush you all, Li Li whispered threateningly, her tone full of menace. She glanced at their unhappy faces and happily walked toward her car. The others who started the fire were not spared. Li Li kicked the campfire away, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The group looked at each other in silence, angry but unable to speak. Damn it! Could she be lying to us? Luo Hua clenched her teeth, holding on to hope. Zhao Qing shook his head and comforted her. The team has a rule. Awakeners can't bully survivors without reason. As long as we don't provoke her, nothing will happen. Luo Hua asked, but she's now the captain. What if she changes the rules? Luo Yuzhu quickly covered Luo Huai's mouth and apologized. Sorry, my sister doesn't usually speak well. Inside the control room, after Li Li left, the group discussed for a while. When they finished talking, Guyang stepped out of the control room, with old Zhang following close behind. As for Yunshan, he had nothing and could only sleep in the control room. Guyang set up his tent and went inside. Although this was dangerous, he gained a lot. Just from the golden armored zombie, Guyang earned 10,000 kill points. Plus, the strange creature he hit earlier and the giant snake, minus 1,800 points for upgrading his level 4 mental power. Guyang's current kill points balance was 13,900. After this event, Guyang felt the need to improve his strength even more. Upgrade to master level mental power LV5 requires 5,400 kill points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Despite knowing the high cost, Guyang didn't hesitate. Guyang, Bloodline, Infectious Blood Level 1. Upgrading to Infectious Blood Level 2 requires 5,000 kill points. Superpower Awakening. Master Level Mental Power LV5 can control objects weighing up to 1,000 kilograms, with a maximum effective range of 800 meters. Mental Power undergoes a second transformation, making the use of telekinesis almost instinctive. Unlock skills. Telekinesis Restraint. Strong mental energy can trap one or more targets, making them difficult to move. Internal damage. No need to break defenses. Telekinesis can directly squeeze and twist biological organs and brains. Tons of force can even tear apart heavy armor tanks. Level 6 Domain Level Telekinesis requires 31,000 kill points, and second stage Contaminated Blood Control changes from physical to conceptual, no longer limited by weight. Unlock skill. Telekinesis Domain. Create a spherical area with a radius of 50 meters. Inside this area, telekinesis is everywhere. Telekinesis is you, and you are telekinesis. Within this domain, you seem like a god. Material decomposition. Use high-frequency vibrating telekinesis to directly break down materials into basic particles. Inside the tent, Guyang sat cross-legged, floating in the air. His dog-tooth dagger spun rapidly around him, drawing bright white arcs of light. These arcs intertwined and wrapped around, forming a beautiful and mysterious glowing web that tightly enveloped Guyang. At this moment, Guyang used telekinesis to float and control the dagger to move at high speed, feeling as natural as walking. He felt no energy drain at all. Guyang kept his eyes closed, immersed in the ocean of consciousness. His bloodline, which had never been able to level up, suddenly changed. Bloodline, Contaminated Blood, Level 1, Upgrading to level 2 requires 5,000 kill points. Guyang didn't know what would happen if the contaminated blood upgraded to level 2. He only knew that one of the requirements for upgrading to level 6 domain-level telekinesis was the second stage of contaminated blood. The second stage of contaminated blood was something he would need to upgrade eventually. His remaining kill points were running low, so he wasn't in a hurry to improve his basic attributes. After all, he was considered a support awakener. Even if he spent all his kill points on attributes, he still couldn't surpass Wen Yi and Yun Shan. He still remembered the last time he challenged Yun Shan to a strength contest. He had used so many kill points, but Yun Shan easily defeated him in a normal arm wrestling match. Yun Shan's physical quality improved so much just from awakening. Although their focuses were different, Yun Shan focused on physical strength, while Guyang mainly improved his mental power. Guyang felt like all his efforts were useless. Anyway, I can't keep up with the physical traits, and using kill points on that isn't worth it. I'll wait until I have too many kill points before upgrading. Upgrade to second level of corrupting blood for 5,000 kill points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade. With a thought, Guyang's 8,500 kill points drop to 3,500. A tingling sensation like an electric shock spreads through his body, and then every cell seems to ignite. The tingling electric feeling turns into a hot flow that sweeps across his body. As this heat spreads, the exposed veins in his neck and wrists begin to glow faintly with a red light. Guyang opens his eyes. His pupils flicker with firelight, flickering dimly, giving a mysterious and dreamy feeling. Guyang, bloodline, corrupting blood, second level, not upgradable for now. Superpower awakening fire LV1, beginner. Temperature, can produce red flames up to 600 degrees Celsius. Ability, can create a fireball the size of a fist. Range, with powerful mental strength after secondary transformation. The fireball can be released up to 800 meters away. Consumption, under strong mental power. Releasing the fireball feels almost effortless. LV2, requires 300 kill points. Temperature, can produce orange flames up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. Ability, can generate 3 fireballs the size of fists simultaneously and a 5-meter-long flame whip. Skill, flames attached to weapons can burn targets that are hit. Range, with strong mental power after secondary transformation. The fireball can be released up to 800 meters away. Consumption, under strong mental power. Releasing the fireball feels almost effortless. Guyang opens his right hand, and a fireball instantly forms in his palm, illuminating the dark tent brightly. The cold air inside the tent is instantly dispelled, and the air becomes hot. After upgrading to the second level, the range and consumption of his flame abilities are influenced by his mental strength. The range extends to 800 meters, and the energy cost is nearly negligible. Even a first-level flame's damage is formidable, thanks to his powerful mental strength. Guyang smiled slightly, feeling quite satisfied, and put away the fireball in his hand. Why is it still so bright? Guyang saw shadows flickering in the firelight, with drops of burnt-smelling liquid falling. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly looked up. Outside the tent, Guyang held his blanket, watching the burning tent silently. The tent had already turned into a large skeleton, and there was no point in saving it. I told you not to start a fire. Who's doing it? From a short distance, Li Li's sharp voice rang out. In the dim environment, a bright spotlight shone directly at them, making Guyang squint slightly. Li Li strode over aggressively. Seeing Guyang in black casual clothes with a cold expression, Li Li felt a sudden jolt of fear, but quickly steadied herself. You can't start a fire at night. Who said we can't? It's so cold at night, and winter is coming soon. It's even colder now. How can we survive without fire? Guyang sneered. You're not saying I can't start a fire, are you? Li Li's heart tightened. She was a bit scared by Guyang's imposing attitude, but she remembered she was the team leader. I said no fires because they attract strange things. As the team leader, I have to be responsible for everyone's safety. Li Li stood on the moral high ground. Guyang smiled. Yes, fires could attract strange things, but common sense was also important. If the strange things are attracted by the firelight, it means they are very close. Does it matter whether you start a fire or not? The strange things could follow the life energy to find us. Did you discuss the rules with everyone before making them? Guyang paused, his tone turning cold and sharp. Or do you think being the team leader means you can do whatever you want? Every rule in the team was decided after discussion among the awakened members. Except for the team's direction, the route. Lu Liang had almost no real power. Guyang didn't expect this woman to be so ambitious. She had just become the team leader, and she already wanted to rule alone. If she weren't somewhat useful, she would have already earned 100 killing points. I'm the team leader. What I say should count, Lily said loudly. At this moment, Yun Shan and old Zhang, who had heard the noise, had already walked to within 2 or 3 meters of them. At this distance, even an ordinary person could hear clearly, let alone the two awakened individuals. Both of them furrowed their brows at the same time. Old man Zhang saw that Gu Yang's face was already looking very unhappy, so he quickly sped up and hurriedly moved between the two, smiling warmly to smooth things over. Everyone is in the same team. If there are any disagreements, let's sit down and talk. Old man Zhang gently pressed his aged hand on Gu Yang's right hand, which was gripping the handle of a small dagger. He was really worried that Gu Yang might get angry and directly kill Li Li, then drive away. Among the 4 of them who awakened, Gu Yang needed Li Li the least. He could hide himself using a special oil lamp, making it very unlikely to be discovered. As long as no strange incidents occurred that caused suspicion, he wouldn't be found. Our team doesn't need disobedient members. Li Li thought old man Zhang was on her side, so she spoke even more harshly. To her, what use was a support-type awakener like Gu Yang? If it were fighters like Yin Shan or Wen Yi, she might give some respect. But Gu Yang? She didn't need to hold back. Damn it, what an idiot. Li Li's words made old man Zhang's head almost explode with anger. Shut up. Old man Zhang didn't care about politeness anymore. Politeness is for smart people. Fools like her don't deserve it. From now on, any rules we make must be discussed with us. I don't agree with banning fires at night. You just need to lead the way. You don't need to worry about anything else, Yin Shan said coldly from the side. Although he was broad-minded, this woman almost tore the team apart. Since the apocalypse, he had never disliked anyone this much. He missed Lu Liang. If Lu Liang were here, the team would be much more harmonious. Old man Zhang saw Li Li still wanted to argue and said calmly, "It's getting late. Go back to your car and rest. And don't get lost. No mistakes this time." A flash of sharpness appeared in old man Zhang's cloudy eyes. He started to suspect that Li Li's awakening might be fake. Before Gu Yang joined, someone had pretended to be an awakener in the team. Li Li returned to her car with a cold face, turned off the high beams, and the surroundings became dark again. Only the flickering light from Gu Yang's campfire nearby could be seen. It was one thing if a few awakened people targeted her, but just now, passing by Zhao Qing and the others' vehicles, the laughter coming from inside was especially harsh and grating. She only had one hand left, gripping the steering wheel, which creaked loudly. After Li Li left, old Zhang kept trying to comfort Gu Yang with words, until Gu Yang finally agreed not to run away secretly. Only then did old Zhang stop. Yin Shan was also relieved. He wasn't good at talking, so he just listened nearby. Without a tent, Gu Yang had to go back to his car. Wen Yi was lying inside, still unconscious. How could she sleep with him? Gu Yang quickly picked her up and threw her back into her own car. Back in his car, Gu Yang locked the door. The air was quiet. Thinking about his conversation with old Zhang, he knew he could promise to stay, but if things got worse, he would still run away. This convoy was no longer the same as before. Gu Yang thought for a moment and used all his remaining killing points. Upgrading to Proficient Fire Level 2 requires 300 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade. Upgrading to Master Fire Level 3 requires 900 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade. Upgrading to Expert Fire Level 4 requires 1,800 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade. Fire Level 4, Expert. Temperature. Can produce blue flames up to 3,000 degrees Celsius. Abilities. Can generate 3 fireballs the size of fists at once, a 5-meter-long flame whip, a flame spear, flames gathered at the fingertips. Flame pillar. A column of fire rising from the center of the body. Flame wall. A wall formed by condensed flames. Fire fist. Arms turn into flames to punch. Skills. Flames attached to weapons can cause burn damage to targets. Flames also have explosive properties. Range. In front of the powerful mental force of secondary transformation, the fireball can be released up to 800 meters. Consumption. Under the strong mental power of secondary transformation, the release of fireballs feels almost effortless. Gu Yang's pupils flickered with flickering blue flames. The next morning, the convoy moved forward slowly, led by Li Li. Behind her was old Zhang's car, followed by Yun Shan's. Yun Shan woke up early and chose the best among the 3 surviving vehicles. The original owner, Xiao Zhao, was directly recruited by Yun Shan to be the driver. Xiao Zhao was very happy and immediately crossed social boundaries, feeling protected by the awakened ones, which made him feel safer. Moreover, Yun Shan was tall and strong, with arms thicker than his thighs, adding to his sense of security. Wen Yi's car followed closely behind Yun Shan's, then Gu Yang, and behind Gu Yang were 2 cars carrying other awakened individuals. The convoy traveled for over 8 hours, until the sun set, and Li Li didn't seem to plan to stop. When Gu Yang yawned, Wen Yi's car suddenly stopped. Gu Yang was startled, quickly pressed the brake, almost crashing. Wen Yi hurriedly got out of the car and rushed to Gu Yang, asking anxiously, "Where's Cha-Cha?" "Cha-Cha? Who's Cha-Cha?" Gu Yang was confused, but then remembered when Yi had stuffed someone into his trunk. It's been almost 2 days. Gu Yang hurried toward the trunk, worried because there had been no sound for 2 days. Could she be dead? Maybe his car was dirty now. It's been 2 days. Haven't you opened the trunk door at all? When he followed closely. The supplies on the frame haven't been finished yet. Why would I open the trunk? Gu Yang felt a bit speechless, mainly because he hadn't thought about there being someone inside the trunk. It's normal not to remember such a minor detail. When the trunk was opened, the last rays of sunset shone inside, revealing the scene clearly. Both of them widened their eyes at the same time. There, in the trunk, they saw Lu Liang, who was supposed to be dead, appearing before Gu Yang. Wen Yi was shocked, and her blood ran cold. Lu Liang was lying sideways, almost covering Jiang Cha, with her clothes slightly disheveled. "What's going on?" When he pointed at the trunk. "You said you never opened the trunk door, then why was Lu Liang inside, holding Cha-Cha? If Cha-Cha wasn't willing, I won't forgive you." Wen Yi's face turned cold. Jiang Cha and Lu Liang didn't know each other at all. She started imagining that Lu Liang, a pervert, was scheming to take advantage of Cha-Cha, giving Gu Yang benefits, and they had plotted to make it happen. Furious, when he wanted to get into the car and separate the two, Gu Yang grabbed her sleeve. "Wait, Lu Liang should have died 2 days ago." Old Man Zhang and Yun Shan saw it with their own eyes. He was cut in half by a strange blade. When he was unconscious at the time and didn't know about this. 2 days ago, Lu Liang died. Wen Yi looked shocked and a little disbelief, carefully watching Gu Yang's serious face. She asked cautiously, "Does that mean Lu Liang is?" "Strange." Gu Yang frowned and shook his head. "I'm not sure. But he should be human." He used his mind to check and confirmed both had normal vital signs. However, Yun Shan and Old Man Zhang saw Lu Liang cut in half with their own eyes. Clang. Wen Yi drew her long sword. "Let's test if he's strange and find out. Don't do anything reckless." "How can you test with a sword?" Gu Yang warned, worried Lu Liang might really be human. "Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless." Under Gu Yang's watch, Wen Yi's sword sliced open Lu Liang's shoe, then the tip gently poked the sole of his foot. Hiss. At that moment, Gu Yang felt pain and clenched his teeth. It must be quite uncomfortable. Lu Liang's right foot twitched reflexively, like a knee-jerk response, and his closed eyelids trembled. "There's a reflex. He's not strange," Wen Yi said. "It's hard to tell. We need to wait until he wakes up," Gu Yang said seriously. Then he looked at Wen Yi. "Give me the sword, let me try." "Oh, okay." Wen Yi handed over the blood-engraved gold sword. Gu Yang took the sword, and suddenly Lu Liang jumped up. Before he could scream, his head hit the shelf inside the car. During the jump, his foot accidentally stepped on Jiang Cha's hand. Both of them woke up. At this moment, Yun Shan and Old Man Zhang, who were ahead, turned around and came back to ask what happened. Old Man Zhang saw Lu Liang and immediately jumped back in fear, bumping into Yun Shan behind him. His finger trembled uncontrollably. Strange. Yun Shan didn't react as strongly as Old Man Zhang, but was still frightened. He instinctively took a few steps back. Lu Liang frowned when he saw Old Man Zhang, and suddenly a strange anger flared up inside him. All right, old Zhang, you're quite the prankster. Quietly sneaking behind me, causing me to get hurt, and now calling me strange. Definitely strange. Old man Zhang glared, his anger still strong. If he wasn't strange, what was he? Yun Shan, attack! With old man Zhang's loud shout, dozens of vines sprouted from the ground around them. Lu Liang's 2 feet were instantly trapped by vines, and in less than a second, the vines spread all over his body. Old Zhang quietly released seeds when he hit Yun Shan, waiting for this moment. You damn, Lu Liang hadn't finished speaking. Yun Shan, at 10 meters tall, blocked the faint light in front of him. A dozen fists, as big as clay pots, slammed toward him. Before the fists arrived, the strong wind lifted Lu Liang's hair. Wait, he's not a strange creature, Guyang exclaimed, quickly stopping him. The fists were blocked by Wen Yi about a meter from Lu Liang. Despite Guyang's warning, Yinshan held back his strength, but the punch still pushed Wen Yi back 2 or 3 meters. In terms of strength, Yinshan, at the second level, was probably much stronger than Wen Yi at the same level. Even a third-level golden-armored zombie's frontal attack could only be beaten easily. Yinshan, who was holding back, looked annoyed. Yinshan, attack with full force. This strange creature is not simple. It has even controlled Guyang and Wen Yi, controlling 2 awakened people? I won't let you. Yinshan roared like thunder, going all out to kill Lu Liang instantly. Wow, you bald guy. You look honest usually, but you're so ruthless now, someone muttered. Lu Liang didn't know what to say. Old Zhang, this troublemaker, and Yinshan, really? Don't they have any sense of judgment? The dog-toothed dagger turned into a streak of light, flying around Lu Liang under Gu Yang's control. It cut all the vines wrapping around him, then grabbed his collar and dodged Yinshan's punch, flying into the air. Saved, Lu Liang exhaled in relief. He's really not a strange creature, Guyang said helplessly, cutting the vines that were reaching toward the air again and emphasizing this point. He wanted to use his mental power to restrain both of them directly and see if his mental control could suppress Yinshan. But he didn't want to reveal too much, so he made things complicated. Old Zhang frowned and stopped controlling the vines. But I saw him split in half with my own eyes, Lu Liang replied. It's hard to explain in just a few words. The group sat together, including Li Li. She was walking when she suddenly realized no one was behind her and cursed as she turned back. When she saw the former captain who had already died, her face, which was already grim, looked even worse. Who is this? Lu Liang looked at Li Li with some confusion. Oh, this is our new captain, Guyang said calmly. New captain? Wen Yi exclaimed in surprise. She had just taken a nap, and when she woke up, Lu Liang was said to be dead, and now there was a new captain. Compared to Wen Yi's shock, Lu Liang, the person involved and the former captain, was much calmer. He wore his usual friendly smile and nodded politely. Lu Liang coughed twice and looked at old Zhang. So you're the one spreading rumors that I'm dead. Well, weren't you? Old Zhang replied confidently. Yun Shan nodded in agreement. Lu Liang glared at him. What are you nodding for? You usually seem so honest, but the moment we meet, you hit me like you're trying to finish me off. What grudge do you have against me? If it hadn't been for Guyang, that punch from Yun Shan might have really ended him. Yun Shan stayed silent. Why are you holding Cha-Cha? What did you do to her? Wen Yi suddenly demanded. I wasn't holding her. Lu Liang glanced at his swollen right hand and at Jiang Cha, who sat beside Wen Yi looking wronged. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. That troublesome side effect again. No matter how he explained, it would sound bad. From the outside, it really did look like he had held her and even hurt her hand. You didn't hold her? Then did she hold you first? Wen Yi turned to Jiang Cha. Jiang Cha shook her head blankly. She really hadn't. She only remembered sitting in the carriage and fainting twice. When she woke up, Wen Yi told her that Lu Liang had fallen on top of her, but luckily, she wasn't hurt and nothing inappropriate had happened. Guyang sat quietly in the corner, cracking sunflower seeds. Li Li sat beside him, head down, looking upset, lost in thought. Guyang glanced at her. With the former captain back and the new one in place, things were bound to get awkward. Everyone was talking at once. Wen Yi scolding Lu Liang arguing with Yun Shan and old Zhang. The scene was a mess. From what Guyang gathered, Jiang Cha had been hiding in the carriage, scared. She saw a straw figure in the corner, dressed it in clothes and pants, and hugged it for comfort. Later, the car was affected by a strange giant snake, and inside, Jiang Cha fainted while holding the scarecrow. Lu Liang was killed by a strange mantis, which triggered the death substitution card. The scarecrow was the target Lu Liang had set up in the car as a substitute to die in his place. That's why the two of them were hugging each other. Lu Liang managed to save his life. The original cost was 3 days of unconsciousness, but he woke up early due to pain. Jiang Cha, who was in the car, fainted for the first time and was about to wake up but was knocked out again. She has been unconscious ever since. Guiyang guesses it was probably caused by the moment Yinshan was flying the car. After sorting out the cause and the events, everything became quiet. I think now is the end of the world. We've been together for a while, and everyone should show their cards openly. Hiding too much or showing weakness might make us afraid to fight strange creatures. Like protecting teammates in front of yourself. That's not right, Lu Liang said, looking at Old Man Zhang. Old Man Zhang awkwardly coughed. He thought it was right to step back behind Lu Liang, but the only mistake he made was not stepping back far enough. Everyone, speak up. Starting with Guiyang, Lu Liang said, looking at Guiyang, who was munching on sunflower seeds. Guiyang paused his eating. Well, I'm like this. You know me. I have more strange tools, and some unusual skills are normal, Guiyang said. Lu Liang looked a bit helpless. You should be a dual ability awakener. Dual ability awakener. Lu Liang finished speaking, and the others were all surprised. Although I've never heard of dual ability awakeners, it doesn't mean they don't exist. The end of the world has happened, so what's strange about dual ability awakeners? Lu Liang said calmly. Exactly. Guiyang can even fly in the sky. I thought it was because of his strange tools, Yinshan murmured. You're not being honest, Old Man Zhang said with a chuckle. Because Guiyang had the ability to create strange tools, Old Man Zhang didn't think about dual abilities. Jiang Cha, who was attending this kind of awakening meeting for the first time, looked at Guiyang with some envy. He had 2 abilities, and she had none. If when he hadn't taken care of her everywhere, she probably would have died long ago. If she could awaken an ability too, she wouldn't need Wen Yi's protection. She could help her instead. She really didn't want to be a burden. Lily kept suppressing her emotions, afraid to show them. How could Guiyang be a dual ability awakener? Why? The worst part was that Lu Liang was still alive, which greatly increased her risk of exposure. Guiyang said, Fine, I won't hide it anymore. I'll come clean. I am indeed a dual ability awakener. Lu Liang slightly raised his mouth, but he wasn't sure. He was just trying to bluff Guiyang. He thought Guiyang would pull out some strange tools, but it turned out he really was a dual ability awakener. What is the other ability? What level? Lu Liang took out a small notebook. The others looked at him with interest. What level? Guiyang didn't really know what level his mental power was, but don't ask. The answer is level 1. Mind power. Level 1, just awakened recently. Both abilities are level 1, Lu Liang asked. Tell me more. It's perception. Barrier. Air control. Impact. Guiyang briefly explained 4 simple abilities. When he looked thoughtful, no wonder you can find things underground. Suddenly, the strange rat king and the weird snake stopped moving. That made sense. She felt a little empty inside. She had thought Guiyang was using strange tools to constantly take on backlash for her. Your ability is really over the top, Lu Liang said with emotion. Then it was Wen Yi's turn. Her ability hadn't changed. It was still at level 2. Yinshan had advanced to level 2 after Lu Liang's death. Lu Liang cursed a few more times. Captain, you won't level up until you die, right? Do you want him to die a few more times? Lu Liang recorded this in his notebook, then looked at Old Man Zhang. Old Zhang, it's your turn. The one hiding the deepest. Me? I'm just an ordinary old man. I don't hide as much as Guiyang. I'm also level 2. The only skill I have is that vine. Old Man Zhang chuckled, showing a few big yellow teeth. Really? Lu Liang looked suspicious. He suspected Old Man Zhang was hiding something, but since he wouldn't say, there was nothing he could do. Guiyang was honest, revealing so much information. He used to think Guiyang and Old Man Zhang were similar, but now he saw Guiyang was much more. Next was Lili. Seeing Lu Liang look at her, she steadied her mind. My ability is to roughly identify a vague direction, such as supplies or safety. It's a first-level skill. Oh, Lu Liang drew out a long sound. Li felt nervous but tried not to show anything unusual. Can your ability find the Heavenly King? Lu Liang thought Li might not know what the Heavenly King is, so he explained, it's that big whale flying in the sky. I can at least get a rough idea of the direction, Li replied. Lu Liang nodded. Although I didn't die, since the team leader has been replaced, you should be the new leader. Li was surprised and happy that Lu Liang didn't want the leader position back. After the meeting, Lu Liang looked at the few survivors with a helpless expression. So many people had died. Old Zhang came over to Lu Liang, speaking calmly. Is Li an awakener? You're already at the second level. You should be able to tell if she's an awakener, right? Lu Liang glanced at Old Zhang. Did she offend you? Old Zhang shook his head and explained the conflict between Li and Gu Yang. Lu Liang nodded, seeming to understand. I haven't used my divination card yet. The side effects last 3 days, and I can't use my ability now. It's probably fake. Tell me more. Although Old Zhang didn't like Li, if her ability was real, working with Lu Liang would greatly reduce the chances of encountering strange things. Even if they couldn't avoid danger, their overall strength was enough to handle third-level strange phenomena. Based on her ability to vaguely sense the location of the Heavenly King, I'm 90% sure her ability is fake. Unless her ability is as special as Wen Yi's Sword God, she can't track the Heavenly King. It's a bit cold. Let's go over there and warm up by the fire, Lu Liang said, rubbing his hands and heading toward Yunshan. Old Zhang didn't follow and went straight back to his car. Wen Yi and Jiang Cha sat around a campfire, talking endlessly, their laughter ringing like silver bells in the distance. Gu Yang was pacing around his car, initially attracting some attention, as if he was about to upgrade his vehicle. After circling around several times, Gu Yang finally noticed no one was paying attention to him. He moved to the left rear wheel, squatted down, and wrapped a bright green branch around the suspension. The leaf veins had a faint gray-black eerie glow flowing through them. Gu Yang untied the branch, put it in his pocket, and quietly slipped into the car. He took out the branch and examined it carefully. It seemed to be a strange vine left behind from under the umbrella of a cinema. It was at least a third-level strange object. He discovered it himself, so it definitely didn't need to be confiscated or assigned. Gu Yang placed the branch together with mouse teeth, human skin, and tail vertebrae. He planned to think about how to use these strange items after they were sorted out. Lu Liang and Yunshan were sitting by the fire, chatting casually. Zhao Qing approached politely, greeted Yunshan, then looked at Lu Liang. Captain, I want to ask you something. Don't call me Captain. I'm no longer the captain. Just call me Lu Liang, he said with a faint smile. Lu Liang's words implied that Li was still the captain. Zhao Qing suppressed his thoughts. Now was not the time to wonder why. Brother Lu, I want to ask if the broken arm has any ability to be healed. The fact that Zhao Qing's sister lost her arm was like a thorn in his heart. Li, nearby, overheard and became interested. The team was small now, everyone gathered together. She sat alone by a campfire, watching Zhao Qing as he approached. Zhao Qing's question was something she also wanted to know. If the broken arm could be healed, then the scars on her face might also disappear. She had become like this. Even now, as the team leader, talking to the awakened ones made her feel inferior. Unconsciously, she lowered her head. Of course, just an arm. As long as the head isn't broken, it can be healed no matter where it's broken, if you're willing to pay the price. Great. Hearing Lu Liang's answer, Zhao Qing's eyes lit up. As long as there was hope, that was enough. As for the price, he just needed to find 2 materials and then ask Gu Yang to craft a strange device. Using one strange device to restore an arm, he believed the other party would be satisfied with that. Thank you, Captain. No, thank you, Brother Lu. You're welcome, Lu Liang said with a faint smile. Zhao Qing's life is quite tough. He is smart, but hasn't awakened his abilities yet. He still hopes that, like Gu Yang, a simple pat on the shoulder will trigger his awakening. Now, Gu Yang has awakened 2 different powers. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang has woken up and is sitting between Luo Hua and Luo Yuzhu. Don't worry, the wound can be healed. It's the end of the world, and there are many awakened people with healing abilities. Maybe tomorrow or soon, I will awaken my healing power and heal you directly. Luo Hua comforts Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang looks at the flickering fire and smiles bitterly. Luo Hua, I really don't mind losing this hand. You don't need to comfort me. Luo Hua looks into Zhao Shuang's clear eyes, which show no worry or helplessness. But Luo Hua doesn't believe it. Zhao Shuang is so young, and losing a hand must be hard. If it were her, she would probably cry so much that her sister's clothes would get soaked before she felt better. If Luo Yuzhu knew what she was thinking, she might say, "Are you made of water?" The three chat casually. Zhao Qing returns, looking happy and walking briskly. "See? There is a way to fix the wound," he says confidently. Luo Hua casually pats Zhao Shuang's shoulder. Careful Luo Yuzhu notices Zhao Shuang's expression and gently pushes her sister's hand away. "You hurt her." "Sorry, my sister is a bit impulsive," Luo Yuzhu says apologetically to Zhao Shuang. "No, it's not Luo Hua's fault. It's just that my wound wasn't fully healed. I'll be fine after lying in the car for a while." Zhao Qing quickly shares the good news by the campfire. Except for Zhao Shuang, Luo Hua and Luo Yuzhu are very happy. The next morning, the convoy starts moving. Lu Liang climbs into Yun Shan's car. As for why he didn't take Gu Yang's car, it's because Gu Yang charges too much. He just borrowed a high-interest loan after losing his food, and he's afraid of the interest piling up if he rides with Gu Yang. "Yun Shan, do you think our convoy's atmosphere isn't very good?" Lu Liang lies back in the back seat, hands clasped behind his head. "What kind of atmosphere?" Yun Shan asks. "Well, we're all in the same convoy. It's normal for teammates to help each other in trouble. But Gu Yang, that bastard, takes advantage of the chaos, borrows some supplies and demands a 30% interest. Now, in the convoy, only Gu Yang and Wen Yi have the most supplies. Wen Yi has ginger tea, but he feels a bit embarrassed to go over, so he can only ask Gu Yang to borrow some. Isn't this something you did yourself?" Yun Shan straightforwardly shared that he was the first to not lend food to the entire convoy, which led to Lu Liang charging high interest. Back then, during the end of the world, everyone looked out for themselves. No one lent supplies, but later, Lu Liang took the lead, and everyone sensed a business opportunity, so they became more generous. From that time on, everyone liked to play dirty. "You hurt me. I remember it quietly, and when I get the chance, I will strike back hard." Lu Liang's face darkened as he remembered a saying. "When I was young, I picked up a gun for fun and fired a shot. Many years later, I turned around, and the bullet hit me right in the forehead." Xiao Zhao, the driver for Yun Shan, blushed deeply. He just realized that driving for awakened people is very troublesome, wanting to laugh, but unable to. Especially since this person was the former team leader. Over the next 2 days, Lili led the convoy along the edge of the fog, often traveling all day without rest, except for sleeping at night. Lu Liang didn't stop them. Escaping the fog area quickly was the best choice. Since he wasn't driving, he saw no need to rest. The convoy formed a line, crossing a small hill. At the top of the hill, ahead was a bridge. Below the bridge was a village, half shrouded in thick fog, with swirling mist occasionally revealing the outlines of houses. The other half of the village had thinner fog, and the small houses were arranged like terraces on a plateau, one layer after another. At the front, Li Li's car stopped. Everyone gathered to discuss whether to go down and gather supplies. Lu Liang and Yun Shan didn't expect such an unexpected surprise and naturally agreed eagerly. Only Gu Yang, Old Zhang, and Wen Yi hadn't decided yet. They still considered because they had the most supplies. People like Lu Liang and Yun Shan, who had gone bankrupt and owed high-interest loans, had no right to consider. Gu Yang stood at the edge of the bridge, looking down. The village at the edge of the fog seemed unsafe, but with his current strength, he didn't need to avoid danger. Gu Yang turned around and announced his decision. "I've made up my mind. You all go ahead." "I won't go." Old Zhang looked at Gu Yang. Gu Yang said, "I really don't want to go. I still have plenty of supplies." "That's perfect. Then we are one person short for sharing supplies," Old Zhang said with a smile. After everyone was ready, they followed the small path along the side of the bridge toward the village. When he got off a little way and felt a bit uneasy about Jiang Cha, so she turned back and pushed Jiang Cha into Gu Yang's cargo box. Gu Yang warned her with a stern face not to eat his supplies. After Wen Yi left, Gu Yang sat at the edge of the bridge and looked down at the village below. This time, Lu Liang went inside. When Old Zhang saw Lu Liang was going in, he followed. Could it be that this village is really not strange? "Xiao Shuang, you shouldn't go. Stay up there and rest well," Zhao Shuang insisted on going, which made Zhao Qing a little annoyed. My injury is almost healed. Anyway, I want to go. If you don't let me, I will follow later. Zhao Shuang was very stubborn. Just watch her from above, Luo Yuzhu said calmly. Me? Luo Huai pointed to herself, then blinked twice. I want to go too. Are you trying to get hit? Feeling itchy for a fight? This is not a game, Luo Yuzhu said coldly. Luo Huai's eyes shrank, and she could only pout sadly, not daring to speak further. Her sister would really hit her. They argued for a few more minutes. Zhao Shuang still refused to agree, even though Zhao Qing, imitating Luo Yuzhu's cold expression and speaking in a cold tone, was unaffected. Finally, Zhao Qing had no choice but to take Zhao Shuang with them. Luo Huai also got to go to the village because of Zhao Shuang. Her only task was to take care of Zhao Shuang. Luo Huai happily gave a thumbs up to Zhao Shuang. At the village entrance, Wen Yi and Yun Shan entered from two different sides, leading the way. Lu Liang chose to follow Wen Yi, and Old Zhang followed Yun Shan. Li Li hesitated for a moment and followed Lu Liang. Behind them, Zhao Qing and 3 others arrived at the entrance. Zhao Qing gave some safety instructions, holding a shadow blade and walking at the front, carefully observing the surroundings. They saw a large rural villa. When they reached the door, Zhao Qing easily cut open the lock with the shadow blade. When pushing open the villa door, Zhao Qing cautiously observes the yard. After confirming it is safe, everyone heads toward the small shed in the corner of the yard, which is usually the kitchen. They open the red-painted door, revealing a half bag of rice on a straw mat and 2 smoked pork legs hanging on a shelf in the corner. Luo Hua's eyes light up. This is her first time searching for supplies, and she feels like she is on a treasure hunt. These 2 pork legs will last us a long time for meat, she says excitedly. She feels her mouth watering. There are also about a dozen packs of salt here. Zhao Shuang picks up one and looks at it. This family probably doesn't know how much salt the authorities have stored. When foreign conflicts happen, people stock up on salt like crazy. This pack has been expired for 5 years, so they must have stored a lot back then. Take it quickly. After this, we'll go to the next house, Zhao Qing says with a smile. The kitchen has only a few items. The group quickly gathers everything and then searches the entire villa again. Zhao Qing carries half a bag of rice on his left shoulder, has 2 bags of bean skins hanging around his waist, and holds a 5 kilograms bag of flour in his right hand. Luo Hua carries 2 pork legs. Luo Yuzhu holds 2 bags of vermicelli, and, thinking about winter, has 2 quilts on her back. Zhao Shuang is busy too, holding a bag with 4 cotton jackets inside. After searching several households without much, they find a tricycle. They load the supplies onto it, leaving their hands free for easier movement later. After searching more than 10 families, the tricycle is full, with supplies hanging on both sides, including a few flowering cabbages, an abundant harvest. Nothing unusual happens along the way. Luo Hua is satisfied, happily pedaling the tricycle, while Zhao Qing, Zhao Shuang, and Luo Yuzhu push from behind. Meanwhile, when Yi, Lu Liang, and Li Li find the local supply and marketing cooperative, which has a small supermarket, they begin to raid it. Old Man Zhang and Yun Shan look at the dense vegetable greenhouses in silence. Most of the vegetables are out of season, flowering, or old, but they are still edible. The 2 start harvesting. Yun Shan lifts the greenhouse's insulation film to use as a bag for vegetables. 3 hours later, Guiyang gets out of the car, looking at the piles of supplies on the ground with a complicated expression. So, am I really a very dirty person? If I don't go, nothing strange will happen, right? Are you jealous? Lu Liang looked at Gu Yang's unwell face and smiled gently as he spoke. Gu Yang shook his head and said, "You owe me supplies. Yinshan also owes me supplies. My vehicle probably can't hold all that." Lu Liang's face stiffened. So, all the supplies they worked hard to bring up were actually for Gu Yang? Dreadful capitalism. Gu Yang looked at the supplies arranged around him. The village's supplies weren't many, and few people shared them. The convoy was left with only a small number of people. If a large group of 100 or 200 people suddenly rushed into the village, each person wouldn't get much. This time, everyone had a good harvest. Seeing everyone return, Lu Liang decided to start dividing the supplies. After dividing the supplies, came the strange materials. A large pile of odd items was laid on the ground, including 14 items in total. 2 scrolls of rat skins from the last time. The strange mantis left behind a pair of golden double blades, a pair of shoulder armor, and a pair of silver wings. The strange frog king left a dark purple skin membrane, a piece of backbone, and a section of tongue. The strange giant python left a roll of snake skin, a pair of eerie eyes, and a pair of venomous fangs. The golden armor zombie left a set of golden armor, an ancient pendant, and a pair of poisonous fangs. How should we divide this? Old Man Zhang looked at the materials on the ground with eager eyes. Some of these items were what he needed, and just getting them would confirm his suspicions. Lu Liang paused and then said, "Let's first decide the shares. Yunshan, Wen Yi, and Gu Yang each take 6 units. I and Old Man Zhang also joined the fight, so we take 5 units. 2 scrolls of rat skins count as 1 unit each. Each item from the golden armor zombie counts as 2 units. The rest are all 2 units each. Is that okay?" Lu Liang looked at everyone. Then his gaze fell on Li Li, who was watching eagerly. "This time, you can't share the materials because you joined later." Li Li clenched her teeth, but finally nodded helplessly. She had fought too, losing a hand and getting disfigured. Why shouldn't she get a share? It's unfair. But what could she say? She had little say in the convoy. "It's fine, but I need some of the materials. If someone gets something I need, I hope we can discuss it." Old Man Zhang directly stated his purpose. Even if it sounded like he was pig slaughtering, he didn't care anymore. Lu Liang stroked his chin and came up with an idea. "How about this? Each of us chooses 1 item first. If there are duplicates, we discuss it. If we can't agree, we use rock, paper, scissors. What do you all think?" Everyone looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Then they began selecting the first strange item. Wen Yi chose the golden double blades of the strange praying mantis. Lu Liang took the snake eyes, and Old Zhang picked the snake teeth. Gu Yang and Yunshan both chose the golden armor again. "Brother, can you let this go? I feel this golden armor is very important to me. You can name a condition." Yunshan looked serious, and Gu Yang didn't seem to be joking. Gu Yang said, "Let's forget about the chance I owed you to make a strange device. Deal?" Yunshan agreed quickly. This condition was like giving up a first-level strange material. First-level strange items are everywhere, so this cost wasn't much. But if Gu Yang and Yunshan fought over this golden armor, that would be a problem. After Yunshan agreed, Gu Yang chose the shoulder blade of the strange praying mantis. He wanted to use the golden armor to make a suit of armor as a strange device. Since he was giving it up, he decided to pick some suitable parts to assemble an armor. Once Gu Yang finished choosing, the first round of selection ended. Everyone started the second round. Lu Liang chose the pendant of the golden armor zombie, and Old Zhang took the venomous teeth of the golden armor zombie. Their shares were used up. Gu Yang took a pair of silver wings from the strange praying mantis. Wen Yi took the tongue of the ghost frog king, and Yunshan took the dark purple skin membrane. Yunshan had 1 share left and took a roll of rat skin. Gu Yang and Wen Yi still had 2 shares each. Gu Yang took snake skin, and Wen Yi took the backbone of the strange frog king. All the items on the ground were chosen, leaving only a lonely roll of rat skin. Rat skin. Who wants it? I'll trade it for supplies. Lu Liang thought it should be a formal exchange. Last time, no one wanted it, and this time, probably no one would either. "I want it. I want it." Li Li's eyes lit up. "I'll trade supplies for it." Seeing that the others had no ideas, Li Li successfully exchanged the roll of rat skin for supplies. "Do you think this can be used to make a strange device?" Li Li looked at Gu Yang. Gu Yang nodded calmly. "1 piece isn't enough. We need 2. After Gu Yang finished speaking, he left directly. Li Li didn't know much, and Gu Yang probably wouldn't explain things to her like Zhao Qing did. Zhao Qing's family knew how to behave, but Li Li was just plain disgusting. Gu Yang got into his car, and not long after, Old Zhang knocked on the door. He smiled and said, "Don't forget, I still owe you a free favor." "Of course not," Gu Yang replied with a glance. He opened the door and stepped out, walking over to Old Zhang. "What do you need fused?" "I want to fuse 2 strange items. The mouse skin scroll is an extra payment." Old Zhang handed the mouse skin to Gu Yang, who took it. And the carrying object? Old Zhang took out a wooden box. "A box?" Gu Yang looked at Old Zhang with a strange expression. What kind of fusion involves a box and venomous teeth? Would opening the box release poison and cause facial damage? Do you think that's possible? Old Zhang rolled his eyes at Gu Yang. He opened the box, revealing a small seed about the size of a soybean, lying quietly inside. Use this seed as the carrying object. Gu Yang stroked his chin. The seed should be a living thing, right? Can a living thing serve as a carrying object? He didn't waste time. Using his mental power, he lifted the seed. As he focused, the teeth of a second-tier venomous snake and a third-tier armored zombie's venomous teeth sank into the white light cluster. As the white light dispersed, the surface of the seed gained 2 rings of patterns, one greenish-blue, one black. But then Gu Yang frowned. He didn't get clear information. To be precise, he got some, but it felt like he didn't. Strange plant seed, unknown. Old Zhang picked up the seed, feeling its life force still present. He smiled contentedly. Then he hurriedly got into his car. This old man, what is he messing with now? Such a sneaky guy. Gu Yang felt a restless itch in his mind and started muttering to himself. But he didn't get nothing. The seed, which carried the strange item, still maintained its vitality. What if it was a person? Would a human body carrying a strange item also survive? If the heart was pierced, could they replace it with a strange heart? Gu Yang didn't continue thinking. He knew he wouldn't experiment on his own body. He glanced at the strange materials at his feet. First, he needed to handle the matter properly. Gu Yang gathered the human skin, vine, and mouse teeth from his car and piled them together. There are a total of 8 strange materials. Gu Yang also found a leather trench coat from the trunk to use as a carrier. With a thought, a pile of strange materials on the ground was enveloped in white light. As the white light gradually faded, a row of fierce bone spines appeared. After a moment, a humanoid armor materialized in Gu Yang's view. It was covered in dark silver snake scales, with green-black vine veins seeping through the gaps. A row of gray-white bone spikes protruded along the spine, and sharp horns extended from the heavy, menacing shoulders. 2 pairs of folded silver wings were embedded on the back. The chest and abdomen armor layered over each other, outlining a lively, biological shape. When Gu Yang opened his hands, the armor turned into tiny light particles that surged toward him, forming the outline of the armor around his body. Once the armor was fully integrated, Gu Yang felt an incredible surge of power. He slowly raised his arm, joints covered with jagged, interlocking structures that made a faint, click sound when moved. Gu Yang's body floated in midair, like a demon emerging from the abyss. He twisted his neck, and a pair of curved silver wings spread behind him, like a pair of blades. The information of the armor began transmitting into Gu Yang's mind. Silver Ruins Set, Eerie Device Rank, 7,000. Silver Ruins Set, Eerie Device Rank, 7,000. Abilities, Silver Wing Assault. The silver wings spread out, humming loudly and tearing the air. The user transforms into a streak of silver lightning that cuts through reality and appears within 100 meters instantly. All form mimicry. The inner lining shields and absorbs all life energy and mental ripples, while the outer layer mimics environmental colors and shapes. Symbiosis. When attacked, damage is dispersed and absorbed by an internal vine network, which can heal quickly at damage points. Life Devourer. Claw attacks carry effects of armor breaking and nerve corrosion. Eerie Device. Forbidden items fused with eerie objects. Using them always comes at a cost, with higher ranks demanding greater sacrifices. Cost of use. The armor is not a lifeless object, but an ecological hybrid. Every tremor of the silver wings, every screech of the claws, every distortion of light and shadow requires devouring the user's vitality. Under normal conditions, it draws from the flow like a stream. When fully activated, the armor's power causes the vitality to flood like a river breaking its banks. Every mortal has an end. A normal young man can only sustain 30 seconds of full armor activation. But if you are Gu Yang, using it costs nothing. Powerful. Unmatched power. This is how Gu Yang feels most directly right now. Each time he merges with a strange device, its power initially can only be imagined. Later, through repeated experiments, he begins to understand how strong it really is. The power of the Silver Ruins suit can be felt directly. It responds to him physically, even more impactful than words or written information. The convoy has only a few people. In the foggy environment, The dim light makes the white glow from the merging strange devices very noticeable and loud. At this moment, everyone around looks at Guyang standing in the air with wide eyes. All of them, including a few awakened people, feel a strange sense of facing something bizarre. The appearance of the silver ruins suit is even stranger than the strange devices themselves. Lu Liang narrows his eyes as he looks at Guyang. Wen-yi instinctively grips her blood-engraved gold at her waist. Yunshan strokes his chin, thinking that Guyang's armor is almost okay, but it's definitely not as good-looking as his golden armor. Don't ask why. Gold is simply more noble than silver. Old Zhang walks out of his carriage happily, looking at the figures standing in the air. His cloudy eyes narrow slightly. Guyang has come up with something incredible again. From several meters away, he can feel the pressure coming toward him, clearly surpassing that of a third-ranked golden zombie. At this moment, everyone's supplies are organized, and the convoy continues to move forward. After traveling for 2 more days, Guyang drives the vehicle. He clearly feels the fog thinning and the sky brightening. This means the convoy is about to leave the foggy area. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Being in such a dark environment for a long time has made them all feel depressed. Hope is on the horizon, and everyone feels relieved. In the dark night, to celebrate leaving the fog, everyone no longer holds back and takes out their preserved meat. Many families in the village store dried meat. Since there are fewer survivors, everyone has a few strips of dried meat. The smell of roasted meat spreads. The blazing fire flickers, dispelling the gloom on their faces. Many start to long for the sun and the warmth of sunlight. Laughter and conversation fill the air. The convoy continues for 4 more days. During this time, they do not encounter a single strange creature. Finally, we fucking made it out. It's so awesome to see the sun. Yunshan spreads his arms wide, his bald head shining in the sunlight. How long has it been since you last washed your hair? It's so shiny. Wen-yi, also enjoying the sunlight, frowned and turned her face. I don't have hair, so I don't need to wash it, Yunshan replied, sharing his honest thought. Hearing this, Wen-yi turned her head again, looking surprised. So, you've never washed your hair? Not exactly. I do wash myself when I take a bath, Yunshan said, stroking his smooth chin thoughtfully. The last time I took a bath was before the end of the world. No wonder his hair was so shiny. It was just a layer of grime. When he felt a bit speechless. Although they weren't short of drinking water now, they lacked other water sources for daily use. Shi and Jiang Chai used a basin of water and a towel to clean themselves, which kept them from smelling bad. They couldn't go back to shower like before the end of the world. The group relaxed and chatted. Lu Liang looked at Guyang, who was staring in one direction. Guyang, what are you looking at? There's something coming. It's a small building in a residential area. Guyang pointed in a direction. What? Lu Liang was surprised and started using a card to predict. Recently, they had been moving along the edge of the fog. The only danger was the fog itself. As long as nothing strange came out of it, they were safe. He hadn't done daily predictions lately, but just after leaving the fog, something happened. He was being careless. As the team leader, he shouldn't have let this happen. Wait, he wasn't the team leader anymore. He was naturally a hard worker. Guyang looked at Li Li and asked seriously, is there danger? Li Li's ability was sensing danger. She was set to detect threats in the direction she sensed. If the floating building was dangerous, she should be able to feel it. No danger. Li Li looked a bit upset. Guyang didn't know that Li Li's awakening was actually fake. Only old man Zhang knew the truth. Others hadn't asked, and Lu Liang hadn't said anything. He kept Li Li around because she was useful. The title of team leader wasn't very safe in the end of the world. He still needed Li Li as a target. The building is flying in the sky. Where is it? I don't see it. Yunshan looked in the direction Guyang pointed. The building is floating very slowly. Guyang paused, thinking about how to describe it, then said after a moment of silence. It's about the speed of an old village cart. You'll probably have to wait a little longer to see it. Wouldn't it be safer if they floated in the sky? When he held her straight sword at her waist. Guyang shook his head. Their flying height is about 50 meters. Some more powerful strange creatures might be able to jump up directly, but that awakened person's ability is also quite strong. After all, it's a tall building. His mental energy can lift objects off the ground, but his level 5 psychic power can only support up to 1,000 kilograms. A building weighs over 10,000 tons, so he can't lift it with his psychic power. Even if they can fly high, it doesn't mean it's safe. Do you think there are no strange creatures in the sky? To live safely up there, you'd need to be like a heavenly king. Lu Liang put away his cards and stepped in front of the others. Those people don't have any bad intentions. They're good people. Real good people. Hearing this, Lily nearby let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, her cover hadn't been blown. The group stood in a line, gazing at the sky, as a gentle breeze brushed past their ears. Old village carts are so slow. Yinshan looked at Guyang. I used to race them when I was a kid. Don't lie to me. How old were the cows you raced? Guyang asked Yinshan. I'm not sure. Old village carts are this slow. If you think they're fast, maybe the cows are quite young. Guyang looked serious. At this moment, Lu Liang added, when cows and horses realize that working hard means they can't rest or eat much grass, they start to slack off. Are you talking about those cows and horses? Or this cow and horse? Guyang looked suspicious. Yinshan, Lu Liang stayed silent and started humming a little tune. Little cows and horses love eating pre-made food. Old cows and horses have mortgage payments. The boss of the company is a tiger, and might even be a scammer. Little cows and horses are happily eating biscuits. That's off topic. When he turned her gaze aside, it seemed like she had thought of something. She pursed her lips. Have you reflected on whether you're not working hard enough in your usual work? As soon as when he finished speaking, Yinshan, Guyang, and Lu Liang all looked at her with fierce eyes. You, a recent college graduate, what right do you have to say that? They're coming, old Zhang said calmly. In their view, a large building floated in the air. The broken steel bars at the base looked like giant claws reaching toward the ground. 1.2.3.14.28.40. Yinshan pointed at the floating building and counted its floors. Guyang stroked his chin. Stop counting. There are a total of 52 floors, with 14 units per floor. Assuming 2 people per unit. Roughly, Guyang thought not all rooms would be full, so he took an average based on 2 people per unit. 728 units. 1,456 people. When he quickly calculated the number, looking a bit proud. Quick thinking with no hesitation, Guyang smiled. Exactly, Yinshan said sourly. When he was a little speechless. She just mentioned that someone wasn't working hard enough. Why hold a grudge? Actually, she was thinking of someone who had said that phrase, wanting to make a joke, but they took it seriously. So petty. The group discussed the building. As they got closer, the scene became clearer. At the top of the building, a bearded man stood with one foot on the edge of the wall, holding a large sniper rifle on his raised leg with both hands. Old Zhang and Lu Liang wanted to step back behind Yinshan, but bumped into each other. They glared at each other. Lu Liang, respecting elders and caring for the young, stepped behind Wen. But after thinking a bit, he felt it was not appropriate and moved behind Guyang, since a man shouldn't hide behind a woman. Although Lily couldn't see clearly what was happening upstairs, she saw old Zhang and Lu Liang hiding and quickly rolled her eyes, hiding behind Wen. Wen was a bit taller, just enough to block her. Didn't you say it was safe? Guyang was asking Lu Liang. He said it was safe himself, and the people on the other side were good. Now, the other person had a sniper rifle, and Lu Liang was hiding behind him, clearly afraid. Now, in this end-of-the-world situation, being cautious is normal. I'm cautious too. Don't hide. Lu Liang grabbed Guyang, who was swaying from side to side. You wear your armor, and I won't believe that an ordinary sniper rifle can break through. To Lu Liang, that thing could only be used against humans. Guyang looked up at the top of the building, a cold smile on his face. He admits he looks pretty cool this way, but besides dear reader, he hates anyone being more handsome than him. At the top of the building, a bearded man suddenly screams and falls to the ground. Brother Foam, brother Foam. 2 exclamations are heard. A small man quickly helps the fallen bearded man to his feet, then looks at a girl in pink cartoon pajamas nearby. Xiao Kuei, you need to go down quickly and leave here. The girl in pink pajamas doesn't hesitate. She turns and runs away. If the other person can silently take down Zhao Feng, they can also silently take her down. If she faints, the entire building will fall straight down from 50 meters high. The consequences are easy to imagine. The small man, wary, glances at the people below, then carries the bearded man and heads downstairs. In room 5201, Xiao Kuei rushes in, panicked, pushing open the door. Suddenly, her face stiffens, and the air seems to freeze. A man in a sharp black suit lies on the sofa, his hair messy, eyes full of panic, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The man's legs are spread apart. A full-figured woman in a black tight dress, wearing black stockings, has her right foot on the man's legs, leaning forward, almost pressing down on him. Her delicate white hand rests on the man's cheek, her beautiful eyes soft and tender. Hearing the door open, the woman jumps up quickly, hurriedly puts on her high heels, and collapses onto a nearby sofa. Turning her head away, one hand covering her face, her skin red and hot through her fingers. Jie Ting, brother Lin Fan. I can explain. I really have something important to do. Xiao Kuei looks embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, stammering as she speaks. Explain what? Nothing happened. The man sits calmly on the sofa, arms crossed, supporting his chin, showing no sign of panic. I know, you guys definitely weren't doing that kind of thing. Xiao Kuei quickly nods. Lin Fan's face darkens, and he falls silent. Something happened. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, a small-framed man carried the unconscious Zhao Feng into the room. Wang Yun, what's going on? Lin Fan's calmness disappeared. He got up from the sofa, quickly took Zhao Feng from the small man's arms, and laid him gently on the sofa. Chen Ting, dressed in a black fitted dress and high heels, clicked her heels twice. She withdrew her hands, crossed her arms, and looked serious. Wang Yun's face looked worried. He took a moment to think. At first, we just wanted to observe the other team. But as we got closer and saw clearly, we realized their convoy only had about 10 people. The three of us decided they weren't very strong. Then Fengzi tried to scare them by aiming a sniper rifle at them. Wang Yun's voice grew quieter as he explained again, remembering Lin Fan's instructions. I and Xiao Kuei advised him. Fengzi said, what's the big deal? We're so far away. Maybe they also have snipers? The small man recounted what happened, and the room's atmosphere grew tense again. The other side is quite strong. They took down Fengzi from so far away. We don't know what kind of awakened person they are. Chen Ting said seriously. If Fengzi was aiming his sniper at them, it's understandable if they fought back. Lin Fan rubbed his forehead. He had told them many times not to do anything unfriendly to avoid misunderstandings. But it was already done, and there was no point in arguing now. Let's just leave. Our goal is the Sky Tower. He thought the other side's strength was unknown, and they probably weren't as weak as Wang Yun said. Maybe they suffered heavy losses because of a big disaster. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Feng on the sofa. He was also cautious. He wasn't easy to get along with, so it's better to leave. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. In this post-apocalyptic world, every step must be taken carefully. Below, Gu Yang and the others were hidden in the shadows, watching the building fly past overhead without stopping. Should we go up and check it out? Gu Yang looked up. Lu Liang looked nervous. Don't cause trouble. Is the person on the other side okay? Is he dead? What am I doing? Don't you want to take a look? Gu Yang pulled his sleeve away from Lu Liang and scolded him. Two grown men. How can this be proper? Oh. When he is holding your other hand, why don't you let go? Lu Liang looked at him with disdain. Gu Yang glanced sideways, when he quickly pulled her hand back and hesitated. I thought you wanted to go up. I also want to go. To see. Are we going to fight for something up there? Yun Shan pointed at the sky. If we don't go now, we'll fly too far away. Gu Yang suddenly turned around, looking at Yun Shan with disbelief. I didn't expect you to be like this. Lu Liang grabbed Gu Yang's arm again. No, you can't go. We're not bandits. Darn it. Gu Yang laughed helplessly. Then Lu Liang said again. Yun Shan used to be a very honest person, but after meeting you. Before Lu Liang finished, Gu Yang shook his head with regret. If I had known earlier that he was going to punch you to death, I wouldn't have helped you. After saying that, Gu Yang let out a long sigh and walked away with his hands behind his back. Lu Liang. The convoy was driving along a mountain road. The plants on both sides were growing wildly, some over 2 meters tall, lush and green. The asphalt road, despite half a year of post-apocalyptic wear, was still smooth and unlikely to be damaged soon. When the convoy reached the foot of the mountain, the foggy area was no longer visible. Over the next 2 days, the convoy continued to travel normally. Li Li's chosen route was sometimes corrected by Lu Liang. At this point, Li Li felt very anxious every day. When she pretended to be an awakened person, She thought of everything, except that Lu Liang hadn't died. The convoy traveled for 3 more days. The sun was high, and the hot sunlight baked the earth, with shimmering, twisting air visible in the distance. Guiyang got out of the car, squinting at the sky. He jumped onto the hood, which had a metal bowl fixed on it. Inside, 3 eggs were sizzling and bubbling with oil. Guiyang took out chopsticks from his pocket, flipped the eggs over, and the other side was already golden and crispy. "Why aren't you sweating?" When he came over, holding a large Pikachu umbrella. "Calm mind keeps you cool," Guiyang said casually. Perhaps because of the flame ability, his body has gained some heat resistance. Although he can still feel the heat, it's not as strong. "Are the eggs ready?" When he looked eagerly. Guiyang replied, "Yes, one side is golden brown. I've turned it over." "Ah." When he looked worried. "I want to eat the soft-boiled eggs." When he jumped onto the car hood and picked up a chopstick to grab an egg. Guiyang leaned against the car door, drinking water steadily. "I'm here." Yinshan arrived wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and a pink towel around his neck. "Do you want the soft or the older ones?" When he mumbled. "Older ones. I don't like the very tender ones," Yinshan said, wiping sweat from his face with the towel. "What's with this crazy weather? It's so hot. I really hate the sun. When we first came out of the fog, you didn't say that." Guiyang smiled, watching Yinshan wring out his towel, a bit puzzled. "Is it really that hot? Isn't there air conditioning in the car?" "Ugh. It's broken. The car got all wrecked in the fog," Yinshan said, looking annoyed. Guiyang can fix things, but he won't waste a strange material just to repair the air conditioner. The apocalypse cars are everywhere. He can find another one later. "By the way, my armor can be fixed, right? And I want to make a sword too," when he added. "Sure, bring the stuff over," Guiyang agreed. He had refused several times before. If he refused again, it wouldn't look good. When he carried a pair of golden knives made from a strange mantis on his left hand and a bag in his right hand, with Jiang Ti following behind, holding 2 pairs of mouse teeth. When he put down the bag and the golden knives, use these 2 items to fuse with that sword. He handed Guiyang a normal Tang sword, the last one remaining. 2 swords had been broken during the last fight. Guiyang took the sword, opened the plastic bag, which contained the tongue of the strange frog king. What would happen if the tongue and the mantis's double knives fused? "Where's the reward?" Guiyang asked calmly. "He only works if he sees the reward first." "Are you trying to cheat me?" When he pointed behind him. Jiang Ti placed the 2 pairs of mouse teeth on the ground. "You still owe me half a piece of material," when he said. "Isn't there also a cat's eye? You just need to bring the cat's eye over, right?" Guiyang looked confused. With that cat's eye, everything would be settled, and he wouldn't owe 0.5 of the item. "No, I need the cat's eye," when he thought to herself. "Suit yourself," Guiyang said softly. Anyway, he didn't lose anything. If when he forgot, he still gained half a piece of material. Guiyang had a thought, and his remaining 400 slaughter points dropped to 300. A white light wrapped the 2 strange items and the Tang sword together. When the light faded, a long, thin, slightly curved jade-green bone-like Tang sword appeared. The blade shimmered with a deadly glow, covered in tiny dark gold patterns like insect eyes, moving as the light changed, as if countless small eyes were turning. Divine Spear, Strange Item Rank. 8994, Abilities, Golden Blade. The blade fused with the strange mantis double swords, making it extremely sharp and tough. Shadow Blink, Kiss of Slaughter. The blade, fused with the tongue of the ghost frog king, can extend instantly within 1 second, up to a limit of 100 meters, like a frog's tongue catching prey. Jade Poison Corrosion. The mantis blade carries a mix of deadly poisons. Mantis Paralysis Toxin, Frog King's Decay Toxin. When hit, it causes nerve paralysis, muscle dissolution, and rapid wound decay, with toxins acting very quickly. Victims feel as if kissed by an invisible force, their life force quickly fading. Strange Item. A forbidden object fused with strange materials. Using it always comes with a cost, and the higher the rank, the greater the cost. Costs. Licking. Long-term use of this sword will make the user's tongue more flexible, but also uncontrollably craving to lick. The user must perform a very detailed licking process to dispel the desire. Mating Desire. With the focus of a mantis, the user will carefully choose a mate and develop a strong possessiveness. Hidden Attribute. If you are Guiyang, Using it has no cost. As the information about the strange item flooded into his mind, the two costs combined. When Yi turned around and ran with the sword in her hand. Jiang Cha saw this and also followed. Is Wen suffering from heatstroke? Her face is so red. Yun Shan, holding strange materials and walking from the side, wondered. We don't know, and we dare not ask, Guyang said with a shrug, then showed a meaningful smile. Some people are about to welcome spring, and I don't know who is so fortunate. It's truly wonderful. Regarding the private matter of someone else's mysterious device, Guyang definitely wouldn't talk about it casually. Yinshan placed the strange materials on the ground and began to organize them. After saving for so long, only a few pieces, it's not easy. Yinshan fiddled with the items for a while, then looked up at Guyang. Can I owe you half a piece? Guyang firmly refused. No, but I still owe Winnie half a piece. You can ask her if she's willing to trade it to you, and then you can pay her back later. That works. Yinshan ran toward Wen Yi's car, said a couple of words, then came back. She agreed. Guyang nodded. Yinshan looked at the materials on the ground. A mouse skin and a pair of zombie teeth are yours. The burial cloth, a roll of mouse skin, golden armor, and purple skin membrane are fused together. This will be the vessel. Yinshan took out a tattered armor from his bag. Did you make this? Guyang's mouth twitched. Yinshan nodded. Fusing these together should definitely create armor. With so many materials, if they fused into something else, he would be devastated. You're overthinking it. Just take a piece of leather clothing, Guyang said, stacking the materials together. A white light wrapped all the materials. Yinshan's heart started pounding intensely with nervousness. As the white light faded, a set of dark, heavy golden armor appeared before their eyes, with layered, fluffy, flowing dark black light fur on the shoulders. Behind it, dozens of narrow, pale strips of cloth fluttered, swayed, tangled, separated, and made faint rubbing sounds. Wonderful. So wonderful. Ha ha ha. Yinshan's eyes were round, his big face full of excitement, with a slightly obsessive look. He gently stroked the armor with his fingertips. As Yinshan touched it, the armor broke into pieces and assembled into parts around him. A purple skin membrane extended from the armor, wrapping around his throat, which had swollen 2 or 3 times larger than before. Yinshan spread his arms, and his body quickly grew taller. A 10-meter-tall golden armored giant stood before everyone. Eerie golden armor, eerie device rank. 8315, abilities, counter damage golden armor. The armor greatly increases physical defense, but when attacked, the gaps in the armor release a cold, corrosive, corpse-like aura. Eerie cloak. The floating shroud naturally emits strong, eerie energy and bad luck, greatly reducing hostility from strange enemies and lowering the chance of being targeted first. Sound wave intimidation. The throat wrapped by the eerie Frog King's sack can produce a deep, soul-piercing hum that interferes with the mind and weakens willpower. The louder the sound, the stronger the wave. Hiding. The shoulder fur of the eerie rat can continuously release shadow particles at night, greatly reducing visual presence. Entanglement. The cloth strips can extend with thoughts, binding and wrapping around targets. The strips are very tough and can slowly regenerate after breaking. Eerie device. Forbidden items fused with eerie objects. Using them always has a cost, and higher-ranked devices have greater costs. Costs. Using these devices consumes a lot of energy, and after use, the user falls into a coma for a period depending on the amount of energy used. In battle, the users will is affected by the golden armor zombie, making them irritable and quick to anger. Your fighting will become reckless. Do not eat glutinous rice, or the zombie's residual soul might bite you to death. Hidden attribute. If you are Guyang, using it has no cost. After reviewing the eerie device information, Guyang began to think. The cost is energy consumption, which is troublesome for most people, but for Yinshan, he has plenty of energy. He even has old Zhang's holy maiden fruit to restore stamina. As for falling into a coma after battle, that's not a big problem. Just need a trustworthy person to collect the body. But for someone like him with paranoia, that's impossible. The second cost is becoming irritable and losing rationality. During battles, Yinshan has never really thought things through. As for the third, if he can't control his mouth, then let it be destructive. Analyzing this way, these costs might be deadly for others, but for Yinshan, They are tailor-made. Tailor-made. Perhaps all eerie device costs can be avoided or offset. Guiyang thought of a word. Compatibility. Lu Liang's poison plague gun might be better used by an awakener who is immune to negative effects or curses. Wouldn't that mean there's no cost involved? Guiyang remembers reading in Lu Liang's booklet about an angel of holy light who is an awakener. One of her abilities is to remove negative effects, curses, and diseases. This holy light angel awakener fits perfectly with the poison plague gun. Guiyang feels like he's discovered a new world. He begins to think about each strange device he handles and what conditions are needed to make their costs completely free. While Guiyang is lost in thought, Yinshan has already shrunk back to his original size. Lu Liang walks over holding a paper fan. Old Zhang, with his hands behind his back, follows behind Lu Liang, looking drunk. Last time, near the foggy village, there were 2 taverns selling roasted wine. Old Zhang found a lot of wine there. Since that day, he has continued living a life of drunkenness and indulgence. It's so hot. What kind of crazy weather is this? Why not open a bottle of water to drink? Lu Liang looks at Guiyang. Guiyang shakes his head. Lu Liang, you're so stingy. I didn't even eat your eggs. What's wrong with giving me a bottle of water? Guiyang, the eggs were made by Wenyi. I just asked if you wanted to eat, but you didn't. Wenyi then gave me 3 eggs. Old Zhang and Lu Liang exchange a quick look. They both think Guiyang's request to share eggs must have some hidden purpose, so they decide not to eat. Lu Liang, by the way, I have something to tell you. A convoy is chasing us up ahead. Actually, they're after a strange creature. That creature is heading toward us. So, please handle that strange creature. That's great. Yin Shan's eyes light up. His golden armor is about to see some action. Where is it? Lu Liang points in a direction, and Yin Shan immediately runs off. It's time for a fierce battle, ha ha. As Yin Shan laughs loudly, a wave of sound waves spreads out in all directions. Guiyang is okay. Though he didn't actively resist, his mental strength is strong enough that it doesn't affect him much. Lu Liang and Old Zhang feel uncomfortable, their ears buzzing loudly. A few survivors nearby kneel on the ground, their faces pale. Zhao Qing, holding a shadow blade, struggles to stand. Lu Hua and Lu Yu, the 2 sisters, sat on the ground with pale faces. They didn't understand anything. They only knew that the power of the Awakener was completely beyond their understanding, once again shocking their perception. Just the sound of laughter almost made them faint. Xiaoshuang, are you okay? Xiaoshuang stood still, frowning slightly. She looked much calmer than them, simply sitting down on the ground. Meanwhile, on the dull yellow ground, a 10-meter-tall golden-armored giant was rushing wildly. Strange. Where is the strangeness? Below the ground, Guiyang followed behind, holding a dagger controlled by his mental power, pointing at a spot. Yinshan raised his arm and punched the ground hard. Boom! With a loud noise, dust rose from the ground, and cracks like a spider web spread about 5 or 6 meters from Yinshan's fist. From the dust, a strange creature with 2 horns on its head jumped out. Guiyang looked carefully. It was a rabbit with 2 horns and black bumps on its cheeks. Focusing on the rabbit, Yinshan turned and swung a punch across. The rabbit dodged, and Yinshan threw several more punches, all missed by the rabbit. Yinshan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the rabbit's direction. An explosion and a sonic wave shook the air, intimidating the rabbit. Yinshan then punched the rabbit, knocking it away. Before the strange rabbit hit the ground, the dagger stabbed forward, piercing through its head. Defeated the strange double-horned rabbit, gained 1,000 points of killing. Guiyang's face lit up, but not because of the 1,000 points. It was because, after the rabbit died, the strange heart on the ground was still beating. That was a material for endless energy. When Guiyang used his mental power to lift the strange heart from the ground, a loud shout rang out. Guiyang reached out and caught the strange double-horned rabbit's heart. This is ours. 3 figures approached from directly ahead of Guiyang and Yinshan. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was strong and tall, over 2 meters. The other was thin, with a youthful face, white hair, and a cigar in his mouth. Smoke billowed from his nostrils. One of his eyes was red, while the other was normal black. A white-haired, red-eyed young creature steps on a white wolf. Smoke drifts from its nostrils, forming fierce-looking white wolves that seem almost real. The girl wears brown combat boots, revealing long, white legs. She has pink hair and holds a long sword in her hand. Three people face off against Gu Yang and his companion. The white-haired, red-eyed young creature exhales smoke and glances nervously at a towering golden-armored giant 10 meters tall. Then, it shifts its gaze to Gu Yang. "Brother, we've been chasing this strange one for a while," it says. Gu Yang smiles and asks, "And?" The cigar-smoking man taps ash from his cigarette, squinting with a cold look. Was his hint not clear enough? Gu Yang responds, "Is this strange thing your pet? Whoever kills it owns it." The white-haired, red-eyed young creature looks at the muscular man nearby. "Can you hold off that golden-armored giant?" The muscular man looks at the giant and swallows. "I think I can hold it for a little while." "Good. Once Ching and I deal with that man, we'll come help you take down the giant," the young creature says. It then looks at the girl with pink hair and long legs. Ching, attack. As soon as it speaks, 5 white wolves rush toward Gu Yang from behind. Gu Yang tips back on his toes, stepping backward and jumping into the air. The pink-haired girl seizes the moment. Her sword rings out sharply, stabbing directly at Gu Yang. In midair, Gu Yang's body is covered in dark silver snake scales, and he wears a silver armor set. He raises a dark silver hand to meet the girl's sword. A clash of metal sounds rings out, sparks flying from his palm. Gu Yang grabs her sword with his hand. She flips backward, kicking her long, white leg at his chest. Gu Yang suddenly clenches his right hand, breaking the sword's tip. At the same time, her foot lands on his chest. He stands quietly, as if a soft pillow pressed against his chest. He feels nothing, though he sees it. The girl with pink hair pulls back, creating space. Her face is serious. Her broken sword tip shows no scratches. The sword isn't a cursed weapon. It can't even break his defense. Roar. 4 white wolves attack Gu Yang from all sides, front, back, left, and right. The white-haired, red-eyed young creature shows a triumphant smile. The next moment, a loud buzzing sound tore through the air. In the middle of the 4 white wolves, there was no longer any sign of Gu Yang. Under the frightened eyes of the white-haired, red-eyed cub, a hand suddenly pressed down on his head, forcing him to the ground. His back of the head hit the ground with a thud, and the powerful force pushed him forward, carving a deep trench into the earth. Bang! Next to Gu Yang, a completely red naked man flew past him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Along with Yunshan's cheerful laughter, a wave of sound attack echoed out. Gu Yang's hand was empty, and a thick cloud of smoke drifted to the sides. In midair, the shape of the white-haired, red-eyed cub reformed. Behind him, the sound of a sword ringing out. Then, a flash of sword light, brighter than moonlight, shot faster than the sound of the sword. Gu Yang's raised hand fell. The pink-haired girl stopped in her tracks, and the sword light cut off a strand of her pink hair. One tall and graceful, quickly appeared in front of the pink-haired girl, with a clicking sound as she sheathed her sword. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes forever. Gu Yang glanced at the pink-haired girl's body, feeling a bit regretful. That was 100 killing points. Ching, the white-haired, red-eyed cub shouted in anger. At the same time, he turned and ran. He was already no match, and suddenly a woman with double swords appeared, killing Ching in one move. What a mess. Fortunately, he was a second-tier cultivator, and his body could turn into smoke. No one could kill him. As long as he wanted to run, no one could catch him. Behind Gu Yang, silver wings flickered and instantly appeared in front of the smoke man. The white-haired, red-eyed cub saw this and sneered. But in the next moment, his smile froze. A dagger was stabbed into his chest. Wasn't he just turning into smoke earlier? Gained 100 killing points. Showy tricks, Gu Yang said as he walked over and pulled out the dagger from the white-haired, red-eyed cub. Did he ask if he could turn into smoke? Gu Yang was dressed in a silver armor set. His wings fluttered twice, and he cut the dying strong man's neck. Gained 100 killing points. Just kill him. I haven't had enough fun yet. Yunshan shrank his form and said with a smile, I didn't expect to meet someone with abilities similar to mine. Wen Yi, carrying double swords at her waist, walked over. The 3 stood side by side as the roar of an engine sounded nearby. A convoy arrived not far from Gu Yang and the others. A young man, barefoot, got out of the leading car. He looked around, then turned to get back in and try to run. Gu Yang quickly shot out his dagger. The dagger pierced through the glass and into the young man's chest. Gained 100 killing points. Gu Yang's killing points increased from 200 to 1500. Gu Yang, don't kill them. They are all innocent people, Wan Yi said, grabbing Gu Yang's hand with a look of regret. Gu Yang, he usually needs a reason to kill. The guy wanted to run, so he had to be killed. Bang! Just as Gu Yang was about to say something, Yunshan suddenly collapsed, startling Wan Yi. What's wrong with him? Is he hurt? But he had been holding the opponent down the whole time. No, probably just tired. He's old, so he just fell asleep. At night, the blood moon hung high, and the temperature suddenly dropped. Ugh, this is definitely not Blue Star anymore. It's hot during the day and freezing at night. The group sat around a campfire. Old Zhang, arms crossed, took a sip from a nearby bottle. Much warmer now. My armor keeps me warm, so I'm not cold at all, Yunshan boasted. Every time Yunshan wears his mysterious golden armor for battle, he falls into a deep sleep. The sleep duration depends on how much he expends. This time, he didn't use much energy, waking up after about 5 hours. This battle was almost like a thunderstorm. Plus, old Zhang's sacred fruit was still unconscious for nearly 5 hours, which Gu Yang didn't expect. If it had been a fight like the one in the fog, it would have taken at least a week. Be careful. Don't get too hot, and let Gu Yang strip you, old Zhang said, annoyed by Yunshan's bragging. I already have a way to solve the extreme heat, Yunshan said confidently. You have a way? Old Zhang blushed. What could you possibly do? Everyone knew Yunshan's mind was a bit affected by his awakening. Relying on him for solutions wasn't realistic. Yunshan, I took a nap and found my mind is sharper now. I have a good plan. Gu Yang, tell us. When he blinked twice, watching Yunshan. Isn't the captain good at divination? Just have him find out where the water source is, and we can go directly there. Gu Yang, 1E. Old man Zhang choked on his drink. Lu Liang's face darkened. I'm a fortune teller, not a wishing well. Luo Huai sat by the tent, glancing occasionally at Li Li, who was sitting alone by the fire. Big sister, do you think Li Li has been acting strange lately? She hasn't been with the other awakened ones and has been sitting alone all the time. She's the team leader. If she wants to sit alone, that's her choice. I'm just happy she's not causing trouble. Why should I worry about her? Luo Yuzhu hugged her blanket and urged, is the setup done? I want to lay out the bedding. Almost done. Almost done. Luo Huai fixed the last corner of the tent. We can sleep well tonight. It was smart to bring 2 blankets last time. I'll help. Zhao Shuang stood up. Luo Yuzhu didn't refuse because Zhao Shuang only had one hand. She often asked for her help. Big sister, I think the awakened ones in our team are really strong. I heard that originally there were 4 awakened members in this team. We only sent 3 people, and we managed to defeat all 4 of theirs, and they don't look hurt. Yunshan fainted, but a few hours later, she was lively again. The 3 girls chatted as they finished setting up the tent, then crawled inside together. The tent belonged to the other team's awakened members. After they died, Gu Yang and the others collected the loot, then traded some of what they didn't need. Zhao Qing thought that sleeping 4 people in the car was uncomfortable, so she changed a tent for them and slept in the car herself. Finally, I can stretch my legs. Zhao Qing took another blanket from the trunk and climbed into the car. Li Li sat alone by the campfire, refusing an offer from a survivor who came to be friendly. She had already refused several others. As the visible leader of the team, she wasn't lacking in admirers. But she didn't care. She looked down on them all. She glanced sideways at Gu Yang and the others, who were dividing supplies. Her face was expressionless, but inside she cursed hundreds of times. They made her the team leader, but why weren't the supplies shared with her? It was all because she wasn't an awakened one. If she ever awakened someday, she would make them regret it. The first one was Gu Yang. Ever since he found out she was a false awakener, he had been excluding her and not allowing her to join internal meetings. Then there was Lu Liang, who used her for his own benefit. Did he really think she didn't notice? Achoo! By the fire, Gu Yang sneezed and rubbed his nose. It was getting a bit cold. Right after that, Lu Liang sneezed too. Lu Liang said, you passed it to me. Shouldn't you give me 2 pills as compensation? You're always trying to take advantage of people. It's in your bones. Gu Yang complained, then stood up, took a pack of cold medicine from the car, and handed 1 pill to Lu Liang. Even poison takes half an hour to take effect, Gu Yang said irritably. Then, a fair hand. A strong hand. and an old wrinkled hand all reached out toward him. Guyang looked around helplessly. These people always wanted to share everything. He rarely acted generous, and there were exactly 3 pills left, one for each of them. Anyway, they were going to expire in 2 days. Guyang casually tossed the empty package into the fire. A puff of black smoke rose with a faint, burnt smell. The sound of people swallowing water echoed nearby. There are still 2 strange artifacts in this convoy. Let's discuss who gets them, Lu Liang said, turning serious. On the ground lay a pair of glasses, a radio, and a still-beating heart. The heart came from a strange horned rabbit that Guyang had defeated. Everyone except Wen Yi stared eagerly at the heart. Seeing their expressions, Guyang knew it would be hard for him to keep it. At least now he knew where that endlessly beating heart came from, the horned rabbit. Lu Liang said, "Old Zhang and I have already checked the artifacts. You can take a look too. Just touch them to learn their abilities and the cost." Guyang picked up the glasses. They didn't look special, but he thought the design was quite stylish. Transparent glasses, artifact rank, 19999. Ability, a pair of seemingly ordinary gold-rimmed glasses that possess a mysterious power, insight and vision that can reveal the structural weaknesses of a target. Artifacts, forbidden items fused with strange entities. Every use comes with a price. The higher the rank, the greater the cost. Cost, each use consumes a large amount of mental energy, causing blurred vision and eventually fainting. Fainting for 10 minutes after 1 minute of use. The cost increases tenfold with longer use. There were no hidden hints. This was the first time Guyang had encountered a strange artifact whose cost he couldn't resist. However, with his strong mental power, he should be able to resist the side effects of the transparent glasses to some extent. Using them for 1 minute shouldn't make him faint for 10 minutes. After reading the description, Guyang handed the transparent glasses to Yun Shan, then picked up the radio. The radio was made of faded dark green plastic, covered with scratches and yellowish stains. Its antenna was rusty. Eavesdropping radio, artifact rank, 19989. Ability, a radio that looks ordinary but can secretly capture random messages. Artifacts, forbidden items fused with strange powers. Every use comes with a cost. The higher the rank, the greater the cost. Cost, while capturing random messages within a 100-mile radius, it slightly drains the user's mental energy. Each minute of use extracts one of the user's inner thoughts, with a 0.1% chance of being broadcast during use. A fair trade-off, acceptable enough. After reading, Guyang handed it to Yun Shan. As soon as Yun Shan took it, the sound of a blade being drawn echoed. The blood-engraved blade, placed between Old Zhang and Lu Liang, gave off a faint hum. "You two haven't used it, right?" Wen Yi narrowed her eyes. Those glasses could see through things. If they had used them, who knew what they might have looked at? Old Zhang quickly said, "Of course not. I'm too old for that kind of nonsense." Lu Liang nodded seriously. "I haven't used it either." When he pointed at Old Zhang, "Do you think he used it?" She trusted Lu Liang's words. His awakened ability came with a cost that prevented him from lying. "He used it," Lu Liang said without hesitation, immediately exposing Old Zhang. Old Zhang was furious. He could understand Lu Liang being bound by his ability, but not how quickly he had sold him out. It felt personal. Just as Old Zhang was about to argue, Lu Liang added, "He didn't look at you or Jiang Cha, just at the new group of women who joined." When Yi sheathed her blade, since he hadn't looked at her, she decided to let it go. If that old man had seen her, she wouldn't have been able to stand it. "I haven't been in a relationship before, so only my boyfriend can see my body. Old Zhang, I didn't expect you to enjoy yourself so much. If you like it, just go ahead. Is it not enough?" Yinshan winked mischievously. "Go away, let me see what's wrong. In the end of the world, there are very few people like me who appreciate beauty." Old Zhang's face turned red. "That's right. Old Zhang looks like someone who used to read before the end of the world," Guyang said with a teasing smile, thinking about the several women he had seen, who they might be. Faced with the teasing from the two, Old Zhang couldn't hold back anymore. His reputation was taking a hit. It was all Lu Liang's fault. He's so careless with his words. Wen Yi is also very clever. If she hadn't asked Lu Liang, with her acting skills, she would definitely pass. As Wen Yi put down the eavesdropping radio, Lu Liang looked at the others. "How about it? This pair of glasses is mine now." You guys probably have no objections, right? When he raised an eyebrow. She wanted to see who would come out to fight her for these glasses. These glasses, which can see through things, must stay in her hands. Whoever tries to take them will be marked. End of story. Guyang had no objections. He has telekinesis, so he can see everything clearly. The glasses are useless to him, and he doesn't spy on others. He is a person with integrity. The others naturally had no objections. They just wanted to see what was interesting. As awakened individuals, many were eager to do something. When he thought for a moment and said, "I'll compensate everyone with some supplies, no matter her purpose," her actions were a bit overbearing. The others nodded and looked at the remaining heart and radio. The heart, although only a first-level strange item, was valuable, so they put it on the same level as the radio. For people divided two items. No matter how they split it, it was difficult. After some discussion, they decided that the eavesdropping radio belonged to Lu Liang because he needed it. He would give some supplies to Yunshan and Old Zhang as compensation. Guyang also got the heart on the condition that he would give a ride in his car without charging later, with no additional supplies. Yunshan and Old Zhang thought it was a good deal. Their current cars couldn't hold the heart, so it was better to give it to Guyang. As long as they knew where the heart came from, there would be more chances in the future. Moreover, perpetual motion is not without its costs, but the two of them did not dwell on it too much. They rode for free, with Guyang bearing the cost. The next morning, the location of the convoy was still relatively safe. Lu Liang didn't rush to leave, but asked Li Li to handle the survivors' matters. Lu Liang didn't feel guilty about forcing Li Li to do this. He saved her life, and she was doing what she believed was right. At first, only Old Man Zhang knew that her awakening was fake. Guyang, Yunshan, and Wen Yi didn't ask, and Lu Liang and Old Man Zhang didn't mention it either. Later, Lu Liang corrected Li Li's direction, and only then did Guyang and the others realize that Guyang had wanted to kill Li Li at the time. If Lu Liang hadn't needed her to act as the leader openly, she might already be dead. Although it was morning, the sun was still very hot. Zhao Qing and the others sat in the shade under a gray cloth stretched over 4 iron poles. Li Li took one look and felt very annoyed. She stepped forward to face them. "Go and cook porridge. Get the ingredients from that car," she said, then turned and left without lingering. She knew she wouldn't win an argument with Luo Yao. As long as she made them uncomfortable, her goal was achieved. That Jiang Cha was feeling unwell and didn't cook porridge, even though she was just an ordinary person like herself. After Li Li left, Luo Yuzhu looked at Luo Yao with a helpless expression. "What did I say last night? I guess you cared for her a bit, and now she's coming to cause trouble," he said. "That's not my fault. I don't care about the fuss. Making porridge, adding water, pouring rice, I can handle it all myself." "You guys rest," Luo Yao said confidently. "Shouldn't the cooking be done over a fire?" Zhao Shuang asked curiously. "I skipped that part." "Of course, I know how," Luo Yao replied with a glare, as if to say, "Do I look like I don't?" "Forget it. I'll go with you," Luo Yuzhu said, standing up. "The young lady before the apocalypse probably doesn't know how much rice or water to add." "Luo Yao, don't underestimate me." "Zhao Shuang, I'll help too." Seeing the situation, Zhao Qing knew he couldn't stay out of it. He looked up at the sky. This sun was really fierce. Yun Yi handed over the iron pot, rice, and grains to a few people, explaining the approximate amounts. Once they understood, they left. Zhao Qing started a fire, with Zhao Shuang helping nearby. Luo Yuzhu and Luo Huai began pouring water into a barrel. The water was river water from Zhang Laoda's irrigation, and since the weather was so hot, it was impossible to cook porridge with clean water. River water still wouldn't cause harm. Li Li sat under a withered tree, smiling as she watched this scene. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. "Captain, I used to drive for the convoy leader. Can I join your team?" The man clearly stated his purpose and took out a small, watch-like object from his pocket. It had a glass cover with circles drawn inside, and a single pointer in the center. "What is this?" Li Li asked with some interest. In the apocalypse, the stranger the object, the more valuable it was. The man explained, "This is the pointer of the tower. Following the arrow will lead you to the tower. It was supposed to be shown yesterday, but the captain's death nearby scared him so much he forgot about it. Our team's destination is the tower. It's said to be a good place for humans to live, with many awakeners. The man spoke confidently. Lily nodded. Our vehicle is short of a driver. You can stay. Even if he didn't join, she needed a driver. Though she was officially the captain, she still wanted to maintain some dignity. The man was very happy. He had helped the previous convoy driver, and now he would help her. The team was stronger than the last one. He had made a good deal. Lily didn't plan to reveal this. She quietly put the pointer into her pocket. From the man, she learned that inside the tower, there were awakeners who could repair severed limbs. She was very excited. The tower. Such a good place, she definitely wanted to go. But she planned to go alone. She had no real status in the team, so it was better to find a better place to develop. Later, she could come back and trouble Gu Yong and Lu Liang. Revenge for a woman is never too late. As long as she kept an eye on the pointer, when they were closest to the tower, she would find an excuse to leave the team and go on her own. The awakeners in this team are really nice, and they even have rice to eat. Within the group, the survivors whispered quietly. Those at the front of the line had already received a bowl of rice. At the very front, I told you to put in less, but you didn't listen. Now it's all cooked into one pot of rice. If we wait for the bag to come back, what will people think of us? Luo Yuju scooped up some porridge, rice balls, and muttered like a mother, nagging endlessly. The value of food in the end times is easy to imagine, especially since this grain is an extraordinary food. Luo Huai pouted. It's all mixed with water now. What can we do? We can't fish it out, right? Let's see this as helping us, the survivors at the bottom. We help cook the porridge, and they probably won't just reach out and hit us. I'll smile a little later. Like this, Luo Huai gestured. That looks so bad, Zhao Shuang chuckled. If a few awakened people knew Luo Huai's thoughts, they might think she wasn't helping them, but actually wishing them harm. Under normal circumstances, these people could survive for a month. With a different cook, only half a month. Their bones would become weak, and if caught by the strange creatures, they might even find the taste unusual. Strange creature, crispy, what's so bad about it? Luo Huai glared, then looked at the long line behind and couldn't help but speak. Should we save some for ourselves? That works too, Luo Yuju nodded. That's the chef's privilege. Zhao Qing said, I think we shouldn't eat this. Let's wait and see. About 10 minutes later, no one was left in the line for porridge, and a few remained in the bucket. Are we going to eat it? Luo Huai looked at Zhao Qing, wanting to understand why they shouldn't. The last time, I felt something strange. When survivors cause a fuss, awakened people produce food, supernatural food that fills you up. To be honest, they probably wouldn't be so kind. Remember when we took the grains? When Yi's warning? Everyone nodded. The amount of grain should be kept small. But there's no poison, right? Eating it gives us strength, and we don't feel unwell. Luo Huai clenched her fist. Zhao Qing said, Anyway, we have plenty of food. It's better not to eat it. Luo Yuju thought for a moment and nodded. Better safe than sorry. Several people returned the porridge bucket. When he didn't check if anything was missing, she just sat in the car and said thank you. Xiaoyi, I think I am going to die. When I do, please bury me. Make sure it's deep. I'm afraid something strange might dig me up. There's no paper money here. If I get the chance, I'd like you to burn some for me. I'm worried I'll run out of money after I go down. Jiang Cha mumbled weakly, her voice tired. Wen Yi frowned and touched Jiang Cha's forehead. It was very hot. Why isn't the fever going down after taking the medicine? Give me 2 more packs. Wen Yi picked up a box of medicine. Cha-cha, don't give up hope. If 1 pack isn't enough, take 2. If 2 don't work, try 3. If 3 still doesn't work, then 4. This fever won't go away because the medicine isn't enough. Jiang Cha, is she even listening to her? Maybe we should cover her with a thick blanket, suggested Sister Qin, the driver. Her suggestion made Jiang Cha lose the will to speak. It's so hot, and she wants to cover her with a blanket? How terrible. Meanwhile, Guyang stopped Li Li from walking forward. You're so bold. Hiding something and not planning to tell us. Li Li was startled. She had been very careful, making sure no awakened person saw her put things into her pocket. How did Guyang find out? A middle-aged man nearby looked confused. The team wasn't led by a captain, so why was this person talking like that? He was so arrogant. I was just about to give it to Captain Lu Liang. Li Li forced a smile. Guyang sneered and turned to leave. He only came to remind her. He knew what kind of person she was and wasn't fooled by her little tricks. This troublemaker. The team's situation was complicated. People like her couldn't stir things up. The middle-aged man looked confused. Captain Lu Liang. And another captain? Li Li's face darkened. Under a large black curtain, after many days, Lu Liang once again sipped tea from a table taken from the opposing team's convoy. He had exchanged some of the tea leaves he got from Old Zhang last time. He never expected that the tea, which he thought would rot in Old Zhang's hands, would end up being used against him. He was still too young. No, it was just bad luck for him. Old Zhang looked proud as he watched Lu Liang. The old man said, "Lately, I haven't been able to stop drinking tea. Do you want the rest?" "No, thank you." Lu Liang refused with a shake of his head. "Just a little more," Guyang said, handing over the teacup. "It's so hot outside. I think cold-brewed tea tastes better. You're wasting this tea giving it to you." Drinking tea is about balance: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. "Don't you know that?" Lu Liang said calmly. Guyang picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup. "Isn't it good if I enjoy it?" Yin Shan and Wen Yi took the teapot in order, each pouring a cup. The teapot was empty after that. When Lu Liang took the teapot, his face darkened. "Don't call me stingy. From now on, bring your own water when you drink tea." At this moment, the middle-aged man had already explained everything about the Tower of Babel. Lu Liang looked at the clock on the table. 12 awakened people. Suitable for human living. Anyway, we should go see it. There was no disagreement at this meeting. Everyone shared the same goal. They all wanted to go see it. In the afternoon, the sun was at its hottest, and the scorching sunlight made the air feel heavy. Because some survivors had joined, the convoy moved slowly, about 25 miles per hour. More than 30 survivors riding bikes behind endured the intense heat and had to keep up with the main group. Nearly half of them had already collapsed. Inside the vehicle, it was like a steamer, but still better than being directly under the sun. "Xiao Yi, even though I might die soon, I want to die comfortably. Can you turn on the air conditioning? And also, can you take off the blanket?" "No way." Wen Yi wiped the sweat from her face. "Only sweating can reduce your fever. Your illness will only get better that way. Thank you," Jiang Cha said, feeling utterly speechless. Not only was she sweating, she was practically drenched. Wen Yi kept watching her, and every time Jiang Cha tried to lift the blanket, Wen Yi would quickly cover her back up. Under the pain, Jiang Cha felt a bit wronged, tears welling up in her eyes. She quickly closed them. Outside the vehicle, Yunshan cursed as he got out. "Are we at the fire mountain? Are we going to borrow the banana fan? It feels hotter and hotter every day. How far is that Tower of Babel? We might really die of thirst here. I wish it would rain a little. It's raining." "What are you thinking about?" Old Zhang, wearing a white tank top and gray shorts, stepped down from the car, wearing a pair of gray-yellow slippers. He was holding a wooden bamboo fan. "Maybe you should do some calculations." Yunshan looked at Liang. "I told you, fortune-telling and making wishes are two different things. But don't worry, I won't die here." Yunshan felt something was off. Suddenly, blue raindrops fell from the clear sky, cold and refreshing on Yunshan's face. "It's raining." Yunshan opened his arms, and his face changed from dull to joyful. "Great! It's raining. Didn't you say it wouldn't rain?" Yunshan excitedly patted the old man, making him grimace. Liang opened his palm. "This isn't ordinary rain. Someone has awakened." Old Zhang rubbed his shoulders and guessed, feeling the raindrops made his shoulder less sore. Hearing this, Yunshan became even more excited. "Could it be that I awakened some ability like making wishes? And that's why it rained when I said so?" Luoyang stroked his chin, thinking it wasn't impossible. Guyang can awaken dual abilities, so maybe they can too. "Do you have any special feelings?" When someone first awakens, they usually don't notice anything obvious. But within a day, they often show side effects of awakening, and their abilities become clear. "I feel refreshed and energized." Yinshan clenched his fists. At this moment, Guyang stepped out of the car, spreading his arms. The temperature in the area suddenly dropped, making it very comfortable. Getting wet in the rain didn't feel uncomfortable. But after about 10 minutes, the rain stopped, and the air gradually warmed up again. Although it was only 10 minutes, it revived the team. The fallen riders and hikers all stood up, and the heat was gone. "Sister Luo, Sister Yuzhu, your faces." Zhao Shuang looked surprised, pointing at their faces. The rain not only cooled the heat, but also washed away all the dirt on everyone's faces. At this moment, Luo Huai and Luo Yuju's true appearances were revealed to everyone. Their faces and necks, which had been dirty with dirt and ash, were cleaned. They had fair skin, and both looked quite similar, with oval faces and willow leaf eyebrows. Luo Huai looked cute and lively, while Luo Yuju appeared cold and had a kind of bossy aura. Recently, both sisters had been able to eat well. Their faces were a bit rougher than before the apocalypse, but because of the big difference in their looks, people didn't mind those small flaws. I told my brother you two would be very pretty. I didn't expect you to be this beautiful. No wonder they always smeared dirt on their faces and didn't wash it off. This beauty surprised Zhao Shuang a little. In that moment, Zhao Shuang thought the sisters looked even more attractive than 1E and Jiang Cha, mainly because Jiang Cha and 1E kept themselves looking neat every day, while Luo Huai and Luo Yuju seemed to have a natural, stunning beauty that was like a pearl hidden under dust. They were thought to be ugly ducklings, but turned out to be elegant swans. Zhao Qing looked at Luo Yuju and was momentarily stunned. After all, being too good-looking in the apocalypse isn't always a good thing, Luo Yuju said with a smile. In the previous convoy, if the two hadn't smeared dirt on their faces, they might have been taken by that awakened person named Li Feng. Things probably wouldn't have turned out this way after that. Big sister, do we still need to smear mud? Luo Huai asked nervously. Girls love beauty. Even in the apocalypse, they still want to stay clean. No need. Everyone has seen you already. What's the point of smearing mud? They had been with this convoy for a long time, and none of the awakened people had been involved in messy relationships. The convoy also had some good-looking people. Yes, Luo Huai clenched her fist. After confirming that Lu Liang was not a dual-ability awakened person from Yinshan, he started gathering the others to find out who the awakened person was. Many people passing by the Luo sisters looked at them with desire in their eyes. In the suppressed world of the apocalypse, there was little way to vent feelings. The usual activities, eating, drinking, smoking, reproducing, couldn't fully satisfy the need. The last activity was the only way to completely release the inner pressure. Outside the team, Lily was also searching to see who had awakened. If she found out early, she could try to bring that person into her circle and strengthen her position in the convoy. Lily's gaze fixed on the faces of the Luo sisters. It seemed that the survivors in the convoy didn't look this good usually. Although the rain had washed everyone's faces clean, these two gave her an impression of being stunning. As she pondered, she noticed Zhao Qing and Zhao Shuang behind the two women. After thinking for a moment, she seemed to understand something and showed a hint of jealousy in her eyes. She raised her only remaining hand to gently touch her cheek. The rough, hard feeling was strong. The wound on her face was so deep that even now, scabs hadn't fallen off. Lily knew very well that her face was likely to be disfigured. Thinking of this, her jealousy grew even stronger. Soon, it was Luo Hua's turn. How do you feel? Any strange sensations? Lu Liang looked up and was a bit stunned when he saw Luo Hua. A strange light flickered behind her lowered eyelids. No, I feel refreshed in the rain, but now it's very hot. Luo Hua wiped her sweat. Next, Lu Liang said calmly. He asked the same question, received similar answers, and hoped he wouldn't have to ask the last person. His luck probably wouldn't be that bad. In the convoy, Yin Shan said he couldn't sit still. Gu Yang didn't want to. Old Zhang was drunk, and when he was busy taking care of Jiang Cha. So, he had to check everyone himself. The team leader behind the scenes still had a tough job. After asking Luo Yuju, it was Zhao Shuang's turn. She simply said she felt nothing. Next was Zhao Qing. Lu Liang's eyes lit up. The person he was most interested in was here. Could it be Zhao Qing? He asked the same question. Zhao Qing shook his head. Lu Liang patiently asked again. Take your time and really feel. Is it okay if my eyes are a bit blurry? Yes, Lu Liang's eyes brightened. The side effects of an awakener showed. Then he saw the shadowy dagger in Zhao Qing's hand. This dagger was almost always with her. Lu Liang knew it was a cursed weapon. Your blurry eyes have nothing to do with this cursed weapon, right? Lu Liang didn't ask about the cursed weapon's secret directly, but hinted. Zhao Qing replied. It does. She couldn't tell her sister that the cost of the cursed weapon was because she was worried. There was nothing she couldn't tell Lu Liang. Lu Liang understood, and a flicker of disappointment passed through his pupils. All right, you can go now, Lu Liang called out to the next person. There were only 10 people left in the group, and they still hadn't found the awakened one. Could it really be this unlucky? Lu Liang looked at the short man at the back of the group. Someone at the back stepped forward and joined the line. The survivor in front of Lu Liang quickly stepped back to make space. After asking, Lu Liang cursed silently in his mind, then finished questioning everyone. He thought he would only find the person at the very end, but even after asking everyone, he still hadn't found the awakened one. Lu Liang looked around, then glanced at Li Li nearby. Still not giving up, he asked again. Even though he suspected it probably wasn't Li Li, he still asked. Lu Liang nodded as if he expected this, then left. If it had been Li Li, she would have jumped up already, since she was dreaming of awakening. His eyes then turned to Wen Yi's car, and he walked straight over. There was still one person who had slipped away. The truth of the matter was clear. This was so frustrating. Why didn't he start asking from the patient? He wasted his breath, having already drunk 3 bottles of mineral water. In this hot weather, mineral water was hard to find. Just now, he was working for the convoy. After the rain stopped, Jiang Cha's fever subsided, and she fell into a deep sleep. When he also let out a sigh of relief. Before the apocalypse, she and Jiang Cha were classmates and very good friends. After everything happened, they became each other's only familiar person, and their bond was hard to break. Hearing footsteps, Wen Yi turned her head slightly and saw Lu Liang. "Did you find the awakened one?" Wen Yi asked. Lu Liang shook his head and pointed to Jiang Cha in the back seat. "She is the only one we haven't ruled out." Wen Yi understood what Lu Liang meant, but after thinking carefully, it seemed possible. Jiang Cha's sudden fever was suspicious, but these were just guesses. Wen Yi decided to wake Jiang Cha, since it was important to find the awakened one. If it wasn't Jiang Cha, then Lu Liang could check again. The awakened person was definitely in the convoy. Wen Yi climbed into the back seat and gently shook Jiang Cha, who was just waking up. Jiang Cha frowned and let out a soft meow-like sound. "Xiao Yi, is it already dark?" Jiang Cha rubbed her eyes. "No, it's not," Wen Yi almost answered instinctively. But then she felt a sudden jolt in her heart, because Jiang Cha had already opened her eyes. Upon closer look, Jiang Cha's once bright black eyes now appeared dull and gray, losing their shine. Lu Liang sighed quietly, almost certain that Jiang Cha had awakened. Otherwise, no one would suddenly lose their sight. "Do you feel anything strange in your body?" At this moment, Jiang Cha was still feverish and dizzy. When she heard Lu Liang's voice, she felt a small spark of hope, but that hope quickly faded. Her heart was filled with fear. Tears welled up in her eyes, then started to fall like broken pearls, accompanied by soft, choking sounds and sobs. Good news, she had awakened. Bad news, the price was losing her sight. Now, she couldn't help Wen Yi anymore and would become even more useless than before, just sitting in the car like a fool. Thinking of this, her crying grew louder. Wen Yi held Jiang Cha close, saying nothing. She didn't know how to comfort her. Among the known costs, Lu Liang's was to follow his conscience. Yun Shan's was a bit stubborn. Old Zhang and Gu Yang's costs were unclear, but didn't seem too serious. As for herself, her cost was just a bit inconvenient. Why was Jiang Cha's loss so severe? Lu Liang looked at her with pity and then left quietly. He thought that if he asked Jiang Cha what ability she had awakened, Wen Yi might threaten him with a knife. Besides, he simply couldn't bring himself to ask. She was blind now, and he only cared about her ability. He was a bit cruel. Lu Liang sighed and turned away. Anyway, the person was found, and her ability would be known sooner or later. At this moment, Yun Shan hurried over happily. Although he hadn't awakened his own ability, he was still very pleased. With this ability, he wouldn't die of thirst, and his golden armor wouldn't be taken by Gu Yang. Did you find out who awakened? He still remembered how refreshing the rain was earlier. He wanted to get soaked a little longer. Lu Liang said nothing, just raised his thumb and pointed behind him. Yun Shan looked in the direction of the gesture and immediately understood. He felt that after getting soaked in the rain, his mind was working faster. Although he didn't know why Lu Liang was silent, as long as he understood, it was fine. Lu Liang often said that with smart people, there was no need for many words. Cloud Mountain happily ran over. "Congratulations on awakening. It's about time." Cloud Mountain approached the car window, where 3 people were sitting inside. No matter who they were, it was good to offer congratulations. However, all Cloud Mountain received was a cold look from Wen Yi, which instantly cooled his enthusiasm. At that moment, he heard crying from inside the car. No need for words. Cloud Mountain turned and left. Lu Yang was still standing there. When Cloud Mountain returned feeling annoyed, Gu Yang and Old Man Zhang also approached from two directions. Gu Yang, with his hands in his pockets, asked, "So, who awakened?" Old Man Zhang, with his hands behind his back, looked at Lu Liang with a questioning gaze. "Jiang Cha, the cost of awakening is losing your sight," Lu Liang said. Hearing this, Cloud Mountain's eyes widened. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? When he almost attacked me with a knife, someone lost their sight, and I still went to congratulate them. That's really not right. It's all Lu Liang's fault, sly and sneaky." Lu Liang replied, "You asked if we found someone, and then I pointed behind us. Was there a problem with that?" Cloud Mountain. He had no reply. "That girl Jiang Cha is also quite pitiful," Old Man Zhang sighed. Gu Yang stroked his chin. With his eyes gone, won't he just become a tool person in the future? That's really sad. Because of blue rain, the outside was relatively cool. After a few casual chats, everyone returned to their cars. Gu Yang took out the heart he had swapped yesterday. The fuel in the car's tank was almost gone. Without other strange materials, he could only first solve the power issue. The remaining barrels of gasoline could still be used to benefit Old Man Zhang, Cloud Mountain, and Lu Liang. As Gu Yang thought, 1,500 killing points decreased to 1,400 points. The beating heart settled in the engine, and a white light enveloped the black armor berserk vehicle. Heavy, wild, full of primitive strength, pounding rhythmically, bang, bang, bang. Gu Yang's face lit up with joy. It was a success. Before this, he had considered the possibility of failure, worried that when Yi's endless power last time was just a coincidence. The white light faded, revealing veins like blood vessels extending across the entire vehicle beneath the black scales covering the engine. Black armor, endless fury war, chariot mystery device rank. 8932 bone of the rock. Dogskin seat. Bull charge. Ghostly oil lamp. Strange pangolin scales. The strange heart replaces the vehicle's engine, providing endless, almost infinite, terrifying power. The vehicle no longer needs traditional fuel like gasoline. Mystery device. A forbidden item fused with mysterious objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and the higher the rank, the greater the cost. Cost dependence on the seat. Long-term exposure to the humming of horns makes the user more irritable, impulsive, and aggressive, often leading to violent outbursts. Iron prisoner. Existence fat. The oil consumes the user's anger. Eternal power. The power is eternal, but after running for 48 hours, the heart feels tired and begins to drain the user's life force as a supplement. The amount drained is proportional to the speed. The faster the speed, the quicker the tired state occurs, and the more life force is taken. But if you are Gu Yang, using it comes at no cost. Gu Yang nodded with satisfaction. The vehicle was now fully equipped. Endless energy, air conditioning freely available. Gu Yang began to think about future development. At night, the red moon hung high. Gu Yang and others sat around a campfire, the dry wood crackling occasionally. It was supposed to be a welcoming party for the newly awakened, but the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Jiang Cha hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, like a pitiful little dog. Gu Yang. Actually, even if you can't see, there's still a chance to recover, really? Jiang Cha looked up. Although her eyes showed no emotion, her trembling voice revealed her inner unrest. She had spent the whole afternoon trying to comfort herself, but still couldn't accept the fact that she was blind. She even wondered if being unable to speak or hear would be better than losing her sight. "Of course it's true," Gu Yang said calmly. "Help her." Wen-Yi grabbed Gu Yang's hand. Gu Yang glanced at Wen-Yi, took her hand away, and said, "Why do you keep grabbing my hand lately? Your voice sounds so sweet and flirtatious. Are you trying to make friends?" "No way. It's not free. It comes at a high cost." "You know that," Gu Yang said with a cough. "Making friends isn't enough. I need to talk about money." "I understand. I'll pay," Wen-Yi said seriously. Gu Yang nodded, then looked at Old Man Zhang, Lu Liang, and Yun Shan. "What about you?" "We." The three of them looked at each other in surprise. "Why are they involved?" Old Man Zhang said, "I'm not blind. I don't see any cost to pay," Lu Liang said casually. "Gu Yang, your habit of extorting others is really deep-rooted. Whenever you see a chance, You try to extort. Now there's no chance, so you're just forcing it. Whether it's extortion or not, don't imitate me. What I do is fair trade, Guyang said unhappily. Next, I want to share my knowledge. Do you think you need to pay a little price to listen? Lu Liang raised his eyebrows. So, now listening to you talk costs money. What I have to say next is not ordinary, Guyang said confidently. How not ordinary? Guyang, I really didn't expect you to be so sneaky. I didn't charge you for showing you my little booklet, which contains a lot of useful information. Do you have the nerve? Lu Liang started to moralize. But Guyang had no morals. That was you voluntarily showing me. I didn't force you, Guyang said. Lu Liang hesitated and suddenly remembered his annoying ex-girlfriend. He deleted the words, "Look at this," and said the same thing. At this moment, Guyang showed a mysterious smile. The information in the booklet can be gathered slowly. My set of knowledge and theories are something you can't get no matter what. Are you sure you don't want to listen? Guyang was telling the truth, unless someone had abilities equal to his. Your knowledge sounds advanced. Can I understand it? Yin Shan asked quietly. He was worried about wasting money on a lecture he wouldn't understand, making the expense pointless. Guyang looked relaxed. Don't worry, you'll understand. It's just a few words. It's just selling a lesson. He understands. Old man Zhang and Lu Liang looked at each other. What do you want? Don't go too far, Lu Liang said cautiously. Guyang. A strange item, level 2. Old Zhang. Can I borrow it? I don't have anything right now. Guyang. Of course. But only this once. This time, it's basically a freebie. He's allowed to buy on credit and get a strange item. If he can't borrow, he gets nothing. He understands this clearly. As for not paying back the debt, he hasn't thought about it, since he knows a bit about fighting. Lu Liang doesn't speak, just nods slightly. Old Zhang owes him, so he also owes. He'll just wait until he finds a strange item he doesn't need to give to Guyang. Right now, he has some top-quality items. Seeing everyone agree, Guyang begins to share his guesses. First, he talks about how strange items can be merged into seeds to keep them alive forever. Since this doesn't really invade old Zhang's privacy, only he knows what kind of seed it is. Next, he shares his thoughts on merging strange items with the human body, including how strange tools and people might fit together. Lu Liang's eyes flicker with tiny lights. This is worth it. He's glad he listened. Old Zhang falls silent, thinking for a moment. Based on your logic, if I'm close to death, and you replace my heart with a strange one, I might not die. So, am I still human or strange? Lu Liang strokes his chin. If it's about lifespan, it's hard to say. If the heart is replaced, but you're not fully dead yet, it might work. He continues, if life energy doesn't fade, what if I gather a full set of strange materials and replace all my parts? Lu Liang's eyes shine even brighter. If one day I'm about to die, I could be an experiment for you guys, Old Zhang says happily. If the experiment succeeds, he keeps living. If it fails, he just dies or becomes strange. It doesn't matter. He's already dying anyway. Guyang, right now, it's the end of the world. Everyone is an awakener. Maybe everyone's lifespan limit has changed. Old Zhang, at your age, you might live longer than a newborn. Old Zhang nods. Indeed, in this end-of-the-world world with strange things and awakeners, normal rules about lifespan don't really apply. Yun Shan sits quietly nearby, listening and digesting the information. He doesn't want to waste a strange item. I want to try. Jiang Cha made a firm decision. Anyway, her eyes no longer worked, and this was the worst possible outcome. Trying wouldn't make things any worse. When he looked complicated. After all, this was just a theory. If people and seeds are different. But Jiang Cha had already decided to try, so there was nothing more to say. Guyang, give me that cat's eye in your hand. As for the reward, I won't let you lose out. If she hadn't insisted on holding back that cat's eye earlier, Guyang might have already fused it into some unknown strange device. The next time she could get another eye, she didn't know when that would be, and she would need to choose the right kind. Dog eyes, for example, definitely wouldn't work. Under Gu Yang's telekinesis, 2 purple cat's eyes floated toward Jiang Cha's dim eyes. Then, her eyes began to emit a white glow. Everyone watched intently. What was once just a theory was now becoming real. The white light faded, revealing a pair of eyes glowing with a strange purple hue. When he looked at Jiang Cha nervously, Cha-Cha, how do you feel? Can you see anything? If she couldn't see, Jiang Cha would be very disappointed after her hope was dashed. Jiang Cha blinked excitedly and nodded, her fair face slightly flushed. I can see. Tears slipped from the corner of her eye naturally. Human Eye Cat's pupil, strange device rank. 12510. Abilities, has cat-like vision, able to see clearly even in the dark. Eye contact can cause some charm over the opposite sex. Strange device, a forbidden item fused with strange objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and higher ranks mean greater costs. Cost. When used, the original eyeball is replaced. The user will suffer the pain of eye removal and become sleepier, like a cat. Hidden attribute. If you are Guyang, using it has no cost. Jiang Cha used her own eye as the carrier, so she didn't have to endure the pain of eye removal. By the campfire, the atmosphere finally improved. Jiang Cha began to talk about the most important issue everyone cared about, her awakened ability. My awakening ability is called Blue Rain. Drops of rain can seep into the body, restoring energy and mental strength. During this process, the rain cleans dirt from the surface of the skin and helps heal wounds. Can it remove negative curses? Lu Liang thought of his poison weapon, but Lu Liang was ultimately disappointed. Jiang Cha blinked her lively purple eyes and shook her head. There's nothing I can do. Jiang Cha looked a bit down. She felt her ability wasn't very strong. Maybe reaching the second level would make her stronger. That's all she could think. Yinshan asked, how long can this rain last? It depends on the area. If it covers the whole convoy, my current ability can only last half an hour. If the area is smaller, it can last much longer. Jiang Cha raised one finger. Blue rain droplets fell from above Yunshan's head, just covering him. This way, I can keep it up for over 10 hours. Yi rested her chin on her hand, watching Yunshan's shiny head. Under the firelight, it didn't shine as much. It wasn't reflective anymore, which meant it was very clean. By noon, it should be very clean. Yunshan felt the blue rain on his head. He thought it would be very cold, like at noon, but now it was warm and comfortable. This cow, when it's hot, it's cold. When it's cold, it's hot. Jiang Cha shook her head. Not exactly. Blue rain has no temperature. It adapts. It feels how you want it to feel. At noon, it was cool because you wanted a bit of coolness in your mind. Jiang Cha thought of a simple way to explain. Your mental expectation determines how it feels, the adaptive ability. Old Zhang was thinking secretly. If he used blue rain to water his plants, what would happen? It would definitely be better than regular water. Li Li, watching nearby, looked coldly at this scene. She was thinking about who had awakened and tried to make friends early. She didn't expect it to be Jiang Cha. Out of over 200 survivors, why was she so lucky? Li felt more and more annoyed. A feeling of frustration grew inside her. She looked at a middle-aged man nearby and said calmly, "Get in the car." The two got in, and soon the car started to shake. Gu Yang's gaze by the campfire flickered briefly, and his mental energy withdrew like the tide going out. His mouth twitched unconsciously. A few people chatted casually. At midnight, under Lu Liang's arrangement, the convoy started moving again, the engines roaring one after another. Inside Zhao Qing's car. As long as the convoy moves at night, I feel scared for no reason, Luo Yao said, sitting in the back seat, wrapped in a thick down jacket. Actually, you don't need to talk. I'm not that scared, Luo Yuzhua said, shrinking his neck, closing his eyes, and speaking calmly. Zhao Shuang sat in the front passenger seat, glancing sideways at Zhao Qing in the driver's seat. Zhao Qing propped his face with his left hand, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. The two sisters in the back started to argue, with Zhao Shuang occasionally chiming in. The convoy traveled for over 5 hours before stopping for a break. After half an hour, they continued on. Zhao Qing, let me take over, Luo Yuzhua said, opening her eyes and yawning. No need, Zhao Qing refused with a smile. At Luo Yuzhua's strong request, they switched places. Brother, you sit in the front. Luo Yao and I will squeeze together to stay warm. Zhao Shuang quickly got out of the car and gave the front seat to Zhao Qing. She climbed into the back seat herself. Luo Yao was already sleeping deeply, her lips slightly parted, with faint snoring. Zhao Shuang sat in the back, closing her eyes and pretending to rest. From time to time, she opened one eye. Luo Yuzhua drove the car alone, and Zhao Qing remained serious as ever. Zhao Shuang looked at him with a helpless expression, suspecting that Zhao Qing might not be her real brother. You had a chance, but you're useless. The convoy continued on until the afternoon of the next day. The sun was high, scorching the earth. Inside the convoy, people were wailing and complaining loudly. Suddenly, the sky was clear like yesterday, with no clouds, but tiny blue water droplets began to fall, cooling the intense heat. Someone has awakened again, right? Luo Yao spread her hands, looking envious. Then she suddenly clasped her hands together and made a wish. Next time, I want to awaken too. Big sister Luo Yao, what ability do you want to awaken? Zhao Shuang asked with a bright smile. I definitely want my combat power to max out, to cut through strange creatures like slicing fruit, to become an unmatched sword immortal. I don't want support-type abilities, Luo Yao said to herself. You still pick that one. Luo Yuzhu feels both angry and amused. Without dreams, how is that different from a salted fish? I don't want to rule forever. I just want to be a top sword immortal. Can't I have such a small wish? Luo Huai argued. Brother, what about you? Zhao Shuang looked at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing smiled cheerfully. Me? I can be whatever, but I still want to have some fighting ability, so I can protect you. All of you. Zhao Shuang held her head high. Then who do you think will awaken first? Of course, it's me. If I don't awaken first, how can I protect you? Zhao Qing said without hesitation. Zhao Shuang asked. Then can I awaken first and protect you? Zhao Qing replied. As a brother, how can I stand behind my sister? At this, Zhao Qing started to gently ruffle Zhao Shuang's hair. Under the influence of blue rain, her hair no longer looked greasy, but became soft and smooth, like before the apocalypse. The convoy stopped to rest. Lu Liang approached Gu Yang. I want to talk to you about a deal, Lu Liang said straightforwardly. Gu Yang put down his compressed biscuits and adjusted his seat to sit upright. Go ahead. Gu Yang picked up a can of soda and took a sip with a loud gulp. I want to use this to exchange for 3 chances to fuse, and I'll also cancel the debt for the second-level strange material I owe you. Gu Yang looked at the black, faceted stone in Lu Liang's hand and smiled. You probably know some secrets about this stone and want to trick me, right? I actually want to trick you guys, but I can't do it, Lu Liang said with a bitter smile. Gu Yang said, 3 fusion chances are too many. Just 1 fusion chance plus the cancellation of that second-level strange material. You're really dark? Lu Liang shook his head in disbelief. Having seen so many strange materials, you should realize this stone is extraordinary. 3 fusion chances plus a second-level strange material is practically a bargain. Can I ask why you suddenly want to trade it to me? Gu Yang asked suspiciously, since earlier he thought Lu Liang was impossible to deal with, and now he suddenly wants to sell cheaply. There's definitely something fishy, 99% sure. Lu Liang said. I want to kill you. Gu Yang. Just joking. Lu Liang smiled slightly, then sighed. Actually, I don't really want to give this to you, but you know, this stone isn't ordinary, and the strange device fused from it won't be ordinary either. I think it could be deadly in just a few minutes. Based on your previous experience with compatibility and some theories about counteracting side effects, I've thought of a few things. Low-level users can't handle high-level strange devices. If we exclude the existence of your bug, the current rankings of these devices are all quite low. I think this is a hint. At this time, everyone's strength is low, so only low-level devices can be used. Because of you, we're all doing something like ants carrying a big elephant. So, to be realistic, I decided to give this stone to you. But only if you're brave enough to use it. Gu Yang raised 2 fingers. No, that's too much. Only 2 chances to fuse. Lu Liang didn't say a word and turned to leave, seeming to have made a firm decision. Gu Yang glanced at Lu Liang with a calm look. He really wanted this stone, but it wasn't worth such a big cost. He still didn't understand what this thing was. Lu Liang took a few steps, then slowed down, full of doubt inside. Why didn't he stay? Gu Yang was quite interested in this stone. What went wrong? Lu Liang looked at the black, faceted stone in his hand. He really didn't dare to use it. Keeping it in his hand wasn't a good idea either. Lu Liang stopped walking, turned around with a smile on his face. Just 2 times, then. Better to exchange it than to keep it useless. Gu Yang crossed his arms, looking cold and sharp. He glanced at Lu Liang sideways. I've changed my mind. Now, only 1 chance. You ignored me earlier, but now you can't reach me. Little guy, the initiative is in my hands. No need to worry about controlling Lu Liang. Lu Liang forced a bitter smile. He had wanted to control Guyang, but he messed up. It's pointless and unnecessary. Deal, Lu Liang said with a hearty laugh, handing over the faceted black stone. Pleasure doing business with you. Guyang took the black stone from Lu Liang, smiling. His expression made Lu Liang realize what a mask really looked like. Help me fuse this, Guyang said. Lu Liang took out an ancient-looking pendant from his pocket, then removed his long-standing cross necklace from his neck. Guyang didn't waste words. With a thought, a white light enveloped the ancient pendant and the cross necklace. After a moment, the white light disappeared. The chain was silver in color. The surface of the cross was wrapped with dark red fine threads, like a spider web, tightly entwined around it. In the center of the cross, there was a blood-red teardrop. Tier of Protection, Evil Artifact Rank. 8882. Ability, the cross necklace, fused with the relic of the wife of the golden armor zombie during her lifetime, has a magical power to remove negative curses. Evil Artifact, a forbidden item fused with cursed objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and higher-ranked items have greater costs. Cost, protecting the wife requires an emotional sacrifice. After each use, the energy will be depleted. To restore energy, one must sing a love song that involves emotional effort, which takes an hour. Interrupting the song causes energy loss. If no emotional song is sung within a day after use, the teardrop will shatter, and an unimaginable strange pursuit will target the user. Hidden attribute. If you are Guyang, using it costs nothing. Lu Liang shook off his slump and happily hung the necklace back around his neck. He had been worried about the side effects of the poison vaccine gun. Last time, by accident, the Scarecrow of Death removed the negative curse from his body, and his death curse disappeared along with it, saving him from its corrosive effects. But he wasn't part of the combat team, and he couldn't do without protective items. He would definitely need to use it again if he encountered something strange. He couldn't keep using the Scarecrow of Death to remove curses forever. That thing was for survival, but it had limits. Each use forced him into a 3-day coma, during which he couldn't use his abilities. In this world full of strange things, a 3-day coma might mean he wouldn't wake up again next time. This pendant also partly solved the restrictions on using the poison vaccine gun, but he wondered if his wife was easy to please. He couldn't even manage to please his girlfriend. Not long after Lu Liang left, the convoy continued slowly under the blazing sun. Around 1 p.m., the temperature in the air soared again to over 40 degrees. This had become a regular pattern. Starting at 8 in the evening, the temperature drops sharply. By 7 the next morning, it begins to rise again, reaching nearly 60 degrees Celsius around 3 in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. If not for the cooling relief of the night and the timely awakening of Jiang Cha, the survivors exposed to the sunlight behind her would not have lasted long. To ensure their survival, Jiang Cha always gathers the survivors together before summoning the blue rain, which helps reduce energy use. Jiang Cha is such a kind girl, old Jiang said cheerfully under the tarp. Not far away, when he was keeping order while Jiang Cha performed the blue rain, Yun Shan stood among the crowd, but unlike the others, there was plenty of space around him. No one dared to get too close. Lu Liang squinted as he sipped his tea. You know, he said, tea brewed with blue rain tastes sweet and refreshing, quite special. Of course, the best part was that it was free. Jiang Cha never charged anyone, unlike those greedy convoy leaders. After the blue rain ended, the three of them gathered under the tarp. Lu Liang poured each of them a cup of tea. Yun Shan finished his cup in one gulp and was about to ask for another when he saw Lu Liang quietly set the teapot down by his feet, his face expressionless. Lu Liang cleared his throat and got to the point. About 80 kilometers ahead, we'll reach a city. We need to restock our supplies. According to my reading, the place is full of strange things, but nothing too dangerous. What's unusual is that another convoy is heading there too. They're probably after supplies as well. There might be some conflict. It wasn't the first time two convoys had clashed over resources, though most disputes happened among ordinary survivors. Awakened ones rarely fought over small things, but they often had to step in to settle problems, which sometimes led to confrontations between them. That night, under the blood-red moon, the campfire burned low, and the night was unusually quiet. Guyang lay in his vehicle, one hand behind his head, the other holding a black, diamond-shaped stone, studying it carefully. The faint light of the oil lamp glowed softly beside him. He always kept the lamp on at night, just in case. It helped ward off strange creatures and kept ill-intentioned people away. I also have a sense of mental perception, which counts as double insurance. The next morning, Guyang was brushing his teeth. When he walked by him, Guyang spat out the foam in his mouth and said vaguely, "When will you pay back what you owe me?" Wen Yi's heart skipped a beat, and she stopped in her tracks. According to Guyang's request, merging the human eye-cat pupil requires paying a strange material. Each person needs to provide a second-level strange material for the intellectual property. She and Jiang Cha each owe one. Although Guyang only has half of a cat pupil, she must still pay one herself. Now, she owes Guyang 2 second-level strange materials and 2 first-level strange materials, but she only has 1 second-level strange material left, so she can't pay it back. Can I use something else instead? When he couldn't say she wouldn't pay, but she really had no materials. Other things. Do you have anything else that can be used as a substitute? Guyang tilted his head and made a gurgling water sound. If using supplies, 2 second-level and 2 first-level strange items would require a lot of resources. He knew when he had no materials and not enough supplies to make up for it. His goal was just to collect some interest. Can I use myself? When he gritted her teeth, looking determined. Puffed. Cough, cough. Guyang bent over, patting his chest repeatedly, his face turning red. Amid Guyang's dry coughs, a clattering sound came from afar. On one side of the convoy, 2 shiny iron tracks materialized, shining brightly in the sunlight as if they were real. A train with a whistle roared from a distance, stirring up a strong wind. The train had 14 cars besides the engine. Some of the cars had people sticking their heads out, looking at Guyang and his group with unfriendly expressions. It was as if they bore a deep grudge. Lu Liang, Old Zhang, and Yun Shan gathered from one side toward Guyang and Wen Yi. Seeing this, Jiang Cha, who was behind Guyang and Wen Yi, looked away from the train and quickly walked over to the others. The train stopped alongside the convoy, and the loudspeaker on the engine crackled with a sizzle sound. Then, a young male voice, probably around 20, spoke up. Start working, start working. Everyone get off the train. Old rule. Anyone bringing back 3 portions of food, water, or medicine gets a freestanding ticket. Anyone bringing back 10 portions of food, water, or medicine receives a hard seat ticket. Anyone bringing back 50 portions of food, water, or medicine earns a soft sleeper ticket. Seats are limited, so please hurry. No waiting if you arrive late. As soon as the words finished, a large crowd rushed out of the train carriage, heading toward the city. Near the city edge, they scattered into small groups. Not being able to afford a ticket meant being left behind. Guyang and the others watched the crowd rush into the city, stunned. They had never seen people so desperate to gather supplies, like they were rushing to find danger. After a moment, a male voice came from the loudspeaker again. The rules just mentioned also apply to friends from the opposite convoy. As long as you board the train, you won't be disturbed by strange phenomena. They exchanged glances, realizing why the people on the train looked at them with such hostility. It was because they were worried about losing their spots. Many survivors in the line hadn't left to gather supplies. Being free from strange disturbances was very tempting. Some people started to get restless. Lu Liang wasn't worried about losing team members. He told the driver to inform everyone. Those who want to board the train can leave now. The train had been stopped for a while. Besides the survivors, no awakened person had gotten off, clearly indicating the other side didn't want to communicate. Guyang, Wen Yi, and Yun Shan prepared and then headed toward the town. After they left, a girl limped off the train. She approached Lu Liang, Old Zhang, and Jiang Cha, who were drinking tea. The girl immediately saw that these men held important positions in the convoy. Her face was pale as she staggered toward them and knelt down about 2 meters away. Please, I beg you. I want to borrow a piece of bread. I'm so hungry. I promise I'll return it. Her stomach made a loud gurgling sound. With her current strength, going into the city to gather supplies was a death sentence. She simply couldn't earn enough to buy another train ticket. Jiang Cha got up from the car and took out 2 pieces of bread, handing over a sausage. The girl gratefully accepted it, tore open the package, and ate quickly, tears falling onto the bread. Jiang Cha saw the girl choking and kindly poured her a cup of tea. Eat slowly, don't rush. Thank you, you're so kind. If it weren't for you, I would have starved. Don't worry, I'll pay you back for the bread. The girl solemnly promised and handed back the sausage. I don't need this. I've eaten enough. Lu Liang squinted and smiled warmly. Can you tell us about what's happening on the train? No one had come down from the train to talk, but he still wanted to know some details. The girl hesitated, about to stand up, then paused and pressed her lips together. Okay, but I don't know much. Lu Liang thought for a moment and asked a few questions he wanted to know. The girl thought for a moment. There are 2 awakened people. The train has 16 cars. 6 are hard seats, each holding 118 people. 2 are soft sleeper cars, each with 36 beds. The rest are standing tickets. 1 car is for medical use, with some doctors. They also need supplies to treat people. I don't know much about the other cars. The train still follows some rules from before the apocalypse. Fighting is not allowed because tickets are expensive. Without supplies, you can't buy a ticket, so you have to get off. Crew members maintaining order, doctors, and others don't need tickets. The girl looked a little envious. She was among the first passengers on the train. When they were hiring, she even applied to be a crew member. They required a height of 1.75 meters, but she was only 1.6 meters tall and was rejected. After answering a few questions, she left. Jiang Cha watched her limp toward the city, feeling a mix of sadness and pity. She hadn't collected supplies herself, but she knew how dangerous it was inside. She had seen many people die there. Someone like her, limping in, probably wouldn't come out again. She wanted to ask the girl to stay, but in the end, she held back. The girl was pitiful, but she wasn't the only one in need. She couldn't help everyone. This is the cruelty of the end times. If it weren't for Wen-Yi, she might have already died. Wen-Yi always protected her, and she couldn't let Wen-Yi find another burden. Inside the city, Zhao Qing and Luo Yuzhu were in front, while Luo Huai and Zhao Shuang sneaked behind them. Isn't this dangerous? Maybe we should go back, Luo Huai said nervously. If Zhao Shuang had been as brave as before, she might have felt safe to follow. But now, if her sister found out, she would definitely get a harsh scolding. Shoo, don't talk, Zhao Shuang whispered, grabbing Luo Huai's clothes. Luo Huai felt a strong force and staggered, hiding behind a billboard. Come out. The reflection from the corner sign is showing, Luo Yuzhu's cold voice sounded. Luo Huai nervously peeked out, smiling awkwardly. Sis, listen, it was Zhao Shuang who insisted on coming. I had no choice but to protect her. I really didn't want to come. It's just the situation. You should understand. Zhao Shuang remained silent. Suddenly, loud, heavy, and wild heartbeat sounds echoed, full of raw strength. In the sunlight, a dark-scaled chariot approached along the road. Zhao Qing and Luo Yuzhu quickly hid behind the billboard, watching the vehicle carefully. Isn't that Gu Yang's car? Why is it turning back? Zhao Qing observed for a moment, but didn't see anything strange behind. I don't know. Luo Yuzhu shook her head. Luo Huai said, if only we could drive in too, then we could carry more supplies. Luo Yuzhu lightly tapped Luo Huai's head, making her shrink back in fear. Sorry, sis, Luo Huai said sadly. Forget it. Since we're already inside, let's just take what we can, Zhao Qing said, trying to smooth things over. He had already decided not to go deep into the city. He planned to look around nearby, and then leave for safety. If danger appeared, it would be easier to escape. Outside the city, why are you guys already out so fast? Lu Liang asked, puzzled, as old Zhang followed behind. They were still not used to how quick everything was. Yun Shan opened the car door, took the supplies out, and threw them on the ground. Have someone organize these, he said. Then Yun Shan got back into the car, which sped away like a sharp sword. Lu Liang and old Zhang each instructed their drivers to organize the supplies. A girl got off the train and approached the 2 men. The girl wore a white t-shirt and dark blue fitted jeans, with the pant legs opening over her white shell shoes. She smiled lightly and said, Hello, my name is Bei Weiwei. I am one of the awakeners on this train. I'd like to invite you both to come aboard and chat. Lu Liang stepped back behind old Zhang and smiled faintly. Why not let your team leader come down to talk? Bei Weiwei replied. Our team leader can't come down because of her abilities. So, I'm here to ask you both to come up. If that's inconvenient, I'll be honest. Our leader wants to invite some of your team's awakeners to join us. Inside the city Lao Wang's frozen goods shop, Zhao Qing cut a small opening in the rolling shutter door, and a foul smell immediately wafted out. A few people frowned but endured the smell. Zhao Qing tightened his grip on his blade, alert as he looked inside. He kept opening the shutter wider, letting more light into the shop. The shop, about 40 to 50 square meters, had 2 rows of ice cream freezers in the middle, with additional freezers along the walls. Inside the freezers, skewers, hot dogs, and other foods had rotted, and the ice cream had completely melted. The freezers on the walls contained bottles of fruit drinks and milk, which had expanded and burst, making them unusable. Only some preserved drinks like cola remained drinkable. Because of the hot weather, Luo opened a cola, twisted the cap, and started drinking loudly with a ton sound. Burp. Luo let out a big burp and then handed a bottle to Zhao Shuang, since she only had one hand and found it inconvenient. I don't want it. I never drink soda. Zhao Shuang shook her head. Luo rolled her eyes. It's the end of the world. Who cares about health? Cola is high in sugar and can quench thirst. It's great, but you're holding a sugar-free one. Zhao Shuang pointed to the words on the bottle. Maybe I haven't had soda in a long time, so even the sugar-free tastes sweet, Luo said awkwardly, squatting down to pack up the cola. Fool, Luo usual muttered lightly. Luo's small face turned red with embarrassment. She clenched her fists, got angry briefly, then continued packing the drinks. Zhao Qing shook his head with a smile. If he scolded Zhao Shuang like that, he would probably get a headbutt in return. Thinking of this, Zhao Qing suddenly felt that his sister was not as lively as before. She always seemed gloomy now. He blamed it on her missing hand and secretly vowed to help her restore it. Let's pack up these drinks and take them with us. We won't go to the back anymore. It's so hot outside. We can use these drinks to exchange for food. There's no need to take more risks. Zhao Qing was already planning to leave. He felt a little uneasy inside. Help! Help! Across from Lao Wang's frozen food shop, a woman was running away in a panic. Behind her, a strange grayish baby with a torn mouth that stretched to her ears, revealing sharp, terrifying teeth. Dark, eerie tendrils floated around like feelers. The strange baby crawled with its limbs, moving slowly. Suddenly, it lunged forward, leaping up to grab the woman's neck with its claws, then bit down fiercely. Blood splattered everywhere. The woman struggled and screamed loudly, her desperate cries sending chills to Zhao Qing and the others. Zhao Qing's face darkened. While the strange baby was biting into the woman's head, it looked up at the 4 of them, its terrifying mouth smeared with bits of flesh and blood. Ah! The strange baby let out a sharp, piercing roar that made people feel uncomfortable. It ran on all 4s, quickly approaching the 4 people. Zhao Qing clenched his shadow blade tightly, his expression calm. This wasn't the first time he faced something strange. With the shadow blade's enhanced vision, sense of distance, speed, and ability to find weak points, the strange baby's speed was not fast. Compared to a ghost cat, it was nothing. Zhao Qing bent his knees slightly, then pushed off with both legs, rushing toward the strange baby. He slashed diagonally with his shadow blade. The strange baby let out a miserable scream, rolled to the side, and had a fierce wound on its shoulder, from which dark, eerie energy kept escaping. Zhao Qing moved his feet closer to the strange baby. Thud! Thud! Zhao Qing could feel his heart pounding like a drum. The creepy baby gritted its teeth and looked at the group, then turned away unwillingly. Zhao Qing still kept a cautious eye on the creepy baby's direction. Only after it left did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Behind Luo Hua, Zhao Shuang's golden glow in her eyes dimmed quickly as Zhao Qing turned around. Brother, you're so brave. Zhao Shuang gave a thumbs up. This place isn't safe. Let's leave first. Even though the atmosphere was heavy, Zhao Qing still managed a small smile for her sister. Inside a cake shop, Guyang threw away a moldy loaf of bread. Usually, these bakeries only make bread and desserts with a short shelf life, so he didn't bother to look at most of them. He mainly wanted to eat something, just like when insisting on checking if there was any durian at the fruit shop. Guyang left the shop and headed toward a nearby grocery store, passing a blue sign. It read, Jihua Road. Honestly, that's a good name. The whole street is full of food or related to eating. People say food is the most important thing, so before the apocalypse, this street must have been lively. Guyang entered the grocery store, To be precise, it was a hardware and general store. He picked up a large iron pot, looked at it, then put it down. The street was full of supplies. The three of them split up to cover more ground, staying close enough to help each other if needed. So far, they hadn't seen any strange creatures. Guyang wandered around the hardware store, picking up a kitchen knife. Its shiny blade reflected a shadow. He saw a grayish-white baby with blue eyes, grinning with a mouth full of saw-like teeth. Saliva dripped from its teeth. Guyang stepped back, and a silver-black scaled armor appeared on his body, covering him completely. The saliva landed on the armor. The blue-eyed creepy baby knew it had been spotted and started to smile. Its creepy laughter echoed through the store. The blue-eyed baby, hanging upside down from the ceiling, slowly disappeared, leaving only its unsettling laughter behind. "Your laugh is really unpleasant," Guyang said calmly. His right hand, covered in silver-black scales, suddenly shot out like a venomous snake toward his shoulder. The creepy baby's figure slowly appeared again. Between Guyang's fingers, its blue pupils were full of surprise. Guyang forcefully smashed the strange infant's head onto the ground, then delivered more than 10 punches. The tiles within 5 meters cracked completely. Gained 400 killing points. Gained 300 killing points. Gained 300 killing points. Guyang felt satisfied. No wonder Yinshan liked to hit from above. This felt surprisingly good. While enjoying the moment, he also gained killing points. After these punches, Guyang earned a total of 1,700 killing points. The blue-eyed strange infant leapt away into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight. A second-level strange infant capable of invisibility, with strong abilities, but unfortunately encountered Guyang. Its invisibility was useless against him. Not giving up yet, Guyang punched behind him. With a loud bang, a burst of air sounded, causing the blue-eyed infant's face to sink in. Its body flipped in midair and was thrown out, crashing into a nearby hardware store with a jingling noise. Gained 1,100 killing points. Guyang raised his hand. The blue-eyed infant, trying to escape, was held in midair by his mental power. Its eyes were full of fear. The dagger from its waist flew out and stabbed into the infant's forehead. The blue glow in its pupils quickly dimmed, and its body turned into gray-black particles that dispersed. Gained 600 killing points. The strange power classification, besides sensing the strength of strange energy, also includes a way to distinguish by killing points. Second-level strange beings usually give over 3,000 killing points. The stronger they are, the more points they earn. Among the second-level strange beings Guyang has seen, the strongest is the golden knife mantis, followed by the strange giant python, the strange frog king, and finally the strange rat king. He once encountered a third-level strange creature, a golden armored zombie, that provided nearly 10,000 killing points. The strange vines in the cinema, for now, are not counted by rank. After the blue-eyed infant died, it left behind a piece of pure white, shriveled brain tissue about the size of a walnut, with a stone-like texture. Only one strange item. Since this is a second-level strange being, Guyang frowned and thought. It seemed he had seen this situation before in Lu Liang's journal. Bang! A loud noise came from outside the hardware store. Guyang quickly put the items into his pocket and headed toward the door. He grabbed a handful of steel needles from the cabinet as he entered. He felt that the dagger didn't seem suitable for his mental power to control. In the future, if he found a better strange item, he would fuse this steel needle into strange material. This one has about 40 or 50 of them, enough to turn the strange creature into a sieve. Outside the hardware store, opposite Yunshan's huge figure, there is a similarly enormous strange baby. It is entirely golden, with a fierce mouth, and emits cold, creepy laughter. Yunshan punches out with a loud bang, the fist hitting the strange baby's body with a clanging sound of metal. The golden-eyed strange baby stumbles back a few steps and leans against the house behind it. Damn, that hurts so much. Yunshan shakes his fist, his voice like a muffled thunder. Guyang's full-powered attack turns his dog-toothed dagger into a streak of black light, stabbing directly at the golden-eyed strange baby. There is a sharp clang as sparks fly from the dagger, which then breaks in half. Not only did it fail to break through the defense, but the dagger also broke. It was only a first-level dog-tooth dagger, and its hardness, sharpness, and toughness couldn't keep up. The strange creature is getting more powerful, and Gu Yang's mental energy is also increasing. It's time to upgrade. The golden-eyed strange baby grins mockingly at Gu Yang, as if mocking him. Gu Yang retracts the broken dagger, expressionless. He opens his right hand, and his mental energy surges wildly, solidifying into blue-white lightning that continuously pierces into the strange creature's body. This is the first time he has used his mental energy with all his strength. Gains 600 kill points. The number of kill points keeps increasing. The corner of the golden-eyed strange baby's mouth stiffens, and it spews out a large cloud of gray-black strange aura. Gu Yang smirks coldly, thinking that even the internal organs are as tough as the skin. At this moment, when Yi, covered in dirt and soot, rushes out from a smoky house nearby, she leaps high a few steps away, holding a divine spear and stabbing straight ahead. In midair, a green blade wrapped in red mist instantly extends. The blade pierces through the chest of the golden-eyed strange baby, exits from its back, and strikes the ground. Seeing this, Yunshan leaps forward, kicks the strange baby's face, and forces it into the ruins of the house. The golden-eyed strange baby turns into particles of gray-black and disperses. Yunshan shrinks his body and picks up the golden flesh lump on the ground. Why is there only one strange item? This thing is so hard. It's at least a second-tier item. Yunshan is disappointed. Fewer strange items are obtained, and one per person isn't enough. Wenyi digs into her pocket and pulls out two strange items, a soft blue gel like water and a red stone shaped like a flame. Did you not read Lu Liang's little booklet? Wenyi glanced at Gu Yang, then brushed the dust off her face and continued speaking. Strange phenomena are usually divided into three types: plant mutations, creature mutations, and undead mutations. Materials dropped from undead mutations are rare, usually 1 or 2 items. The more common ones are strange objects carried by the deceased, like the wedding dress ghost I mentioned earlier, which I cut off one of its hands and found a gold bracelet. Yes, the pendant from the armored zombie also counts, but zombie types are quite special. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Basically, this second-level strange phenomenon is born after the event, not from the apocalypse. There is a mother entity here. These 4 second-level strange phenomena were all born from that mother. I think we should leave quickly. Gu Yang nodded seriously, recalling a case from a small notebook. The mother of strange phenomena. Can a mother entity that nurtures second-level strange phenomena be ordinary? On the other side of the city, 3 ghost infants were attacking a middle-aged man. The disturbing sound of chewing filled the air, and panic spread through the street instantly. Lily hurriedly ran through the bushes in the park, screams ringing behind her, pushing her to keep moving. In the middle of the lake ahead, a round altar sat submerged. At its center, a 3-meter-high red stone glowed faintly, flickering with light that matched the purple glow above the altar. Inside the red stone, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Lily gasped heavily, her shoulders rising and falling. Her coat, which once covered her severed arm, was gone. She held a bag of supplies with her remaining arm, which was scratched with branches. Her eyes were involuntarily drawn to the glow of the red stone and the altar. Suddenly, a sharp pain tore through her eyes. The pain came quickly but faded just as fast. Just as she worried she might go blind, her eyes saw the light again. In that moment, she felt overwhelming joy. Clear words appeared on the altar. Altar, strange device rank, 6666. Abilities, this altar connects to the endless abyss. As long as you offer enough sacrifices, more flesh and blood are better. This mysterious altar will reveal its astonishing power and abilities, whether it is strength, power, love, or anything else you desire. As long as you pay enough price, the altar can make it happen. Lily looked extremely happy, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She suppressed her excitement and decided to try first. She took out a bag of bread and threw it onto the altar. Help me heal the wounds on my face. At the center of the altar, the red stone flickered twice. The bread disappeared, and a red light floated out toward Lily's face. After a moment, the fierce scars on her face vanished. Lily tremblingly raised her remaining hand and touched her cheek. The familiar smooth and soft feeling told her her face was completely healed. She was excited and overjoyed inside. Is this a mysterious device? It's truly wonderful. If Guiyang doesn't help me, I will do it myself. Just wait. Li threw another piece of bread onto the altar. Make my broken arm grow back. This time, the red stone on the altar did not flicker. Li thought for a moment. Restoring her arm would be more difficult than healing her face, so she needed more offerings. She kept throwing items onto the altar until her bag was empty. Finally, she threw the remaining bag as well. The red stone on the altar started to flicker again. A stronger, richer red light floated toward her broken arm. Li felt an itching sensation where her arm was missing, followed by a sharp pain. Li fell onto the grass, twisting her body like a worm. After a while, the pain disappeared, and her arm grew back. Phew. Li stood up. Calm down. Now I need offerings. I must awaken. I need to get revenge. But her supplies were all used up. Captain? A rustling sound came from the bushes behind her, along with a joyful whisper. A disheveled woman emerged from the woods. When she saw Li, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. She hurriedly ran from the street to here, surprised to meet the team leader. This team is so good. The captain should protect her. Her fear gradually faded. Li turned slightly, and, upon seeing the woman, a sickly smile appeared on her face. The effect of flesh and blood was even better. These 6 words were deeply engraved in her mind. Close your eyes. Come this way. It's safe here. Li's soothing voice entered the woman's ears. Li was worried that the woman might see the words above, which could affect her plan. Although her arm had healed, she was still an ordinary person. If they fought, who knew who would win? Fortunately, she was still the leader and considered a wakeful one by the survivors. She didn't expect that this identity would help her someday. Although the woman didn't understand why Li asked her to close her eyes, the convoy not only provided food, but also used magical rainwater to cool them during the hot weather. Trusting the convoy, she closed her eyes and slowly moved toward Li's position. The other person was still the convoy leader. Li's face lit up with joy. She took a few steps forward and grabbed the woman's hand. Don't open your eyes. Keep walking. I told you not to open your eyes, and you absolutely can't. Li's voice was gentle. The woman nodded. By the lake, just 1 step away from falling in. Stand here properly. Don't move, and don't open your eyes. Li's voice sounded in the woman's ear. Li released her hand, walked behind her, and mustered all her strength to kick at the woman. A sharp pain hit her lower back. The woman opened her eyes, filled with fear, and fell straight into the water. I want to awaken. Let me awaken. I want to become one of the awakened. Li's frantic voice echoed by the lake. The woman struggled in the water. The altar was some distance from the lake, so Li couldn't just kick her directly onto the altar. She could only get the woman closer to the altar. If that didn't work, she was willing to use some effort. When the woman was exhausted in the water, she would find a way to get her onto the altar. However, just when Li thought it wouldn't work, the red stone in the center of the altar flickered. The red light wrapped around the woman's waist like a rope, pulling her onto the altar. The woman screamed in terror on the altar. Her voice grew faint. Under Li's watch, her skin quickly shriveled, turning into a mummified corpse in just 3 seconds. From the red stone, a necklace floated out, with a black cord holding a round red stone. The necklace floated in front of Li and automatically draped around her neck. A surge of information flooded into her mind. I want awakening. Can't you understand? Why are you giving me a strange device? Li angrily scolded the red stone, but it didn't respond. Li sighed. There's no point fighting over a lifeless object. She opened her right hand, and a small flame flickered in her palm. Having a strange device is fine. It should be similar to an awakener. The world has already changed. Li turned and walked out of the bushes. To prevent anyone lucky from discovering the altar like she did, she directly set the entire park on fire. The flames rose high, and thick smoke billowed. Not long after Li left, the red glow flickered on the altar, and supplies like spicy snacks, bread, and chocolate were scattered on the grass. I actually like this place. A cold voice came from the red stone. In the water of the lake, a purple-eyed strange baby emerged from the surface and climbed onto the altar. The purple-eyed baby opened its mouth, and a terrifying suction pulled everything in. The flames in the park kept rushing into its mouth. The flames vanished, and the once lush green park turned gray and black. The purple-eyed baby approached the red stone and hugged it, making two strange sounds. It's not that I won't let you avenge yourselves. You can't defeat those 3 people yet. Once my mother finishes her advancement, I will definitely avenge you 4 brothers. A cold female voice came from the stone. The residual flame pendant isn't given for nothing. If she kills her child, she can find her anywhere in the world using the pendant. The purple-eyed baby let out 2 strange cries and then left. Outside the city Luliang, we need to discuss with the other awakeners before giving you an answer. That's right, Bei Weiwei nodded with a smile. We'll stay here until tomorrow morning. Think it over and give us your decision. After speaking, Bei Weiwei got up and headed toward the train station. Honestly, I'm tempted. Old Zhang's cloudy eyes watched Bei Weiwei until she boarded the train. And you? Old Zhang looked at Lu Liang. Lu Liang snapped out of his thoughts and chuckled softly. Trying to test me? Of course not. Old Zhang grinned, showing a few large yellow teeth. Just asking for your opinion. I think everyone should get on the train and join the others. Bring food and medicine. We won't have to fight strange creatures, and it's no different from before the apocalypse. I'm wondering if this train will really avoid encountering strange things. Lu Liang voiced his doubt. He didn't doubt the supply of medicine and food. Since the tickets are so expensive, it's not a problem to support a few awakened people. But he found it hard to believe that they wouldn't encounter strange creatures. If they truly wouldn't face any dangers, then what's the point of the others getting on? Just to eat and do nothing? There were no free meals before the apocalypse, and there certainly aren't any now. I don't know. As soon as we get close to the core parts of the train, that woman changes the subject, Old Zhang said with a clever look on his face. But I don't think they're trying to deceive us. They only have 2 awakened people, and we have 6. Can their anger withstand 6 awakened individuals? If they get on the train, they might have ways to balance us, Lu Liang said with a smile, because the leader of the other side has never shown himself. Old Zhang was silent. Lu Liang's idea wasn't impossible. Awakened abilities are strange and varied. Maybe once they get on the train, the other side already has means to counter them. If that's true, then they're walking into a trap. The 2 stopped talking and each went back to their cars, planning to discuss more when Gu Yang and the others returned. As for Jiang Cha, because of her cat-like eyes, she had already gone to sleep on the train. The Endless War train doesn't need to worry about energy. The air conditioning is on, making it very comfortable, unlike Old Zhang and Lu Liang, who are reluctant to turn it on. Inside the train, Bei Weiwei walks through the dining car, then the pharmacy. Big Sister Weiwei, Vivi, people keep greeting Bei Weiwei along the way. She responds with a smile and nods. In the front of the train, a young man around 27 or 28 sits at a table. There's grilled meat, stir-fried mushrooms, potato stew with beef, pizza, and a bowl of vegetable soup on the table. I can smell the delicious food from far away. Bei Weiwei's nose twitches as she walks over and sits opposite the young man. She picks up a piece of pizza and puts it on her plate. How many awakened people do they have, and what's their attitude? The young man asks as he takes a bite of grilled meat. You don't know. Bei Weiwei took a bite of her pizza, the cheese stretching into long strands that shimmered amber under the warm yellow light, trembling slightly as they hung down. Bei Weiwei tilted her head and bit through the cheese with her front teeth, saying vaguely, they actually have 6 awakened people. Can you imagine? That's quite a lot. Among the convoy we've met so far, they are the strongest, and there are 2 strange vehicles. I suspect someone in their team can create strange devices. There are at least 2 strange vehicles. It's unlikely they don't have other strange devices. The young man held a bowl of vegetable soup, handed one to Bei Weiwei, and continued. On the other hand, the survivors in this convoy are in good spirits. Even in such a hot environment, they still maintain a strong mental state. I have to say, impressive. This also shows that these people are pretty decent. So, I plan to invite them onto the train. You know, my abilities are gradually weakening. The strange evolution is happening too fast, and I can't keep up. If I don't absorb awakened people to protect the train, we might end up dead. The young man looked serious. His ability only protected him from strange threats of the same level or lower. In the early days of the apocalypse, all strange creatures were first level, and he was first level too. Life was peaceful then. After a month, second-level strange creatures appeared, and he was still first level. A strong sense of crisis hit him. 3 months later, he broke through to second level. Just when he thought he could live without fear, he saw third-level strange creatures on the ground. When the train passed through foggy areas, he even saw beings beyond third level. Just a pair of eyes made his soul tremble. He temporarily classified the other as fourth level, and he dared not imagine higher. The speed of strange creatures' evolution far exceeds humans. Staying complacent isn't sustainable. The train is so comfortable, and he doesn't want to die. Then just tell them the secret of the train directly, and they'll definitely get on. Bai Weiwei sipped her vegetable soup. I also think they are good people. After knowing everything about the train, no one would refuse to get on. At least, that's what she thought. One should always be cautious. The young man shook his head. Outside the train, Gu Yang and the others finished organizing supplies. Lu Liang gathered everyone together and recounted what old Zhang had said during lunch. How much do you think we can trust that? Gu Yang looked at Lu Liang and Old Man Zhang, the two older men. Old Man Zhang sighed and shook his head. Although he didn't want to think badly of others, he knew he had to be cautious because it was the end of the world, and everyone needed to stay alert. Lu Liang smiled slightly and took out a hidden listening radio, then pressed the play button. The sounds caught by the listening device could be saved. Just tell them the train's secret and let them get on. But it's wise to be cautious. First, the train's secret is good for us. Second, they are wary of us, Lu Liang summarized. When he returned home, he kept changing channels on the radio, and the only useful information he got was these two sentences. Still, he thought it was helpful. At least the other side hadn't set a big trap for them to fall into. That's simple. Just go up and check it out, Gu Yang said calmly. Don't do anything reckless, Lu Liang warned immediately. Gu Yang smiled and pointed toward the supplies. Why don't you, Captain? Go help check that pile of supplies. I'm worried there are too many, and they might lose count. That could affect how we share things and hurt the team's unity. You're right, Lu Liang said seriously, then added, but promise me you won't do anything stupid. I promise you. I give you my word, Gu Yang said seriously. Lu Liang nodded with satisfaction and left. You're sending him away, Old Man Zhang said with a smile. Gu Yang replied, Lu Liang has hinted many times that we should ignore some of his advice. Today, this situation just proved it. Old Man Zhang and Wen Yi both nodded. What are you planning to do? Old Man Zhang asked. Go check out the train, Gu Yang answered. It's difficult, Old Man Zhang said honestly. Getting on the train isn't hard, but doing it secretly without being noticed is quite challenging. Gu Yang said, let's talk about what kind of reward you'll get for taking this risk. I'm risking my life for the team. Old Man Zhang laughed and said, looks like you're just after money. Gu Yang replied, you can do it if you want. I'll give you the chance to risk your life. Old Man Zhang was speechless. This terrible attitude. Old Man Zhang asked. Gu Yang glanced at the crowd of people buying tickets beside the train and smiled lightly, saying, now is a good time. Then, a silver mist appeared around Gu Yang's body. Suddenly, the light seemed to flicker, and Gu Yang, who was sitting in the chair, disappeared. Gu Yang. Old Man Zhang's eyes flashed with sharpness as he called out. He knew Gu Yang was still nearby. What do you want? Gu Yang's voice came from about 3 or 5 steps away from his chair. It's nothing. I just want to say, I haven't offended you anywhere, have I? Old Man Zhang grinned. Gu Yang replied, not for now. That's good. Be careful, said Old Man Zhang. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of cherry tomatoes, about a dozen. By the way, take these and eat them. Safety first. Gu Yang appeared and took all the cherry tomatoes from Old Man Zhang's hand. No need to leave any behind. Gu Yang understood his intentions clearly. Old Man Zhang was just worried that his invisibility might cause trouble. Was he really that paranoid? His paranoia was almost as bad as his. After Gu Yang left, Yin Shan reached out his hand. Give me some too. Me too. When he blinked and also reached out. Old Man Zhang looked at them helplessly, thinking he shouldn't favor one over the other. Wait for me. I'll go to the car and get some for you. He stood up and headed to his car, then took some cherry tomatoes from inside and got off the train. Eat up. These things are usually safe to eat. Wen Yi looked at the warm ginger tea leaning on her and picked up a cherry tomato, putting it in her mouth. Jiang Cha chewed instinctively twice, and the juice burst in her mouth, sliding down her throat. Jiang Cha blinked a couple of times, feeling less sleepy. The three of them divided the remaining cherry tomatoes on the table. Old Zhang, why are you so generous today? When he was so happy, she stopped calling him Old Man Zhang and changed to a more familiar name. Old Man Zhang said, "It's nothing. I just think the team atmosphere isn't good, and I want to improve it. We're all teammates. Helping each other is what we should do." "That's right," Yinshan agreed. He looked at the pile of cherry tomatoes next to 1E and Jiang Cha, feeling a bit envious. Jiang Cha and 1E each ate 3 at a time, but Yinshan ate 3 at once and finished quickly. Cloud Mountain looked at Old Man Zhang and asked, "Can I have a little more?" Old Man Zhang let out a tired breath. His kind old man image was just starting to form, so he couldn't lose it now. "I'm not refusing you, but eating too much can harm your health." When E and Jiang Cha looked up at Old Man Zhang, staring blankly. "It's okay for you to eat this amount, don't worry." Then Old Man Zhang turned to Cloud Mountain and said, "You can't eat any more, or you might get seriously hurt." Cloud Mountain asked, "Really that serious?" Old Man Zhang nodded seriously. "Cherry tomatoes are especially dangerous for people with strong energy and blood." Anyway, taking more was impossible. With Cloud Mountain's pig-like appetite for ginseng fruit, it wouldn't be enough for him anyway. The first time being the victim made him feel very sad. He needed to get used to it slowly. At the train entrance, there was a long line. The closer to the end, the longer the line. "Brother, cutting in line isn't very nice." A refined young man with glasses frowned. Ahead, a dirty, ragged man with a foul smell pushed right in front of him. "Shut up!" The rough man glared fiercely, his disgusting breath making the young man look even more uncomfortable. Suddenly, a shadow darted out. With one kick, it sent the rough man flying out of the line. The force was so strong he couldn't get up right away. "Register him. Take away his right to get on the train. Don't let him have any supplies either." Bei Weiwei sat on the roof of the train, her voice firm and unquestioning. "I was wrong, Weiwei. Please don't take away my chance to get on the train. I finally saved enough supplies for a ticket. Please." The rough man looked terrified, banging his head on the ground with a loud bang. He had been on the train all along, knowing how terrifying the strange phenomena could be. He had seen many destroyed convoys through the windows. The train was the only safe place. He had only had a standing ticket before, but now he had finally collected enough supplies for a seat. He was afraid the seat might be taken, so he tried to sneak in. Now he was full of regret. In front of the rough man, there was a shadow similar in size to Bei Weiwei. It grabbed him without mercy, ignoring his begging and pleas, dragging him far away. Guyang silently walked past the shadow, observing it. This must be the awakened person named Bei Weiwei that Lu Liang mentioned. He hadn't seen her before, but he had heard her voice on the recorder. The substantial shadow. This ability looks pretty good. Guyang walked past the attendant, entered the train, and moved through the corridor doors of each carriage toward the front. After passing 2 soft sleeper carriages, Guyang leaned against the doorframe leading to the next carriage. The next carriage was a pharmacy with more than 10 doctors inside. Their mental energy spread like a tide into the next compartment, which was a storage room, followed by the kitchen. Fresh meat. Milk. Guyang saw 2 types of supplies that shouldn't exist. It's been nearly 7 months since the apocalypse began. How could there still be fresh meat, milk, and various vegetables, more than 10 kinds? His mental energy reached into the next carriage, which was decorated in a pink style, with many women's clothes inside. The last carriage was also a room. In the front of the train, there was a chandelier, a sofa, a bookshelf, and a table. The floor was covered with a gray carpet. A young man was sitting there, holding a novel, flipping through the pages with a soft rustling sound. Above, the chandelier cast a gentle light. Guyang thought of a word, cozy. This word doesn't usually belong in a post-apocalyptic setting. "Friend, I think you've seen enough," the young man said, lifting his head and putting the book down on the table. The book cover read Survival Guide in the Wilderness. "Was I discovered?" Guyang frowned. He decided not to pretend anymore. He didn't get on the train just to look around. Guyang revealed his form and swaggered into the carriage through the door. Dressed in a silver armor set, he looked like a demon god, more strange than scary. Inside the pharmacy, a dozen doctors screamed in terror as their mental energy surged out, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground. In the dining car, a few chefs with spoons in their hands rushed out, but the same fate awaited them. Guyang moved through 2 more rooms and reached the front of the train. The young man looked at Gu Yang with a smile and opened his hand. Please, have a seat. The young man stood up, picked up a glass from the table, and said, the chef was knocked out by you, so I can only offer you some tea. Only? Gu Yang smiled. Your life really is luxurious. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous. You're quite bold not to introduce yourself first. I am the captain of this train, Su Ming. Gu Yang. Su Ming smiled. I should be a bit older than you, so I'll just call you Brother Gu, whatever, Gu Yang said indifferently, twirling his teacup with his finger. Brother Gu, you probably already know some about the train. I can share some details I've been avoiding before. The train is an evolution of my abilities. The food, water, and medicine inside refresh once a week. As long as you join us, you can eat freely without getting off to deal with strange creatures. My current strength is at the 3rd level. The train can prevent 3rd level and lower strange creatures from invading. Even if higher level creatures attack, it's no problem. On the train, my abilities are 2 levels higher than my actual level. That means even 5th level strange creatures can't harm me inside. Brother Gu, have you ever seen a 5th level strange creature? Gu Yang looked up, squinting. Just joking. Such high-level creatures, if I saw one, I wouldn't still be alive. But is Brother Su really so powerful? Are you lying to me? When we get on the train, what you said might not match what actually happens. We could end up losing out. Gu Yang looked at Su Ming with a gentle smile, trying to see if he looked guilty. He didn't believe the other could be so strong. As an awakener, having such a bug-like ability, that's the real, overpowered monster. Outside the train, it's immune to creatures of the same level and below. Inside, you're 2 levels higher. Su Ming picked up his teacup and took a sip, smiling lightly. Then I'll take the liberty to offend Brother Gu. He put down the cup, and an indescribable pressure suddenly hit. It wasn't gravity or intimidation. His abilities were weakening. This pressure came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Gu Yang's breathing became a little irregular, mainly because the sudden change startled him. Sorry, Su Ming said with an apologetic smile. The food and medicine refreshment can't be shown now, since it just happened. I can only show some other abilities. If I've offended Brother Gu, I apologize. Later, in the dining hall, you can take whatever ingredients you like. Consider it an apology. Gu Yang remained silent. Su Ming's words were so precise, it was hard to find any flaws. Everything seemed real. Gu Yang really wanted to say, why are your abilities so amazing? You're practically unbeatable. There's no point in continuing the conversation. Then let's go get it now, Gu Yang said with a smile. Honestly, he was quite interested in those ingredients. Ah, Su Ming was surprised. He didn't expect Gu Yang to really go to the restaurant to get things. Then a smile appeared on his face again. I was hoping Brother Gu would stay for dinner. Since that's the case, never mind. I'll take Brother Gu to the kitchen. Su Ming stood up and gestured for him to follow. The two of them left the room. Bai Weiwei was standing outside. Su Ming gave her a look. He led Gu Yang toward the kitchen, with Bai Weiwei following closely behind. Brother Gu, are these people okay? Su Ming pointed at the scattered people in the restaurant. They're fine. They'll wake up after a while, Gu Yang replied. He wouldn't go so far as to kill anyone. They had no grudges. He just found them too noisy. Su Ming nodded in relief. Inside the kitchen, on both sides of the corridor, one side had a sink and a prep area, and the other side was for cooking and steaming. It was similar to the layout of a train before the apocalypse, but the space was larger, with more refrigerators and preservation cabinets. Brother Gu, there's a bag here. Su Ming pointed to the edge of the cleaning station. Gu Yang looked at the small bag, shook his head, then walked to the trash can, grabbed a black trash bag, and headed toward the fridge. Su Ming's mouth twitched. That trash bag could hold dozens of jin, a Chinese weight unit. He estimated his kitchen was probably done for. He could only hope Gu Yang wouldn't take too much. Gu Yang happily opened the fridge and started filling the bag with all the ingredients inside. Yes, he was sweeping everything in. Various vegetables were packed into the bag. Next, he took another fridge filled with chickens, ducks, fish, and geese, and put everything into a separate bag. He even didn't spare the freezer. After leaving the kitchen, he looked at the snacks and drinks on the shelves. Gu Yang said, "You probably don't eat these." "Eat." "I will," Bai Weiwei said with a faint smile. If you looked closely, you'd see she was smiling uncomfortably. "Oh, I see." Gu Yang felt a bit disappointed. But he wasn't really interested in those snacks and drinks. Everyone had their own. The two watched Gu Yang get into the car. Bai Weiwei was about to say something, but Su Ming raised a finger to gently cover her lips. After a while, once the feeling of being watched disappeared, Su Ming withdrew his finger and let out a deep breath. Bai Weiwei knew she could speak now. When did you reach level 3? When Guyang appeared, she hurried to catch the car. The pharmacy and restaurant were full of people lying on the ground. When she reached the front of the car, she found the door was locked. She knew Su Ming didn't want her to go in. The train was a manifestation of Su Ming's ability, so he had the right to lock certain doors to keep her out. I'm just joking, or I wouldn't be able to scare him. He was only joking about being 2 levels stronger. Luckily, inside the train, he could suppress others' abilities a little. If not, he might have been caught. Then why lock the door? The two of you inside could still look out for each other, Bai Weiwei said angrily. Su Ming looked helpless. If she went in, he would be worried. About looking out for her? There was no need. If they both died together, that would be fine. This man was terrifyingly strong. He could only hold back for a few seconds with all his strength. All right. Hurry up and help maintain order. I'm a bit tired and want to rest, Su Ming said before turning to walk toward the front of the train. Bai Weiwei glared angrily at his back. All the ingredients had been taken. What would she do for her evening black chicken soup and beer duck? Guyang carried bags of supplies back to the convoy, tossing the ingredients onto the car and turning the air conditioning to the lowest setting. It was about 4 in the afternoon, and the temperature in the air was still very high. The fresh vegetables and meat left outside would spoil quickly. He planned to hold a private trading event tonight, exchanging leftover vegetables, fruits, and meat for other supplies. The rest would be salted and stored for later. These supplies were earned at great risk, so Guyang had no intention of sharing them. Back under the tarp, Guyang recounted everything he knew about the situation on the car in detail. After all, he was paid to gather information, so he should have some useful details. Everyone's expressions were different. Lu Liang and Old Zhang both frowned, clearly deep in thought. Cloud Mountain felt a little excited. He usually ate a lot, and it would be best if he didn't have to fight for food. But he didn't say anything yet. He wanted to see what others thought first. Jiang Cha didn't mind either. Although she was a bit interested, she would go wherever when he went. They couldn't be separated. Guyang was also indifferent. He could rely on his black armor and endless fierce battle vehicle to survive alone. The reason he hadn't acted yet was to learn more about the end of the world. He didn't want to relax on the train, and honestly, could he really relax? Lu Liang relaxed his eyebrows and took a sip of tea. Everyone, share your thoughts. We've been together for so long, there's nothing to hide. Whether to stay or leave, just follow your own wishes. I'll start. My goal is to understand the end of the world and find a way to reach the King of Heaven. I don't consider other forces. I have no interest either, Guyang said with a shrug. Both of you can survive alone in the end times, but we're stuck. We can only go with the flow. Old Zhang shook his head and chuckled. He was telling the truth. Lu Liang could avoid strange creatures, and Guyang relied on his glowworm kerosene lamp, so they were safe in the end times. I won't go either. The train is too narrow for me. Old Zhang thought the situation on the train was still unknown, just one side of the story. He knew the team well and didn't need to worry about supplies or fighting for survival. If they encountered strange creatures on the road, they could just hide on Guyang's train. Last time in the foggy area by the river was just an accident. If they hadn't run into those creatures, they probably would have escaped anyway. The outcome would be the same, and all 5 of them were safe. Now, with Jiang Cha included, there are 6 awakened people, which is a big force in the end times. Compared to that, the train has too many uncertainties. When he hesitated a moment, I won't go either. Jiang Cha kept shaking her head. Seeing this, Yin Shan was stunned. He didn't expect no one to go, especially since the train conditions were so good. No one was going. He frowned and suppressed his excitement. If no one is going, then I won't go either. From what you said, you originally wanted to go, Guyang smiled. Cloud Mountain scratched his jaw and said shyly, since everything is covered, I really can't do much. I stayed because of my feelings. The separation didn't really happen. Everyone felt a strange, unspoken feeling inside. Even Guyang almost asked to go out for a meal. Since that's the case, let's start dividing the supplies. Lu Liang cleared his throat and pointed behind him. There were 6 piles of supplies, each with different amounts. During the midday sorting, I also added some ginger tea, So we need to readjust the distribution ratios. My idea is, Guyang gets 25%, Yinshan 20%, Wen Yi 20%, Old Zhang 10%, Ginger Tea 10%, and I get 15%. Does anyone have opinions or suggestions for adjustments? Ginger Tea shook her head quickly, indicating she had no objections. Her eyes sparkled. She was now earning supplies. This must be what it feels like to get paid for the first time. Excited. Having just graduated from college and then facing the end of the world, she hadn't earned a salary before. She wondered what her 10% of supplies was worth before the apocalypse. Once everyone agreed, it was time to look at some strange items. Guyang, Wen Yi, and Cloud Mountain took out their strange items and placed them on the ground. These strange items are quite special. Lu Liang picked up a blue, water-like soft gel and examined it carefully. The three of them described the strange situations and features they encountered. Those two strange beings, affected by blood-engraved gold patterns, suddenly started crying. I took the opportunity to use my divine gun to remotely kill the fire-breathing strange infant. Or it would have been trouble. They probably didn't expect my knife to stretch out. When he secretly felt proud. Whenever knives were mentioned, Guyang thought of his canine-toothed dagger. Now he was a bit envious of Wen Yi's divine gun. It's a real bug. He liked to call it the old sneaky knife. Your abilities are more useful. I couldn't kill that gold-eyed strange infant. Yinshan looked a bit down, feeling he was holding everyone back. You just need a weapon. Guyang smiled and comforted him. In his opinion, Yinshan had needed a weapon for a long time. Yinshan frowned, but said nothing. All right, another problem. How do we divide these four strange items? Lu Liang looked a bit troubled. Everyone, take a look first. If you see something you want, we can discuss it later. We can't just leave the items to accumulate until we have enough to split. In a world of constant danger, it's better to use strange materials if they have a suitable purpose. Old Zhang stared at the golden tumor on the ground. Items that drop strangely often carry the power of their previous owner, especially when their abilities are simple and clear. This golden tumor was dropped by the indestructible Yunshan's golden-eyed strange infant after it died. Guyang was focused on a soft, water-like gel ball. An idea was forming in his mind. Jiang Cha blinked as she looked at the materials on the ground. She became an awakener only recently. Even though when he often talked to her about many things, she didn't understand everything. Right now, she just wanted a strange weapon. Her eyes are a strange weapon, but in her heart, she still sees them as just eyes. When he glanced at Jiang Cha, understanding her little wish, she planned to give her share so she could get a strange weapon. The team was fair, and they could discuss things openly. Old Zhang said, I'm interested in this golden tumor. Guyang said, I like this soft gel. Yinshan said, I'll wait a bit longer. When he looked at Jiang Cha and said, Cha-cha, what do you want? Pick anything you like. I'll give you my share. Ah, I think I'll pass. You choose. I'll give you my share, Jiang Cha said, feeling shy about taking so much. When he fought hard to get these items from strange creatures. Stop talking, pick quickly, When he said, grabbing Jiang Cha's waist. I want that one. Jiang Cha pointed to the pure white, transparent brain tissue. Everyone, no objections to these strange items, right? Lu Liang looked at everyone. They all shook their heads. All right, so for strange materials, all second level, total of 8 units. Lu Liang took out a small notebook. Guyang's share is 25%, which is 2 units. The soft gel is yours. Old Zhang's share is 10%, which is 0.8 units. You need to borrow 1.2 units. I happen to have 1.2. We'll discuss it later. Old Zhang nodded. Wen Yi's share is 1.6 units. Jiang Cha's is 0.8 units. And there's 0.4 units left. Lu Liang handed the shrinking, transparent brain tissue to Jiang Cha. Next, he looked at Yinshan and said, your share is 1.6, and Wen Yi just has 0.4 left. Lu Liang looked back and forth between the two, asking for their opinions. Yinshan looked troubled. He still owed Wen Yi half of a strange material, and now. Yinshan, do you not want this material? Wen Yi's eyes sparkled. She didn't expect to find a chance to get something valuable. If Yinshan didn't want it, she would give him supplies instead. Yinshan shook his head. I don't want it anymore, since he already owed some materials, owing a little more wouldn't help. Guyang still needed to get one more item. Also, he felt this fiery stone wasn't very useful to him. It was tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Having some strange materials is better than none, but it depends on the situation. Dinner time, a few people gathered to eat the fresh ingredients they traded from Guyang. Suddenly, a deep, long rumbling sound echoed, along with the clattering noise of clang, clang. A train was moving away into the distance. Lu Liang's chopsticks dropped some pickled vegetables and beef into his bowl. Didn't you say we'd stay until tomorrow morning? By the way, are these ingredients really given to you by them? Or did you borrow them? Otherwise, why would the other side suddenly leave? It must be that Guyang did something bad on the train. You're overthinking. Who knows why they left? Anyway, you're not joining them. So if they leave, they leave. These ingredients are definitely given, not borrowed, Guyang said casually. What borrowed? Is Guyang that kind of person? After the train left, many people stayed behind. There were cries and complaints, and some looked hopeless. It's over. There are so many strange creatures below, all because of the opposing convoy. If we hadn't met them, would we have no place to stay? They shouldn't just leave us like this. Exactly, go find them. A large group of people was heading angrily in this direction. Lu Liang, Captain, start your show quickly. Don't let these people disturb our meal, Guyang said with a smile. Exactly, exactly, Yinshan agreed repeatedly, eyes fixed on the dishes on the table. He kept reaching for food with his chopsticks, maintaining a rhythm of 2 bites of rice and 1 of vegetables. Eat slowly, Lu Liang said, feeling like his teeth were about to break. He looked around but didn't see Li Li's figure. Maybe she was dead inside. She was never easy to deal with. Whenever he needed her, she was missing. How about I give you some supplies as a reward, and you go talk to them? Lu Liang asked Guyang. He really didn't want to handle this unreasonable situation. It was too tiring. Sure, Guyang said, picking up a piece of beef tripe and putting it in his mouth. With a gentle flick of his left finger, a steel needle floated out inside the car. The needle spun in the air, aiming at the crowd. With a sharp, whoosh sound, 3 men at the front of the crowd suddenly fell straight down. Blood poured from their foreheads, and their eyes were wide open. Gained 300 killing points. The noise from the crowd paused. It was just those 3 who cursed the most. Oh, and don't forget the supplies, Guyang said. Then he started dealing with the aftermath, using his mind to lift the 3 bodies and float them away. Lu Liang suppressed his pity and kept telling himself that he only asked Guyang to talk a few words, not to kill. Soon, his discomfort eased. Taking a few deep breaths, Lu Liang picked up his chopsticks again. That whole big plate of beef was finished by you, Lu Liang said, watching Yinshan take the last piece of beef. Captain, your cooked beef is really delicious. I love beef the most, Yinshan said with a smile. There was nothing to be shy about. People who feel shy about eating never get full. For gatherings, using the same ingredients, at least half of it always went into his stomach. If he loved gatherings, he would gather more often. Do you even remember I cooked it? Lu Liang said carefully. Yinshan didn't reply. He picked up his plate of beef and went to get a plate of rice. The beef was finished, but there was still pickled vegetables inside, which were quite tasty. Captain, I still have a lot in my bowl. You can take some, Jiang Cha said, holding out her bowl to Lu Liang. Jiang Cha's bowl was piled high, all because Wen Yi felt shy about helping herself and put some food into her bowl. Thanks, Lu Liang said, scooping a few slices of beef from Jiang Cha's bowl. That's enough? Lu Liang put down his chopsticks. Jiang Cha nodded and withdrew her hand. Old Zhang was drinking wine and only occasionally picked up his chopsticks, mostly grabbing peanuts. Guyang and Lu Liang were talking about strange things, while Jiang Cha and Wen Yi whispered quietly to each other. Yinshan was still busy eating. Meanwhile, the survivors on the train began to join the group, asking about news from the others. The group became lively and noisy. Brother, you chat. I need to go to the bathroom, Zhao Shuang said as she got up from the campfire. I'll go with you. Luo Hua stood up and took Zhao Shuang's arm. They walked away together. A person approached from the city. When Luo Hua saw him clearly, she immediately widened her eyes in shock. Li Li, her broken hand and half-destroyed face had completely healed. Li Li looked down and thought. She had run several times at noon, sacrificing more than 10 people, but the altar did not respond to her anymore. How many people does it take to become the strongest awakener? Hearing the voice, Li Li snapped out of her thoughts and saw Zhao Shuang and Luo Hua. She smiled happily, and a new idea came to her mind. She originally came back to try again with a few more people. After sacrificing so many, if she included Zhao Shuang, Luo Hua, Zhao Qing, and Luo Yuzhu, her wish might come true. Then she could become the strongest awakener and easily deal with Gu Yang and Lu Liang. Li Li suddenly ignited flames in her right hand, her eyes cold as she looked at Zhao Shuang and Luo Hua. As long as she caught these two, Zhao Qing and Luo Yuzhu would definitely come to find them later. What are you doing? Luo Hua protected Zhao Shuang behind her, swallowing hard. She knew Li Li was an awakener, but she had never seen her use her power before. Awakeners shouldn't target ordinary people without reason. Luo Hua tried to scare Li Li by citing the group's rules. Li Li sneered coldly. Do you think those other awakeners care about your lives? You're so naive. Li Li tiptoed and lunged toward Luo Hua, her flaming hand reaching for Luo Hua's face. She had long disliked Luo Hua's face. At this moment, Li Li suddenly realized what she needed after becoming the strongest. A face the most beautiful in the world. Just as Li Li was less than a meter from Luo Hua, a shadow of a golden knife mantis appeared in front of her. The golden blade flashed in her pupils and disappeared instantly. Gu Yang, who was raising a wine glass, suddenly stood up. At the same time, several people also stood up and looked in one direction. A golden blade of light shot toward the dark sky, growing farther away. Wow! Li Li has awakened again, Gu Yang suddenly exclaimed. Again, Lu Liang looked confused. Gu Yang nodded. It seems she really awakened this time, but she's already dead. The situation nearby was still within Gu Yang's mental control. When Li Li appeared looking calm and friendly, he was shocked. As he wondered how her hand had recovered, flames suddenly ignited on her hand. Honestly, this shocked him even more. This person kept thinking about awakening every day, even pretending to be an awakened person before. According to fate, the more you want something, the less likely you are to get it. But she actually succeeded in awakening. Another strange thing was that awakened abilities are usually unique. No one has the same power twice. She's still alive, so where did the flames come from? Her level of power is the same as his, so if she's dead, she deserves it. When did she awaken? Zhao Qing asked nervously. He kept watching the direction where the two had left, worried about what might happen. When he saw something unusual, he hurried over to ask. He wasn't happy about his sister's awakening. He was scared. Li Li was the leader of the car team, and now she was killed by his sister. Things were getting complicated. As for the people from the racing team who didn't see what happened, he didn't trust them. He saw everything himself. How could those awakened people not have seen? Zhao Shuang also knew she had caused trouble. She sat on the curb, head down, not speaking. She never thought about killing Li Li. She just didn't expect Li Li to be so weak. She didn't know how strong her own awakening ability was. She hadn't used her power since her arm was injured. Talk to the people in the team. Li Li is dead now. Zhao Shuang is also an awakened person, and she's stronger than Li Li. Plus, Li Li started the fight herself. She got what she deserved, Luo Yuzhu said seriously. What if? Zhao Qing frowned. He was worried the team might want to settle this matter. Suddenly, loud footsteps sounded behind them. If I were you, I'd run away long ago. I wouldn't trust human kindness or mercy. Gu Yang's teasing voice came from behind. 6 awakened people approached Zhao Qing and the others at the same time. Zhao Shuang stood up with a cold face, blocking Zhao Qing in front of her. Her pupils reflected a golden sword mantis like a mirror. Gu Yang looked into Zhao Shuang's eyes with surprise. Just when he thought these two might be in trouble, another awakened person suddenly appeared and quickly defeated Li Li. Don't scare the young girl, Lu Liang said irritably, with a gentle smile on his face. Don't be nervous. What ability did you awaken? Mirror eyes. The ability is copying, Zhao Shuang replied coldly, still cautious. Louder, please, Lu Liang urged. My eyes can copy the attacks I see. When I shake hands, I can directly copy the other person's ability, Zhao Shuang explained. Is there a level limit? Lu Liang asked. I don't know. Zhao Shuang shook her head. Try copying Gu Yang's ability first, Lu Liang said, rubbing his chin. Why should I copy yours? Gu Yang snapped. What if he shakes hands with Zhao Shuang and his other abilities are exposed? You're only a level 1, and everyone else is level 2. What if she can't copy a level 2 ability and gets hurt? Also, why are you reacting so strongly? Maybe you're not even level 2. Lu Yang looked at Gu Yang with suspicion. Earlier, when they discussed abilities, he thought Gu Yang was honest. As a dual ability awakener, he would just share his abilities. It seems like he's playing tricks with the team leader. Now it turns out Gu Yang can kill a level 2 anomaly alone, so he's definitely not level 1. Isn't there a level 1 among you? Gu Yang pointed at Jiang Cha. Oh, sorry, I forgot, Lu Yang said, rubbing his forehead. It looks like he shouldn't drink tonight. He was planning to have a couple of drinks because of the cold weather, but now his mind is all over the place. He still thinks the team only has Gu Yang as a level 1. Jiang Cha stepped forward and shook hands with Zhao Shuang. That's enough. Zhao Shuang's eyes shone with blue light instead of the original gold. She extended a finger, and blue raindrops fell from the sky. Then Zhao Shuang shook hands with Wen Yi, still able to copy, but only at level 1 strength. It was like the attack of the golden sword mantis she copied, just the form, with only level 1 power. After studying Zhao Shuang's ability, the four of them left directly, without asking anything about Li Li. They looked at each other in silence. These awakened ones are so cold-hearted. They don't care even when the captain dies. Luo Hua once again acts as a critic, then suddenly seems to remember something and quickly grabs Zhao Shuang's hand. Shuang, they made you the captain, but you must not accept it. Captains tend to die early. Although he survived for a while, it doesn't change the fact that he has died before. Are you saying they should kill us all and line us up here? Luo Yuzhu squints and says with a smile. I'm just joking, just complaining a little. It's better to be cold-blooded, Luo Hua happily says. It's so cold here. Let's go back and warm up by the fire. Luo Hua rubs her shoulders. The four of them walk toward the convoy. When they reach the fire, they add some wood to the nearly extinguished bonfire, and it blazes up again. Brother, I woke up before you. Do you think you'll be upset? Zhao Shuang softly asks as she looks at the flames. You're not having a fever. Zhao Qing checks Zhao Shuang's forehead. Why would I be upset? Zhao Shuang says. You said you wanted to wake up before me and protect me. Zhao Qing stokes the firewood and says, So, you were testing me that day. He shakes his head and chuckles, a bit confused by the little girl's way of thinking. I'm happy that you woke up before me. From now on, I won't have to worry about your safety. By the way, when did you wake up? Zhao Qing puts down his stick and looks at Zhao Shuang. Luo Yuzhu also looks over curiously. Zhao Shuang replies, It was very early, by the river near the mist. Zhao Qing nods. No wonder his usually obedient sister wanted to gather supplies. Zhao Shuang, now everyone knows you want to protect your brother. Zhao Qing teases, and Zhao Shuang shyly turns her face away. Haha, let me show you my big treasure. Luo Hua rushes back happily and sits by the fire. What big treasure? Luo Yuzhu asks with confusion. It's this. Luo Hua opens her hands, and a round pendant drops from her palm into the air, swinging gently. It's a red stone with a round center. Where did you find this necklace? Luo Yuzhu asks, losing interest. In this post-apocalyptic world, no matter how beautiful the jewelry, it's useless. It's not worth more than a loaf of bread. Luo Hua says. You reach out and hold it. Luo Yuzhu raises her hand to take the pendant, but the next moment, her eyes widen. Residual Flame Pendant Mystery Device Rank. 19,990 abilities. Residual Flame can generate a fist-sized fireball with a temperature up to 600 degrees Celsius. Cooldown period of 3 minutes. Wearing it gives off warmth and can resist cold temperatures below -10 degrees Celsius, similar to wearing a thick coat. Mystery Device. A forbidden item fused with mysterious objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and higher-ranked devices have greater costs. Costs Burning Thirst Backlash. After each use, the throat feels like it's burning, and you must drink at least 300 milliliters of water immediately. Otherwise, your throat will burn and cause loss of voice. Long-term wear causes nails to gradually turn black and become fragile and brittle. Luo Yuzhu handed the pendant to Zhao Shuang. After Zhao Shuang finished examining it, she passed it to Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing looked at Luo Hua with a complicated expression. Did you find this? Is luck really that good? To find a mystery device? Sort of. This belonged to Li Li. She was cut in half by Zhao Shuang. I was so shocked at the time. Then I looked down and saw something shiny at my feet, so I picked it up. It's covered in blood. I just washed it. Zhao Shuang seemed to remember something and looked at Zhao Qing. Brother, tell me honestly, Does your knife also have a cost? Every time Zhao Qing touched a mystery device, he was reluctant to say much. Luohua asked him, but he didn't answer. Maybe his brother was protecting the Luo sisters. If his own biological sister asked and he still didn't say, that would be strange. It's unlikely he's protecting his sister too. Yes, there is a cost. Every mystery device has a price, Zhao Qing admitted calmly. What kind of cost? Zhao Shuang asked. Your eyesight will gradually become blurry over time until it disappears. Zhao Qing sighed and explained the cost of the shadow blade. His sister is already an awakener. Their statuses are different now. It's a bit funny that he, an ordinary person, is hiding things from an awakened person. Brother, such a big cost. Why do you still use it? Zhao Shuang looked excited. Luo Yuzhu and Luo Huo were also surprised. Losing eyesight in the apocalypse is very cruel. It's not necessarily deadly. Using it might give me a chance to survive. I have no other choice. Awakened people must live carefully, and I am just an ordinary person. I still have something to use, but others haven't had the chance yet. Zhao Qing sighed with a look of helplessness on her face. The three of them fell silent at the same time. Since Luo Huo found this pendant, it should belong to her, Zhao Qing said with a smile as she handed the pendant over. That won't do. Lili was killed by Xiao Shuang, and she protected Luo Huo. No matter how you look at it, this pendant shouldn't go to her. It should go back to Xiao Shuang. Luo Yuzhu quickly waved her hand. Zhao Qing held a mysterious device, and with Xiao Shuang awakening her ability, the sisters had unequal power. If she took the pendant, there might be some resentment. Maybe the gift was just a polite gesture. Exactly, I can't take it. Luo Huo shook her head repeatedly. She really didn't want the pendant. I already have a mysterious device, and you know the cost. It's not suitable for me to hold another one. Xiao Shuang has awakened her ability and can protect herself, Zhao Qing said with a smile as she pushed the pendant forward again. Luo Yuzhu looked into Zhao Qing's eyes, then reached out and took the pendant, handing it to Luo Huo. Since that's the case, this pendant belongs to you. I don't want it. Here, you can have it. Luo Huo pushed the pendant back. My nails look so nice. It would be a shame if they got damaged. Your reason is really weak, Luo Yuzhu said calmly. Her tone was flat, but inside she felt warm. She knew Luo Huo wasn't really worried about her nails, but wanted to have the power to protect herself. Although her sister was fierce, she still cared a lot about her. Just wear it. I'll help you. Luo Huo took the pendant from Luo Yuzhu's hand, brushed her long hair aside to reveal her fair neck, and put the pendant on. Meanwhile, in Guyang's car, Guyang held a blue soft gel in his left hand and a bottle of mineral water in his right. He was thinking of merging the mineral water with the blue soft gel, unsure if it would turn out the way he imagined. Just as Guyang was about to merge them, he suddenly remembered something. The water in the bottle was just ordinary water. What if he used something unusual instead? Thinking of this, Guyang unscrewed the bottle cap, drank all the water inside, and then got out of the car with the bottle. I took some supplies from the car and headed toward Wen Yi's vehicle to find Jiang Cha, hoping to exchange for a bottle of blue rain. All set, Jiang Cha handed a filled mineral water bottle to Guyang. No need for supplies. It's just a small matter. Jiang Cha repeatedly waved her hand, refusing the supplies, and in the end, Guyang didn't take any of his supplies either. Honestly, Jiang Cha is a breath of fresh air in the convoy. She's not greedy, and she gives away such amazing water for free. If others had this water, they would probably be thinking mischievously about it. After returning to his car, Guyang immediately began to fuse. There are still plenty of killing points available. He earned 3,400 points for killing the blue-eyed ghost baby, 2,100 points for assisting in killing the golden-eyed ghost, and 300 points for clearing 3 people. Adding the original 1,200 points, Guyang now has a total of 7,000 killing points. With a thought, the points decreased to 6,900. A white glow enveloped the car, filling the space and swallowing the dim light from the oil lamp. After about 10 seconds, the white light faded. The plastic bottle, originally transparent, transformed into a semi-transparent, foggy ice blue crystal-like material. Inside the crystal bottle, hundreds of raindrop-shaped bubbles floated, and the liquid inside was faintly visible through the clear, glossy surface. Endless water bottle, ghost item rank, 9085. Abilities, perpetual rain. The blue rain in the bottle is inexhaustible and unlimited. Blue rain restores 30% of health and mental strength per 100 milliliters. Dissolves all stains and bloodstains, aiding in wound healing. Ghost item. A forbidden fusion of ghostly objects. Using it always comes with a cost, which increases with rank. Costs: water erosion. Long-term use causes water attribute overload in the body, making the body approach a liquid state, accelerating dehydration in sunlight, and causing random memory loss. Avoid close contact with flames, as fire also causes dehydration and memory loss. But if you are Guyong, using it has no cost. Endless source of water. A surge of joy filled his heart. His previous guesses were just speculation, but now that it's real, he's very happy. The best part is that he replaced ordinary mineral water with Jiangcha's blue rain. Because of blue rain, the ranking of a single second-level strange item fused was nearly 800 places higher than that of a similarly fused second-level strange item with blood-carving gold. This is partly because this second-level strange item is quite special. Currently, he has more blue rain reserves in his hand than Jiangcha, the source. In the early days of the apocalypse, food and water could be found easily, including gasoline. As long as you had strength, you wouldn't lack supplies. But later, when resources were almost gone, what could be done? Guyong always prepared in advance. He couldn't wait until he had nothing to eat or drink to start thinking. This is when the train's role becomes clear. Inside Wen Yi's car, Cha-Cha, I have a question for you, Wen Yi said nervously, with a slight blush on her face. Jiang Cha looked at herself in the mirror, staring into her eyes. Her purple pupils still shimmered with a strange glow, far better than colored contact lenses. Noticing Wen Yi's unusual behavior, Jiang Cha put down the mirror, moved her butt back, pressed her back against the car door, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and looked resistant. No way. Oh no, I just want to ask you, what do you think of Guyong? Guyong. Jiang Cha was surprised. Her tone shifted quickly. He's got a very cold heart. Jiang Cha rubbed her chin thoughtfully, looking at Wen Yi's blush. Her normally innocent face now showed a mischievous smile. Do you like him? I have to say, even though he's cold-hearted, he's kind of handsome. No, Wen Yi denied. It's just the strange device affecting my mind. It's all an illusion. Once she solves the side effects of the strange device, she won't keep thinking about Guyong. Jiang Cha looked at Wen Yi with a complicated expression. The strange device did affect her mind, but why was her focus on Guyong and not someone else? Their ideas, as recent graduates, were still old-fashioned. The belief that they would be together forever hadn't been washed away by the apocalypse. As good friends, Jiang Cha knew Wen Yi's thoughts were similar to hers, but for someone like Guyong, she could only hope Wen Yi wasn't love-struck. The next morning, as dawn broke, the convoy set out. They traveled back and forth, stopping repeatedly until 5 p.m., when they finally halted behind a bare, rocky hill. The setting sun was blocked by a mountain, providing some shade for them. Under the hurried voice of driver Luyang, Guyong got out of the car. Several people gathered together, including Zhao Shuang, who looked confused and a bit uncomfortable today. In Luyang's palm, a device with a pointer showing the location of the sky tower cast a blue light screen. On the screen, a pink answer button was blinking. There was only an answer button, no hang-up button. Luyang handed the pointer to Guyong. You answer it. I'm not in a good position to talk. Zhao Shuang stood nearby, looking puzzled. Curious, Guyong pressed the answer button. A pair of bright, lively eyes appeared on the screen, blinking constantly. Finally connected, a girl's voice came from inside. The image on the screen shrank. Inside the light screen, a girl with twin ponytails and a childish face appeared. Moses, let me introduce myself. I'm Huang Yu, a communicator for the Sky Tower. You are the second team about to reach the Sky Tower. Big brother, are you the team leader? You look pretty handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Maybe you should consider me. Just wait 3, 4, 5, 6 years until I grow up, then I can be your girlfriend. No, by then you'll be too old for me. The lively girl Huang Yu kept talking excitedly, then started talking to herself. Guyong, this must be the legendary little mental sister. Or a second-dimensional girl. Or a rebellious girl. Anyway, she looks a bit strange. Not only Guyong, but the others also looked speechless. Now is work time. Stop daydreaming, okay? A helpless male voice said from the screen. Cough, cough. The girl sneered at the side and coughed twice. Since you have the pointer, you should have also seen the letter that came with it. No, what letter? We found this pointer among a destroyed convoy that was mysteriously wiped out. We didn't see any letter, just thought this pointer was special, so we kept it, Guyang said seriously, then scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Oh, I see. That's okay. The letter mainly contains recruitment information for the Sky Tower and some basic benefits. I'll briefly tell you about it. When Huan Yu mentioned the Heavenly King plan, a hand pinched Gu Yang's buttock flesh. Gu Yang looked down and saw Lu Liang, the pervert. Feeling offended, Gu Yang stepped on Lu Liang's foot, making him yelp in pain. What sound? Huan Yu paused and asked. Oh, nothing. I have a pervert here, Gu Yang said casually. Lu Liang. Pervert. Huan Yu covered her face with both hands, looking shocked. No, no. Our Sky Tower doesn't accept perverts. Let me see your face first. Our evaluation is very strict. Huan Yu. The previous male voice from the screen sounded again. Ahem. Basically, it's what I just said. Huan Yu's rebellious expression turned serious again. Do you want to join? If you do, I will mark your current position with a pointer. We want to join, Lu Liang, standing next to Gu Yang, quickly said. Huan Yu nodded. I need to hang up now, or I won't have enough energy to send the location. See you at the Sky Tower, little brother. After saying that, Huan Yu made a heart sign, and the screen went dark. Under the lens of the pointer, a strong blue light wrapped around it. After a moment, the light faded. The red that the pointer was pointing to disappeared, replaced by a blue light flickering on and off. It turned out to be a fake location. Guyang, hold the pointer and fly up to check. A normal human's eyes from a high, open mountaintop can see about 200 kilometers, but only large buildings are visible. If it's an awakened person's eyes, seeing over 1,000 kilometers is no problem. Buildings like the Sky Tower, which can hold thousands of people, should be visible. Guyang floated in the sky, looking in the direction of the pointer. In the distance, the blazing sun hung high, the air shimmered and twisted, and a tall, brick-red building shot straight into the sky. The top of the tower was hidden in a dazzling angelic glow, with a golden angel silhouette with 2 pairs of golden wings, arms crossed over the chest. Faint particles of light spilled down along the tower. Spectacular. How is it? Can you see? Lu Liang's voice came from below. Guyang heard this and started to fall downward. I can see it. I guess it's about 300 or 400 kilometers away, Guyang roughly judged. Lu Liang nodded, with a gentle smile forming 2 soft arcs on his face, and a faint sparkle shone behind his eyelids. You're so happy. Weren't you planning to explore the end of the world? Guyang crossed his arms and said with a smile. Yes, I want to explore the end of the world, but one way is to find a way to reach the Heavenly King. Now that there's a chance to go up, I definitely want to go. And you? Lu Liang looked at Guyang. I'm going to see for myself, but I don't plan to reach the Heavenly King. He has a luminous oil lamp and can fly. As long as the Heavenly King is still there, there's no reason he can't go up anytime. Guyang and Lu Liang's words made everyone fall silent. The train didn't cause the group to break apart, but now the appearance of the Sky Tower has pushed everyone to the edge of splitting up. A faint feeling of sadness swept over the group. Zhao Xuan was a bit confused again. Isn't she cold-blooded? The captain died, and she didn't even look. Now, what is this sad atmosphere about? It seems the team's situation isn't what they thought, but it doesn't seem like there's time to investigate now. She also plans to join the Sky Tower with her brother and others. Once they reach the Heavenly King, they can live like they did before the end of the world. Lu Liang cast a divination, and there was no strange pursuit behind him. So, they decided to stay here for the night. After dinner, everyone rarely gathered to chat. Guyang lay in the car, eyes fixed on the luminous oil lamp. He began to plan his future path. Suddenly, Guyang raised his eyebrows. Someone was approaching. It was Wen-yi. What does she want? Knock, knock, knock. The car door was knocked. Guyang opened the door. Under the moonlight, Wen-yi was wearing a loose hoodie, with shorts underneath, revealing a pair of fair, long legs. Guyang was stunned. This was the first time he saw Wen-yi wear such revealing pants. During the hot daytime, she wore long pants. So white. That was Guyang's first impression. He was about to ask why she came late at night, when he felt a soft touch approaching him. He hurriedly got into the car and pushed Guyang inside, then closed the door. Inside the car, he kicked off her red sneakers, pressed Guyang down, and quickly pulled the hem of her hoodie with both hands, tossing it aside. She untied her hair with one hand. Her smooth, long black hair flowed freely, resting on her full chest. Guyang was surprised and didn't have time to admire her hair. She was fair-skinned, vibrant, and deep-looking. Inside Lu Liang's tent, he was playing with a listening radio. After several tests, he found that it always caught sounds from near to far. So he used it late at night, since he could sleep any time during the day. He wasn't like Guyang, who had a driver. He had no worries about eating hard food. The radio crackled. Then a strange sound came through. This had become normal for him. He had heard it many times. He felt a bit helpless. Hearing strange sounds early in the morning was one thing, but it was late at night now, and he was still messing around. Lu Liang was about to turn off the radio, but if he turned it off and on again, the radio would pick up sounds from a different source. His finger paused. He felt that the sound was a bit familiar. Guyang. And another voice. When he heard the next sound clearly, his mind was shocked. It changed his view of things. He thought Guyang was too repressed and was just looking for a survivor to release stress. After all, the convoy had a few nice young women, so it was normal for Guyang to be like that. He never expected that the other person was 1E. The strange sounds grew bolder. Lu Liang quickly turned the radio off and turned it back on. It was explosive. Really explosive. Amid the crackling sounds of the radio, Lu Liang's thoughts drifted. When did these two get together? It didn't seem right. He didn't notice any prelude. Suddenly, Lu Liang remembered something his ex-girlfriend once said. You're not careful at all. He didn't agree with that. He considered himself very careful. Could it be that he really wasn't careful? The next morning, the inside of the carriage was a mess. The two were embracing. When he woke up first, her bright eyes blinked twice as she looked at the surroundings. Thinking of the intense scene last night, her cheeks turned red. She found her clothes and started to put them on. When he got out of the car and walked toward her vehicle, Winnie returned to her car, and Jiang Cha chuckled mischievously, making Winnie blush. Anyway, Jiang Cha was going to find out sooner or later, so she didn't bother hiding it. Xiaoyi, now you're grown up. How does it feel to be with a man? It doesn't taste very good. Winnie shook her head. She wasn't shy with her best friend. They usually talked openly. Jiang Cha was stunned. She asked what it tasted like, and when he said it wasn't very good, she didn't understand at first. But then she shivered and was speechless for a long time. The experience was more intense than she expected. She had heard it was good for beauty, but she wasn't sure if it was true. And that feeling, could she really swallow it? She looked carefully at Wen Yi's face. Maybe it was just her imagination, but she felt Wen Yi looked healthier and more charming. By the way, can you help me take a shower? I smell a bit. Wen Yi's words brought Jiang Cha back to reality. Jiang Cha pouted, looking sad. This was such a strange situation. Luckily, she didn't like Guyang, or things would be even more complicated. After washing up, when he got into the car, took off her shorts, and put on loose sweatpants, covering her long, fair legs. What's going on? You're about to part ways with him, and now you're doing this. Are you planning to follow Guyang and wander around? Jiang Cha leaned against the endless battle vehicle, looking helpless. She and Wen Yi had agreed to join the Sky Tower and log into the king's realm together. No, I don't plan to wander with him, Wen Yi said, hanging her dual swords at her waist. Just joining the Sky Tower and logging into the king's realm. Actually, she had acted on impulse last night. She didn't know why, but as soon as she thought about parting ways soon, her mind was a mess. In her confusion, she found herself seeking Guyang. Last night, after she finished changing, she regretted it. Her passion had burned out when she was taking off her armor. She wanted to leave at that time, but then, that's good. Just treat it as a moment of indulgence, Jiang Cha said, patting her chest. If Wen Yi went wandering with her, what would she do? Follow her or not? She couldn't just leave her alone because they are good friends. Oh, I heard that the first time can be very painful. Is that true? Jiang Cha whispered, gossiping. If it was painful, her blue rain might help with healing her wounds. It only hurt a little at first, then it didn't hurt anymore. Wen Yi recalled slightly. Then last night wasn't very happy. Was Guyang not good enough? Jiang Cha whispered, her face full of mixed feelings. It was just how things were, born that way. She couldn't blame him. He should be okay, when he said uncertainly. Meanwhile, Guyang was pouring water from the endless water bottle into the car seats, driver's seat, passenger's seat, and back seats, all cleaned thoroughly. This endless water bottle was very useful. Without it, it would be hard to clean the car properly. He thought about upgrading it to have an automatic cleaning feature. As for what happened last night, Guyang could only say it was a gift, so he wouldn't just walk away. If he was guilty, the law would judge him. It wasn't Wen Yi's place to do so. He was a normal man, and subconsciously, he also desired intimacy. Wen Yi, tall, curvy, with strong capital backing, was already sitting on him. How could he not move? After cleaning the car, Guyang got out quickly. They were about to part ways, and he needed to remind her about the debt. Mostly, to avoid misunderstandings. He really didn't hear about the debt last night. On one side of the small hill. Didn't we agree last night to settle the debt? She asked. Guyang replied. When did I say I would settle the debt? Wen Yi's face turned red. Did touching her mean she agreed? She was embarrassed just a moment ago. She thought about how she was just like those women she looked down on, exchanging money, exchanging strange items. In fact, they were the same. Now, there was no shame left. They were selling, but she hadn't gained anything, so it didn't count as selling. Thinking this, she walked toward her endless war chariot, removing the back spine of the strange frog king from the frame. Originally, I wanted to combine it with my endless war chariot. The biggest danger now is that the chariot's body is not stable, just an ordinary frame. If it collapses during a collision, that would be a big problem. However, I had put it aside because I didn't have any strange items as a reward. After thinking for a moment, I took down the fire stone from the chariot. As I looked at the fire stone in my hand, my body suddenly shivered. I was actually worried that Guyang wandering alone in the wasteland might be unsafe, so I decided to give him the fire stone as well. Wen Yi quickly shook her head, thinking, what am I thinking? Repaying debts is just right. The strange object disturbed her peace of mind. Wen Yi handed 2 second-tier strange items to Guyang. There are 2 first-tier items left. I don't have any strange items myself, so I will use supplies to trade. Also, she paused, then ran back to the endless war chariot, rummaging inside. After a moment, Wen Yi returned and handed something to him. This is extra for you, just as a gift for last night. After giving the item to Guyang, Wen Yi felt much better. Selling turned into buying. Though the words only differ in pronunciation, the feeling was completely different. All her pent-up frustration disappeared. She never thought that after the apocalypse, she would also start playing with the model brother. When he left with a light step, Guyang looked at the hot pot with pickled fish in his hand, feeling a surge of humiliation. What does pickled fish mean? Guyang and his group stopped about 100 meters away from the sky tower, asked to stay back. Everyone got out of the vehicle and looked up. The tower was much larger and more impressive than they had imagined. Starting from the bottom, every 50 meters there was a wide, outward-leaning circular platform. It looked to be about 40 to 50 meters wide. There are a total of 21 such circular platforms. On these platforms, you could see sparse green plants, clearly for farming, but they didn't seem to be growing very well. Old Zhang, this suits you. Your specialty fits perfectly, Guyang said with a smile as he approached the old man. Since old Zhang's power is plants, he would definitely be honored as a respected figure in the sky tower. Old Zhang smiled and said nothing, but a glint appeared in his cloudy eyes. Look to the right. Isn't that the building we saw before? The group looked in the direction Jiang Cha pointed. It was indeed the floating building they encountered last time. This skyscraper, 52 stories tall, now looked like a toy compared to the sky tower. The sky tower is not only tall, but also has a diameter that seems to exceed a kilometer. It's almost like a giant city. Such a tall building must be the work of an awakened person. Just the 21 circular platforms on the outer ring are taller than the world's tallest tower before the apocalypse, and this is only a small part of the sky tower. At that moment, the tower's gates slowly opened. 2 men and 2 women stepped out. Among them was a girl with twin ponytails, bouncing happily. She was the sky tower communicator, Huang Yu, whom they saw in the video. Huang Yu stood behind a calm-looking middle-aged woman, waving cheerfully. Guyang pursed his lips, showing a gentle smile. Drive forward, a burly man shouted loudly. His deep, steady voice came toward Guyang. The group got into the vehicle and drove forward, heading all the way to the foot of the sky tower. Are all 7 of you awakened? The calm middle-aged woman asked with some surprise, then smiled politely. Sorry for the rudeness. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Wei. Hello, I am the team leader. My name is Lu Liang, said Lu Liang, stepping forward to talk with Wang Wei. After a moment, Wang Wei looked over the group and asked, Are all of you planning to join the sky tower? I won't join, but can I come in and take a look? Guyang asked. Wang Wei nodded. Of course, but we don't offer free accommodation to those who don't join. You need to provide some supplies as a fee for staying here. Food is also not provided. Naturally, Guyang agreed. Just as Guyang thought he was the only one not joining, old Zhang stepped forward. I'm not joining either. Guyang, Lu Liang, Wen Yi, and Yunshan all looked surprised, knowing old Zhang's personality well. The sky tower is so good, with plenty of land for planting. It's practically tailored for him. No one expected him to refuse. Guyang rubbed his chin, worried that this old man might want to follow him. That would be troublesome. There's no way he would bring him along. What about the others? Wang Wei looked at the remaining people. Besides Guyang and old Zhang, everyone else chose to join. Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction. This team of 7 awakeners is the largest outside of the official and Sky Tower groups. Even though 2 didn't join, there are still 5 members. Our Sky Tower has no strict rules, except one. Everyone is like brothers and sisters, and we must be honest with each other. So, I will test you by choosing 2 people from among the 5. You 2 will need to answer a few questions, but I won't ask anything too private. Please introduce yourselves. My name is Wang Wei. My awakening ability is lying, so it's best not to try to deceive me. I can tell if you're lying. If you lie, even if you're an awakener, we won't accept you. The Sky Tower doesn't need insincere awakeners. When Yi, Yunshan, Jiang Cha, and Zhao Shuang all nodded without hesitation. Lu Liang hesitated for a moment, but also nodded. Since she said she wouldn't ask anything too private, they felt okay. And they might not be chosen anyway. While Lu Liang was thinking this, Wang Wei pointed at her and Zhao Shuang. First, Wang Wei took Zhao Shuang into a room. After a moment, Wang Wei came out with Zhao Shuang, and then took Lu Liang in, not giving them a chance to speak. She asked you what? Luo Ruo asked curiously. Luo Yuzhu gently pulled Luo Jiao aside, feeling speechless. Her sister's curious nature was endless. She just asked how I broke my hand and about the team's rules. Then we talked a little. I guess she was trying to learn about the team's character. If the team's rules and behavior are harsh, they wouldn't want us even if we didn't lie, Zhao Shuang guessed. A few minutes later, Wang Wei and Lu Liang came out of the room, smiling. Welcome to join us. The team entered the Sky Tower in a grand procession. On both sides of the tower, parking spaces surrounded it completely, and the air grew cooler. Guyang and Old Man Zhang each paid 3 days' worth of supplies. Ordinary survivors didn't need to pay supplies, but had to work. Big brother, why don't you join us? It's really good here, Huang Yu, who had been following Wang Wei, asked eagerly. Guyang looked serious. The world is so big, I want to see it. But it's very dangerous outside, Huang Yu said worriedly. Despite only having met him twice, she acted familiar. Her worries were real. Kids are simple. Guyang smiled slightly. Self-sufficiency always shines. Huang Yu was silent, unsure what he meant. She felt embarrassed to ask, so she kept quiet. As long as she stayed silent, others wouldn't know if she understood or not. I see the crops you're growing aren't very good. You won't get many fruits this way, Old Man Zhang said with a smile, looking at the central orchard. The orchard was surrounded by a circular water channel with gentle flowing water. Wang Wei stepped forward, a little helpless. That's true. Inside the Sky Tower, there are outer ring terraces. Each layer extends 30 meters outward. Each layer has 11,000 square meters of planting area. There are 21 layers, totaling 230,000 square meters. The crops and fruits aren't growing well, so they don't bear much. But the hot peppers and tomatoes in the greenhouse grow quite well, she added. Old Man Zhang looked at the sunlight shining through the dome and softly said, I can help solve all your plant growth problems. These ordinary plants are already leftovers from his previous experiments. He has long since moved on to working with mutated plants. Dealing with these small problems in the Sky Tower is nothing difficult for him. Really? Could your ability be? Wang Wei said excitedly. Someone who can say such big words must be someone whose special power has awakened. He probably isn't just saying that he was an agricultural expert before the apocalypse. This isn't funny at all. That's right, I am a plant-type awakener. Solving these problems is easy for me, Old Man Zhang said with a gentle smile. Then he added, but I can't help you for free. As soon as he said that, Gu Yang's eyes widened. He already knew what Old Man Zhang was hiding. This guy is definitely here to ask for strange materials. Once he gets those materials, fixing the plants in the Sky Tower will be a breeze. Later, if he joins in, those cultivated plants will be under his control. The Sky Tower not only works for him, but might even treat him like a respected ancestor. If he had joined from the start, they would be like family. Family doesn't argue. And it would just be about loyalty, with no real benefit for him. Indeed, experience shows that older people are more cunning, with many tricks up their sleeves. Of course, how much supplies do you need? Wang Wei said, his excitement turning into pure joy. Usually, such big decisions require 12 awakeners to agree, but for this situation, Wang Wei can decide himself. They can just hold a quick meeting later to make it official. I don't want supplies. I want strange items. Do you have any? Old Man Zhang asked with a faint smile. The Sky Tower is such a large organization. Even if they have ways to avoid strange threats, it's not guaranteed. Otherwise, why would they log into the Heavenly King system? Since it's not guaranteed, they will definitely have to fight strange creatures. Without Guyang, they must have collected quite a few strange items. Wang Wei was stunned. He didn't expect Old Man Zhang to want strange items. What could those be used for? Wait. Suddenly, Wang Wei remembered the two strange vehicle chariots that had just entered. He had a vague guess. But so what? Strange devices are important, but right now, the Sky Tower needs to focus on survival. Entering the Heavenly King system requires a long wait. No one knows when the Heavenly King will appear, and during that time, they need food. How much do you need? Wang Wei calmed down. 40 pieces. Do you have them? Old Man Zhang asked, sounding a bit cautious. Guyang was shocked. Today he finally saw the hippo. He wanted to eat everything in one go. Deal, Wang Wei said calmly. Old Man Zhang sighed inwardly, thinking, it's too little. At that moment, Guyang spoke. How many strange materials do you still have? I have a special water that can restore mental and physical strength, and it can also clean stains and help wounds heal. You have your clever plans, and I have my ladder to get over walls. Guyang decided to take the remaining materials. Is that true? Wang Wei was surprised. If it can restore mental and physical strength, she ignored the other effects for now. Restoring mental strength means that Ruqing's Holy Light Angel can extend its domain time, which would make the Sky Tower safer. But she didn't know how strong the recovery effect was. Want to try? Don't worry, the divine water we test with, we will still pay you with strange items. Okay, I don't have much left either. I'll give you 10 milliliters first. My price is one strange item per 10 milliliters. Old Man Zhang's eyes widened immediately. Here comes the black-hearted trader, but thinking carefully, that stuff was indeed precious. Guyang's blue rain, where did he get it? It looked like he was planning to eat all the remaining strange items in the Sky Tower at once. This naughty kid probably didn't bother to count how much blue rain he needed. Then go ask Jiang Cha, that poor child, for some. But he wouldn't expose Guyang. After all, Guyang hadn't caused him trouble earlier. He could only silently mourn for Jiang Cha for 3 minutes. So tragic, just a worker. Guyang poured 10 milliliters of blue rain into Wang Wei's hand, using a rice scoop. Wang Wei told Huang Yu to take them for a walk, then hurried toward the Sky Tower's ascending platform. On the way, she almost bumped into a middle-aged man about 40. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? You almost spilled my divine water. Do you know how precious this is? Wang Wei's face darkened, feeling a bit anxious, her tone a little sharp. Divine water? You mean this? Chen Yuan raised a mineral water bottle, filled with a light blue liquid. The capacity of the mineral water bottle is 500 milliliters. Walk and talk, said Wang Wei. Then he stepped onto the platform, with Chen Yuan following closely behind. Meanwhile, Guyang felt like the sky was falling. Wen Yi was proudly showing off 3 strange items as a deposit. How many did you exchange for them? Guyang asked Jiang Cha. 1 bottle, Jiang Cha said softly, holding up one finger. Guyang felt a bit helpless. The other person didn't seem to understand himself. Forget it. Most of the strange items they exchanged would end up in his pocket anyway. Plus, Old Man Zhang had already eaten 40 items with his big mouth. So how many could be left? He had originally planned to come in first and discuss how to exchange without losing value. But he didn't expect Old Man Zhang to act so quickly and so sneakily. Guyang couldn't sit still and decided to use Blue Rain to trade. But it wasn't just Old Man Zhang. When Yi and Jiang Cha also moved fast, Lu Liang, Yun Shan, and Zhao Shuang's group just watched with envy. Everyone knew that getting benefits first was important, but their abilities didn't allow it. I heard 2 Awakeners refuse to join the Sky Tower. A confident female voice, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, approached from afar. Huang Yu, hanging on the horns of the black armor endless berserk war chariot, jumped down and looked cautiously at the woman approaching. She held a sword hilt in her left hand, her right arm hanging naturally, with a swirling aura at her fingertips. She walked with her shoulders straight, her white hair flowing in the wind, and her black coat billowing behind her, revealing a red lining. A confident smile played on her lips. "You're here to poach again," Huang Yu said, hands on her hips, eyes bright and lively. "There's no choice. My sister has KPIs to meet. If I can't find anyone, how can I leave?" The woman said, bending forward and resting her hands on her knees, blinking innocently, with a very aggrieved look. "How about I add another 10,000 lollipops? A total of 110,000. Would that be okay for you and your sister to go back?" "No, I'm already an adult. Lollipops are just one of my many hobbies," Huang Yu said proudly, crossing her arms. "Hee." The woman forced a strange smile. "Then go away now." After saying that, the woman snapped her fingers. A tornado rose beneath Huang Yu's feet, lifting him up and carrying him toward the top of the Tower of Heaven. "Bad woman, you wait for me. I will come back for you." Huang Yu's screams grew fainter until they were no longer heard. The woman curled her lips and said, "Kids who can't be tricked with 11,000 lollipops are the most annoying." She slightly turned to look at Gu Yang and the others. "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Hanliang, from the official Energy City. I am the deputy leader of Team 7, a level 4 awakened." Su Hanliang then pointed at the man behind her. The man wore a leather combat suit, had short red hair, and held a long sword in his left hand. "Fang Yan, a level 3 awakened, my deputy." The man raised his right hand stiffly and nodded at Gu Yang and the others. The official team, with only a level 4 awakened as deputy leader, makes one wonder what level the team leader is. Probably above level 5? There are only a few such teams. Currently, there are at least 7 of them. No wonder the official is so formidable. "Would you be interested in joining Energy City? The benefits are good," Su Hanliang said. Above the dome, Huang Yu sat on the ground with a loud cry. "Ouch, my butt is split open, bad woman." In the center of the dome was a round stone platform. Sitting on it was a gentle-looking woman. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains and flowing willow leaves, and her amber eyes reflected a soft morning light. Her smooth black hair fell over her shoulders, shimmering with gentle golden highlights. Behind her was a shadowy angel figure with crossed hands over her chest. The angel's golden eyes looked down on the world, with pupils that shimmered like lake water. The woman raised her hand, and a golden light sphere floated out, enveloping Huang Yu. "Thanks, Sister Wanqing. It doesn't hurt anymore," Huang Yu said happily as she ran up and hugged Wanqing. "You're welcome," Wanqing replied gently, patting Huang Yu's back. "How did you get up here?" Wang Wei asked nearby. "Didn't I tell you to take them for a walk? I was blown up here by that bad woman," Huang Yu said angrily. "Su Hanliang?" Qin Yuan asked cautiously. Huang Yu nodded. Qin Yuan glared and said, "Then why are you still hugging Wanqing? Hurry and go watch them. What if that woman takes everyone away? Newcomers have little loyalty. The source of the divine water is still unknown, and the plant issues haven't been resolved. If they are taken away, everyone will be very upset." Huang Yu reluctantly let go. She's not usually clingy, but holding Sister Wanqing felt really comfortable. After Huang Yu left, Wang Wei handed over a 10-milliliter vial of divine water. "Try this first." She's not worried about poison. Even if there's a curse inside, it won't affect Wanqing. Wanqing nodded, drank the 10 milliliters of blue, divine water, and carefully felt her body. Her mental and physical strength indeed started to recover. Wanqing nodded again. Wang Wei took the bottle from Chun Yuan and poured another 10 milliliters of divine water into the cup. After drinking, Yuan Qing nodded once more. It can restore mental and physical strength, and both effects are the same. How many strange materials did you exchange for this bottle of divine water? Wang Wei asked Qin Yuan. They want 10 items, Qin Yuan replied. Wang Wei nodded. 10 items isn't too many. The Tower of Heaven already has a contribution system. This bottle of divine water should be worth 10 strange materials. Since those items aren't very useful, they don't cost many contribution points. That man is really greedy, Wang Wei said angrily. 1 piece for 10 milliliters, so 50 pieces for 500 milliliters. Business should be fair. Since you were happy with his deal before, you shouldn't call him greedy afterward. He didn't deceive you about the effects. Yuan Qing's voice sounded like a clear spring. Wang Wei paused. Then her restless mood suddenly calmed. She nodded with a complicated expression. I'm going to a meeting, Wang Wei said, then headed toward the stairs. The conference room of the Tower of Heaven is just below the dome. Qin Yuan also left with Wang Wei. After the meeting, he needed to rest. When the angel's light time arrived, he had to go down and guard the gate. Below the tower, Gu Yang and the others, arranged by Huang Yu, moved into their respective rooms. Is the Tower of Heaven safe? Won't some strange creature bite my neck while I sleep? Gu Yang started to ask about the tower's safety. The main reasons for entering the Tower of Heaven are to rest, since they've been migrating for over half a year without a proper place to settle, and to relax a little in the past couple of days. Another reason is definitely to gather information. Gu Yang looked around. The room had a stone bed, a stone table, and a wardrobe, all made of stone. Don't worry, it's safe. Huang Yu patted his flat chest. Sister Yuan Qing can maintain the angelic holy light for 6 hours. There's also a 1,000-mile eye watching from above. As long as something's wrong, Sister Yuan Qing will open her holy light, and the strange creatures will leave from a far distance. If there aren't many strange creatures, they will just come over directly, and Sister Yuan Qing can rest. 6 awakened people will guard her, setting many traps. Before the strange creatures reach the tower, half of them will die. Some will attack wildly at 1 or 2 levels. But with Fangji watching, the strange creatures usually don't get close enough to the Tower of Heaven. By the way, 2 days ago, 5 more awakened people joined us. Plus the 5 from your team today, we don't need to worry about safety anymore. While Huang Yu spoke, Gu Yang explored the bathroom. There was a stone toilet and a wash basin. Before the end of the world, it was quite simple, but now, Gu Yang could only call it luxurious. All basic living facilities were available. 1 or 2 levels, Gu Yang came out of the bathroom. The highest level of strange creatures you've encountered is 2. Gu Yang felt a bit uncomfortable and started to doubt himself. Not really. I once saw a 3-level strange creature, Huang Yu said thoughtfully. But don't worry. As long as it's not 4 levels, it won't pose a threat to the Tower of Heaven. Gu Yang and Huang Yu talked for over 2 hours. After Huang Yu left, Gu Yang lay on the bed, digesting the information he had received today. In Lu Liang's manual, he saw that the King of Heaven, with the 1,000-mile eye, was the awakened person talking about the Tower of Heaven. There are currently 12 awakened people with known abilities. The 1,000-mile eye, communication expert, holy light angel, liar, builder, and probably someone with water-related powers. Otherwise, where did the water in the water channels come from? A Tower of Heaven with 12 awakened people could survive in the end times. These awakened individuals play a crucial role, especially the Holy Light Angel. What would a city with over 1,000 awakened people, like the Energy City, look like? Could the ground really support human life? Gu Yang couldn't help but think of the fog. Suddenly, the sound of knuckles knocking on glass broke the silence. Each stone door had a one-way transparent glass. Gu Yang has mental perception and naturally knows who is standing outside the door. Gu Yang opens the door, and Wang Wei is holding a bag. There are 6 strange items inside. Please give me 50 milliliters of blue rain. Wang Wei has already identified the name of this, divine water, and knows its source. Since the awakened person producing blue rain has joined the Sky Tower, it no longer has much impact. Wang Wei confidently hands over the remaining 6 strange items to Gu Yang. Since she knows where blue rain comes from, she also knows that the strange artifacts are made by Gu Yang. Strange artifacts. Our Sky Tower also has one. We understand their purpose. they come with a price. The existence of the Sky Tower is to reach the King of Heaven and stay safe. Strange artifacts can improve the strength of the Sky Tower, but there are no extra materials left. Guyang looks at Wang Wei with some surprise. Since she knows he tricked them, why does she still give him strange items? Wang Wei can tell what he's thinking from his expression. She clears her throat and says, "Our Sky Tower is firm on its decisions. We only have 56 strange items, and these are the remaining ones." Guyang nods and says thank you. Honestly, he feels truly touched. After Wang Wei leaves with 50 milliliters of blue rain, Guyang closes the door and opens the bag. Inside, there are 4 rolls of leather. He doesn't know what kind, and a long object wrapped in red cloth. Guyang unwraps the red cloth, revealing a bundle of needles. Apart from the white needle tips, the needles are black and shine with a dark luster. All 4 rolls of leather are level 1. Guyang, initially disappointed, smiles when he sees the needles inside the bundle. The next morning, Guyang gets up, carrying the bag, planning to go downstairs. He reaches the slide entrance. "Is that you?" A deep male voice sounds, tinged with a hint of resentment. Guyang stops in his tracks, looks up, and sees a bearded man standing in front of him. Isn't this the handsome sniper, though not as handsome as the Dear Reader character? Guyang isn't surprised. He saw the man yesterday near the Sky Tower building. Behind the bearded man, 2 doors open one after the other. From one of the doors, a thin man steps out. A young man dressed in a neat suit came out through another door. He had his left hand in his pocket and was being held by a confident woman in a black tight dress. "Old Zhao, who did you meet?" the small man asked with a smile, closing the door behind him. When he turned around and saw Guyang, his face froze. The man in the suit gently patted the confident woman's hand, and she let go of his hand. He stepped forward, sidestepping the bearded man, and discreetly patted his waist. "Sorry about last time. Our people used a sniper rifle on you, but they didn't mean any harm. Since we all joined the Sky Tower, we're colleagues. I promise to bring a gift and apologize another day." His voice was sincere and strong, honest and full of feeling. Just as Guyang was about to speak, a loud, exciting shout came from the slide, growing closer and more frightened. "Guyang, get out of the way!" When he slid down from above and tackled Guyang from the front. Guyang quickly moved aside, and when he got up from the ground. "Didn't you see the sign at the slide entrance that says no standing?" Guyang hesitated, but when he ignored the others nearby. She grabbed Guyang's hand and headed upstairs. "Come back to my room. The rooms of the awakened are on 2 floors. The upper floor is the girls' dormitory, and the lower is the boys' dormitory. Of course, couples can share a room if they want." Upstairs, when he pulled Guyang into a room, a girl in pink pajamas shyly stepped out from behind the door and ran downstairs. "Captain, Wang Yun, Brother Zhao, Sister Ting. It's so great. You're all here. Guess who I saw?" Xiao Kuei stammered excitedly. Lin Fan crossed his arms. "I saw the team that knocked Zhao Feng out." "Wow, Captain, how do you know that?" Xiao Kuei asked in surprise. "Think about it," Lin Fan said with a sigh. "They just came from us." Lin Fan took 2 steps back, spread his arms, and leaned on the railing of the corridor, speaking softly. "That team probably also joined the Sky Tower. From now on, we're all colleagues. Don't carry bad feelings. They might have been too heavy-handed, but were you guys really pointing sniper rifles at them?" When talking about this, Lin Fan looked at the bearded man. "Old Zhao, you're not young anymore, even older than me. I know you might not like what I say, but now is not the time to act impulsively or throw a tantrum." There's one thing Lin Fan didn't say. If someone can knock you out silently once, they can do it again. Men who feel embarrassed usually want to find a place to vent, but first, you need to have the strength. In tough times, stepping back can give you a wider view. Then, Lin Fan looked at the girl in pink pajamas. "From now on, don't call me Captain. What if others think we're forming a small clique?" "Got it. I just can't change that right away," Xiao Kuei said with a shy smile. Then her face showed worry again. "Captain, we've let it go, so they probably have too. They won't hit me, right? You know I'm not good at fighting." She lives alone upstairs and feels quite scared. "It probably won't happen. Don't worry," Lin Fan said, his tone uncertain at first, but then firm. "Ah." Xiao Kuei pursed her lips and looked at the plump older sister. "Ting Jia, why don't you come stay here for a few days?" "I'm still a bit scared." Chen Ting shook her head. No, I can't leave Lin Fan for a day. Xiao Kuei, upstairs. In Wen Yi's room, there was a pure white, transparent raincoat with a small, shriveled brain about the size of a walnut, a sheet of paper filled with tiny characters, and a golden gemstone. A bright white light appeared, then gradually faded. A misty blue coat caught the eye. The blue was like the morning fog that hadn't yet dispersed, with a corner shining under the sunlight, shimmering with indescribable rainbow colors. At the collar was a water-drop-shaped golden gemstone, clear and smooth. Shadow cloak, cunning device rank. 8084, abilities, absolute concealment. When worn, your shape will be hidden, footsteps silent when moving, scent concealed. No need to worry even if you have strong body odor. Life force hidden. Strange beings cannot find your location by your life energy. Sealed concealment. You can compress yourself into the size of A4 paper using a spell on the paper, allowing you to hide in book pages or door cracks, effective for 5 minutes. Incantation, Misai, slippery. If you don't slip, I can't Misai. Phantom Harmony Stone, illusion of similar kind, optical deception. When the gemstone sparkles, humans, strange, will perceive the user as an ally, effective for 10 minutes. Evil device, a forbidden item fused with cursed objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and the higher the rank, the greater the cost. Cost absolute concealment consumes useless fat to make you completely hidden. If there is no fat to use, it will consume blood. It's best not to mispronounce the spell. If you do, part of your memory will fade, replaced by the memory of the diary girl. When both conditions, no fat and mispronouncing the spell, are met, you will be replaced by the diary girl. Hidden attribute. If you are Guyong, using it costs nothing. After fusion, when Yi boldly took out 2 second-rank strange items and handed them to Guyong. 6 pairs of colorful feathers. For black hooves. Second rank, Guyong looked surprised. Originally, 2 first-rank items could solve the problem, but when Yi gave 2 second-rank items, which slightly changed Gu Yang's view of her. Usually, besides Jiang Cha, they all like to trick each other. Her sudden generosity made him a bit suspicious, feeling there might be a hidden motive. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow, glanced at Jiang Cha, and softly said with a slightly unnatural expression, "The rest can be for that. Tonight, come find me. I'll let Cha-Cha sleep in your room." Guyong raised an eyebrow, looking as if he expected this. Indeed, no lunch is free. Hard work pays off. But women shouldn't be spoiled. Even if she pays, she can't do whatever she wants. The rich woman's control technique says so. Wen Yi's current expression clearly shows she's a nouveau riche. No, a wealthy lady. Thinking of this, Guyong cleared his throat, deliberately coughed twice, then looked serious and said, "You're being very disrespectful to me." Wen Yi thought for a moment, then said, "Then I'll come find you." "All right." Guyong nodded, then left the room with a light step. After Guyong left, Jiang Cha put down her cloak and asked Wen Yi, "Which parts of your body have more fat?" Wen Yi took a step forward and poked gently. "Why?" Jiang Cha muttered playfully with a pout. "There's too much useless fat here," Wen Yi said, honestly feeling that this area was too big and not good. But Guyong seemed to like it. Thinking of this, Wen Yi's face suddenly turned a little red. Can't we start with other parts first?" Jiang Cha looked at her own body and then at Wen Yi's, her lips pouting like an old duck. The difference was already big. Why did some people's side effects become worse, while others became smaller? The ones that grew bigger, she didn't want. The ones she wanted to stay small, but it seemed like fate was playing tricks on her. Guyong walked down the stairs happily and happened to meet old Zhang, who was sighing. "Old Zhang, what are you busy with?" Guyong asked with a smile. "Last night, the Tower of Heaven paid a deposit of 20 strange items. The remaining 20 will be paid after all the outer ring terraces, mushroom gardens, and orchards are checked and accepted. Before the apocalypse, I used that set, but after, it wore me out. I was thinking once I get the 40 strange items, I could just do a little now and then join, taking my time with the rest. Last night, the strange items delivered included 19 first-level items and only 1 second-level item." Old Zhang sighed again, then seemed to remember something and spoke again. "Oh, right, I was going to find you tonight." Guyong asked, "Tonight? What do you want to see me about?" "Fusion of strange materials. If you suddenly leave one day, The strange items I have will be useless, old Zhang explained. This was why old Zhang was working so hard. He was afraid Guyang might leave unexpectedly one day. He worked so hard to gather the materials just to leave them as decorations in the room. I won't leave for now. Don't look for me tonight. My abilities haven't fully recovered, Guyang said confidently. Old Zhang's mouth twitched. When he first joined the team, he said he needed to recover. After all this time, he still said he needed to recover. It was so obvious he was just making excuses, and old Zhang didn't even bother to come up with a reason anymore. But since Guyang wasn't leaving, old Zhang wasn't in a rush either. How long do you think you'll be gone? Old Zhang asked. Guyang thought for a moment. Probably not in a week, old Zhang grinned. That's good. I'll slow down a bit and rest. I need to lie down on the bed for a while to rest my old back. After saying that, old man Zhang turned and headed toward his own dormitory, rubbing his back as he walked. Guyang sat on the spiral slide, holding a strange object, and slid down. He returned to the endless, fierce battle vehicle covered in black armor. He found a bag of steel needles from a hardware store and placed the needles together with black spikes. With a thought, a bright white light filled the entire carriage. In front of the parking lot was an orchard, where many survivors were working. Some of those closest to Guyang looked at the black armored vehicle with curiosity. After the light disappeared, they all looked away and continued their work. Survivors in the Sky Tower need to work every day. They earn contribution points, which they use to buy food and live. Inside the carriage, the fused steel needles caught Guyang's eye. The needles are about 15 centimeters long, with pale white tips and dark, shiny bodies with barbs and tiny teeth. Bone-eroding black moth needle, mystery item rank, 12511. Abilities, armor-penetrating bone erosion. The steel needles fused with mysterious porcupine spikes have strong armor-breaking power. The barbs on the needles can cause secondary damage. Regeneration, broken needles will regenerate after a short time. Mystery item, forbidden item fused with mysterious objects. Using it always has a cost, and higher-ranked items cost more. Cost, each use causes new barbs to grow on the needle, which must be maintained with the user's blood. If the needle breaks, more blood is needed to repair it. But if you are Guyang, using it costs nothing. Guyang's lips curl into a smile. He clasped his hands under his chin, elbows resting on his knees, fingertips trembling slightly. The 199 bone-eroding black moth needles floated around him, circling his body. With just a thought, enemies would be instantly swarmed like a beehive. Guyang then took out a firestone. He placed the firestone, colorful feathers, for black hooves, and 4 wolf skins on the shelf, along with the backbones of the mysterious Frog King. A thick white light enveloped the black armored vehicle. When the light faded, the shape of the vehicle remained mostly unchanged. The roof beams and the 4 pillars labeled A, B, C, and D looked thicker and more solid than before. Faint flames flickered within the black-scaled cracks, burning in the patterns of the buffalo horns. Firescale's Infinite Rage War Chariot, Eerie Device Rank. 8532. Abilities, the roof beams and pillars A, B, C, D become extremely hard, greatly improving the overall stability of the vehicle. When the buffalo charges, the vehicle will ignite with flames, making the chariot more fierce. It can break through obstacles and burn them with fire. The warning from the old wolf will wake you up even if you are sleeping deeply. The paradise bird's nesting area is spotless. Your vehicle will stay clean all the time. Tires fused with black hooves are more stable. Your car will never flip over. The kinetic energy increases, and the continuous operation time of eternal power extends by 12 hours. Eerie Device, a forbidden item fused with strange objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and higher rank means a bigger price. Cost, increased physical restraint, with flames draining a lot of moisture from the user's body. Under the influence of wolf fur, the user becomes extremely proud and eventually turns to a bloodthirsty path. If a man gets in the car, you will feel the pain of a peck from the paradise bird. The vehicle's daily travel distance must not be less than 100 kilometers. Otherwise, the war chariot will go berserk. But if you are Guyang, using it is without cost. As information flooded in, a bright smile appeared on Guyang's face. The car now has an automatic cleaning function, so he no longer needs to wash it himself. What made Guyang happiest was, He didn't expect that, besides the logical connection of eerie devices, the combination of strange objects could also work. The fusion with wolf fur offset the cost of dependence on seat. The backbones of the eerie Frog King provided stability, and with the stable properties of the horse hooves, the vehicle gained a never-flip feature. Additionally, the horse hooves also reduced the cost of eternal power, extending the heart's operation time from 48 hours to 60 hours, consuming less energy and making fatigue less likely. The effects of these strange objects stacked and complemented each other. It's quite interesting. Guyang stroked his chin. Although he wasn't worried about the costs, he knew that knowing or not knowing made a big difference. This recent boost has given him more security for his upcoming life in the wasteland. Guyang opened the door and got into the car, observing the interior changes. The most obvious change was that the whole inside was covered with wolf fur, making it soft and comfortable to step on, with automatic cleaning features. Guyang glanced over and saw Su Hanliang standing outside the door on the other side, smiling. The sound of knuckles knocking on the glass came with Su Hanliang's voice. "Can I come up and sit?" Then Su Hanliang opened the car door and looked at Guyang with a gentle smile. "Sit in your room if you want," Guyang said casually, resting his hands behind his head. Guyang immediately knew why she was here. She was probably trying to steal him away again. Yesterday, she had been sticking close to them like glue all day, but none of them wanted to join her. Everyone in the team was smart. They knew the ground was hard to survive on, so why would they join a city of energy? Plus, the Sky Tower was right here, offering safety. Why go far away? All right, then come with me. How can I sit alone? Su Hanliang's voice was tempting. Guyang opened one eye and looked at her. Su Hanliang blinked, her eyes full of cleverness. That's too fake. Guyang shook his head. Whether it was real or not, he wasn't someone who trusted easily. He only knew her well enough because of Wen-Yi. Wen-Yi really wanted to be with him, but the woman in front of him was not the same. "If you come with me to the Energy City, it might be real," Su Hanliang said directly, stepping into the car. She placed her sword aside, crossed her legs, and sat down. The black coat's hem slipped from her thighs wrapped in black stockings. Her slender, white fingers brushed over the black stockings, and her red lips parted slightly. "How about it? Think about it." "No, I'm not interested. The world is big. I want to go explore," Guyang replied. Su Hanliang crossed her arms. "Your abilities should be used to help humanity." "I haven't contributed?" Guyang opened his eyes. He had done good things before. He wasn't lying. During the resource collection at the cinema, with the king of mysterious mice and the strange vines, if he hadn't been there, everyone except the awakened would have died. Near the mist, hadn't he helped out? Even just as a side effect, he had contributed to keeping the fire of humanity alive. Su Hanliang's tone paused. Guyang's contributions were unclear to her, but from his attitude and gaze, he must have done quite a lot. Guyang's team brought in many survivors, all looking clean and in good spirits. "Sorry, I spoke wrongly. I think your contribution could be even greater," Guyang replied. No, you're wrong again. I believe I've already contributed a lot. I did it all myself. What did others do? The world isn't just about me. Humanity is facing extinction. Enough, stop talking, Guyang interrupted directly. "I promise, when it's truly a matter of life and death, I will preserve the human seed. As long as he doesn't die, humanity won't disappear." "All right, you can get out now." Guyang gestured for her to leave. He really didn't want to waste time with Su Hanliang. He hoped everyone could survive, but he couldn't carry the whole burden himself. If the sky fell, taller people would hold it up. If the ground sank, bigger people would support it. Seeing this, Su Hanliang angrily got out of the car. Guyang gently flicked his finger, and the car door closed. Outside, Su Hanliang felt speechless. She was really stubborn and hard to persuade. "I really want to take him back to the Energy City. We are an official organization," Fang Yin reminded her. "But his abilities are too useful. He can create strange devices. In the entire Energy City, only a few have abilities as important as his. Someone like him wandering outside could be a huge loss if he dies." She heard that Guyang didn't even plan to join the Tower of Connectivity. "You say a support-type person wandering outside. Aren't they just asking for trouble? Who gave him the courage? Or does he simply not want to live? The end of the world is so oppressive that many people develop mental health issues." The more Su Hanliang thought about it, the the more she believed this was likely. No, such a person absolutely cannot be allowed to get hurt. When Gu Yang leaves the tower, she plans to secretly knock him out and take him away. When they return to the Energy City, she'll accept any punishment. With her rank, the penalty wouldn't be too severe. Maybe she'll even be rewarded, since he's an awakened person capable of creating strange devices. Hey, are you thinking about something weird again? Fang Yin waved his hand in front of Su Hanling's face. Fang Yin understands Su Hanling's personality well and worries she might cause trouble. He can't help but remind her, since he was entrusted to come here for a reason. What's with the attitude? Su Hanling snaps. Call me by my job title when we're working. Okay, Vice Captain. When are we leaving? Fang Yin asks helplessly. Leaving? We haven't recruited anyone yet. How can I leave? That would be embarrassing. If I go back like this, Qing Yu will definitely laugh at me. Fang Yin shakes his head helplessly. The captain won't laugh at you. The awakened aren't just ordinary people. Besides, maybe we should try our luck outside. Places like the Tower of Heaven are safe and comfortable. How could others leave easily? Even if you talk about the City of Energy in a good way, no one will believe it. And if you're still thinking about the Holy Light Angel, I advise you not to get your hopes up. That person is the foundation of the Tower of Heaven. If you're really at level 4, you could take everyone and be fine. But we're just bragging. Bragging about what? Su Hanling glares. When you're outside, your identity is what you make of it. She is at level 3. Is that a bit too much? After speaking, Su Hanling turns and walks toward the orchard. In Gu Yang's room, Wen Yi sits on the bed with her legs spread apart in a wide stance, leaning against the headboard, her eyes full of affection, looking at Gu Yang with bright, watery eyes. The air is filled with a strong sense of romantic tension. Gu Yang, did you lose a kidney as a cost? Wen Yi's voice is soft and tempting. Gu Yang glares. What the heck? What does she mean? Does she think she's speaking politely? Gu Yang gets angry. She looks down on people. Using her sweetest voice, she says the most vicious words. How much physical strength has the Blade God given her? Even Gu Yang, who has slept 7 times in one night, feels exhausted. If it weren't for the need to save points for upgrading his domain-level mental energy, he would have increased his stats already. He grabs the endless water bottle beside him and drinks a few sips, feeling his frustration turn into motivation. When he doesn't know what Gu Yang drank, but she notices a change in him and immediately lights up with joy. On the 3rd morning, when he walks briskly out of Gu Yang's room, heading upstairs and returning to her own room. You're back, addict. Jiang Cha looked at Wen Yi with a sad expression. What addict? I don't understand what you're saying. Wen Yi's cheeks turned red. Take a shower for me. Although there was a bathroom with hot water, Wen Yi still preferred to use Blue Rain for bathing. It was comfortable, clean, and helped restore her energy and strength. Wen Yi's eyes lit up. Tonight, she planned to bring a bottle to Gu Yang. What Wen Yi didn't realize was that Gu Yang had already started taking drugs long ago. Blue Rain was poured over Wen Yi's head, making her damp hair fluff up, and the sticky feeling on her skin and clothes disappeared. Do you really like him? You won't leave with him, right? Jiang Cha asked worriedly. Girl, don't worry. I haven't fallen for him. I have my own rhythm. The reason I do this so often is because I'm experimenting, trying to push desire to the limit, repeatedly experiencing it, to see if I can break the cycle. Don't think that just because I keep circling around Gu Yang, I'm enchanted by him. It's because I want to do it myself, Wen Yi said seriously. Is that so? You mean raising the level of the cycle? Jiang Cha looked surprised. Pretty much, Wen Yi hugged Jiang Cha. We are true love. How could I be enchanted by a man? At the top of the tower, Zhao Shuang's right hand had recovered under Wan Qing's angelic light, and she had also copied Wan Qing's ability. Zhao Shuang sat cross-legged on a stone platform, golden sparkles flickering between her long eyelashes. Behind her, a golden angel shadow spread its wings, crossing its arms over its chest. Tiny light particles poured down along the tower. About 3 or 4 meters below the top, Fang Zhi, Wan Qing, Wang Wei, and Huang Yu gathered together. Fang Zhi crossed his arms and frowned deeply. Why didn't you leave this time? There are 7 strange creatures lurking in the east, 10 in the northeast. Fang Zhi awkwardly shifted his steps. 17 in the south. In the past, whenever the angelic light appeared, the strange creatures would go looking for other targets with life energy. Let's wait a bit longer, Ruanqing said softly. After 2 hours, the angel shadow at the top of the tower began to tremble. Zhao Shuang is only at the first level, and the replicated angel's holy light is also only at the first level, lasting just 2 hours. I'll go up and replace her, Ruanqing said, picking up a bottle nearby and drinking the blue rain inside. The blue rain was pre-portioned by Wang Wei. Based on Ruanqing's feeling, each 100 milliliters restores about 30% of mental and physical energy. One bottle contains 335 milliliters, enough for Ruanqing to reach peak condition. Another 6 hours, I don't believe they won't leave, Wang Wei said with a smirk. Time passed second by second. Fang Ji kept walking back and forth, watching in 4 directions. No, another strange wave is coming. What's going on? Fang Ji's sweat beads appeared on his forehead. He had never seen this before. Huang Yu, call Lu Liang, Wang Wei said with a serious face. Okay, Huang Yu nodded. After a moment, the elevator made a screeching sound. Lu Liang came up, looking very lazy. He admitted he had been slacking off lately. Fang Ji explained the situation to Lu Liang, who frowned. There must be a high-level strange entity controlling them. Have you ever encountered this before? No. What should we do if this happens? Wang Wei looked serious. Lu Liang's eyelids twitched. There's only one way. Let the strange entity come over and deal with it, Wang Wei said. We still have 3 bottles of blue rain. Should we wait and see? What if the strange entity leaves? Lu Liang shook his head. Unless you have endless blue rain and keep the holy light on 24 hours a day, the gathered strange entities are increasing. As soon as there's a gap, they'll rush in. Right now, the best way is to let them come, wave after wave, and deal with them. Wang Wei's brow relaxed. He said to Huang Yu, notify Qin Yuan to have Bao Jie set up swamp traps. After Bao Jie finishes, tell Ruanqing to put away the angel's holy light and gather all the awakeners of the Sky Tower. I understand. Huang Yu nodded seriously and began to notify each one as Wang Wei instructed. Let's go to the foot of the tower, Wang Wei said to Lu Liang. At the foot of the tower, the stone door of the Sky Tower slowly opened. A barefoot man walks toward the door, stopping and starting repeatedly. Each time he pauses, the ground seems to shake like jiggling jelly. 8 of the 12 awakened individuals in the Sky Tower have gathered so far. Lin Fan, Chen Ting, Xiao Kuei, and Wang Yun stand behind the Sky Tower awakens on one side. The bearded man has set up a sniper rifle on the 2nd floor. On the other side are Wen Yi and Yun Shan. In the orchard at the center, many survivors are working. Their eyes are full of curiosity, but they show no fear. After the barefoot man returns, Qin Yuan steps forward. They exchange a few words. Then Qin Ming turns to look at a muscular middle-aged man, shirtless, wearing a black glove on his right hand. He is about 40 years old, roughly the same age as Qin Yuan. Old Xiao, it's up to you, Qin Yuan says. The awakens in the Sky Tower disperse. The man called Old Xiao slightly spreads his legs, takes a deep breath, and as he inhales, his body turns bright red. White steam rises from him. Qin Yuan looks away and scans Lin Fan and the others. The people behind you haven't fought in the Sky Tower before. I need to give some warnings. First, during the fight, you can't leave the tower. My ability is security. With me here, strange creatures can only enter through the door, which is trapped with a swamp set by Bao Jie. Second, Xiao Zhiyong's ability is King Fist. When he swings his fist, he will make a sound to warn. Anyone standing directly in front of him must step back immediately. This punch can instantly kill 2nd-level strange creatures. It's not a joke. Qin Yuan's face becomes more serious. That's about it. Keep an eye out and help each other when needed. Guyang, sitting quietly on the fire-scaled endless berserk war chariot, watches calmly. Qin Yuan's confident smile never fades. He's not worried about strange creatures attacking, but his eyelids keep twitching and he doesn't know why. Maybe he's overthinking. There are more than 20 awakened people here. Soon, Lu Liang and Wang Wei also come down. Then Zhao Shuang arrives. Zhao Shuang looks pale. Seeing this, Zhao Qing, Luo Ruo, and Luo Yuzhu quickly go over. What's wrong? Your face is so pale, Zhao Qing asks with concern. It's nothing, just a bit overexerted. Zhao Shuang looked at the dirt on their feet. Didn't I say you don't need to come and work? My contribution points can support you. That's too embarrassing. It's better to support ourselves. Even Luo Huai, who has a thick skin, wouldn't do something like sleeping and waiting to be fed. Besides, there's no phone or internet here, so it's pretty boring. Yesterday, she was thinking about making a deck of cards. Inside the Tower of Babel, she only worked 6 hours a day, so she had plenty of free time. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I earned 2 hours of contribution points, and you 3 need to work for half a month. Zhao Shuang paused. All 3 of you work together. Qing Zhao, Luo Huai, Luo Yuzhu. Stop working. I can support you. How many points do you have? Wang Wei's front projected a blue light screen. After connecting, Huang Yu's serious face appeared on the screen. Miss Wei, the angel's holy light has been lifted. Wang Wei nodded and ended the call. She nodded slightly at Lu Liang and then headed toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan, there are people watching from above. To prevent accidents, you still need to stay alert. Lin Fan, dressed in a neat suit, hands in his pockets, smiled slightly. Of course, without Wang Wei telling him, he had been on alert all along. His ability is Sentinel, which can sense danger within a 10-kilometer radius. After Wang Wei left, Lu Liang suddenly appeared with a stack of cards in his hand, shuffling and drawing cards. Lu Liang drew 5 cards in a row. The cards were arranged in a V shape, with the bottom card being 1, the second and fourth cards from the left being 2 and 4, and the third and fifth cards from the right being 3 and 5. Lu Liang drew the second card. It instantly caught fire and turned to ash. He frowned, then picked up the fifth card. Nothing happened to it. You're going to die. Old Man Zhang's voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling Lu Liang. He was so focused just now that he didn't notice anyone approaching. This made Lu Liang realize a problem. His negligence was getting worse. Can you understand this? Lu Liang asked, a bit surprised. After seeing it many times, you naturally understand, Old Man Zhang said, shaking his head and chuckling. This V-shaped card deck is the one Lu Liang uses most often. He almost does a reading every day to check his current situation and luck. The more he uses it, the more he understands. Whose are the 3 and 5? Gu Yang's, right? Old Zhang said with a smile. That's right, Lu Liang replied. After saying that, he walked toward his car, leaving Old Zhang standing there with uncertain eyes. Lu Liang took a scarecrow from his car and held a black card in his hand. The card turned into black light particles and merged into the scarecrow. Then he headed toward Gu Yang. Put something down, Lu Liang greeted Gu Yang and casually threw the scarecrow into the car. He quickly climbed into the front passenger seat, and Old Zhang also got into the back seat from the side. Don't speak yet, Lu Liang said softly. He then created a stack of cards again, drew one with a scarecrow picture on it, and put the card into his chest pocket, fastening his button. Each of his shirts has a small pocket at the chest. Lu Liang started another reading, still using the same V-shaped card pattern. He drew card number 2, which didn't burn but emitted a red glow. Lu Liang exhaled. That meant danger, but not immediate death. Gu Yang, wait for me to get the materials, Old Zhang said hurriedly, getting out of the car and rushing into the orchard. Soon after, he came out with his driver, Shaoli. Shaoli drove the car directly next to Gu Yang. A flicker of pity crossed Lu Liang's eyes. He got out and hurried toward the lift platform. Damn it, it's all Old Zhang's fault. Gu Yang looked speechless. He didn't need to ask. He knew something was going to happen. As for what Lu Liang was doing, he wasn't sure. Gu Yang, help me fuse this, Old Zhang said, opening his hands. In his wrinkled palms lay a golden tumor and a seed. The seed had 2 rings of patterns, one green, one black. Gu Yang remembered this seed. It was the same plant seed that had no information last time. This is your reward, Old Zhang said, pulling out a roll of wolf hide. Gu Yang took it without hesitation. More wolf hide. Next time, he might need to raise the price. Gu Yang's thoughts shifted, and his kill points balance changed from 6,700 to 6,600. A white glow enveloped the seed, and after a moment, the light faded. The seed's grayish-yellow shell turned gold, still with 2 intertwined rings of patterns, one green and one white. The information received remained the same. Strange plant seed, unknown. It seems we will only know what this seed is after Old Man Zhang plants it. It looks like it's time to carry out his plan since the first-level strange material isn't useful anymore. Just as the strange plant seed finished merging, Lu Liang came down with another person. Guiyang smiled knowingly, realizing it was because he saw Old Man Zhang saving his driver, which made him feel guilty. Actually, Old Man Zhang wasn't saving the driver. He was saving the extraordinary plants in that vehicle. The driver was just a side effect, since someone needed to drive. After Lu Liang got into the car, Yinshan noticed this scene. To be precise, everyone did, because in such a quiet environment, the sudden movement of two cars would attract attention. Most people chose to ignore it. It's just a car moving. Should we leave now? Yinshan, wearing a golden armor, nudged Wen Yi's shoulder with his own. I suspect this place isn't safe. Are you crazy? They're not combat-type awakeners. If they hide in the back, no one will notice. We're combat types too, and we're just sitting in the car. That doesn't make sense. Later, we can just slip away and run when the time is right. Why are you so happy? Yinshan looked puzzled, then sighed sadly. I actually don't want to leave here. But he knew that the Tower of Heaven was probably in serious danger. No, I'm not happy. I'm actually sad. My big room might be gone, Winnie said, trying to hide her expression. She didn't have any twisted desire for the Tower of Heaven to be in trouble. Based on her guess, Lu Liang and Old Man Zhang both looked like they were preparing to run, so the tower is likely dangerous. Especially Lu Liang. His obsession with the King of Heaven was well known among them. If the Tower of Heaven were safe, she would still choose to stay. It's just a craving, and she could quit any time. Stay here for a moment. I'll go inform Sister Qin. Her vehicle was a mysterious device and was about to be taken away. Wen Yi had just returned when Lin Fan's voice sounded. They are here. Next, Huang Yu's video call appeared in Wang Wei's view. Everyone quickly became alert after relaxing for a moment. Wang Wei answered the video call, reporting on the strange phenomena from 3 directions and their distance to the Sky Tower. One group of anomalies was less than 10 kilometers away. Among them, a strange leopard was rushing toward the Sky Tower. Huang Yu's video call just ended when, about 200 meters from the Sky Tower, a black-gray creature emitting dark energy approached rapidly. Just as it was about to strike with its front limbs, the strange leopard staggered. It sank into the swamp, with its front limbs trapped. Its chest was also submerged. The back legs struggled but sank deeper. The strange leopard roared angrily, its voice full of fury. At that moment, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses raised her hand, and gunfire rang out from the second floor. With a bang, a bullet streaked through the air, shining with a dark light, and entered the leopard's mouth. The roar stopped abruptly, and the strange leopard was swallowed by the swamp. The woman with glasses had a faint stream of water flowing from her fingertips. As she lowered her arm, the water disappeared. Fuyue, don't be slow. A gentle, elegant man nearby said with a smile, but his face was pale. After saying just 6 words, the man started coughing violently. Nothing we can do about that. It's not food, so there's no need to fight over it, Fuyue said with a shrug. And you should speak less. You look so weak already. The man opened his mouth but said nothing, only managing a bitter smile. 10 minutes after the strange leopard was dealt with, a wave of dark energy surged like a tide, blocking everyone's view with its intensity. An overwhelming sense of pressure hit them. Guiyang rolled down the car window, squinting slightly. He released his mental power and probed into the dark mist. The oppressive wave of dark energy was mainly emitted by a single creature, a burning skeletal deer, which was the source of almost 99% of the strange aura. As the wave of dark energy advanced, it stopped about 200 meters from the Sky Tower, where the strange leopard was trapped in the swamp. The dark energy dispersed and transformed into a raging flame that swept toward the gate of the Sky Tower. The intense heat instantly dispersed the coolness inside the tower. Zhuochun, Fuyu glanced at the person beside her, and a water curtain rose from the tower's entrance. A pale-faced man nodded, raised his right hand, and an invisible chill swept out. The water curtain quickly froze into ice, connecting with the wall. Boom! Flames suddenly erupted. Just as Zhuochun's eyes widened in shock, the ice was shattered, and flames flooded into the tower. Chen Yuan was closest to the door. The flames flickered in his pupils, and his normally calm face was filled with horror. Wind burial. Just when Chen Yuan thought he was doomed, a gust of wind rose in front of him, destroying all the flames rushing into the tower. Chen Yuan staggered a few steps, his face full of shock. Wang Wei, waking from her surprise, stepped forward to support him. Old Chun, her face still showed shock. She was close to Chun Yuan. If he had been swallowed by the flames, she would have been next. Behind them, the sound of footsteps rustling and the clink of a knife being drawn echoed. Wang Wei turned to see Su Hanliang approaching with a long sword, followed by Fang Yan. Wang Wei nodded in thanks to Su Hanliang. Su Hanliang nodded slightly, her expression serious. She took a pair of glasses with a mechanical look from her coat pocket. As she put on the glasses, blue numbers started flashing on the transparent lenses, making a beep-beep sound, ticking second by second. The beeping grew faster and faster, and the numbers on the lenses turned red. Level 4. Everyone looked outside in shock. Leading the group was a skeleton deer burning with flames, with bright red fiery eyes flickering in its skull. It moved gracefully toward the tower gate, slow but steady, with 5 strange followers behind it. The swamp trap on the ground had disappeared, leaving scorched, scarred earth. Wang Wei's eyes were full of fear. Inside the tower, the highest awakening level was only 2nd stage. With numbers and numbers of people, they could only handle 3rd stage. This 4th stage creature was probably not easy to deal with. Fortunately, Su Hanliang was here. Seeing the situation, she was willing to help. She was at the 4th stage, and with more than 20 other awakeners inside the tower, they should be able to fight. Su Hanliang appeared calm on the outside, but her heart was pounding. A 4th level strange creature is only something a team leader can handle. What can she do against it? Since things had come to this point, she could only rely on the number of people and bravely face it. She couldn't just run away and leave these people behind. Fu Yue, Wan Qing, Wang Wei looked at the two of them. They exchanged a quick glance, then both extended their right hands toward the door. Countless ice spikes sliced through the air. Fu Yue and Wan Qing didn't aim their ice spikes directly at the strange creature. Instead, they struck around it, causing huge ice spikes to rise from the ground and trap the 6 strange creatures. At the same time, a woman dressed in a linen shirt, with long hair covering one eye, stepped forward. She extended her right arm, palm facing downward. Above the 6 strange creatures, a ghostly character, Zhen, appeared. Except for the fiery skeleton deer at the front, the other 5 strange creatures showed much less ominous energy, their aura noticeably weaker. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyong, who had been gathering power, finished charging. His whole body was glowing red, and there was no one standing in front of him. Fist of the King, a mighty, solid fist shadow, full of destructive power, roared out. Wherever it passed, rocks shattered and flew everywhere. Guyang, sitting in the car, watched calmly. Now he understood what the Sky Tower relied on to stand. Although he wasn't entirely clear about their abilities yet, he had a good idea. With the help of the 1,000-mile eye to monitor the surroundings and abilities like Angel's Holy Light as a temporary boost, they had a solid plan. The gatekeeper, security, fixed the attack route of the strange creatures, while the swamp ability was used in advance to drain energy. Fu Yue and Zhuochun used their 2nd round of energy, and an awakened person who could suppress the strange creature's strength was also involved. Finally, Xiao Ziyong cleared the field. It was quite a perfect plan, but the opponent was too strong, making things look a bit flashy. Under Gu Yang's gaze, the fiery skeleton deer spat out a red flame beam to meet that endless, lonely punch. As the fist and fire collided, a loud, dull explosion rang out. Dust rose from the ground, and burning stones flew everywhere, leaving trails of smoke. Xiao Ziyong gasped for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes were fixed on the dust cloud. He didn't think he could kill this 4th-level strange creature with one blow, but if he could severely injure it. Impossible. Xiao Ziyong's voice was full of shock. He had clearly been gathering strength for so long. Plus, he was holding a strange fist weapon. The smoke and dust were blown away by a gentle breeze. The flaming skeletal deer stood quietly in place, unscathed, with a strong aura of evil energy still swirling around it. The deep groove carved by the king's fist stopped about 30 meters from the flaming skeletal deer. This means he didn't even get close enough to land a punch. He had once killed a 3rd-level strange creature with a single punch. Next, a deer's cry sounded, and the flaming skeletal deer disappeared from its spot, appearing in front of Xiao Ziyong. Two beams of fire shot out from the deer's eyes, instantly burning through Xiao Zhiyong's body. The fiery beams kept going, burning two deep gashes in the orchard at the center of the sky tower. The fruit trees caught fire fiercely. When the beams hit the water channel, a deafening explosion of steam erupted, filling the air with thick mist. Everything fell silent. Old Xiao, Bao Jie, standing not far from Xiao Zhiyong, had his eyes nearly bulging out in shock. In the next moment, two more red lights shot out from the deer's eyes, and Bao Jie was instantly killed. The survivors who had been watching from below suddenly screamed loudly, panicking and rushing upstairs. As the flaming skeletal deer moved, 5 strange pupils outside the tower burst with bloodthirsty light, charging toward the tower. They covered a distance of 200 meters in an instant. The 5 strange targets were very clear. They were rushing toward the sky tower. Although the awakened were full of anger, the tower was filled with over 10,000 people. When Yi, who had been retreating, drew her divine spear and aimed it at the 5 strange creatures chasing the survivors. Yunshan hesitated for a moment. Weren't they all planning to run? Why did they start fighting? Yunshan looked at Gu Yang's car, but hadn't moved yet. He clenched his teeth and charged forward. Because he was a person of loyalty, a giant 10 meters tall fell from above, instantly crushing a strange lion underfoot. The strange lion had no time to struggle before Yunshan's continuous fist struck. The first floor of the sky tower suddenly fell into chaos, with strange roars coming from outside the tower. The remaining 27 strange creatures from the other 2 directions also arrived. Su Hanliang was blasted away by the flaming skeletal deer. One of the creatures holding a knife had its hand charred black, and the black stockings on its legs were torn and burned. Why is there such a big difference? Is a 4th rank so weak? Guyang softly spoke from inside the car. The inside of the car was dimly lit by a kerosene lamp, giving a warm, safe glow. Outside was chaotic, but inside the car, it was peaceful and calm. Clack! You should get out. Old man Zhang in the back seat stared wide-eyed, looking like he thought Guyang was crazy. It's too dangerous outside. Guyang's hand paused on the car door. He looked back at old man Zhang calmly. Why should I avoid danger? Then, Guyang opened the door with his left hand, holding an endless water bottle in his right. As he closed the door, he put on his silver ruined suit, hanging the water bottle at his waist. Just as he turned around, a strange cat lunged at him. Blue light burst from Guyang's pupils, and the strange cat exploded midair. Gained 1,000 kill points for killing the strange cat. Guyang took a step forward, grabbing the water bottle to refill it. Now he truly lacked nothing. Behind him, the car door automatically opened, and a pair of cat-like eyes flew into the car. Such arrogance. It's just too arrogant, old man Zhang commented. He casually picked up the cat's eye from the seat and put it into a box for Guyang. The car was silent. Lu Liang, why aren't you talking? Guyang dares to go down, which means the situation isn't serious. I didn't expect that. According to my guess, Guyang should be at 3rd rank, but he's not afraid of 4th rank strange beings, old man Zhang marveled. Being safely inside the car while others dealt with strange creatures outside was truly a good feeling. Old Zhang, get ready to act. I think this isn't the real danger, Lu Liang said seriously, looking out the window, holding a poison plague gun. If Guyang hadn't gone outside earlier, Lu Liang wouldn't be so worried. But since Guyang went out, it meant the danger wasn't real. Even a 4th rank strange being wasn't dangerous. So what was truly dangerous? Lu Liang thought carefully. He realized he'd been unlucky all along, but at least he had survived 3 days of peace. Old man Zhang squinted and opened the window. His left hand reached outside, and a seed fell from his palm. The seed rolled into a crack between the stones, merged with the soil, and disappeared. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. Killed the strange tiger and earned 3,000 points. Guyang put the endless water bottle back on his waist. He crushed an ice arrow with his right hand and coldly looked in one direction. Sorry about this, said Fuyu apologetically, her face full of shock. She originally wanted to help Guyang, but before she could shoot the ice arrow, the 2nd-level strange creature was instantly killed. Guyang said nothing and walked straight toward the flaming skeletal deer. Gather your spirit, Zhuochun reminded her. Fuyu snapped out of her shock, nodded, and continued shooting water arrows. Zhuochun helped freeze the arrows. On the side of the flaming skeletal deer, Su Hanling relied on her abilities to fly into the air to dodge. When the deer turned to attack others, she took the chance to draw aggro. She was the strongest here, so she had to try to hold it until others finished dealing with the strange creature and could come help her. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Gu Yang approaching, dressed in fierce armor, looking like a demon god. Su Hanling was startled. Run away quickly. You're just an assistant. Oh, her eyes widened in shock. The flaming skeletal deer was kicked away by Gu Yang with a single kick. Then she saw Gu Yang's wings flutter behind him, and a silver streak like thunder cut through the air. Gu Yang, moving twice as fast as the deer flying away, delivered another kick in midair. Captain level. Su Hanling descended from the air, her face full of amazement. But isn't he just an assistant? Could it be that he relies on that set of armor? But how can an assistant-type awakener match a 4th-level strange creature with just a suit of mysterious armor? Fang Yin, where did you go? Su Hanling suddenly looked around. Calling the soul, Fang Yin appeared beside Su Hanling. Give me the first needle. Su Hanling rolled her eyes at Fang Yin. You old six, hiding invisibly. Why don't you help? I didn't help. Fang Yin glared, unzipped his coat, took a blue water syringe from his tactical belt, and stabbed it hard into Su Hanling's arm. She gasped, hiss. Can you not use such rough needle techniques on me? I'm a woman. All beings are equal, Fang Yin said, then disappeared instantly. With Gu Yang's arrival, Su Hanling, a 4th rank cultivator, was able to free her hands, and the pressure on everyone in the Tower of Heaven greatly decreased. At the same time, everyone looked at the fire skeleton deer with shock in their eyes. Since Su Hanling, a 4th rank, was being suppressed by the fire skeleton deer, it made others wonder, what level is the powerful figure who is overpowering the fire skeleton deer? When Yi and Yunshan were fighting about 10 strange creatures, Yunshan was blocking damage with powerful moves, while when Yi was waiting for the right moment to act. Suddenly, when Yi glanced to the side, Yunshan, hold on for a moment. I'll go help Gu Yang first, then come back to help you. Then when Yi turned and left quickly. Wow, Yunshan was stunned and cursed in surprise. He couldn't think of a good way to describe the current situation. He couldn't hold on. He punched and knocked away a strange lion, but then a strange wolf lunged at him, and a wild boar bumped into his right leg. It didn't hurt much, but it was enough to make him lose his balance. Yunshan staggered, quickly steadied himself, spread his arms, and let out a loud, angry roar. Under the protection of the golden armor of evil Qi, his voice echoed like a loud bell. This was an all-out attack. Big brother Yunshan, I'll help you, Jiang Cha's gentle voice sounded. At the same time, blue rain began to fall over Yunshan's head. Yunshan felt deeply moved. Honestly, he had never felt so touched even when staying in the Tower of Heaven with food and shelter. On the Tower of Heaven, 2 strange creatures managed to run up, while many ordinary survivors trembled in fear inside their rooms. Most of them were inside the Tower of Heaven, followed by those in the small community, which had a well-organized and stable life. They had never faced strange creatures directly. At this moment, in a room, Zhao Shuang, Zhao Qing, Luo Hua, and Luo Yuzhu huddled together. Earlier, they took advantage of the chaos to run upstairs. Yuzhu, I'll attack that strange gorilla later. You handle the strange wolf. We'll take this chance to escape, Luo Yuzhu nodded. This was the only option now. The stone door wouldn't last much longer, and they were really unlucky. So many rooms had been targeted just by chance. The stone door was shattered. In Zhao Shuang's pupils, a faint golden light flashed. A golden sword cut into the strange gorilla's chest, and with great force, it smashed through the protective barrier behind it, falling straight down. If Zhao Shuang's body hadn't been exhausted, this strike could have seriously injured the strange gorilla. Zhao Shuang's originally pale face turned even whiter, and her eyes looked vacant and unstable. Zhao Qing quickly supported her. Suddenly, a strange wolf rushed in. Luo Yuzhu held a fireball ready to throw. The fireball hit the strange wolf's waist. The wolf lost balance in midair and crashed onto a nearby stone cabinet. Zhao Qing's expression turned serious. She stepped forward, holding a shadow-slash-knife, stabbing into the wolf's throat. After several strikes, The wolf lost its breath and turned into black-gray particles that dispersed. Zhao Qing put the wolf's fang into her pocket, grabbed the wolf's hide, and helped Zhao Shuang to her feet. Let's go. Luo Huai and Luo Yuzhu nodded. The four of them sat on a spiral ramp and slid downward. Luo Yuzhu reached into her clothes and touched her pendant. She felt it was burning hot. At the top of the sky tower, Ruanqing sat cross-legged on a stone platform. Behind her, an angelic shadow opened its wings, and tiny specks of light fell. Fang Ji looked down with a serious face, surrounded by more strange creatures. He could only temporarily activate the angel domain. If they could solve the problem below, they might have a chance to breathe. But if they couldn't, the sky tower might really be lost. Fang Ji, we will be fine, right? Huang Yu said sadly. Usually, the sky tower easily dealt with strange creatures, never being invaded before. We'll be fine, Fang Ji smiled. If you're scared, come closer to me, Ruanqing's gentle voice said. Below the tower, Zhao Qing led the way. Luo Huai supported Zhao Shuang along the tower wall, hiding their figures with a vehicle. Luo Yuzhu stayed behind to cover their retreat. Big sister, shall we go? Luo Huai asked. She was taking care of Zhao Shuang, but still kept some attention on Luo Yuzhu. Luo Yuzhu suddenly stopped, lowering her head. Luo Huai called out, but Luo Yuzhu didn't respond. Sensing something was wrong, Luo Huai stepped forward. Don't come any closer. Luo Yuzhu's voice was full of pain and trembling. A face covered with red, vein-like marks was lifted into the air. Luo Yuzhu floated upward, and the red pendant on her neck floated up to align with her forehead. A stream of blood-like energy drifted from Luo Yuzhu's forehead. An indescribable pain swept through her body, and she let out a loud, piercing scream. Her once full skin quickly shriveled visibly. Big sister, Luo Huai's eyes widened with fear. Run. Quickly. Run. Luo Yuzhu's voice was full of pain. The blood-colored pendant kept consuming her body. A single tear fell from her shriveled eye corner. She was now very glad that the pendant was on her, not her sister's. Luo Huai bit her lip and rushed toward Luo Yuzhu. Stop. Zhao Shuang tried to hold Luo Huai back, but she was too weak now. She staggered and fell to the ground. At a critical moment, Zhao Qing grabbed one of Luo Huai's arms. Don't be impulsive. Zhao Qing's tone was heavy. Let go of me. I need to save my sister, Luo Huai shouted desperately, struggling and tears streaming down her face. Zhao Shuang was on the ground. The golden glow in her eyes appeared for a moment and then vanished. She tightly clenched a withered leaf in her right hand. If she didn't try to earn some contribution points now, breaking the pendant might save Luo Yuzhu. Not far from the four of them, Lin Fan suddenly looked back at Luo Yuzhu's position. A terrible sense of danger swept over him. He turned around and glanced at Chen Ting and Wang Yun. Neither of them could spare a hand. With a grim expression, he gripped a fire axe and rushed straight toward Luo Yuzhu. Chen Ting spat out 2 bubbles toward the nearby strange wolf. The bubbles collided and made a loud bang. A gust of wind swept out, blowing Chen Ting's black hair. She ran toward Lin Fan, her messy hair covering one of her eyes. Lin Fan, what are you rushing around for, you idiot? Chen Ting's voice was full of anger. God, are you two trying to kill me? Wang Yun, small in stature, cursed under his breath. He raised a sand shield to block the 3 strange creatures rushing toward him and ran away. Damn, their defensive formation was broken. Xiao Kuei, hiding under the car, blinked her eyes and crawled along the underside of the vehicle, moving from one car to another. Lin Fan's shiny leather shoes stomped on the ground. Step by step, until the 3rd step, he leapt forward with great force, swinging his axe toward Luo Yuzhu, his tie fluttering behind him. Die! Lin Fan shouted loudly. His axe fell, stopping just 10 centimeters from Luo Yuzhu's head, and a ripple of blood-colored energy spread out. Lin Fan's eyes widened suddenly. A strong force hit him, causing him to spin twice in midair. His fireman's axe spun and then fell down. Lin Fan landed on the ground, his face turning red as if he were a worm wriggling under the hot sun. His dress pants tore open, revealing a pattern of crayon Shinchan. The blood-colored ripple spread across the entire tower. Guyong held a broken horn of the flamed skeleton deer, glancing toward the source of the blood ripple. Break her apart. That is a strange summoning. Far on the other side, Su Hanliang sensed something unusual and rushed quickly toward Luo Yuju. Behind Luo Yuju, a dagger pierced through her chest. She didn't feel any pain and kept her eyes fixed on Luo Huai, her thin lips moving slightly. Her dried-up body fell, and Feng Yan appeared behind her. Still a step too late, Feng Yan's voice was full of regret. He caught the dried corpse, looked at the floating pendant, then stepped lightly toward Luo Huai. He placed the body on the ground. Sorry, even if I didn't stab her, she would still die. The blood contract is already sealed. Luo Huai looked at Luo Yuju's body, her eyes red and her breath quick. She trembled as she held Luo Yuju close. Big sister, I can't take care of myself. Get up. Luo Huai's voice was soft, like a dream, tears silently falling and landing on Luo Yuju's shriveled skin. There was no response at all. The blood-colored pattern spread out from the pendant, radiating outward with a gathering force. An invisible pressure swept over everything. Su Hanling's detection glasses showed a peak value, indicating an abnormal, powerful wave of strange energy beyond the limit of the fourth stage. She couldn't understand why she was so unlucky. Today, even a fifth-stage team leader standing here would face a tough fight. Gained 3,700 kill points for attacking the flame skeleton deer. Guyang did not look over there. He became even more aggressive with the flame skeleton deer, hitting almost punch for punch. At the same time, he used his mental power to activate internal destruction, causing the sound of bones cracking with each punch. Wenyi, you should leave here and go help them. I can handle this myself. Wenyi was about to draw her sword and hesitated. Are you sure you can do it? Men can't say they can't. Guyang sidestepped the flames from the skeleton deer and spoke in a deep voice. Wenyi nodded. Be careful. Wenyi felt warm inside. She didn't expect Guyang to love her so much that he was afraid she might get hurt. But she was just playing with his feelings. Thinking of this, Wenyi felt a bit guilty. After Wenyi left, Guyang looked strange. Why did that woman change her voice again? It was so confusing. Sometimes, women can be troublesome and slow down his progress. He was fighting well, but she came over and distracted him from earning kill points. Guyang didn't think more about it. His figure vanished instantly. His right hand, covered with silver scales, grabbed a rib from the flame skeleton deer and forcefully broke it. His left fist then pressed against the deer's lower jaw. Gained 4,200 kill points for attacking the flame skeleton deer. A mournful cry echoed. Evil energy surged, and the blazing flames swept around. The orchard in the center of the tower was already a sea of fire, with thick smoke billowing toward the wind well above the dome. Yunshan punched a strange wolf to death, laughing happily. Who else is there? He asked. He enjoyed battles where he didn't feel tired. No matter how he swung his fists, he fought with full strength, without feeling sluggish or weak. Jiang Cha, wearing the stealth cloak, felt a bit speechless. Men always suddenly become a bit childish. Yunshan's fierce eyes widened. One of the strange lions nearby suddenly shrank back and turned to run. Then Yunshan looked at a strange tiger nearby. The tiger let out a deep roar. Yunshan looked displeased. Why didn't you dodge? Everyone else dodged, but you didn't. Yunshan snorted white steam from his nostrils, and his knuckles made creaking sounds. Veins bulged on Yunshan's forehead like dragons. His right arm raised high, creating a gust of wind. Then he slammed a fierce punch down. His face was twisted with rage. A fierce, bald-headed man. Can you handle this punch? As the fist fell, Yunshan's villainous voice followed. Bang! At that moment, the ground trembled. As for the tiger, it was not dead, it leapt away. Yunshan's eyes gradually turned red, as if about to shoot out flames. His cheeks puffed up, making a gurgling sound. Divine gun. A bright green blade suddenly pierced through the strange tiger's chest and emerged from its back. Gray-black particles scattered, leaving behind a strip of tiger fur and 2 sets of teeth. The strange tiger died. Yunshan glared fiercely at Wenyi. This was his prey. Wenyi. Guyang cared so much about himself, didn't want him to get hurt. He didn't expect to come help Yunshan and get scolded instead. Guyang's care. Yunshan's mistreatment. Wenyi looked at the divine gun. It was toxic, but after thinking, it seemed manageable. She put it back into her sword sheath, drew out the blood-carved gold, and her pupils swirled with red mist. She gently stabbed at Yunshan's heel. The blade pierced through his golden boot. Yunshan gasped in surprise. The redness in his eyes receded a bit, showing a hint of shame. Sorry, Yinshan felt guilty. When he came to help him, yet he scolded her. That wasn't right. But the pain in his heel was real. Damn it, armor doesn't prevent real injuries. Yinshan's clarity only lasted a moment. In an instant, the red in his eyes flooded again. He leapt forward and punched a strange wild boar. Then, his blood-red eyes began to scan the surroundings. From the corner of his eye, a heavy round altar slowly materialized. A blood-red pendant flashed, and a humanoid outline appeared on the altar. Everyone around the altar retreated in fear. What caught their attention was long, midnight black hair, casually tied with an old peachwood hairpin. A strand of hair fell along her eye, and her indifferent eyes looked around. Red spiderweb-like veins flickered with faint light. She wore a semi-transparent blue gauze dress, revealing delicate jade hands with fingers painted in cinnabar red. Her entire body exuded a strange, enchanting beauty. As the strange mother appeared, the invisible pressure in the air dissipated, but this meant a greater danger. Give me back my sister. In the midst of everyone's shock, Luo Hua suddenly charged toward the mysterious mother. Fang Yin raised his hand and quickly struck Luo Hua's neck. Luo Hua's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed softly to the ground. Luo Hua's action did not attract the mysterious mother's attention. Fang Yin immediately relaxed and looked at Yun Shan, whose red lips parted as if sealing a dried blood scab. It's you who killed my child. Under the influence of the mysterious device's golden armor, Yun Shan's remaining bit of reasoning disappeared. When did he kill her child? Anger burned in Yun Shan's chest. He leapt up and clenched his large fist, aiming straight at the mysterious mother's face. I'll kill you, mother. Ugh. Su Hanliang's eyes widened in shock. Such a fierce person. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Faced with Yun Shan's powerful punch, the mysterious mother simply extended one finger and easily deflected Yun Shan's attack. She flicked her finger, and Yun Shan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body bending like a cooked shrimp. The golden armor of the mysterious device shattered, flying out dozens of armor fragments, and he shot out like a shooting star. He was embedded firmly in the stone wall. Facing the cold, corpse-like aura emanating from the armor, the mysterious mother only gently brushed her sleeve, and the corpse aura dispersed. Next, the female mysterious figure frowned, searching for Wan Yi, but she was nowhere to be seen. After a moment, her brow relaxed, realizing she was still inside the tower. While the mysterious mother was pondering, a Zhen character appeared above her head. In an instant, the character shattered. A woman in a linen shirt spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuanya, Wang Wei exclaimed in surprise. How dare you be so reckless? The mysterious mother's red lips parted slightly. She reached out and grabbed Yuanya. Use you as a sacrifice to bring my 3 children back. After saying this, Yuanya struggled in her hand. Her body quickly withered, and with a look of despair, she turned into a dry corpse and fell from the black altar. 3 mysterious infants slowly appeared on the altar, one with red pupils, one with orange, and one with purple. They let out cries of, ah, ah. If Yun Shan were awake, he would probably admit that he had indeed killed her children. Good. These people are all yours. The mysterious mother gently stroked the faces of the infants, a faint smile appearing on her cold face. Wang Wei looked at Yuan Ye's withered body beneath the altar, her eyes nearly bursting with rage. Overwhelmed by extreme fear, she couldn't make a sound, her body trembling like chaff in the wind. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed. A 5th-level anomaly, something she had never even heard of before, suddenly appeared before her. It had been less than 7 months since the apocalypse began, and most awakened people were still at level 2. Yet, a 5th-level anomaly had appeared. Is there any hope for humanity? Now's our chance. Let's go. Fang Yin grabbed Su Hanliang's shoulder, and the two disappeared instantly. The eerie mother glanced down, her blood-red markings flickering with a strange, fiery glow. None of you can leave. Her cold voice sounded like the opening of hell, and chilling screams echoed around. The air suddenly turned cold. Thick, evil energy quickly filled the tower, swallowing all light. On the walls, countless sinister faces twisted and writhed, howling and struggling. Thick, gray-black liquid dripped down. The entrance to the sky tower was sealed shut with sticky goo. Damn it, Lin Fan cursed, just a step away from escaping. He scrambled to his feet and started running. He didn't expect to be blocked just as he was about to get out. Open it. Wang Yun crouched down, pressing her palm to the ground. A giant sand snake opened its mouth and bit into the goo. The slow-moving goo suddenly erupted, and a huge mouth 10 times larger than the snake appeared, swallowing it in an instant. It also devoured the 2 bubbles Chen Ting had blown out. Chen Ting frowned. Her explosive bubbles failed for the first time. Behind her, Xiao Kuei's small face twisted in fear, turning pale. Pull back, Lin Fan said firmly. The ceiling's wind well and stone door were sealed shut. The protective sky tower had become a cage trapping everyone inside. He now deeply regretted joining in. He was floating peacefully in the sky, so why did he have to get involved with others? He found a pointer on the road, thinking it was a lucky chance, but it turned out to be the pointer of the burial ground. The entire sky tower had turned into hell. More terrifyingly, everyone noticed their strength was decreasing. All right, now it's safe. Play happily without worry. The eerie mother's gentle voice sounded like the whisper of death. Amid shouts of excitement, the 3-headed eerie infant transformed into a bloodthirsty wolf and leapt down from the altar. The strange mother turned her gaze toward Guyang. At this moment, Guyang was floating in midair, holding a bone-like deer antler in his right hand and clutching a dying flame skeleton deer. With his left hand, he squeezed, and the neck of the flame skeleton deer was twisted and broken. The deer's head and body fell downward, turning into blackish-gray particles that dispersed in the air. Defeated the flame skeleton deer, gained 3,100 kill points. The two looked at each other from afar. Guyang knew this was probably the mother of the 4 strange infants from the previous city gathering point, also known as the Strange Mother. She didn't come out when her child died, but now she's catching up. He couldn't understand her thoughts. You killed my child, the Strange Mother said, still asking the same question she asked Yinshan. But Guyang was always someone who dared to take responsibility. If he didn't do something, he wouldn't admit to it. I never killed children, but your child isn't really a child. I killed a strange creature, he replied. The Strange Mother frowned. Strange creature? Is that what you humans call us? I don't like that name. It's also a disrespect to the mighty power of the Blood Moon Lord. Humans have also received the blessings of the Blood Moon Lord. Blessings? Guyang thought for a moment. It probably meant awakening abilities, but his own abilities were clearly earned through his own effort. Sweat and hard work, not blessings. Guyang had never received any blessings. You're probably a 5th-level strange creature. Guyang changed the subject. Suddenly, the Strange Mother lightly stepped forward with her right foot, and her figure vanished instantly. A ripple of energy spread out where Guyang was standing. I told you, I don't like that name, her indifferent voice sounded. At the same time, a loud bang came from the ground. Guyang was knocked to the ground. Under the force, he slid over 100 meters, carving a deep trench in the earth. Dust and strange energy billowed around. Next moment, before the dust settled, a silver streak pierced through the dust and appeared beside the Strange Mother. It kicked directly at her lower abdomen. Are you teaching me how to do things? Guyang's voice was angry. Damn it, being ambushed. Guyang hated being attacked from behind more than anything. The Strange Mother slid 10 meters through the air and stopped her movement. The next moment, Guyang frowned. No kill points appeared, which meant he was unharmed. He didn't expect to get much, maybe 100 or 2. The mysterious mother disappeared like a ghost, leaving only an echoing, ethereal sound. Behind Guyang, the mysterious mother revealed herself. Her right hand, clawed, reached toward Guyang's back. She wanted to see what kind of heart this man had. A fearless heart, she thought, should look like this. Guyang's lips curled into a smile. His toes spun quickly in the air, his waist twisted like a tightened bowstring, and his right arm pulled back. In the next moment, the air was instantly ignited, and blue flames drove away the darkness. Fire Fist. A deep, calm voice echoed inside the tower. The blue flames roared at 3,000 degrees Celsius, tearing through the air with fiery wind. The dark energy behind him surged back, and a huge fiery fist shot out, breaking free from his arm. Wherever it went, dark energy vanished. The fiery fist pierced through the dormitory, smashing through the tower wall without losing momentum. Sunlight poured into the dark tower like a ray of hope. Not afraid of mental power? I also understand a little about fire. Guyang grabbed the endless water bottle at his waist, tilted his head, and drank loudly. A prompt sounded in his ear. Gained 100 killing points. Gained 100 killing points. Gained 100 killing points. Dealt damage to the mysterious mother and gained 1100 killing points. Based on the killing points, the damage wasn't much, but it didn't matter. Today, even if the mysterious mother called the Blood Moon Lord, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Damn. 3 ability awakeners. Inside the endless fiery battle vehicle, Lu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. The old man Zhang in the back seat was holding a handful of seeds, which kept slipping through his fingers. They fell onto a soft wolf fur carpet. Old Zhang snapped out of his shock. He bent down to pick up the seeds, but they were gone. He didn't believe it and frantically searched through the gaps in his fingers, but found nothing. Not only that, the sunflower seed shells in the box on the nearby seat had also disappeared. Old Zhang, it's time to act. Lu Liang spoke softly. He had been trying to figure out what the turning point was. To his surprise, it was Guyang, this old guy. Lu Liang knew Guyang was powerful, but based on his fight with the flaming skeleton deer, Guyang was already at his limit. He definitely couldn't defeat the mysterious mother. Who would have thought? Old 6. Damn it. There probably aren't any hidden tricks left now. If there are still secrets, I might as well just sweep through the end of the world. I understand. Old man Zhang spoke in a deep voice. He didn't bother about the seeds anymore. They were just ordinary vine seeds, and he had plenty of those. Luckily, he didn't put his precious seed in the car earlier. What a broken car, and now, stealing things, Old man Zhang muttered silently. Old man Zhang walked to the front of the car and saw that Lu Liang hadn't gotten out. Are you coming? Lu Liang raised his poison weapon. I'm a shooter. I can stay in the car. Old man Zhang was surprised. Damn it, playing tricks. He opened the car door and got in. I won't interfere with the operation from inside the car. Not far away, a strange creature with blood-red pupils suddenly looked toward Old man Zhang. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on its face. The blood-eyed creature moved forward with a reckless stride, thick liquid flowing from its fierce mouthparts. It approached the fire-scale infinite berserk war chariot, its blood-red eyes full of surprise. It reached out a hand and grasped below the horns. The heavy fire-scale infinite berserk war chariot was lifted easily like a toy. The blood-eyed creature tilted its head to look under the car. Behind it, a carnivorous flower with golden glow all over, its petals and stem entwined with blue-black patterns, was blooming. The flower's center opened, revealing a bottomless black vortex. A drop of purple-black liquid dripped, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. White smoke rose from the ground. The blood-eyed creature seemed to sense the commotion and turned around. The carnivorous flower's fierce mouthparts instantly swallowed the blood-eyed creature. Inside the mouthparts, a dull sound echoed, like someone striking a large bell forcefully from inside. Just a minor creature, easily handled. Old man Zhang inside the car looked proud. He was wild and reckless. Wasn't old Zhang also fierce? He didn't care about what his surname was. Proud Zhang, bold Zhang. Inside the flower's mouthparts, the dull sound gradually diminished. My child. In the sky, the strange mother let out a piercing scream. Ugh! Lu Liang gasped sharply, quickly crawling from the front passenger seat to the back seat. The front seat was too close to the big flower. The back seat was safer. Can you please keep your flowers away from my face? Lu Liang muttered angrily, then pushed aside old man Zhang's foot. He lay flat on the mat, not caring about his dignity at all. Guyang should be able to hold back the evil mother. Old man Zhang said uncertainly. Leave some space for me. With the heavy vehicle blocking the way, he didn't believe the evil mother could defeat him with a single palm, even if she was a 5th rank. She should at least be able to attack twice. Above, Guyang aimed his gun, gathering flames that shot continuously at the evil mother. The evil mother wasn't afraid of his mental powers, but was afraid of the flames. Actually, Guyang thought it might not be entirely true. Maybe his mental strength was now equal to the evil mother's, so he couldn't hurt her. Claims of not fearing mental powers are just false. In the moment the evil mother was distracted, Guyang seized his chance. Behind him, silver wings trembled, and his right foot ignited with fire. kicking the evil mother's stomach and knocking her away. Gained 200 kill points. Still dare to be distracted while fighting me, Guyang sneered. The evil mother, falling downward, moved closer to the ground. Once I rescue my child, your death will be certain. Her cold voice echoed in the air, but the evil mother had already reached the giant flower, raising her palm to strike it. Fire fist. A blue flame fist whistled through the air, enveloping the evil mother, the giant flower, and the fire-scaled furious war chariot. Inside the carriage, two old men kept cursing the beast. The flames arrived instantly, raging in all directions. Dealt 1,200 damage to the evil mother. Gained 1,200 kill points. Gained 100 kill points. Gained 100 kill points. Guyang listened to the notification sounds and fell silent. Could these 200 kill points be from Old Man Zhang and Lu Liang? No way. The flames dispersed, and the fire-scaled furious war chariot scales turned bright red, with many cracking, but it seemed fine overall. After all, it was a defensive strange object, fused with fire stones, giving it some resistance to flames. Guyang's focus with the fire fist was on the evil mother. Old Man Zhang and Lu Liang should be okay. If they accidentally died, he would feel guilty for a while. After all, he had developed feelings for them. The mysterious mother stood grimly to the side, while the large beast lay listlessly nearby. If not for the slight tremor in the leaves, Guyang would have thought it was already dead. But if this thing is dead, then so be it. Old Zhang probably has many more. Not to mention, it's quite powerful, second-level strange creatures, one after another. After today, I'll play with two more. I want you dead. Her child had just died again. The mysterious mother's calm shattered, her face turning fierce. Blood markings on her face spread downward, and a huge sense of pressure swept over the area. Below, the awakened ones, Fu Yue, Zhua Chun, Wu Ming, Chen Yuan, Wang Wei, Feng Peipei, Su Hanliang, and Fang Yin, stood together, alert and watching the strange creatures surrounding them. Suddenly, a strong force hit them. Except for Su Hanliang, who supported herself with her long sword and knelt, the others were pushed to the ground by the pressure, barely able to move their fingers. Fortunately, the strange creatures around them were also affected. Otherwise, they would have been finished today. Su Hanliang squinted at the mysterious mother's direction. It was like a battle of gods, ordinary people suffering. She wasn't sure if she could hold on, so her gaze shifted to Guyang in the sky, who looked like a demon god. The strange energy surged wildly. As the blood markings on the mysterious mother's face increased, the ground trembled. The sky tower's structure creaked loudly, on the verge of collapsing. Guyang frowned. These strange creatures always hide things. It's really annoying. Humans and strange creatures lack some honesty in their dealings. Upgrade to domain-level mental power LV6 requires 31,000 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Guyang's killing points had long been enough, which was why he was so reckless. The flame skeleton deer contributed 32,000 points. 2 fire fists, one affected 3 people, the other 2, earned him a total of 500 killing points. Adding this to his original 6,600 points, his total was 39,100. With a thought, Guyang's killing points dropped from 39,100 to 8,100. Guyang, Bloodline Infectious Bloodline, 2nd level, cannot be upgraded. Superpower Awakening Domain Level Mental Power, Concept Change, no longer limited to weight, but to control, unlocking skills, Mind Power Domain. Create a spherical domain with a radius of 50 meters. Inside this domain, mental power is everywhere. Mental power is you. You are mental power. Within this domain, you are like a god. Material decomposition, using high-frequency vibrations of mental power to directly break down the touched material into basic particles. Guyang only felt his skin tingle, then his whole body as if immersed in warm water. An invisible ripple, like faint light in the air, spread out from Guyang's center in all directions. There are no words to describe how powerful it was, simply terrifying. After a moment, Guyang was surprised. He had shown a flaw, yet the mysterious mother still didn't attack. Usually, she preferred sneak attacks. He looked down and saw the mysterious mother below, full of fear. Guyang felt he was too hasty. He should have waited for her to attack before activating his domain. The mysterious mother's eyes narrowed slightly. She thought she was hiding her strength alone, but she didn't expect her opponent to hide his as well. Guiyang was far from being in the early stage of the 5th rank. He was actually at the peak of the 5th rank. He was already halfway to mastering the rules. He had just broken through to the 5th rank, still in the early stage, and couldn't defeat him now. Revenge would have to wait for a better opportunity. He could only wait for the next chance to avenge his child. The mysterious mother moved quickly and reached the orange-eyed mysterious infant, holding it in her arms. Guiyang, above, glared. In this situation, her suddenly hugging the child, what did it mean? She wanted to run. Guiyang's silver wings trembled, and he seized the purple-eyed mysterious infant in his hand a second before the mysterious mother could. Let go of my child, and I will leave immediately, the mysterious mother said in a deep voice. Her voice echoed throughout the sky tower. Many of the despairing awakened and ordinary survivors, who had already given up hope, showed signs of joy. Although Guiyang was holding back the mysterious mother, the awakened present were weaker than the strange entities. Over time, they would inevitably die. As long as the mysterious mother left, Guiyang's 5th rank strength could sweep away the remaining strange beings. They would be safe then. In everyone's hopeful eyes, Guiyang loosened his grip. Let go now, he's not coming with you. Inside Guiyang's domain, the purple-eyed mysterious infant couldn't even move its fingers, its eyes full of fear. Once, he never dared to imagine that a 2nd-rank strange entity was like an ant in front of him, easily crushed. Looking back, this journey had truly been full of hardships. You're playing me. The mysterious mother's expression was cold. Faced with the strange mother's questioning, Guiyang took a few quick sips from the endless water bottle hanging at his waist, then spoke calmly. It's time to test your mother and son's bond. If you dare to run, I will kill him. You don't want to lose your child, do you? The strange methods were unpredictable, especially from a high-level strange mother. Guiyang doubted that if she wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to catch her. After all, how she came here was beyond his understanding. He was also holding her child in hopes of a lucky break, thinking maybe there was real emotion involved. You dare! As soon as the strange mother finished speaking, the right hand of the purple-eyed strange baby exploded into blackish particles and disappeared. Gained 600 killing points. The strange baby looked pained but couldn't make a sound. I hate it when others threaten me. Do you not understand the situation? Guiyang showed a wicked smile. Then he glanced sideways at the pained, purple-eyed strange baby. All right. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. The strange mother's voice was cold and dark. The dead bodies on the tower wall began to writhe violently, and the black sacrificial platform floated to her feet. In everyone's shocked eyes, the strange mother broke off one of her arms. The severed arm fell onto the sacrificial platform, and behind her appeared a blood-red portal. The frame of the portal was made of 2 huge white skeletons, with glowing greenish-black ghost fires burning in their eye sockets. The door was rusted dark bronze, covered with writhing chains, hanging with fierce skulls. Although the blood-red portal emitted no aura at this moment, everyone felt like they were in an icy pit, with many glaring resentfully at Guiyang above. Even though the strange mother was about to leave, Guiyang still provoked her. The blood-red portal opened wide, and a large amount of bloody, strange energy surged out. The sound of chains creaking, kaka-kaka, echoed. Blood flowed from the open portal, and a huge skeletal hand reached out, grabbing the door frame, trying to push the portal open. Guiyang frowned, a bad premonition rising. He threw a punch, blue flames erupting in an attempt to shatter the blood-red portal. However, as soon as the flames touched the portal, they sank into it and disappeared. Not only that, he felt the opening of the portal had grown much larger than before. The finger bones of the giant skull hand had already extended 2 joints, likely caused by his attack. Does the portal absorb strength? Guiyang remained silent. At the same time, he noticed the evil mother's feet were melting away. In the next moment, dozens of chains shot out from the portal, which was emitting thick evil mist, like venomous snakes striking in all directions. The survivors below tried to avoid the chains like avoiding deadly snakes, but ordinary survivors were not so lucky. On the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, the chains kept extending upward. The sturdy stone door was as fragile as tofu in front of the chains. Pop, pop, The sounds of bodies being pierced echoed repeatedly, with figures being dragged into the portal. Wails of pain sounded nonstop. As the figures were pulled in, the portal grew even larger. A large amount of blood flowed out from it, and the number of chains increased more and more. The air was filled with the sound of crack as chains rubbed against each other, mixed with screams. Guyang refused to give up and kept attacking. From his experience, the portal really did absorb strength. Truly evil. Useless, the evil mother said coldly with a smile. I want you to watch these people die one by one. All because of you. I don't want to hear that, Guyang replied calmly. All these people are killed by you. What does that have to do with me? His tone remained steady. Even if he felt guilty, he knew this blood portal wouldn't close. This wasn't what he wanted to see. He didn't expect the evil mother to have this trick. He originally wanted a fair one-on-one fight. The evil mother was stunned. Guyang's expression and attitude were not what she expected, but it didn't matter. She thought Guyang wouldn't be able to keep up his tough talk for long. Go down and explain to them yourself. The evil mother closed her eyes, and her body melted away even faster. Above, chunks of red bricks and stones fell. The sound of bricks breaking echoed. Guyang looked up. The sky tower was about to collapse. By now, the giant skeletal hand had already extended a wrist, covered in black hair like steel needles, and the pressure was growing stronger. Are you serious? Do you want to die with me? Guyang's voice was filled with disbelief. The sinister mother opened her eyes and softly said, I can't kill you. I'm sorry for my child. I can only sacrifice myself to summon a stronger being to kill you. Guyang was stunned. No, are you crazy? It's just a creepy baby. If it dies, it can be reborn. You're a 5th-level creepy creature risking your life for a 2nd-level one. What's the point? And the sinister mother's appearance was very decisive. If the other side didn't want to kill him, he might feel a little touched. Guyang sighed helplessly. When you can't beat a creepy creature, you call someone. Who should he call? In the next moment, Guyang's figure suddenly disappeared. A giant pillar of blue flames rose from the ground, instantly covering the blood-red portal. Loud explosions sounded one after another. Everyone looked up at the sky. Soon, Guyang burst out from the blue flames, looking serious as he stared at the bone hand that had disappeared. It was growing back at a visible speed. The portal was already wide open, and another bone hand was reaching out from inside. Guyang didn't dare to keep attacking. He waved his hand, and 199 bone erosion black needles shot out from the fiery battle chariot. Now he could only try to block all the chains and buy more time. While Guyang was thinking about what to do, tiny specks of light fell from the sky. He looked up. The holy light angel shone with a bright glow like the sun, but it wasn't blinding. The wailing shadow on the tower wall was dissolving instantly as it touched the angel's holy light, unable to even scream before vanishing. After speaking, Guyang turned his gaze to Ruanqing. Is there a way to open this door? I'm not sure. Ruanqing shook his head. After all, he was only at the 2nd level. I'll try my best. Ruanqing put down the scroll and Huang Yu. Then his wings trembled behind him. He flew straight toward the blood-red gate. As he passed, all the black chains shattered, but inside the gate, black chains kept regenerating. Ruanqing frowned. His wings fluttered in midair as he turned to look at Wang Wei and the others. I want to go inside the door, Wang Wei said. No, you can't. You're only at the 2nd level. Going in means certain death. Ruanqing smiled slightly. If I don't go in, all of you will die. The special power of the angel's holy light might help me bypass this door. Then, Ruanqing turned and flew toward the gate. Guyang kept watching the strange mother, who didn't seem to want to stop him. Ruanqing, come back. Wang Wei hurriedly stepped forward, but the injury on his body made him gasp in pain. The moment Ruanqing's body entered the blood-red gate, Guyang disappeared. He grabbed Ruanqing's shoulders, trying to pull her back. Ugh! Hum! A long, ethereal low chant echoed in the sky. Its deep, somber tone made everyone feel lonely and sad. Suddenly, the Tower of Heaven shattered instantly. A strong wind blew, stones flew far away, and the survivors hiding in the dormitory floated gently to the ground. The sky turned dark. It's the Heavenly King. Fang Zhi's eyes were full of surprise. Next, ripples appeared in the empty space, like faint light on a lake. The Heavenly King waved his wings and disappeared into the ripples. Everyone's joy was fleeting, like a fleeting flower. In the dark sky, a blood-red moon hung high. Behind Guyang, a figure suddenly appeared. The woman wore a white coat that fluttered in the strong wind. "Let's go back. This has gone too far," her clear voice rang out. The bony hand trembled, pulling back into the gate. The blood-red door closed, slowly fading behind the strange mother. Guyang turned around. The woman in front had long, flowing hair that spilled over her shoulders, wearing large sunglasses and a mask with a lazy sheep pattern. For strands of slightly curled hair, tied with butterfly bows, fell from her eyes. The colors of these strands were white, red, gold, and purple. "You're leaving too." The woman did not look at Guyang, but instead focused on the sinister mother, speaking calmly. "I want my child." The sinister mother pointed at the purple-eyed sinister baby beside Guyang. The woman snapped her fingers, and the purple-eyed sinister baby instantly exploded into black particles and disappeared. "Guyang, that was my baby." As someone with good judgment, he didn't dare say anything, feeling frustrated. He had over 2,000 killing points. "Don't make me say it twice." The woman suddenly became irritable. Her 4 strands of colorful hair emitted a faint glow. A terrifying pressure swept over the scene. The sinister mother's melting body reformed, and she turned to leave. The woman's voice rang out again. "Leave the sinister device altar here. Return it after use." The sinister mother dared not say more and turned to leave. She knew well that anyone easily frightened by a single sentence was not someone she could afford to offend. She initially thought the other side seemed reasonable enough to return the child, but from her expression, it was clear she was very difficult to deal with. After the sinister mother left, the woman looked at Guyang, gently touching her masked chin. "You probably won't try to attack me with your telekinesis and then set me on fire, right?" Guyang's face stiffened. Of course not. He was full of caution. This person had just appeared. How could she know his abilities? Could she have been spying here all along? "That's good. Otherwise, I might have to fight back and hurt you," she said, then walked over to Wanqing, took her hand, and fiddled with her arm. "Good. No problem." Next, the woman looked around, muttering to herself about who was alive and who was dead, various chaotic words. She glanced toward Luo Yao and sighed, removing her white long robe to reveal a soft-textured, light pink knitted vest paired with a white knee-length dress, white socks, light blue platform shoes, and a small bunny bag slung over her shoulder. She looked like a sweet, cheerful girl from next door. But no one present dared to see her as a soft girl. Surprisingly, the white robe she just took off instantly disappeared. As she sat down, a wooden stool appeared behind her, and a pile of neatly stacked firewood appeared in front. With a snap of her fingers, she lit the fire and then rested her chin on her hand, staring intently in one direction. "Why has she been watching us?" Old man Zhang poked the fire, feeling a bit uneasy. "She's probably watching Guyang," Jiang Cha said casually. Just as Jiang Cha finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain in her thigh. "Ow!" She quickly slapped Wen Yi's hand away. When he looked annoyed and sour, Jiang Cha sighed inwardly. Where's her confidence? She thought Wen Yi was probably finished. Lu Liang looked at Guyang. "Why don't you go talk to her and get some information?" Seeing Guyang hesitate, Lu Liang encouraged him. "You're a 5th rank. Don't be afraid." Guyang looked around. "Huh? Yin Shan? I need to find my good brother." Then he stood up and left. Lu Liang looked frustrated. Why is he so timid? After Guyang left, the woman stood up and carried a small wooden stool toward the 4 of them. When she sat down, the scene became silent except for the crackling fire. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. If I wanted, I could have killed all of you in the blink of an eye." Old man Zhang, Lu Liang, Wen Yi, Jiang Cha. Who taught her this kind of comforting way? Now they're even more scared. "I come from the future. I can't tell you my real name, but you can call me Star Illusion King," the woman said again. "You come from the future?" All 4 of them stared wide-eyed. "Are we very familiar in the future?" Guyang asked with confusion. How well would they have to know each other to understand his background? "I told you. I am your grandmother, and you are my grandson. The connection through fate won't be wrong," the woman said confidently. Guyang narrowed his eyes and looked her over. Although most of her face was hidden behind sunglasses and a mask, he felt she looked younger than him. "You're so young. How can you be my grandmother? The lives of awakened ones are not the same as ordinary people. Actually, I am already several hundred years old." The Star Illusion King looked at Gu Yang's doubtful expression and smiled softly. Don't doubt me. I am your grandmother. Why would I lie to you? What's the benefit? Gu Yang was silent. The benefit was huge. If she wanted him to call her grandmother, she was clearly trying to take advantage of him. He felt she was already secretly pleased. Grandmother, Lu Liang called out warmly. Can I ask what my future self will be like? If he could learn some details about the future, calling her grandmother would be worth it. His reputation before the end of the world wasn't important anymore. Old Zhang looked at him with disdain. How could Lu Liang be brave enough to call her that? The girl was obviously much younger than him. Hearing Lu Liang call her grandmother, the woman nodded with satisfaction. I'm happy you call me grandmother, but I can't tell you anything that might interfere with the future. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Lu Liang fell silent. So, calling her grandmother was just a joke. If talking about interfering with the future was forbidden, then maybe doing things that could change the future was allowed. Gu Yang muttered quietly, speaking casually. The woman's earlier actions probably affected many people's outcomes. Old Zhang secretly gave a thumbs up. As expected of Gu Yang, he dares to say anything. Simply put, at this moment, there shouldn't be a fifth-level anomaly, and the awakened Saint Light Angel shouldn't die now. My interference is just to balance things. The woman looked up at the blood moon in the sky. There are more things I can't tell you. Gu Yang was silent. No fifth-level anomaly. He didn't want to think about things he couldn't understand. It wasn't his business. But if the future people reached out, it became his concern. He might not be able to be too arrogant. Did his future self die? I don't know how to reach out and help myself. So, why are you here now? Gu Yang asked the woman. According to her, this point in history has already been corrected. Then, why is she still here? I'm here to bring someone back to life. When she said this, Gu Yang fell silent. The others nearby looked at each other in surprise. One key point was clear. A person who had died could still be brought back. But there was no choice. After all, she was very determined. The woman stood up and walked in a certain direction. Gu Yang and the others followed her. They wondered who she wanted to revive. She bypassed some ruins and headed toward Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing's eyes were red, and he looked very tired as he stood beside a car, with a small campfire burning in front of him. Next to him, a yellow rectangular cloth was spread on the ground, shaped like a person. Zhao Shuang and Luo Hua were both unconscious on the car. The woman opened the front passenger door and looked at Luo Hua, who was fainted. Her eyes behind her glasses were complicated. She wanted to let Luo Hua sleep a little longer, but time was running out. She took a small golden vial from her backpack and unscrewed it, pouring the liquid onto Luo Hua's head. The golden liquid entered her body. Luo Hua's eyelids fluttered, and she mumbled, "Sister," as she opened her eyes, her gaze hollow. "You can still live, sister," a calm voice said to Luo Hua. Zhao Qing looked shocked. Luo Hua's eyes, once empty, now showed some life. Really? At that moment, her gaze shifted to the strange woman in front of her. She didn't care who she was. She just wanted her sister to live. Yes, but listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Luo Hua nodded suddenly, tears flickering in her eyes. Your sister can live, but you have to trade your life for hers. Are you willing? When she said this, Zhao Qing's face froze, and Gu Yang and the others looked serious. Is she serious, or testing them? If she's serious, then what's the point of revival? Strictly speaking, it's a life-for-life exchange. As long as my sister can live, I'm willing to trade, Luo Hua replied after a moment of hesitation. Her hesitation wasn't because she didn't want to, but because she felt reluctant to part with her sister after her revival. If she had accepted the pendant earlier, her sister wouldn't have died. If I tell you that you will awaken in the future and become a powerful awakener, would you be willing to trade your life to save your sister? Future? Luo Hua didn't understand why that word appeared. Isn't the future just a guess? I come from the future. Everything I say is true, not just a guess, the woman explained. I'm willing, Luo Hua said without hesitation this time. Whether the future is real or not, and how strong she might become, depends on her sister being alive. Now that her sister is gone, what's the use of being powerful? She can't see her sister anymore. On the black altar, Luo Hua knelt beside the shriveled body of Luo Yuzhu. The woman was checking her. She was stabbed. Could that affect anything? Luo Hua asked anxiously. Of course it could, but I can fix it. Before that, you should think carefully. If you're even a little unwilling, this resurrection will fail, I've thought it through, Luo Huai said seriously. The woman nodded. She used her thumb to draw a line across her fingernail. Then a drop of blood shining with 4 colors fell onto Luo Yuju's shriveled body. The once dry corpse suddenly filled out. The knife wound on her chest slowly healed. Luo Huai looked ecstatic. Her initial doubt disappeared completely, replaced by joy. Guyang watched with eager eyes. Like eating divine meat. Will her body stay the same after I die? Luo Huai suddenly asked. If she remained shriveled, she hoped Zhao Qing would bury her early, so her sister wouldn't be sad to see her like that. Resurrection through sacrifice leaves nothing behind, the woman said calmly. Are you ready? I'm about to start. That's good. That's good. Luo Huai took a deep breath, then exhaled. Even though she wasn't afraid before, near death, she finally felt scared. The woman raised her hand, and dozens of strange objects flew out from the ruins, landing on the altar. Gu Yang's eyes widened. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. All the things he had killed were already stored away, but a large part of these materials still fell into his hands. It's no lie to say he felt heartache. Old Zhang, with his wrinkled hand pressed against his chest, looked very sad. The items taken from the ruins might include his 20 unpaid bills. It's heartbreaking because those are all his hard-earned money. The orchard and the circular terraces are already ruined. It's true that farming never makes money. The money was taken by the big boss. A blood-red light rose from the altar, swallowing Luo Huai's body. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself on a vast plain. Dandelions happily danced in the air. Ahead, there was a huge cherry blossom tree swaying gently. Pink petals floated down, and the sweet scent of cherry blossoms filled the air. Under the tree, a person leaned against it, holding a bunch of bright red roses in their right hand, gently smelling their fragrance. Luo Huai walked onto the soft grass nearby. You're here, a familiar voice said. Luo Huai was surprised. Wasn't that her own voice? She hurried forward, facing the figure under the cherry blossom tree. The person leaning against the tree stood up. Their pure white coat slipped off their shoulders and floated away with the wind. Cherry blossoms fell from above. Your eyes. Luo Huai began. Smell this flower. Is it the scent you like? The same voice as Luo Huai's responded, but it was calmer. Luo Huai took the rose and sniffed it close to her nose. It's very fragrant. I haven't smelled it in a long time. I almost forgot what it smells like. The future Luo Huai, with a red ribbon covering her eyes and a smile on her lips, said, If you like it, that's good. Am I not sacrificing myself? Why am I here? Luo Huai asked curiously. Actually, reviving someone doesn't require anything. Everything I do is just for others to see. See how hard it was. You came here because I wanted to see you. Then do I not have to die? Sorry, you still have to die. My value isn't enough yet. Reviving your sister is the best I can do. Someone has to pay the price. Both of us must die. It's okay, as long as my sister can stay alive. Luo Huai smiled with relief, sniffed the rose in her hand, and showed a satisfied smile on her face. Thank you. You must have suffered a lot. Luo Huai looked at her future self. Her future self smiled softly, and her body turned into petals that slowly disappeared. It would be good if my sister could come back to life. Over the past decades, aging and youth didn't really stir her feelings. Living and dying are basically the same. The only reason to stay alive is to hope for her sister's revival. The petals drifted away with the wind, leaving only their sound echoing in the air. Luo Huai stared blankly at the 2 mechanical legs left on the ground. Her body turned into petals and vanished. The rose fell to the ground and rolled down the slope. The red glow from the altar faded. Luo Yuju opened her eyes, looking confused at the blood moon in the sky. She gently supported her forehead with her right hand and shook her head. Wasn't I dead? Luo Yuju whispered softly. All done. Mission accomplished, said the King of Illusions, turning around. I should go now. He walked over to 1E and embraced her. After about 10 seconds, he released her. In 1Yi's confused state, he placed a pendant around her neck. A special scent of tobacco aroma, made just for you. His gentle voice sounded in her ear as the King of Illusions dissolved like bubbles. Why does she like the smell of tobacco you like? Jiang Cha looked surprised. When he thought for a moment and suddenly understood, this was her grandmother's approval. Could it be that in the future, she left Guyang? Guyang drinks every day and gets drunk. Her grandmother couldn't stand it and wanted to bribe her with gifts. When he frowned, "This won't do. She should return the gift to her grandmother if she gets the chance. You can't force feelings." Gu Yang's mouth twitched as he said it was his grandmother. Giving gifts to strangers when she leaves. What about himself? He said it was Wen Yi's grandmother, more or less. "Hey, your grandmother left, and she didn't give you anything." Gu Yang nudged Lu Liang's shoulder. Lu Liang had just called her grandmother with such sincerity. Old Zhang watched with a gentle smile. Lu Liang's face turned red, and he turned around angrily and left. After Lu Liang left, everyone else also departed one after another. Zhao Qing and Luo Yuzhu shared what had happened. By then, Luo Yuzhu was crying uncontrollably. Zhao Qing, standing nearby, looked uncomfortable. He took out a letter from his chest, the envelope still folded by Luo Huai. "This is from Luo Huai. I want you to give it to you." Zhao Qing handed the letter to Luo Yuzhu, and then turned to get into the car, leaving Luo Yuzhu alone. The envelope had familiar, elegant handwriting. Luo Huai was not good at studying since childhood, but her handwriting was quite nice. "Dear sister, when you see this letter, I will know I have become." Tears streamed down Luo Yuzhu's face, wetting the envelope. The ink on the letter blurred. She quickly wiped away her tears, gentle as if holding a precious treasure. She took the letter out of the envelope. Seeing the words is like seeing the person. "Sister, I probably never said thank you to you before. Our parents left early, and you raised me alone, shielding me from storms. When I grew up, I couldn't be your support and only caused you trouble. Are you waiting for me to say thank you? Well, I can't say it. I'm too proud. I can't bring myself to say it. I have to go now, to work hard on my career. You know I'm not very smart, so my progress might be slow. Don't come looking for me too early. I haven't succeeded yet. Sister, thank you. If there's a next life, I want to be your little sister again." Smiling face, "Sister. Sister. Ajia. Oh, Ajia is the best." Luo Huai's voice echoed in Luo Yuzhu's mind. "Woo-woo. Bastard. Idiot. I promised Mom and Dad to take good care of you. How am I supposed to explain to them if you do this?" Luo Yuzhu's throat was painfully tight, as if every breath was forcing back tears. In the end, only a few hurried sounds remained. An indescribable stabbing pain struck her deep in her throat. After their parents left, she struggled to get by with Luo Huai. Life was slowly getting better, but she hated the end times, hated everything about it. They were living well, so why? Before King Huanxian left, with this large Buddha statue present, everyone could rest assured that no strange disturbances would occur. They could relax, especially after a fierce battle. Everyone was very tired. After the Star Illusion King left, everyone started to get busy and prepare to leave, since this was the end of the world. The Tower of Heaven had completely collapsed under pressure, but the small residential buildings outside the tower were still usable. Wu Ming had already begun repairing them. As long as there was enough soil and stones, his building skills would soon fix the buildings. Currently, there was no shortage of soil and stones on the ground. Wang Wei's broken arm had healed, and she was walking toward Gu Yang and his group along with Su Hanliang. "Are you still planning to go with us? We're thinking of building a new Tower of Heaven somewhere else, like on a mountain peak or a cliff. With Xiao Kuei's floating ability, we can change the tower's structure to make it very safe." "It won't happen again?" Wang Wei asked cautiously. This incident had seriously damaged the reputation of the Tower of Heaven. The Tower of Heaven is unsafe. Actually, Wang Wei was a bit confused. With someone like Gu Yang, a powerful 5th-rank expert, why was their team disbanding and joining the Tower of Heaven? But she was very eager to have these awakened individuals, as they were all very strong fighters. Right now, the Tower of Heaven was missing combat-type awakened people. They had lost 3 fighting experts and needed to replace them quickly. The Tower of Heaven is unsafe, but the City of Energy is definitely safe. Come back with me to the City of Energy. Su Hanliang started tearing down the wall. She originally thought that since the Tower of Heaven had collapsed, these people would come back with her to the City of Energy. But unexpectedly, they weren't giving up and wanted to rebuild. That's normal, though. The Tower of Heaven's defenses weren't really affected. She really envied the Holy Light Angel. Wang Wei glanced at Su Hanliang, pursed her lips, and said nothing. After all, she was a 4th-rank expert. But even so, her 4th rank seemed quite weak. When facing the flaming skeleton deer, she was completely overwhelmed. But among peers, she couldn't beat the strange ones. A seed of doubt was planted. Even if they weren't fourth rank, they were still very powerful. You couldn't afford to offend them. They had official status. Talk if you want, I'm leaving. I'm not interested, Guyang said calmly, then prepared to stand up and leave. Su Hanling rushed over and grabbed Guyang's shoulder. Big boss, don't be in such a hurry. Listen to me. Come back with me to the City of Energy. With your strength, you're definitely a leader-level person. In the City of Energy, you're a top figure. Just listen to the command, not the propaganda. Do whatever you want, take whatever you need. Think about it. Su Hanling rested one hand on Guyang's shoulder, blinking her big eyes, almost leaning against him. At that moment, a hand from behind grabbed Su Hanling's waist and gently pulled her away from Guyang. Su Hanling fell into Wen Yi's arms. Tell me about it. I'm quite interested. Really? That's great, Su Hanling said happily. Behind them, Fang Yin reached out and tried to grab her several times, but Su Hanling impatiently pushed his hands away. Fang Yin fell silent. Can't you tell something's wrong? Wang Wei, seeing this, shook her head helplessly, glanced at Yun Shan lying nearby, and headed toward Lu Liang's car. I love you like a mouse loves rice. No matter how many storms come, I will stay with you. I miss you, think about you. Before she got too close, a familiar song suddenly started playing. Wang Wei paused, listened to the whole song, then turned and left. She felt it was not right to disturb them now. On one hand, Wang Wei thought Lu Liang probably wouldn't leave with them. Lu Liang looked at the blood tears that had lit up a third of his face and sighed. He had tried many love songs, but this one was the most effective. The worst part was, he couldn't remember the lyrics, so the effect wasn't as good as it could be. While Lu Liang was thinking, the blood tears started to fade. He quickly began singing again. He really couldn't stop now. He had to sing until he fully recovered. Judging by the progress, it might take a full hour. He thought about asking tomorrow if anyone knew the full lyrics. He felt he could probably shorten the time. Meanwhile, Guyang left toward his fiery scaled battle vehicle. Seeing a human-shaped plastic mannequin lying on the roadside, Guyang stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and picked up the mannequin. Back in his car, Guyang took out the wolf pelt given by old Zhang and a pair of cat pupils obtained from killing a strange cat. The wolf pelt seemed to be of little use now. It was only a first-level pelt, and he didn't need the cat pupils since his eyes were fine. He wasn't interested in low-level materials anymore. As Guyang thought this, his kill points decreased from 8,700 to 8,600. The white light faded, revealing a tall, straight-standing werewolf. Its purple eyes shimmered with a strange glow in the night. Cat-eyed werewolf, mystery device rank 12500. Abilities has cat-like vision, increased alertness like an old wolf, and a wider range to foresee danger. An excellent werewolf model will be very loyal and highly disciplined in movement, able to play the roles you assign to it. Mystery device. A forbidden item fused with mysterious objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and higher-ranked devices have greater costs. Cost. Please do not doubt the professionalism of the werewolf model, or it may hold a grudge against you. Werewolves also deserve respect, but if you are Guyang, using it comes at no cost. Guyang's eyes lit up. He probably already understood the usefulness of the werewolf. Guyang thought this was a loyal, all-around butler. Meanwhile, Wang Wei returned to the Tongtian Tower camp. Qin Yuan asked, "Did anyone want to come with us?" Wang Wei shook his head. Qin Yuan sighed. "We've lost a lot this time. Almost nothing is left. Bao Jie is dead. Xiao Zhiyong is dead. Yuan Yo is dead. Zhuo Chun fainted from overexertion. Fang Ji is badly injured, and Fu Yu is seriously hurt. We also lost someone here." Lin Fan's expression darkened. "Brother Zhao?" Xiao Kuei looked a bit sad. "Old Zhao is just too reckless." Qin Ting brushed aside Xiao Kuei's messy hair. If he hadn't gone alone to the second floor to set up the gun, maybe nothing would have happened. From now on, we are one family. No more dividing us into you and me. Wang Wei forced a smile. Before, the 5 awakened survivors in the building didn't get along well and kept wary of each other. After a battle, everyone became much closer. The next morning, Guyang was brushing his teeth. The angelic holy light faded, and the building rose from the ground, drifting into the distance. Su Hanling and a few other ordinary survivors with skills also left. The lingering energy in the area was too strong. It wouldn't be long before strange creatures gathered. They couldn't take the awakened ones with them. These pre-apocalyptic technical workers are highly valued in the City of Energy, as all sides need people and can't rely solely on awakened individuals. Why didn't you leave? Guyang spat out the foam in his mouth and looked at Lu Liang walking toward him. Hasn't Lu Liang always wanted to reach the Heavenly King? The Tower of Heaven still exists. As they said, if they find a dangerous place and rebuild, it will be safer than now. Of course, they must avoid another strange creature like the Mother of Illusions, a 5th-level monster. Why do caring people get hurt by those who are cold? Giving your heart to love only leaves you battered, breaking your wings. Lu Liang looked sad and hummed a song. Enough, stop singing and speak normally, Guyang said, tired of hearing it last night. Lu Liang had no real skill. He sang for over 3 hours, and Guyang's ears were numb. I mean, you're so ruthless. Do you really want to lose the captain? Guyang rolled his eyes and continued brushing his teeth. Lu Liang cleared his throat twice. I studied some things. Let's listen together. Xiao Cheng cooked porridge. Come to my place for breakfast later. Xiao Cheng is Lu Liang's driver. Guyang looked at Lu Liang's back with some suspicion. The iron rooster had plucked its feathers. Guyang entered the tent and froze. Everyone was there. Yin Shan was lying on the ground. Around the table sat old Zhang, Wen Yi, Jiang Cha, Lu Liang, and Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang's young face was full of deep thought. Earlier that morning, Zhao Shuang was still unconscious. Zhao Qing was worried and found Jiang Cha. Jiang Cha used Blue Rain to wake Zhao Shuang. As soon as Zhao Shuang woke up, she saw her worried brother and sister Yuzhu, who had apparently died. The Tower of Heaven, which once soared into the sky, had disappeared. Instead, there were piles of ruins everywhere. Guyang sat down and started eating porridge. Lu Liang put down his empty bowl and cleared his throat. I've studied some things. Eat first, I'll tell you. First, before meeting Guyang, we mostly avoided strange creatures. We only fought back when there was no other choice. Back then, strange materials weren't useful, and fighting them directly wasn't necessary. Later, we started killing strange creatures, and their strength kept growing, eventually surpassing all of us. Lu Liang looked at Guyang and continued. At that time, I thought we were just unlucky. Later, when Guyang easily defeated the flame skeleton deer, I sensed something unusual. The strangeness far exceeded what we experienced, except for Guyang himself. Later, combined with what the woman from the future said about correcting history and changing the timeline, making it impossible for a 5th-level awakener to appear, and involving future people interfering in the present to break the balance. I have some guesses. First, about balance. I think it relates to the strange phenomena and humanity's balance. The woman's actions to correct things clearly aim to help humans. So, is it possible that the strange beings are also trying to correct humans? The target of their correction is Guyang. From a game perspective, it's like the difficulty of a dungeon reset depends on Guyang's level, without considering us little players. Guyang put down his bowl, his eyes narrowing slightly. For a while, he even doubted whether he was dirty. Lu Liang's words made sense, but if the strange beings wanted to kill him, he would fight back. Even if they didn't want to kill him, he still wanted to eliminate them. After all, he needed killing points and strange materials. Thinking of this, Guyang suddenly remembered the woman talking about an unknown force invading. Could she be referring to his system? He pondered this, while Lu Liang continued speaking. As everyone knows, Awakener's energy is much stronger than that of ordinary people. How much stronger, we don't know. The difference in energy between levels 1 and 2, or 1 and 3, is also unknown. So, it's possible that Guyang's energy is too intense, attracting higher-level strange beings. Therefore, I think we should test this. When encountering strange beings, Guyang shouldn't attack first. Just stay low and develop quietly, like before. At first, Guyang was very cautious, but at some point, he became a bit reckless. Later, he was downright arrogant. After some discussion, the team set out. Only a few dozen people chose to follow them. The rest went with the Tower of Babel. This time, the casualties were heavy, over 13,000 people, leaving only about 4,000 survivors. Old Wolf. Let's go too. Guyang lay in the back seat. eating chips and drinking cola. Old Wolf drove the car, keeping pace with the vehicles ahead. His eyes were full of focus. Old Man Zhang looked into the rearview mirror, his cloudy eyes momentarily stunned. How did Guyang turn into a dog head? He looked again carefully and saw that it was indeed a dog. A wolf driving the car. Old Man Zhang was just surprised for a moment and then looked away. With Guyang's ability, it was not strange for anything to happen. The convoy kept moving until sunset, then slowly stopped. Guyang got out of the car, grabbed the endless water bottle, and drank a few gulps. It was still very hot. Lu Liang came over. Can you help me merge a strange item? By the way, is that Blackstone still there? Lu Liang smiled and rubbed his hands together. Seeing Lu Liang's flattering look, Guyang knew he wasn't hiding anything. It's here. What do you want? Can I get it back? Lu Liang asked in a pleading tone. In the past, he was afraid the cost would be too high and he would be played out. Now, with the Tears of Guard, if it's just a curse or negative effects, they no longer affect him. What he needs now is to copy the full lyrics and learn how to sing them with deep feeling to gain his wife's love. Love can help him break the curse. So now he regrets it and wants to get the stone back. Of course, you can. But you need 100 second-tier strange items. Then you can redeem the black stone. How about that? Guyang said with a smile. Lu Liang pursed his lips. Guyang had changed. He went from cautious to reckless, from mean to super mean. His mouth was like a black hole swallowing everything. Forget it. I won't redeem it. Lu Liang gave up. He had only been testing the waters. What if Guyang didn't want it after all? Now, it was clear he didn't want it. Lu Liang took out the poison plague gun and a pair of snake eyes, handing them to Guyang. This is your reward. Lu Liang took out a coin, which Guyang took and looked at. No, Guyang shook his head. I forgot to tell you, I'm raising the price. From now on, merging with items of a certain level must use items of the same level as payment. For example, if you merge the snake eyes, which are second tier, you must use second tier strange items as payment. If the same item as before is used as a carrier, then each additional item costs half a similar item, also of the same level. Your coin is only first tier. Lu Liang was stunned, then shamelessly smiled and said, maybe we can start counting from next time. Darn it. Lu Liang cursed silently. Rare high-level strange materials are hard to find, but there are plenty of low-level ones. With Guyang raising the price, the market for low-level strange materials might collapse. Under Guyang's indifferent attitude, Lu Liang left. There was nothing he could do. Guyang had the ability, and he had the right to set the price. Honestly, Lu Liang thought it wasn't too expensive, even though he didn't know exactly how much Guyang's ability consumed. But combining high-level strange materials definitely costs more than low-level ones. Lu Liang sighed. He could gather materials again later. Anyway, Guyang was here, and he couldn't run away. He still had 8,600 killing points and planned to upgrade the flame to the next level. Upgrading to Master Level Flame LV5 costs 5,400 killing points. Proceed with the upgrade? Yes, upgrade. With a thought, Guyang's killing points dropped to 3,200. Flame LV5, Master Level. Temperature, can produce blue flames up to 5,000 degrees Celsius. Ability, can create a flame clone identical to himself. Touching it causes an explosion. Guyang, Bloodline, Second Order Infectious Blood. Upgrading to Third Order Infectious Blood requires 15,000 killing points. Superpower Awakening, Domain Level Mental Power LV6. Concept change. No longer limited to weight but to control, skills, mental impact, mental barrier, mental perception, mental flight, mental restraint, internal destruction, mental domain, material decomposition. LV7, radius 150 meters domain, requires 50,000 killing points. Master Level Flame LV5, capable of producing blue flames up to 5,000 degrees Celsius. Skills, can simultaneously generate 3 fist-sized fireballs, a 5-meter-long flame whip, flame spear, condensing fire at the fingertips. Flame Pillar, gathering a fire column rising from the center, flame wall, forming a wall of fire. Fire Fist, the arm turns into flames to punch. It can also create a flame clone that looks exactly like the original. Touching it causes an explosion. Level 6 Domain Level Fire, requires 31,000 killing points, a transformed golden flame that is no longer limited by temperature. It creates a fire domain with a radius of 50 meters. Inside this domain, flames are everywhere. The flames are you, and you are the flames. Within this domain, you are like a fire god. After reaching level 5, the infection blood shows a new upgrade prompt, similar to when mental power reached level 5. Will the third stage of infection blood give rise to a new ability? But what exactly is this infection blood? As thoughts turn, Guiyang remembers that initially, his human bloodline was mixed, meaning he was not a purebred. After upgrading, it became infection blood. Is infection a form of evolution? Guiyang temporarily considers it as evolution, since higher bloodline levels seem to greatly improve personal strength. Guiyang still hopes to gain more abilities, more options, more paths. The Evil Mother is an example. Mental power has little effect on her unless his level is very high. Then he could strike directly with a lower dimensional attack. Fortunately, he still knows a bit about the Way of Flames. Thinking about infection blood, Guiyang recalls the blood of the Star Illusion King, which glows with 4 different colors. Just as he plans to cut his finger to compare a drop, a shout is heard. Not good. Brother Yun has grown hair all over. Guiyang looks toward Yun Shan's location following the sound. The speaker is Yun Shan's driver, hired by Lu Liang. The previous driver has already passed away. Yun Shan's driver faces very high risks, since Yun Shan isn't very smart. When he is smart, he doesn't think about his driver. Yun Shan is still unconscious. The cost of his armor is something Guiyang can't comment on. If no one takes care of him, he might be gone. Guiyang is carefree and not worried at all. He doesn't know how to solve the problem. Well, actually, finding a solution is somewhat difficult for him. If it were Guiyang himself, ignoring the cost of immunity, he wouldn't dare to use it. Falling to the ground without anyone to help would be disastrous. Even if he wanted to use it, he would need a breakthrough, like Old Man Zhang's Holy Fruit or Jiang Cha's Blue Rain, which are breakthrough opportunities. Guiyang walks toward Yun Shan's car. Not only he, but several other awakened individuals have also gathered. There is no way around it. The term, long-haired, sounds very attention-grabbing. Let's see what's going on. A few people pulled Yun Shan out of the back seat of the car and laid him flat on the ground for a closer look. They formed a circle around him. Yun Shan's exposed hands and cheeks now had hair growing on them. The hair wasn't very thick yet, but the most noticeable thing was that even his shiny bald head had started to grow hair. Guiyang thought that it would be very difficult for a hair transplant clinic to help Yun Shan, since his hair follicles were almost gone. He's probably evolving, Old Man Zhang said calmly. Guiyang nodded, as that was the only explanation he could think of. It makes sense that the Titan ape would grow hair. Maybe the cost of evolving increases afterward, because the more ape-like he becomes, the less intelligent he is. Evolving, with higher costs. When he instinctively looked down, feeling that something was going wrong, Jiang Cha, standing nearby, looked at Wen-Yi with a jealous expression. As classmates and close friends, she knew what Wen-Yi was about to do just from her posture. No need to say more about her thoughts. Their understanding of each other was quite frightening. I also think that the cost of evolving might increase. Besides those with broken hands or feet or physical disabilities, many awakened ones have very vague costs. Old Man Zhang agreed with Guiyang, his cloudy eyes showing a hint of bitterness. For example, my own cost. Lu Liang's conscience is also a vague concept, he added. Everyone was curious about Old Man Zhang's cost, but since he didn't want to say, they wouldn't ask. At least, the idea that the cost increases seemed quite accurate. Lu Liang nodded silently. Indeed, the cost was very vague. The conscience that can be deceived and the conscience that cannot be deceived are completely different. These are just guesses. We'll know more once he wakes up, Lu Liang said in a low voice. This speculation really affected his mood. In this apocalyptic world, conscience can be deadly. The Holy Light Angel of the Tower of Heaven's Awakened One is a good example. Her cost was a higher version of conscience, her saintly heart. That's why she hesitated not at all to sacrifice herself and enter the blood-red portal. Even the tiniest creature fights to survive. Regarding the cost of a saintly heart, Lu Liang thought of a saying. Heaven and hell, she has no choice but to accept her fate. Only she is the one chosen. At night, under the blood moon, a few people sat around a campfire. Yun Shan was still unconscious, lying nearby. Lu Liang took out a map and spread it on the ground. We are now in the Yunnan provinces in the southwest area. We are heading toward the coastal region of the Pearl River Delta. After reaching the Pearl River Delta, we will follow the coastal cities toward East China. The convoy can't just run aimlessly. It needs a clear direction. The official energy city is built near the sea close to East China, bordering Shanghai. Lu Liang took out a badge, which had a pointer in the center. He continued, "This is the energy city pointer given by Su Hanliang. Later, we can pass by and take a look. The main reason for choosing this direction is that Guiyang wants to see the sea. Coastal cities have strong industries and more food supplies, making it a good choice. The sea should be relatively safe. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't have built the giant city on the water. It shows the authorities are far-sighted, choosing a place that's easy to defend but hard to attack. Looking at the Sky Tower, it seems very impressive, built anywhere, really. But the destruction of the Sky Tower was just an accident." The group discussed together, and nearby, someone let out a breath. Ugh! Yinshan touched his forehead and slowly stood up. He looked around and was suddenly stunned. Where's the cunning mother? And the Sky Tower? Then he felt something was wrong. The texture was fuzzy and furry. Yinshan's face changed drastically. He quickly touched his cheeks, and his expression turned to one of shock and fear. Jiang Cha handed him a small mirror. Yinshan looked into the mirror. His expression immediately softened, and he looked very happy. Damn, he had grown long hair. As for the fur on his cheeks, he didn't mind. He could just shave it later. Guiyang, do you think my hair looks cool? And the fur on my face, is it sexy? Haha, you don't have any fur on your face, so you're not handsome. Yinshan laughed loudly, almost losing his mind. Guiyang, everyone looked at him speechlessly. He accepted it so quickly. I've advanced. Yinshan's happy expression faded. What a pity. I advanced too late. If I had done it earlier, we wouldn't have had to run away. That strange woman was lucky. If I meet her again, I will definitely take revenge. One slap was enough to knock him out, which was really embarrassing. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Zhang said with disdain. Old Zhang, don't doubt me. I'm much stronger now. That's it. I knew it. The cost has increased. Old Zhang sighed, feeling cold inside. People who didn't know might think you've improved 4 or 5 levels at once. Can you stop messing with your hair? Guiyang looked at Yinshan. Used to seeing him bald, Yinshan's current look was really annoying. He looked like a strong, round-faced monkey. Plus, with this golden armor, it was even worse. Honestly, it insulted the image of the great sage in my mind. Why should I cut it back? Yinshan looked confused. He finally grew hair, holding a small mirror to admire it. I want to shave the hair on my face and maybe try some red dye. Don't you think I look like that Super Saiyan 4? How cool is that? Wen-Yi, can I borrow your knife? My hair is too hard. I don't think a normal knife can cut it, Yinshan said, touching his facial hair and looking at Wen-Yi. It doesn't look anything like that. You actually look more like Nappa, Wen-Yi said with a shrug, handing over a blood-engraved gold item. You've actually seen it? Yinshan was surprised. Girls also watch Dragon Ball. That thought flashed through his mind quickly. He then focused on the main point and looked unhappy. How could I look like that bald guy? When he was a bit speechless. It had only been a day since Yinshan grew hair, and he already forgot he used to be bald. Remember to wipe some blood on it, Wen-Yi said, not wanting to argue about this. The knife couldn't be borrowed for nothing. Yinshan patted his chest confidently, as if to say, don't worry. As they chatted, the night gradually grew quiet. The campfire's embers flickered. Guiyang returned to the car and took out a strange, palm-sized object that looked like a stomach. This item was obtained from the purple-eyed ghost baby. Although the ghost baby was killed by that future woman, he kept the strange object. Since he didn't get any killing points, this strange item was a compensation for his loss. After hesitating for a moment, Guiyang took out a small cloth bag with a string of beads inside. The gray bag had a Zen character embroidered on it. With a thought, a white glow wrapped around the stomach-shaped object and the bead bag. Guiyang looked excited. If nothing unexpected happened, his worries about not being able to move supplies would soon disappear. The white light faded, revealing a gray cloth bag covered with silver lines. The black Zen character on the bag turned purple. Space bag, eerie device rank, 9748. Abilities, lined inside with the membrane of a purple-eyed eerie infant stomach, the storage space can expand with mental strength. Food stored inside does not spoil. Anti-theft. Only the owner can take items out. If theft occurs, the bag's opening will sprout spiral teeth that bite off the thief's hand. Eerie device. A forbidden item fused with eerie objects. Using it always has a cost, which increases with its rank. Costs. Overloading the bag causes the infant inside to swell and cry sharply. The user must feed it blood to soothe it, or the bag will spray stomach acid, burning the hand. But if you are Guyong, using it has no cost. Guyong weighed the bag in his hand, a happy smile on his face. He hadn't expected a special surprise. Food that doesn't spoil. In the early days of the apocalypse, there were few people and plenty of supplies. But over time, food would rot and spoil. Otherwise, the official granary's reserves could last hundreds of years, but without electricity and supervision, the stored food would quickly mold and decay. Later, without sources of food production, supplies would become scarce. But right now, there were still many supplies. If he casually looted a few large supermarkets, he wouldn't run out of supplies. This solved his last survival difficulty: endless water bottles, a space bag for supplies, and non-spoiling food. It was perfect. He still had two more eerie items, the highest-level eerie objects he had obtained so far. One was dropped by a fourth-rank fire skeleton deer. A pair of antlers and a long, black object, probably a whip. Guyong really didn't know how to use this. Using it to fuse with himself? Impossible. After fusion, would he become a deer? Or a human? Guyong fell into deep thought. Fusing it into his car didn't seem suitable either. Although it's a whip, it's a fourth-rank eerie item, so he needed to think carefully. Using it carelessly would just be a waste. Before the apocalypse, people with weak kidneys bought this to make wine. Should I ask Old Man Zhang for a jar of wine? Although the deer whip is a strange item, it still retains some of its original effects. But I don't like drinking alcohol. It causes trouble. I can't think of anything else. So Guyong plans to merge the deer antler directly into the fire scale berserk chariot. Combining these two strange items will also save 100 killing points. Just as Guyong was about to merge the deer whip and antler into the fire scale berserk chariot, he glanced at the infinite water bottle in the passenger seat. The infinite water bottle should be usable too. After a moment of thought, Guyong decided, and his killing points balance became 3,000. A white light enveloped the water bottle and the deer whip. After a moment, the white light disappeared. The basic shape and color of the water bottle remained unchanged. It still looked like semi-transparent, foggy ice blue glass made from natural crystal. Inside, hundreds of raindrop-shaped bubbles changed from white to blood red. Looking through the clear, bright bottle, you could faintly see the liquid inside, a mix of light blue and blood red, clearly separated. Infinite water bottle, strange device rank. 8182, abilities, endless rain. The blue rain in the bottle is inexhaustible and unlimited. Blue rain restores 40% of stamina and 35% of mental energy per 100 milliliters, dissolves all stains and blood stains, greatly aiding wound healing. Long-term drinking can strengthen the body, improve kidney function, boost immunity, and prevent diseases. Strange device. A forbidden item fused with strange objects. Using it always comes with a cost, and higher rank means a greater cost. Costs. Water erosion. Long-term use causes overload of water attributes in the body, making the body approach a liquid state. Also, 10 minutes of memory randomly disappear each day. Strong desire. After each use, one must vent their desires within 12 hours. Otherwise, they will suffer a high fever of 43 degrees Celsius for 3 hours. Blue rain is good, but should not be overused, or its effects will keep increasing. But if you are Guyong, using it has no cost. The effects of blue rain have indeed become stronger as Guyong expected. Each 100 milliliters now restores 10% more stamina and 5% more mental energy. The enhancement is quite significant, but blue rain is limitless, so this improvement seems minor in comparison. However, it is still very useful. If traded, blue rain's value would be higher, allowing for more exchanges. Besides, what was once only helpful for healing wounds now becomes very beneficial after the upgrade. Quickly stopping bleeding after injuries is very important. Not to mention strengthening the body, nourishing the essence and kidneys, boosting immunity, and preventing illnesses. All very useful. Additionally, the compatibility of strange items and the influence of high-level strange items on the cost of lower-level ones have been confirmed again. Because of the fire attribute of the flame skeleton deer, it solves the problem of dehydration caused by sunlight. The randomness of memory loss has changed to a forced 10-minute loss each day. It's unclear whether this makes the effect stronger or weaker. Originally, memory loss was unpredictable. No one knew how much or which parts would be lost. It might be influenced by dehydration under sunlight. Strong desires lead to venting within 12 hours, and a high fever of 43 degrees Celsius lasting 3 hours. These costs are also significant, but Guiyang thinks these costs are small compared to the level and rank of the materials. Yes, these costs are indeed small. Could it be that high-level strange items counteract the effects on lower-level strange materials? Eliminating the cost of lower-level strange materials might also reduce the costs that should appear for the user. Guiyang thinks this is possible, but even if true, it doesn't affect his plans. Strange device. A forbidden item fused with strange objects. Using it always has a cost, which increases with its rank. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how much the cost is offset, it's still a high-level strange material, and the remaining cost can still be deadly. But for Guiyang, it doesn't matter. He only cares about studying. He can't be bothered by costs. Guiyang cuts off his thoughts, holding the antler of the flame skeleton deer as he gets out of the vehicle. The antler is clearly integrated into the car, making full use of it. He consumes another 100 killing points, leaving 2,900 points. The flame-scale berserk war chariot is wrapped in white light, standing out sharply against the quiet, dark night. Many people were awakened by the bright light. Some survivors, annoyed and grumpy about waking up, angrily looked at the source of the light. After seeing clearly, they deflated like broken balloons and went back to sleep. However, many others stayed to watch the scene, their eyes full of curiosity. Some of these were people on the Tower of Heaven and the tall buildings, who had never seen such a sight before. As the bright light faded, the overall appearance of the fire-scaled furious chariot remained unchanged. The only new feature was a pair of crescent-shaped horns that reached into the sky. In the night, the thick base of the horns pointed upward, from which grew 7 branches of white, jade-like, antler-like structures. The topmost branch was burning with molten gold-colored flames. Deer Fire Furious Chariot, Evil Device Rank, 7999, Abilities, Stone Body. The roof beams, along with columns A, B, C, D, the main beams, and chassis, are indestructible. Regular physical impacts, explosions, and corrosion are very difficult to damage it, greatly increasing the vehicle's overall stability. Flaming Deer Stampede. When the bull charges, flames will gather in front of the horns, forming a fiery, ghostly deer. The ghostly figure will first launch a collision wave, setting the vehicle on fire and making it more aggressive. The chariot will then launch a second charge, smashing through obstacles and burning them away. Dogskin Seat. The seat can automatically adjust temperature, improving sleep quality. It provides a strong sense of security, as if a loyal dog is guarding you. Even if you sleep deeply, the alert of the old wolf will wake you up. Ghost Oil Lamp. When lit, it emits a faint yellow glow that barely illuminates the cockpit. However, the glow can perfectly block all biological sense inside the chariot, including life energy, heat, and mental waves. A paradise bird for mating. Your vehicle will always stay clean and free of dirt or mess. Reverse Scale Fire Prison. Contains flames within pangolin scales, offering unmatched physical defense. It resists piercing, cutting, blunt force, high temperatures, and strong acids. When the scales are attacked, flames burst out from beneath, and broken scales can quickly regenerate. The strange heart replaced the car's engine, providing a continuous, almost endless source of terrifying power. The car no longer needs traditional fuel like gasoline. The tires fused with black hooves are more stable. Your car will never flip over, and the energy efficiency is improved. The duration of the eternal power increases by 12 hours. Forbidden items. These are taboo objects fused with strange things. Using them always comes with a cost, and the higher the rank, the greater the price. Costs. Increased physical restraint, feeling heavier and more oppressive. Flames will drain a lot of moisture from the user's body. Beast spiral. Bull horns trigger rage. Deer horns increase anger. Under the influence of wolf skins, the user becomes extremely proud and may eventually turn into a bloodthirsty creature. Fat of existence. The kerosene consumes the user's anger. When the kerosene runs out, the flames flicker violently. The user has a 50% chance of dying immediately and a 50% chance of becoming a strange creature. If a man gets in the car, you will feel the pain of a bird pecking. Eternal power. The power is eternal, but after the heart runs for 60 hours, it will feel tired. It begins to drain the user's life force as a supplement. The amount drained depends on the speed. The faster the speed, the quicker the tired feeling and the more life force is taken. The car must travel at least 100 kilometers daily, otherwise it will go berserk. But if you are Guyang, you can use it without any cost. After adding some materials midway, the car's basic survival ability is now sufficient. Some costs that Guyang didn't care for, like the sleep-inducing dogskin seats, have disappeared. Adding wolf skins perfectly solved that problem. Horseshoes greatly contribute to the car's stability and engine efficiency. However, deer antlers did not solve the bull horn's temper problem. In fact, they made it worse. Coupled with the wolf's pride, this situation is truly hopeless. To counteract the costs of lower-level strange objects, the first requirement is compatibility. While Guyang was pondering this, when Yi walked over from behind. "What is that next to you?" She wasn't curious about what Guyang was upgrading, but she was quite interested in this wolf creature. It looks like a strange but well-behaved creature standing nearby, somewhat like a husky, but with a serious expression. "Can I pet its head?" Guyang shook his head seriously. Werewolves also deserve respect. If you pet its head, it might bite you. So it's a fierce dog. When Yi thought seriously and nodded. She wasn't interested in fierce dogs. She prefers friendly dogs. Yi looked around nervously and grabbed Guyang's hand to get into the car. On the endless war chariot, Jiang Cha pressed her hands against the window, resting her face on it, her eyes shining with a strange purple light. Ugh! A heavy sigh echoed inside the car. Isn't it said that after 10 minutes, senses become numb, and continuing might cause more pain than pleasure? Jiang Cha slammed onto the back seat, lost in thought about this question. She believed her knowledge was correct, but her knowledge couldn't keep her awake, and Jiang Cha fell into deep sleep. The next morning, the Tower of Heaven stopped at the edge of a canyon. The heavy building landed, crushing the jagged rocks on the ground. Everyone walked down the gravel stairs and looked out from the cliff's edge. "This place is perfect. The canyon is deep and wide enough," Fangji said. Chen Yuan nodded. "It's really suitable. Easy to defend and hard to attack. If we had chosen a place like this earlier, Bao Jie and the others might still be alive." Wang Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head. "We only thought about convenience for travel and gathering supplies. Their respect for the end of the world was too small. They overestimated their strength and abilities, which caused such great damage." Ruanqing covered her heart with her hands, her eyes full of compassion. Wu Ming stepped forward happily. "Leave the rest to me. This time, I'll design 2 towers, one main and one auxiliary, along with Xiao Kuei's floating. It should be foolproof. Hopefully, no more level 5 strange creatures appear," Huang Yu said, clasping her hands and closing her eyes. Wang Wei suddenly hit her with a headbutt. Huang Yu pouted sadly. "Sister Wei, why did you do that? Start of a new day? Don't say anything unlucky," Wang Wei said with a gentle smile, looking very kind. Ruanqing reached out and rubbed Huang Yu's head. Wang Wei helplessly shook his head. "Everyone will have to work hard for a while in the future." Then, everyone began a meeting to discuss future plans and the strange defense measures. "Let me take over for a while. You rest." Zhao Qing, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Luo Yuzhu, who was driving. "It's okay. I'm not tired," Luo Yuzhu said with a faint smile, looking at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing pursed her lips, silently sighing, but she couldn't say anything. In recent days, Luo Yuzhu hardly spoke, only talking when cooking, driving, or organizing supplies. Usually, she stayed silent. Zhao Qing didn't know how to comfort her anymore. If it were her own loved one lost in such a way, she probably wouldn't feel any better either. The end of the world was already depressing. Without a way to release her inner frustration, Zhao Qing worried Luo Yuzhu might get sick from holding it all in. Yuzhu, Drink some water. A small, fair arm appeared in Luo Yuju's line of sight from the back seat. The cap was unscrewed, revealing more than half a bottle of blue rain drink inside. Thank you, Luo Yuju said softly, pressing her lips and taking a sip. Before her lips left the bottle, Zhao Shuang's voice rang out again. Finish drinking. Luo Yuju paused. I'm not thirsty. Don't waste it. Yuju, are we all on the same team? Zhao Shuang asked softly. Luo Yuju looked straight ahead, her left hand on the steering wheel, her right hand holding the bottle of blue rain, suspended in the air. Zhao Shuang didn't reach for it. She just kept holding the bottle. Of course, Luo Yuju replied. Then why do you have to say thank you after taking a sip? Zhao Shuang asked. Luo Yuju stopped. She always believed that people should know each other. She had relied on her own hands to get this far and didn't want to take advantage of others. Walls can fall, and buildings can collapse. From the beginning, Zhao Qing had helped her once. Later, she had unintentionally saved their brother and sister. Since then, the four of them had formed a bond and stayed together. Later, she carefully collected supplies every time, believing she owed nothing to others. But after Zhao Shuang awakened, she began to feel a bit anxious. She was not as bold as Luo Hua, who didn't think much about anything. Besides Luo Hua, she was very cautious of everyone. Now, for some reason, she rejected their kindness. After Luo Hua died, she started to think about leaving. She believed that in the end of the world, weak people couldn't survive. If she became dependent on others, she would only feel lost and helpless when facing danger. But could she really survive by withdrawing? She was a woman, weaker than men, and she hadn't awakened any special abilities. She was anxious, hesitant, and helpless. These feelings were already catching up with her. Yuzhua, you don't need to be so cautious. If you fill your soul with thorns, not only will you hurt others, but you'll also hurt yourself. She and Luo Hua were very close. They often talked about life before the end of the world, sharing some understanding of each other's lives. Luo Hua wanted you to fill your soul's garden with flowers. She told me before that she wanted you to be happy and joyful, but she wasn't capable. When she reached this point, Zhao Shuang stopped talking. Zhao Qing, with her hands behind her head, subtly reached out from her seatbelt and gave a thumbs up. Her sister had grown up. It seemed the old motivational books hadn't been wasted. Actually, after the end of the world, Zhao Shuang also told herself many harsh truths. Zhao Qing usually just responded with a slap on the head. If she weren't her own sister, she might have kept some dignity. Otherwise, you're talking nonsense. That was Zhao Qing's reply. If she added a bit of plant-related humor, it would be even better. Thank you, little Shuang. Luo Yuju's eyes shimmered with tears, and a slight smile appeared on her face. I think I've awakened. Zhao Qing. The air inside the car seemed to freeze. Luo Yuju raised the bottle filled with blue rain again. This time, she didn't just take a sip. Her fair neck and Adam's apple moved quickly as she finished the drink inside the bottle. Zhao Shuang wanted to ask Luo Yuju what ability she had awakened, but then something amazing happened. Luo Yuju's hair started changing from black to purple at a visible speed, beginning at the roots. It was a dark purple, night purple. If Gu Yang and the others saw this, they would be very surprised. They wouldn't expect blue rain to trigger the appearance of an awakening ability. When someone first awakens, their feelings are usually blurry, and the side effects often show within a day. Yuju, your hair looks so cool, Zhao Shuang said with bright eyes. Night purple was her favorite color. She had wanted to dye her hair before the apocalypse, but Zhao Qing didn't allow it, saying it was inappropriate, and only the mentally weak dyed their hair. He even threatened to shave her head if she dyed it secretly. A shaved head? No way. Her idea of dyeing her hair was immediately shut down. Hearing Zhao Shuang, Zhao Qing looked up and turned his attention back. Luo Yuju seemed stunned. She looked down at her long hair hanging over her shoulders. Her dark eyes looked even deeper, and her face appeared cold and elegant, with a hint of innocence. The sunlight shone on her fair face and her purple hair. Why did your hair change like this? Luo Yuju looked confused. It's the side effect, the cost of awakening, Zhao Shuang said with a smile, raising a finger. It's just a change in hair color, not a bad side effect. You'll understand slowly. Luo Yuju nodded blankly. Zhao Shuang often told them many things, but not everything. She never mentioned that awakening had side effects. But Zhao Shuang said it wasn't a bad side effect, so she felt relieved. If her sister knew she had awakened, she would probably be very happy. In that moment, fear, hesitation, and confusion disappeared from her chest. She felt much lighter and easier to breathe. Isn't it a bad price? Zhao Qing noticed the details. There is a cost to awakening, even for those with special abilities. But upon reflection, some of the awakened from the Tower of Heaven had injuries. One had a broken leg, and another looked very weak. What is your price? Zhao Qing asked. Don't worry. I can still move well, so my price isn't anything bad, Zhao Shuang said with a smile. It seemed there was nothing unusual. Zhao Qing decided not to ask further, even though he was curious. His sister had grown up, and he needed to give her space and respect. Maybe I should dye my hair later. It's too eye-catching, Luo Yuzhu frowned, looking straight ahead. Everyone else had black hair, but she had purple hair. No matter how you looked at it, it drew attention. Why dye it? Purple hair looks good. You're different now. You've awakened and are changing your identity, Zhao Qing said softly and with a smile. The atmosphere inside the car became lively, with the three chatting casually, breaking the previous tense mood. The heavy worry about the Tower of Heaven crisis and Luo Yao's death, which had weighed on them, started to fade at this moment. Luo Yuzhu looked directly at the setting sun, her mind set on a goal, a direction. The convoy kept moving until the sun disappeared below the horizon, then slowly stopped. Lu Liang's driver, Xiao Cheng, came over, knocked on the window, explained that Lu Liang was calling a meeting, and then left. Perfect. Yuzhu, come with me, he said. After they left holding hands, Zhao Qing looked at the remaining glow of the sunset with a bitter expression. Everyone had awakened now. Is this fate? The more he wanted to awaken, the more the heavens seemed to block him. Is it destiny? But Luo Yuzhu thought about awakening every day too. Zhao Shuang held a nervous Luo Yuzhu as they approached Lu Liang and the others. Her car was at the back of the group of awakened, so she was the last to be informed. The others were already sitting together. Hey, more people, Old Man Zhang chuckled happily. Ordinary people knew they couldn't attend the Awakens meeting, and with her eye-catching purple hair, it was almost certain she was involved. Guyang picked up his teacup and took a sip. Lu Liang smiled warmly again. Our team is really lucky. The Awakeners keep coming one after another. That's great. This person is named Luo Yuzhu. I know him. I saw him when searching for Blue Rain Awakeners before. The two sisters are quite easy to recognize. I was a bit surprised at first. Zhao Shuang had just brought Luo Yuzhu over and was about to speak when Yun Shan casually said, They've awakened, right? Got it. Yun Shan looked very relaxed, as if no explanation was needed. Seeing this, Zhao Shuang sat down with Luo Yuzhu, and the others squeezed to make space. Luo Yuzhu looked at everyone, who seemed a bit nervous. Wen Yi and Jiang Cha both smiled and waved hello to Luo Yuzhu. Lu Liang grinned and said, Don't be nervous. What ability did you awaken? Luo Yuzhu replied, Phantom. I can hide using light and shadows. Let's see a demonstration, Lu Liang suggested. It was hard to understand just by listening. Luo Yuzhu nodded, stood up, and suddenly a faint glow appeared under her feet. Then, a small black hole quietly formed. As the black hole appeared, Luo Yuzhu's body slowly sank and merged with the ground. Her eyes were full of curiosity. This was her first time using this ability. As she sank, the calm black hole around her suddenly grew soft. Flexible black tendrils like seaweed stretched out. The tendrils reached toward the shadows on the ground. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Luo Yuzhu's entire body disappeared beneath the ground, as if she had never been there. Where did she go? Jiang Cha looked blank. Just as Jiang Cha finished speaking, Luo Yuzhu stood up from Zhao Shuang's shadow. Wow! Yin Shan exclaimed in admiration. If he had this ability, he would be invincible. He could stand behind the enemy's shadow and then punch them in the face when they noticed. No matter who it was, he was confident he could defeat them instantly. Since advancing, this feeling has only grown stronger. Could you see her when she slipped into the shadow? When Yi asked Guyang. Guyang nodded. I could see her during the sneak, but when she crouched in one spot without moving, I couldn't see her. Still, I knew where she was. When he nodded, she understood Gu Yang's meaning. If she didn't move around him and found a hiding spot beforehand, he wouldn't see her. This ability is even better at hiding than invisibility. Can you hide others too? When he looked at Luo Yuzhu, Luo Yuzhu shook her head. No, I can't. When he smiled and said, that's still pretty good. Yinshan looked serious. It's a very strong ability. Lu Liang and Old Zhang also nodded in approval. Luo Yuzhu relaxed a little. She was nervous when Gu Yang said he could see her. She had worked hard to awaken her power. She hoped it wouldn't be a useless ability. Welcome to the team. You're the 8th person to awaken. Let me introduce you so everyone has a basic understanding of each other. Usually, people introduce themselves multiple times, and after a while, no one wanted to do it anymore. Except Yinshan. Jiang Cha. Ability. Blue Rain. The cool blue rain in the afternoon is made by her. When Sword God. Yinshan. Titan Gorilla. Lu Liang introduced everyone from left to right. When he was about to introduce Gu Yang, Yinshan pretended to be angry. Captain, your introduction isn't complete. It doesn't help team cooperation. You should also mention their ranks. Yinshan grinned. I'm 3rd rank, she's 2nd, and he's 1st. After introducing himself, Yinshan pointed to 1E and Jiang Cha, explaining their ranks again. You have to admit, 3rd rank is more prestigious than 1st or 2nd. It sounds better too. Back then, 1E had advanced to 2nd rank before him. Now he's 1 step ahead. He's 3rd rank, and 1E is 2nd. Lu Liang looked at Yinshan with a hopeless expression, then pointed at Gu Yang. Gu Yang, 3 power awakener, 5th rank. Yinshan's smile froze. 3 powers. 5th rank. He's not a dual power awakener. 4th rank. When did that happen? Yinshan knew when Gu Yang used fire and bone deer powers. He was impressed at the time. He thought Gu Yang was close to him, just 1 rank away, 1 ability away. But it turns out he was 2 ranks behind, missing 2 different abilities. Does that mean we didn't escape from the Tower of Heaven? Cloud Mountain's face was full of disbelief. Gu Yang was actually on the same level as the cunning mother who had been knocked down with a slap. Actually, he didn't faint at that moment. He was embedded in the wall, trying to pretend to be dead and lie still. But because of the cost of the mysterious golden armor, he fainted immediately. After you fainted, the events that followed. In some ways, we did escape from that side, Lu Liang said. They were originally migrating and running away. Why didn't anyone tell me? Yinshan muttered. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but you kept showing off your hair and talking about being a super scion, so I didn't have the chance, Lu Liang shrugged. Clowns, definitely clowns. That's how Yinshan felt right now. Also, anyone with a bit of insight could have seen what was going on, Lu Liang added. Why do you say I have no insight? Yinshan asked unhappily, clearly feeling unfairly accused. Old Zhang, standing nearby, suddenly chuckled. If you had insight, you wouldn't be sitting between Gu Yang and Wen-Yi, Yinshan. What do you mean? Gu Yang looked expressionless, while Wen-Yi was a bit nervous, hoping she wouldn't be discovered. They were very careful every night. Lu Liang cleared his throat. Anyway, back to the main point. Zhang Fan. We usually call him Old Zhang. He's an awakening plant type. When there's a problem, call him Old Zhang. When there's no problem, call him Old Zhang the Elder, a faint sigh sounded. In the team, he hadn't received respect from the elders. No, Jiang Cha called him Grandpa Zhang. What a good kid. No comparison, no hurt. They didn't see him as an elder. My awakening ability is cards. Zhao Shuang's, you should know, is mirror eyes. Also, the team has rules. No unjustified bullying of ordinary survivors. Resources found need to be shared because there are support-type awakeners in the team. Lu Liang roughly explained the procedures that needed to be followed. Luo Yuzhu silently processed the information. She was very familiar with the team's rules. After all, everyone knew these rules, both awakeners and ordinary survivors. She discreetly glanced at Gu Yang. 3 abilities awakened, 5th level. Almost a cliff-like leap in strength. How did he do it? Next, we will discuss collecting supplies. This meeting is for that purpose. Tomorrow, we will pass through a small town. There is something strange about it, but we will encounter a convoy again. No danger. We need to change the way we distribute supplies. Lu Liang finished speaking briefly and looked at Zhao Shuang and Luo Yuzhu. In the past, distribution was based on work. Fighters received more, and support staff could get some supplies by helping fighters. Zhao Shuang and Luo Yuzhu looked at each other and nodded. It seemed fair. Now, Gu Yang takes 90% of the supplies, and the rest of us share 10%. When he said this, Zhao Shuang and Luo Yuzhu both frowned. Old Zhang, who knows Guyang well, Yin Shan, and Wen Yi were a bit confused. As for Jiang Cha, she wasn't very familiar with Guyang, but she knew Wen Yi would help her fight for her rights. Lu Liang looked at Guyang, giving him the authority to speak. Guyang cleared his throat softly. He didn't plan to hide the secret of the space bag. There was no need to hide it. It would always be revealed when collecting supplies. I only have one thing to say. It's not that I don't want to share, but your vehicles can't hold it. This time, I plan to empty the entire town. Do you think you can fit that 10% of supplies? Wow, the others gasped. Emptying the town meant they couldn't possibly carry all that. We might not be able to carry all of it ourselves, but how do you plan to empty the town? Yin Shan asked. Guyang took a bag from his waist. A space bag. Just by its name, you should understand. Everyone's eyes focused on the bag, which was covered with silver lines. Is it one of those strange items dropped by the purple-eyed anomaly? Old Zhang squinted at the bag. He saw a small, baby-sized anomaly swallow 4 or 5 vehicles in one gulp. The power of strange devices is related to strange items, especially such magical bags. The 6 children of the strange mother also dropped unusual items. Old Zhang also remembered that blue soft gel. Guyang probably used that to create some good things. Guyang nodded at Old Zhang. Yin Shan looked eagerly at the bag in Guyang's hand. Is it the kind of space bag from cultivation novels? Seeing Guyang nod, Yin Shan's eyes grew even more passionate. He spoke quietly. Honestly, brother, I am a very loyal person. When I saw this bag, I wanted to grab it. The temptation of this bag was just too strong. He couldn't resist. He had eaten a lot before, but after the end of the world, he hadn't had a full meal very often. Old Zhang gave a thumbs up. It's you, Yin Shan. Say whatever you want. They were also tempted, but they didn't dare to say anything. Just joking, Yin Shan quickly added. I am the most loyal person. I would never steal my brother's things. All right, remember to stay low-key tomorrow, Lu Liang said to Guyang. Lu Liang meant that if they encounter strange things, they should try to avoid them. If they can't avoid them, they should only use powers similar to the strange things to prevent chaos. Guyang didn't have much opinion on this. Avoiding strange things was impossible. He needed killing points. But he was willing to only use powers of the same level. He still enjoyed pretending to be weak to hide his strength. Anyway, strange things always end up dead in the end. A man's ultimate romance is a fair fight. Guyang only drinks water to keep it fair, and his 199 bone-penetrating blackthorn needles are also very fair. Okay, Guyang nodded. Then, under the surprised gazes of everyone, Lu Liang asked Xiaoqing to call Zhaoqing over. Xiaoqing ran quickly and soon brought Zhaoqing over. Come, Zhaoqing, sit here. Lu Liang squeezed closer to Old Zhang to make space for Zhaoqing. Zhaoqing sat down beside Lu Liang, feeling a bit surprised. Then Lu Liang's next words made Zhaoqing feel even more awkward. I asked you last time about that feeling. Try to feel it again. Do you feel anything, Zhaoqing? He had spent a long time calming himself on the way here to feel better. Lu Liang's question was like adding salt to his wound. He wouldn't sleep tonight. He would be feeling down for a while. No, he thought. As an ordinary person, he knew he didn't have any special traits. But Zhao Shuang, standing nearby, looked a bit anxious. Captain, does my brother have something special about him? Your brother has many special things, Lu Liang replied. Lu Liang's expression on his face was very serious. What's so special? Zhao Shuang asked, her eyes full of excitement. You're the chosen one, Lu Liang replied. Really? Really? Zhao Shuang and Lu Liang's back and forth made Luo Yuzhu feel speechless. It reminded her of the day at the Senior Activity Center entrance. She was doing part-time work and went home. It started to rain heavily, so she took shelter there. At the same time, an old immortal was also hiding from the rain. She was given the title of the Chosen One, and the old immortal got her money. She and her sister ate instant noodles for 2 days. It was exactly the same. She was still young then, even more excited than Zhao Shuang now. Luo Yuzhu didn't see it, but Zhaoqing next to her looked just as speechless. As everyone knows, there is a type of character in this world, called the protagonist in novels, but in real life, they are called the Destined One. They have 2 main traits, being impressive and lucky. And these 2 traits appeared in our team. Lu Liang became more excited as he spoke. He's impressive, and he's lucky. He pointed to Gu Yang and Zhao Qing. Gu Yang's impressive qualities go without saying. Everyone understands. Zhao Qing, I want to call you the vessel of awakening. All three people on the team are awakened individuals. Luo Yang also included Luo Yao, because that future woman once said Luo Yao had awakened in the future and was a very powerful awakened person. Vessel of awakening. Zhao Qing couldn't hold back anymore. His mouth twisted, and Luo Yang seemed to be chasing him to kill. He didn't realize how obsessed he was with awakening. After Luo Yang finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and apologized to Luo Yuzhu. Zhao Shuang looked disappointed. She thought there was something special about it. Vessel of awakening. Isn't that just an incubator? Useless. The others listened and suddenly found it very reasonable. Especially Yinshan, whose eyes flickered with plans. Faced with everyone's curious looks, Zhao Qing really wanted to die. He was almost scratching his shoes to get them off. He considered himself emotionally intelligent, but he hadn't learned the language of the apocalypse yet, so he couldn't respond at all. Honestly, I suspect you've awakened luck? Luo Yang looked at Zhao Qing seriously. Why don't you pick 2 more survivors to test? Luo Yang thought for a moment, rubbing his chin. Choosing a girl, she needs to be pretty. To control the matchmaker precisely, Luo Hua and Luo Yuzhu are both good-looking. Zhao Shuang is still young, and she looks fine for now. An hour later, Zhao Qing left early, citing the need to sleep. Behind him, Luo Yang's voice was heard. Think carefully. I mean it, don't waste your talent. Gu Yang was munching sunflower seeds. You know, Tang Seng was less annoying than you, but he found it quite interesting. Luo Yang was good at noticing things. Zhao Qing was indeed lucky. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it this far. I'm really worried about the car team, Luo Yang sighed, stretching his hands toward the fire. He looked seriously at Gu Yang. Maybe you should find 2 pretty girls to ride in your car for a while. Who knows? Suddenly, Luo Yang's voice stopped abruptly. He sensed something unusual. A killing intent. Early to bed. Early to rise. Good for health. I'm leaving now. Everyone sleep early. Luo Yang quickly got up and headed to his tent. His ex-girlfriend said he wasn't careful enough, but he thought he was very attentive. Why are you leaving? Yinshan was surprised. As he spoke, he also left. People who leave halfway through are the most annoying. Old man, I'm leaving too. Sleep early. Old Zhang staggered to his car. Gu Yang also got up and left. Everyone decided to disperse since there was work to do tomorrow. You're jealous, Jiang Cha teased with a smile. No, I'm not, Wen Yi replied. You just wanted to see Luo Yang's nervous look, but he got scared and ran away, Jiang Cha said. As for Gu Yang, he's good-looking but average in ability. What's there to be jealous about? Wen Yi said calmly, with a serious face. Oh, he's really just average, Jiang Cha said, pretending to be interested. In her mind, she muttered that he was just okay, an ambiguous word between good and bad. When he said, let's go. We should go back and sleep. We? Jiang Cha looked surprised, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Recently, when he has been visiting Gu Yang every day, she is very addicted. If it weren't for the side effects of her cat-like pupils, she might have trouble sleeping without Wen Yi nearby. She's definitely tired of it, completely fed up. Jiang Cha imagined silently that when Yi takes Jiang Cha's hand and turns to press her face against Gu Yang's big dark face. Why do you walk so quietly? You scared me, Wen Yi says, startled and a bit annoyed. What do you think? Gu Yang replies softly. It's really annoying, talking about people so loudly behind their back. He's so close, yet he hasn't gone far. His appearance is good, but his abilities are average. Last night, he clearly was the one who won. Gu Yang slightly leans forward, wraps his right arm around Wen Yi's waist, and lifts her onto his shoulder. Why are you doing this? Put me down. His voice fades away as Jiang Cha, stunned, sniffs her nose and walks alone toward the endless battlefield. The weather seems to be getting colder for some reason. She needs to add an extra blanket at night. The next morning, Wen Yi returns to the car, her eyes dark and her voice a little hoarse. Cha-cha, take a shower. Don't bother me. I want to sleep a little more. Jiang Cha responds softly from inside the blanket. When he doesn't say anything, she slips her cold hand into the blanket. Jiang Cha shivers and instantly wakes up, giving Wen Yi a resentful look. Am I your servant? Blue rainwater drips from Wen Yi's head, and her tangled hair becomes fluffy. Pour me another glass of water, thank you. Jiang Cha, Used to drinking blue rain, rarely drinks regular mineral water now. It feels different. You need to control yourself. Oh, hey, Jiang Cha says lazily, dragging out her words. Are you eating for fun? Wen Yi's eyes widen, and she quickly covers Jiang Cha's mouth. Am I shameless? Eating for fun? What kind of wild talk is that? Sit in the front. I want to sleep a while, Wen Yi says, slipping into the warm bedding. Although drinking a little more blue rain means she doesn't need to sleep, she always feels strange when she stays awake. It takes some time to reach the resource collection point, so she decides to sleep a bit. Is this a 12-hour battle? Jiang Cha wonders silently. Old Wolf, let's go. Under Gu Yang's instructions, the Old Wolf drove behind Lu Liang's car. Gu Yang's car followed behind Old Zhang's vehicle, then Yun Shan, Wen Yi, and finally Zhao Shuang's car. The convoy kept this formation throughout the journey. Old Zhang said this was safer, but Lu Liang looked angry. The team leader didn't seem to benefit him at all. He had wanted to be Gu Yang's subordinate, but Gu Yang didn't want him. In that moment, he wished he were a woman. The Old Wolf drove the car, while Gu Yang happily covered himself with a blanket. Having a driver was really nice. As for Wen Yi, who liked to talk nonsense, she should be quiet now after being told off. Gu Yang rested his hands behind his head. The inside of the car was very quiet. His thoughts drifted away. If the sky tower hadn't fallen, and he was wandering alone in the end times, what would he feel like? Meanwhile, about 20 kilometers away from Gu Yang's group, a huge steel machine, about 30 meters long and 8 meters high, was moving on the road. The engine roared loudly, like an ancient beast howling. As the steel giant passed, the ground trembled violently. The stones lying quietly on the ground started to jump and shake. At the back of the vehicle, a man with a tattooed arm held a whip in his left hand and swung it forcefully. The whip sliced through the air with a cracking sound and struck a thin man's back. The thin man groaned and fell to the ground, blood already soaking his back. Try stealing again, and next time it won't be just a whip, the tattooed man said. He licked his dry lips and looked at the survivor trembling in the corner, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. We're almost at the next supply point. If you want to survive, search carefully for supplies. As for you, he turned to the man on the ground. If the supplies don't meet my expectations, you know what will happen. After speaking, the tattooed man turned and walked through a simple gypsum door. Inside, there were 3 bunk beds made of iron. One bed was piled high with boxes and clutter, while the other 2 had mattresses with blankets scattered around. The beds were covered in sweat stains that hadn't been cleaned for a long time, turning black in places. The tattooed man passed through another gypsum door, and what came into view was the driver's cabin. Inside, there was a middle-aged bald man wearing glasses, along with 3 other men. One of them had 2 crisscross scars on his right cheek, looking fierce and scary. There was a small, thin man with yellow hair, and another man who looked clean and fair, wearing glasses, with greasy hair pressed flat against his scalp. Hearing the noise, the scarred man turned around and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, giving one to the tattooed man. How's it going? Don't kill anyone, or we won't get supplies. The sound of a lighter clicking was heard. The tattooed man happily exhaled smoke. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone. I just gave a little scare. The scarred man also handed cigarettes to the other 2 men, not forgetting the driver. Thanks, Brother Scar. Thanks. Thanks. The middle-aged bald man happily lit his cigarette. Scarred man lit his own cigarette, looked out the window, and exhaled smoke. 2 dark gray insects, like wasps, flew in from outside and landed on his right hand holding the cigarette. After a moment, the insects flew back outside. Scarred man smiled and said, There's a small convoy heading to the supply point we want. Less than 50 people. Any awakened ones? Should we do something? The tattooed man showed a bloodthirsty smile. Hard to tell. They all look clean, Scarred man frowned. Usually, teams judge how many awakened people others have by their clothes and looks. But they all looked clean and healthy, and everyone was sitting in the vehicle, so it was hard to tell. Maybe they found water along the way and took a bath, the tattooed man guessed. Yellow-haired and glasses man nodded. Scarred man pondered. They looked too clean, like they hadn't been through the apocalypse. The tattooed man said, Should we do something? A convoy of 40 or 50 probably doesn't have many awakened ones. 3 is probably the max. Scarred man looked at the yellow-haired and glasses men. What do you think? The glasses man smiled shyly. Of course, we should do something. And the girl on top, is she also so clean? The yellow-haired man was a bit excited. All the vehicles on the road were dirty and smelly, so he had no interest. Hey, you little guy, I have to say, those 17 or 18 vehicles are pretty good. A few of them have some special markings, the scar-faced man said with a smile. Really? Then let's do it, the yellow-haired man said excitedly. The scar-faced man's taste was quite good. The vehicles looked very nice, especially marked ones, probably top quality. Same as always, we'll go and pretend to be normal first. When they bring out the supplies, I'll use the toxic bees to attack. As long as we don't get stung. They nodded and discussed some details about their disguise. They had used this method to take down 3 convoy teams before, over 10 awakened people, so they were quite experienced. After each success, they would review what could be improved. Meanwhile, Lu Liang listened to the radio with a strange look. Xiao Cheng, driving the car, kept twitching his mouth. He was considered an old hand in the team, having survived the mist and reaching the sky tower. He knew a lot about the team. Several lives lost, and he dared to scheme against these people. And now, he was caught listening in. That was really hard to judge. From the radio, loud, confident laughter, lewd giggles, and perverted voices kept coming out. Lu Liang turned off the radio and sighed quietly. He raised his hand to his forehead. Xiao Cheng, how can there be so many bad seeds in this world? Ah, Captain, there are good people and bad people everywhere. It's normal. I really wish I had a smarter driver, Lu Liang thought, as a voice that sounded exactly like him popped out from the radio. Lu Liang's eyes widened. There was a 0.1% chance that this was triggered. Xiao Cheng's eyes grew even wider, panic spreading across his face. Captain, don't replace me. I'm actually pretty smart, I just don't show it clearly. You should observe me more. Lu Liang's mouth twitched. Usually, he could make up an excuse easily, but now he couldn't even think of one. He couldn't even say, I was joking. Behind Lu Liang, Lao Lang watched the S-shaped twisting car ahead, his purple eyes narrowing slightly.